Marcus, Brian Murphy, and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I mean, like, we're so lucky to do these jobs, and happy Monday, everybody, and hope everybody's healthy and happy and all that. I just don't know how we're going to kind of get through this without being freaking filled with rage at the baseball team that this city is offering us. So I don't want to, like, start everybody's day like that. I want to start it with, like, hey, hope Outside Lands was great. I hope everybody's weekend was wonderful. But again, I don't know how we can't be freaking filled with rage about this baseball team that this city's offering. But again, I'm trying not to focus on that. Meanwhile, the football team was dull and kind of forgettable, and I'm trying to start the day on a better note. Marcus, help me out. Good morning, my brother. Waterboy Boucher, fresh off of Outside Lands, fresh off some bad baseball.
Yeah.
Good morning, brother.
Murph, always good to see you on a Monday morning. Despite the fact that the Giants lost 2 out of 3 and the Denver Broncos came to town and beat the 49ers in their first preseason game of the year. But I don't want to start off on these negative vibes because I am coming off the positive vibes of Outside Lands this weekend. So shout out to all the artists and all the local people in the community who went out to Outside Lands this weekend.
Can I get a Mark McGrath at 6:02
you
on
want
my
one
Monday
early.
morning here?
Oh,
Yeah.
Tony, pod me up.
It's going to have to be, because we're going to have to dig deep. We're going to have to dig deep. Again, this is a Monday. We're all trying to get through life together. We know life is hard. We know it's a grind. We know everybody's got to get up. You got to fight through traffic. They're like, yeah, I got to listen to these guys. I get these guys in the morning. Maybe they'll pick up my spirits. And I'm fighting hard to try to keep your spirits up. I'm fighting hard to
be positive, bro.
There it is.
Yeah.
So why don't you tell me about Outside Lands?
Yeah, I can tell you Ludacris was great.
Okay.
And
so Luda before LaRussell.
Yeah, so if I had to power rank the performances now, you know LaRussell was my guy, front of the program. But I was telling my brother, I've seen LaRussell in concert like 5 or 6 times this year alone. So I've seen a lot of LaRussell. He was great. I told you he puts on the block party type of performance. He was hopping on stage, mixing in with the crowd.
As as I saw, so because by the way, their social media team does a great job covering everything. The 2 key words, we outside.
Yeah, we outside.
Okay, there it
we
is.
outside. We outside. And so they were outside at Outside Land. So LaRussell was great, always puts on a great show. That led into Ludacris. And it's cool because I have never in my life seen Ludacris in concert. Now, I grew up word of mouth, chicken and beer. Like, Ludacris was one of my favorite rappers growing up. So to see him go out there and perform all of his hits from the early 2000s really gave me a blast of nostalgia. And then I was just telling Young Tony, like, you forget how deep his catalog is. Yeah. Like, features he did with Justin Bieber or Usher or these big hit songs. I'm like, damn, Luda's got a catalog. He's got a bag. So Luda is great. And then my guy, Tyler, the Creator, topped it off. So it was nice. It was like 3 different rappers of 3 different parts of my life, like young Waterboy with Ludacris, high school/college Waterboy with Tyler the Creator, and then LaRussell, who's one of my favorite current rappers right now.
See?
So it was a nice mix, and those were the positive vibes that I saw this weekend.
Well, these are the positive vibes I'm looking for to get us not talking about that freaking baseball team that this city's offering or that forgettable football team down there. So that was just Saturday. So you went Saturday.
Yeah, so I was one day only.
As opposed to young Tony, who went 1, 2, 3 days.
He's still in his 20s. He can do that.
Young Tony outperformed the Giants, who were supposed to sweep the Nats.
Yeah, exactly.
Young Tony swept Outside Lands.
See, that should have been a take on Friday. It's sweep or bust for Young Tony going into the weekend.
That should have been the take. See, young Tony's going to sweep Outside Lands. Forget the baseball team. So when we sent the 17-year-old tall Murphy boy went for his debut with his buddies on Friday night. I guess it was a huge success.
Good reviews.
Actually, all day. They were there they did the Bill Graham shuttle. There were concerned parents. I don't know if that's going to work. We said, it'll work out. It all worked out. So they drove into the city, parked at that Civic Center parking garage, took the shuttle, worked out, dropped them off at like 1 o'clock. They got home at 12:30 in the morning. Everything's good in one piece. And he said, surprisingly, that to his surprise, that Friday night, the big winner was Doechii.
Doechii, huh?
Doechii
over Doja Cat.
He said her performance was just electric. Like, she outperformed everybody, is what he said. He didn't expect it. So, and he also liked John's Summit.
Okay, yeah, I know Young Tony was over at Summit. Now, I saw some clips from Doechii, and she does a really good job. She's performed at a bunch of award shows now. She does like this like classroom set where she has like a bunch of kids at desks like dancing like they're in the middle of class.
School of Rock type of thing.
And then I saw people compare that to Doja Cat's set after, and like, damn, this is kind of a tough act for Doja Cat to follow up on Doechii because Doechii stole a lot of the headlines.
Yeah, Doja's like, I'm just going to do my thing, but Doechii came out and did her high energy thing. So anyway, they had fun. They saw discovered a couple new bands in the little Forest Corners there, I guess, where you go see somebody. And their high school mates from that band Midriff performed, and they liked them too.
That's pretty damn
so,
cool.
yeah, all success for him, all success for you, all success for Tony. And you know what? I'm jealous of you guys because you guys didn't have to deal with any of the frickin' BS that I was dealing with.
Look at you. You're jealous.
Watching the frickin' sports teams, dude. I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. I've said this at several different points during the years, and this goes back to the late years, the Bobby Evans-Bochy years, all through the Gabe and Farhan era, and now I guess we're learning through the Buster and Baumel era. I say, guys, I think the Giants are trying to tell us something.
Yeah.
I mean, I was out there yesterday with the fam, okay? So I got a family of 4. We're paying hard-earned American currency. And by the way, we're earning it right now because that's what Daddy does.
That's what Daddy does to pay the bills, Murph.
That's what Daddy does to pay the bills.
Exactly. And I was going to pause you, too. I'm glad you said U.S. currency because you're also not allowed to use cash anymore at Oracle Park.
So do you know that a family of 4, if you go get, first of all, crab sandwiches,
bro.
Now, I will say this. The Giants have been kind, and when things bottomed out in 2019 and fans were fleeing like rats off a sinking ship because, we'd gone from the high of 2014 to the low of 2019 in 17 and 18 and all that, season ticket holders were leaving. So in an attempt to keep them, they offered us 20% off all concessions, which was a very strong offer. It was a strong offer. It was like, okay, that's cool. I like that. So we re-upped, and we've re-upped every single year. Every single year. Been there since 2000, buddy. But, you're getting to a point now where you take a family of 4 out there, and, I got a media badge, so I can park at a discounted rate. I'm not even paying full boat for parking. So for those of you guys paying full boat for parking, I'm admiring you guys even more. Then you walk in, and, yeah, okay, crab sandwich is probably too extravagant, but if you want a hot dog, if you want a Coke, if you want a beer, if you want peanut, if you want a Ghirardelli Sundae, when it's all said and done, we took it easy yesterday. Like, I did not splurge much at all. And when it was all said and done, it was north of $160 for food and drink for your family of 4. To watch that? This lifeless, limp, gutless, passionless team that just laid down against. Do you know how bad the Washington Nationals were?
Bad.
Candace's brother lives in D.C. I've told you guys this a bunch. We have Nationals people in our family. They are passionate Nationals fans. They sent a preemptive text on the family thread saying, apologizing for the Nats. Enjoy your sweep, they said.
Before the series?
Enjoy your sweep. This team is awful. And they even threw in that, and Mackenzie Gore is pitching like crap, was the phrase actually usually. Dude, enjoy your sweep. Apologies for the Nats. They're terrible. This is what Nats fans were saying on Friday afternoon. What did your baseball team, which presumably is playing for something, presumably is playing for stakes, that's the performance? That's the effort they put out? They scored 2 runs on Saturday and Sunday. They struck out 15 times yesterday. They got 4 hits yesterday. They have runner on second with nobody out. Nobody has any interest in advancing the guy to third base. They showed precious little heart, intensity, desire, guts, you name it. And meanwhile, I'm out 160 on food and drink with a 20% discount. So, Marcus, not happy.
Yeah.
Not happy.
And things are bad when the Murphy family sees more crab sandwiches than they do base hits on the day.
Honestly, when you say the crab, the only thing that entertained me the entire day, and I'm not a huge Lucille guy.
Yes.
To me, Lucille is whatever.
I've been waiting for this.
I'm not a Lucille, I don't know. Lucille to me is just a mid mascot.
808 KNBR Murph doesn't think Lucille deserves to be in the mascot Hall of Fame.
I mean, to be honest, if you're gonna put Lucille in ahead of Barry Bonds, we got problems. All right. But they did this wrestling bit yesterday. It's wrestling day yesterday.
Yes, it was.
And in the middle of the 4th inning, Lucille did a wrestling takedown of, ready for this? The Crazy Crab.
Yeah, Murph. Real quick, not to cut you off.
Yeah.
The Luchador, Lucille, as he had a Luchador mask on. Make sure you put some respect on his name.
That's
the Luchador, Lucille.
That's great details.
Yeah,
And by the way, that wrestler guy, who was that guy?
He was
I forget
his
friend.
name. Yeah, he's the guy who does the Scissor Me celebration.
No,
I think he's an AEW wrestler.
This is a different wrestling federation than.
Yes, I believe that he's in a different wrestling organization than WWE.
Okay, so these guys weren't like the Do you know these guys?
So I've
did you
seen
know
this
these-
guy before because he did a video with Eric Sim, the king of JUCO. And the guy actually has some like baseball background.
yeah.
So like it was funny like seeing him pitch against the king of JUCO.
I'll tell you what, that guy, by the way, anytime he was on the screen was the only guy with any kind of personality or charisma in the building.
It was the only entertainment all day.
Anytime he came on the screen, there was like some energy in the building. There was some life in the building. And I would say Lucille climbed up on the ropes. And what do you call it when they just come off the top rope? Is there a move on that?
It wasn't just the ropes. He climbed the ladder and then went full like Hardy Boy swanton bomb on top of the crazy crab.
It was probably the best thing I've ever seen Lucille do.
It was
In fact,
easily
I know it was the best thing I've ever
most
seen.
entertaining part of the game yesterday. I'm talking maybe best thing I've ever seen like mid-inning at a Giants game.
Yeah.
Like that is peak mid-inning entertainment.
And definitely the best thing Lucille's ever done. That was really it. Was that worth the hassle and the pain and the struggle? Oh, by the way, the Padres are coming in tonight. I'm almost hoping the Padres just mercy kill the Giants. Just get them out of my lives. And so we just focus on the Niners. Oh, wait. Focus on that? What the Niners did on Saturday? Was it Saturday night? Yeah, Saturday night I was watching. I mean, what was that?
Yeah, I don't know.
First of all, you recognize a soul out there. They played like 0 starters. They played like none. I mean, what'd they play? Like who? Give me a starter they played. It was
Good question. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody on that defensive line.
Yeah.
Kalia Davis. Maybe he's a starter just because of lack of depth on the defensive line.
Maybe. So that was an utterly forgettable 49ers preseason game, which most preseason games are. And Kyle Shanahan telegraphed that to us. Yeah, the Thursday joint practice. That's our preseason game.
Yeah, that's the practice.
So anyway, mostly forgettable sports weekend that engendered rage, lost a lot of money, but at least you guys went to Outside Lands.
Yes, and at least we got to see Anthony Bowens, who is the AEW wrestler that was out there on the microphone yesterday.
Thank you very much. That guy, Anthony Bowens, by the way, they might want to bring him into the clubhouse. Bo Mel might want to bring him in.
Hell, I mean, you might want to put him in the middle of your lineup. If you're rolling Wilmer Flores back into your lineup, not even fresh off the IL, but he's like, yeah, that's our 4-hitter. Wilmer, you haven't hit in a couple weeks. You're back in the 4 spot. Come on down, Anthony Bowens. We'll give you a bet.
We've talked about this now. Buster extended Bob Melvin, and the team's reaction has been, Their reaction, like, hey, our manager got re-upped. Let's go take the field and play. Like that. So they're trying to tell us something, and it's incredible that it's spanned Bobby Evans and Bruce Bochy, Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi, Buster Posey and Bob Melvin. It's the same damn thing. You heard that stat that Grossman, I'm giving Grossman his love.
Grossman.
Because I now subscribe to his little daily newsletter, that when they won on Friday night, that in the last 10 years, their record was 736 and 736.
Wow.
And oh, by the way, now it's 736 and 738.
Damn.
Because then they lost the next 2 games.
It's almost like there's this sting, some natural force, a gravitational pull to 500.
You're going to gravitational pull me to Outside Lands next year. I think I'll just go.
Back.
By the way, did you see anybody over 40? No. Right? It's a
I don't know.
young
Good question.
crowd.
Yeah, a very young crowd.
Yeah, it's a young crowd.
There was a couple old heads mixed in there.
There was a couple of the social media team for Outside Lands does a great job. They make it look hype. They make it look fun. Like they just kind of do that drone swooping in, everybody's jumping up and down, having a good time.
I know. Now I need Chris Russo. Outside Lands. Fun. The
was
Giants. Not so much fun.
Not fun. Well, if you care, and I don't, Logan Webb takes on you, Darvish, tonight at 6:45.
Webby. Hey, here come the dads. Here come the Padres who got Webby and Robbie Ray lined up ready to go.
Yeah. So,
but they don't swing a bat.
to everybody out there who had to endure that, I'm with you, buddy. I apologize. I don't even know what I'm apologizing for. All I'm looking forward to is 49ers Raiders Saturday, 1 o'clock in Vegas.
And I'll be there.
Good. Then something good will happen. All right. Let's say good morning to young Tony, get his Outside Lands review, and continue to be, well, disappointed on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We have a new contest this week. We are going to qualify one person per day, weekdays only, for 2 weeks in the AM drive only in the 7 a.m. hour. It's a lot of information. We're going to qualify you for a $50 Niners Team Store gift card and a chance to win a couple Candlestick bleacher chairs. So stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win not only the Team Store gift card, but you qualify for a pair of Candlestick Stadium chairs. It's all brought to you by KNBR, the sports leader, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
One strike away from 3,500 lifetime. He throws. He struck him out swinging. Fastball to the outside at 95. So a milestone achievement for Justin Verlander, the 10th pitcher in Major League history with 3,500 strikeouts. And the fans who realize that give him a standing ovation as he walks off the field. And he expresses his appreciation in turn as he doffs his cap. Giants have only 3 hits. The pitch, swing, and he pops it up. Coming down the line from first to help out is Lowe, and he crashes into the catcher in foul ground. One of them caught it, and the game is over. And that is how this rather forgettable game, at least if you're a Giants fan, has ended.
Say it again, John Miller. Set to the tunes of Outside Lands. Friday night's star performer, Doechii, I guess, gave it all, left it all on the field, unlike the Giants. Although they won Friday night.
Somebody's watching me. It's a 500 record.
Oh, man. Giants are 59-59, y'all. And, it's going nowhere. It's going nowhere fast, buddy. But, hey, Justin Verlander, that was maybe the only, other than we mentioned Lucille doing the luchador leap or whatever off the ladder, and Anthony Bowens adding a little excitement. What are
Scissor!
You doing?
That's one of his go-to moves. He does the scissor bomb off the top ropes.
Because that can be interpreted a few ways.
Scissor me is what he says off the top ropes, Murph.
Now, okay. Well, he was fun, and he said Willie Adames is his favorite player. That's what he said. So I was excited, and then Adames got up there and struck out a couple times. In fact, they all struck out a couple times. In fact, ready for this? Here are the list of players who struck out twice yesterday: Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, Casey Schmidt, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Pat Bailey. Essentially the entire lineup. Oh, by the way, they debuted a new right fielder. We haven't even mentioned. They called the kid up from the Mets trade, Drew Gilbert. Everybody was all excited, and he had 11 plate appearances and didn't get a hit.
Nada.
And there wasn't a ton of productive at-bats, too. He's supposed to be a bat-to-ball guy. He struck out a fair few times, too.
A lot of strikeouts.
Yeah.
And look, I was out there on Friday and on Sunday, and there were multiple times where I was like, hey, maybe I should pull out my phone just in case this kid gets his first big league hit. And then 2 days later, I was saying, hey, maybe I should pull out my phone in case this kid gets his first big league hit.
Well, I know this.
Still waiting for that hit.
This isn't the controlling storyline on a Monday morning in the Bay Area. We got a lot of bigger fish to fry. But it did affect me on a personal level because I am a Grant McCray supporter. Now, I am by no means, I want to go on record, promising you that Grant McCray is going to be Chili Davis, all right? I'm just saying he has some intriguing tools that I would like to see developed over the next 45 games. And instead, they called up a guy who does exactly what he does, plays right field and hits left-handed. I'm like, a little redundant. It's like if Holler came down and said, hey, Marcus, no shade on Murph, but we're going to bring in a guy who's well into his 50s, who has a lot of pop culture references from the 20th century and gets pissed when the Giants lose. But don't worry about it. Murph, we're not going to replace Murph.
No competition at all. and then he comes back. He's like, the week after that, we're going to get rid of Waterboy. We're going to bring in Ricky Pearsall to do the show with Murph.
And Ricky Pearsall is going to talk about his Raider fandom as a youth.
Exactly. We're going to talk about how his hair is so much better than Waterboy's.
So, I mean, they literally brought in a guy who does the exact same thing as Grant McCray. I'm like, you guys are burning 2 roster spots for the same guy right now. So, and unfortunately, and no shade on Drew Gilbert, I'd like to see the guy be successful. And I was like, what are you guys doing? At that point, send Grant McCray back down to sack and let him play some ball and bring up maybe a Matos or something like that. So I was surprised. We left Friday morning pretty darn certain that Luis Matos was going to get called up, and he didn't.
Yeah.
They called up Gilbert instead.
We talked to Buster Posey about it on Thursday, and he suggested that it would most likely be Luis Matos. Now, not to go full revisionist history, but Luis Matos on Friday and Saturday night had back-to-back games with home runs. Now, that's not saying he would do it at the major league level because we're kind of stuck in this cycle now. I'm not going full Buddy Hield cycle, but with Luis Matos, it's like, oh, man, he's tearing it up at AAA. Let's call him up. Then he doesn't get full-time at-bats and kind of falls off the map. You're like, all right, time to set him back down. Then he goes back down to AAA and tears it up again. And so, that's why it's so frustrating. We've seen Luis Matos be successful in Sacramento multiple times. All he really needs is consistent at-bats, which we thought was going to happen after they traded away Yaz to the Royals. But they've now gone in a different direction. We saw Luis Matos get sent down. And to your point, Drew Gilbert's out there just waving at balls in his major league debut.
I mean, listen, we root for the kid, and, we're excited. But I don't know, maybe Tidwell is going to be the piece in that trade. He had a really good outing yesterday in Sacramento. But again, Sacramento.
Yeah, it's tough to judge Drew Gilbert after one weekend. I mean, he is a former first-round draft pick. He's a guy that Mets fans had high hopes for. And so hopefully he is a piece moving forward. Exactly.
And Mackenzie Gore's a tough matchup for him, for sure. But it was just unusual that they were burning 2 roster spots to do the same thing.
I agree.
And then Tidwell actually had a nice thing. And then Bryce Eldridge still doing it down there.
Yeah,
Another
Bryce is
3-run tank
still
yesterday.
hitting bombs.
And a comeback tank. It was like an 8th inning, down 2, 3-run bomb up the field. So he continues to do that kind of stuff. I don't know, brother. I don't know. Before I say good morning to Tony, 49er football, I know you were at Outside Lands on Saturday, and when you DVR'd it or whatever you did and caught up with some highlights, were you, like me, totally uninspired by what you saw on Saturday at Levi State?
Yeah,
I was.
I can't say I came away from that game like, oh, the Niners are gonna do it. Let me go down and throw down some money on the Niners in Vegas.
We spent the entire break trying to determine any starters that played. And Jason Pinnock played a little, and D. Winters played a little.
Yeah,
and that's about it.
That's about it.
I mean, there was really almost nothing to glean from this game.
No.
Other than Carter Bradley's not that guy just yet.
Yeah.
And Tanner Mordecai's not that guy just
we
yet.
got QB3 competitions.
So, I mean, it was kind of, I don't want to say it's a waste of time because there are a lot of young men fighting for their jobs in the NFL, and then God bless them, and I hope they achieve their dreams. But in terms of what you're going to see September 7th against the Seattle Seahawks, I don't know if there was anything you could really glean from that thing. Yeah, of course, the rookies played, right?
Yes.
West, Nick Martin, Upton Stout. I mean, Upton Stout didn't play. West, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin. Those guys tried. Marquise Siegel. Those guys got some reps. I guess that's perhaps the only valuable thing that came out of it.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I was keeping an eye on as I watched the game back was the rookies. And Jordan Watkins got the party started early with a deep ball from Mac Jones. I thought that was good to see, seeing some of that 4.3 speed. Maybe he's a guy that can stretch the field this year for the 49ers. But we also know how tough it is for rookie wide receivers to even get playing time in Kyle Shanahan's offense. So not too many key takeaways there, but it was good to see Jordan Watkins in action. Marquise Siegel, the rookie that we really don't talk about because he came in assumingly as one of these backup safeties, but with the Mustafa injury, he was flying around making a lot of good plays too. Chase Lucas is another young nickel cornerback, had that safety. It was great seeing Robert Saleh draw up some blitzes, which you usually don't see in preseason games. And we complained about this a lot last year with Nick Sorensen, the lack of creativity. So it was good to see a small sample size of that from Robert Saleh, setting Chase Lucas on a couple blitzes there. So yeah, small things to take away from the defense. Undrafted rookie free agent, Sebastian Valdez. This is a guy that could maybe make an impact on his defensive line with the lack of depth. So, yeah, we're really getting to the weeds here, talking undrafted rookies and stuff like that. But those were my takeaways from the game.
Chase Lucas was actually drafted in the 7th round in 2022 at Arizona State, but he's been a practice squad guy, and he flashed yesterday, as you said. And Valdez. Actually outperformed the 2 drafted kids, West and Collins. So, all right, guest list on a Monday, August 11, 2025, 8/11/25. We wish... On a day we wish we had better news. The good news was Outside Lands. That was the good news. And here he is, Mr. 3 for 3.
You saying there's a little anxiety going on with the Giants and the Niners right now?
Actually, more boredom. Does anybody have a song? Did any Hosier or Anderson .Paak or Tyler, the Creator, or anybody have a song about boredom? Because that's what they mostly were.
I don't think that's going to play at a music festival, a song about boredom.
Didn't Green Day have one? About, what you do when you're bored? They did. They did have one.
Oh.
Yeah. What's it called? Come on. I can't do it with Doechii singing right now.
I'll text Baby
Take
Huey.
Me Away to Paradise. That whole song. Young Tone, congrats to you, buddy.
Yeah,
You
appreciate
did it, Tony.
3
You did
for
it.
3, man. You did what the Giants couldn't do. You swept Outside Lands. Good job, bud.
I appreciate it. I mean,
power rank the days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Ooh, I mean, it's a thoroughly, a fantastic experience. Great weather in the city. It was perfect. Friday was just short sleeves. That's all you needed. Maybe a long sleeve here and there. Saturday got a little windy, got a little breezy. Saturday was the day, though. I think Saturday, Tyler was out there. Ludacris was out there. Lil Russell was out there. Pretty, solid 3 names right there for you. I ended up going seeing Royal Otis. That was the big takeaway of the whole weekend.
Can we get some Royal Otis
Royal
rejoins?
Otis, yeah,
Rejoin,
absolutely.
rejoin. Yeah.
Like Australian indie pop kind of band, duo type guy. Yeah,
right.
good vibes. During the Niners game, so it was about 7 o'clock when that thing was going on. It was great vibes, like just an old school.
Royal Otis greater than that game down there. I'll tell you that right now.
That's my opinion. That's my opinion.
By the way, I'm going to tell you guys just officially. How old am I? How many years of preseason football have I watched? A lot. I think there's an internal clock midway through the second quarter of every preseason game I've ever watched. I'm out. I just start walking around the house. I start checking in on things.
Yeah,
I
well-
start, looking at the phone. Open the fridge. Is there anything in here?
Yeah.
No, I just looked 5 minutes ago. Same
Start
stuff.
doing chores.
Well,
Yeah.
I think you, Kyle Shanahan, and the 49ers were on the same page then. Because with about 2 minutes left in the second quarter, all of a sudden that 9-0 lead disappeared, and they got outscored 30-0 after that.
Incredible. Oh, is this Royal Lotus?
This is Royal Lotus. Yeah, they're really good. Just like
jangly,
indie pop
toe
band.
tappers.
Yeah,
all right.
Saturday evening, right before the sunset,
It just hit right.
right before Tyler. Yeah.
It hit right for
Now,
you.
what was your favorite EDM set of the weekend, young
Ooh,
Tony?
Sunday Sammy Virgie at Soma Stage. That thing was
Sammy
crazy.
Virgie.
It's actually at Sutro. Soma's on the other side. But yeah, Sammy Virgie, John Summit on Friday night was really good. There's a dubstep band we saw yesterday, a duo we saw yesterday. Not a big dubstep guy. So when we talk EDM,
Okay.
let's clarify that.
Good to know. Now, I got to get out my EDM takes because I've talked to you guys about my takes on country music and how I can only listen to country music in the summer when it's hot outside.
Yeah.
Now I'm feeling like I can only listen to EDM music at night. Like, Tony, tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm right. I'm at a music festival. It's 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and people are out here with their spinners and their hula hoops. I'm like, yo, I'm not in the right mind state for this. I don't know if I could do
I
EDM
can
during
see
the
that.
day.
I'm picking up what you're laying
Yeah,
down.
like I need it at 2 a.m., not 2 p.m.,
yeah.
Tony.
Dude, how
like
about dubstep? So I just checked. So Levity was the group we saw on Sunday afternoon at 3:40. You're just listening to dubstep. It's like broad daylight.
Yeah, it's too
Yeah.
bright outside.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
I got you.
Can't do it at night.
There's a time and a place.
I need my vibes right, all right?
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. Was LaRussell at 2:20 the right call?
Yeah, because LaRussell
does
does do
those
the
afternoon
daytime
shows.
block parties anyway, so.
And he outside.
Yeah, he was
Was that
outside.
good? You enjoyed that one? I didn't get to see it.
LaRussell was great. Oh, you didn't make it over for LaRussell?
Nah, not that early. No.
I gotta tell you,
yeah.
there's Outside Land's social media team did a fantastic job. I was on their Instagram all weekend. I almost felt like I was there. They did such a really, really good job of showing so many different bands and their quick cuts and the way they made it. They made it look like a party out there. I was like, damn.
Also,
this is a skilled social media
How
person.
about the
here.
fact that I saw them post a video of Conan O'Brien just kind of walking around, hanging out at Outside Lands?
I did see that as well. Yeah.
That was pretty funny.
City's favorite. And the Chronicle I got to give the Chronicle credit. I've been knocking the Chronicle for being uber outdated. You get Giants game stories like 4 days later. They were filing reports on sets like as they happened. Like Aiden Vaziri and another girl, they were reviewing multiple acts daily and posting them on the website. So I got a pretty good feel for the whole thing from the writers. So, and I already read the Hosier review this morning, too,
absolutely.
already.
He was really good. The incredible voice of Hosier. And
He's got that deep, soulful thing going.
Irish,
Yeah. I know. He's funny. He doesn't really vibe the
Outside
Irish
lines.
thing.
How we doing tonight?
What was it?
Little Australian,
Did he
yeah.
move to Australia
Yeah.
halfway through the set? Yeah.
All right, it's early.
All right, what do we got
Throw
today,
some shrimp
buddy?
on the bob,
All right.
Tony.
If you missed anything over the weekend, we're going to have Hums and Bums at 6:50. We will have Mike Krukow at 7:30. Matt Barrows to recap what happened in the Niners game at 8:15. Cooler content 8:30. And then Andrew Baggerly to recap the Giants weekend, which sounded pretty good,
Man,
according to Murph at 9:15.
You did so much better going to Outside Lands.
Friday
for
night
3
looked
nights.
cool.
Yeah.
Gilbert with the catch in right field. That was really cool.
Yeah, that was a sick introduction.
I mean,
Not much
looked
after
like he
that.
kind of slipped and fell on that
Yeah.
thing, didn't he?
Well, you could almost use the Bob Melvin quote about Justin Verlander for Drew Gilbert's debut. He made that great catch, and then what happened, Bob?
The rest was awful.
Pretty good. That's a pretty good bite.
The rest was awful.
All right, we'll do that. Hums and Bums at 6:50 on the Sports Leader.
The rest was awful.
All right, let's talk Amici's East Coast Pizzeria because it's a Monday. All right, we're getting through a Monday, and Amici's is here to remind you that every week night, they got a special. Monday through Thursday, Amici's smart, casual restaurants offer a variety of dine-in specials. And on Mondays, today, we start the week with healthy offers. How about half-price salads all day? I love that. A little crunch right there. Get a half-price salad all day on Monday. If you want to preview the rest of the week, Tuesdays, Kids Eat Free Night. One entree from the kids menu, free per paid adult meal. Take the family out for dinner. Wednesday, half-price pasta night. 50% off any pasta, any size. That's awesome. And then Thursdays after 5 p.m., $10 draft beer pitchers and 30% off all bottles of wine. Getting early start on that weekend vibes. That's a really solid weeknight situation. By the way, if in case that's not enough, every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, happy hour. 20% off your entire check. So lots of good stuff going on Monday through Thursday at Amici's. So fun afternoon, evening, or out Monday through Thursday. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
The rest was awful. I mean, we got 40,000 people here. We don't give them anything to root for the entire game other than that. So unfortunately, that probably is as disappointing game we've had all year. Back to JV, strikes out the side in the first and has that moment. That was great. But, you know, he's got a lot of accomplishments, a lot of stripes.
Yeah, that was pretty neat. And who knows? It may turn up in Hum Babies or Bum Babies. We were there. And by the way, I want to give Verlander open public credit here on 50,000 watts and on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Stream. He doffed his cap. Hey, it goes a long way. It really did. It felt like, hey, we got a connection there.
Nice
so
little acknowledgement.
It's not that hard, you know. So, unfortunately, the Nationals then doffed their cap after. Again, I wanted to emphasize in this whole thing, and we understand, they're all big league teams. I get that. We've all been around sports for many years. We understand they're all professionals. We get that. We also know there are layers to professional teams. We also know there are professional teams that have pretty much checked out. And the Washington Nationals are coming off a homestand where they were outscored 61-23. Oh. Let me say that again. A homestand where they were outscored 61-23 over 6 games. That's an average of 10-4 in every game. Now, one of those was a 20-1 loss, I think, to the Blue Jays or something. But the Nationals were showing very little interest in this season. And so they were ripe for the pick. And the Giants had everything to play for. They had every reason to fight for 90 feet harder than the Nationals. By the way, they will never throw down a bunt. They will never Like, you're not getting the ball on the ground. You're striking out against Mackenzie Gore 15 times. Drew Gilbert, somebody throw one down, brother. Make them make a play. Make them make a play. Do something to change the mojo. Saturday, Dom Smith doubled. By the way, shout out Dom Smith. And we can talk about the pinch hit decision on Saturday, too. Dom Smith doubled. Matt Chapman is up. By the way, Matt Chapman is in a deep funk right now. And that's one of the reasons this team had a bad weekend. Chappie's in a bad way. He's very streaky, and he's in a bad streak right now. And it's tough to watch. Those were he's ice cold right now. But all he has to do is hit the ball to the right. They just refuse fundamentally to advance runners. Get him on, get him over, get him in.
Nope.
I think the Giants just say get him on. Period.
Get him on. Get him on.
There's more to that statement? Yeah. Wait, I thought just get him on. I thought that was it.
Get him on, leave him stranded.
Get him on.
Yep.
We'll get him over? No. Get him in? No. Just get him on. So
I mean, they didn't even get a base runner to second base yesterday, right?
Not. No. And I get, listen, we know Mackenzie Gore can be very, very talented. We got it. But you got to outfight him. You got to outgrind him. You got to throw down a bunt. You got to fight harder for that inch, Al Pacino would say, than a team that has essentially checked out. And oh, by the way, in terms of Verlander, I mean, hitters tell you how your stuff is. Wow. That was some of his worst stuff of the season.
Yeah, and we're talking about the hitters that you were just talking about being on a Washington Nationals team that came to this ballpark 20 games under 500. But to your point, these are all big league hitters. So on Friday when we were talking about this series, I said, look, they still got C.J. Abrams and James Wood. And even Josh Bell, hell, I'll throw him into the conversation too. Not as like highly touted as those guys, but guess what? They came to Oracle Park and they didn't have any problems with the dimensions. They were able to hit home runs here at Oracle Park as a road team. And of course, we mentioned Mackenzie Gore on Friday. And I talked about how he was the centerpiece of the Juan Soto trade, along with James Wood and C.J. Abrams and these guys that they're building around out in Washington. But we also acknowledge the fact as good as he has been this season, he's 5-12 on a team that is 20 games under 500. So we can sit here and complain about soft tossing lefties. The Giants can't hit hard throwing lefties either. And so, yes, James Wood, Mackenzie Gore, and this team came to town and dominated you. That's what this team is missing right now. The young superstars that kind of even build around. But I don't know. There's it felt like we were headed towards building blocks earlier this season, but now everything's just kind of falling apart.
Well, Saturday's guy, set aside Gore. We understand the lefty problem is a problem, right? Saturday's guy was a guy who'd done essentially nothing in the bigs. Brad Lord, 6 innings, a 1-run ball, 4 hits.
Yeah, that's frustrating.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Carson Wisenhunt got tattooed for 3 bombs.
More home runs.
And I guess, we start looking at the manager. Start looking at him and say, what's going on? We've done this a couple of times this summer. We've had discussions about what's going on and then every time it seems like we talk about it, they go on a little mini surge. Like they went on a 4-2 roadie through New York and Pittsburgh. You're like, well, okay. But then they come drifting back, the gravitational pull. Melvin cut C, Tony, about trying to get some momentum. The Padres are coming in. The Padres could drive the knife into them. So they have 7 with the Pods. By the way, next week, 4 at San Diego, 3 at Milwaukee. Dude, Pat Murphy's Maulers will stomp you.
They don't lose games.
With, by the way, pancakes in his back pocket. You see that?
I saw something about that.
Yeah, he carries a pancake in his back pocket.
Just one pancake?
Yeah, he just pulled it out and ate it.
Yeah, he's like the Napoleon Dynamite of big league managers.
Does he carry pancakes?
He carries tater tots in his pockets.
Oof, boy.
Yeah, Hey, Murphy, let me get some of those pancakes.
He offered the pancake to the young gal who was doing the interview, and she ate it.
Do you trust a pocket pancake?
Would you eat a pancake out of another man's pocket?
It depends who the man is.
Yeah, Pat Murphy, maybe.
Yeah, maybe I can.
He's very charismatic.
Yeah.
Bob Melvin on the flail here. Yeah.
I think more just about winning another series here and taking more momentum into the series against the Padres. I thought we were going to play a good game today. I really did, and unfortunately we did not.
I mean,
Yeah, I thought so too, Bob.
I mean, Devers, by the way, Friday, Saturday tried his best. Yeah. He homered in both games, and on Saturday he actually homered, singled, and walked twice, and they scored 2 runs. Yeah. So, all that said, happy Monday, everybody.
Yeah.
By the way, my cousin Antoinette in Vallejo checked in and said she was at the Valks game on Saturday and it was lit. So the Valks are the only thing going right now.
Valhalla.
The Valks. Did you see Randy Rodriguez and Willie Adames turned up?
I saw them sitting together courtside.
Driving home, I said to the kids as we were knifing through the city, I said, the Giants are 0-1 in the post-Randy Rodriguez, Willie Adames Valhalla era.
Wow.
Valhalla era, pardon me. All right. Mike Sando joins Papa and Silver at 12:50. Those tiers are out. We'll see where Brock Purdy came in on that.
Tears.
And we got Hum Babies and Bum Babies, the tradition, next on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
Say
Let's go! Adios, Canucks!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
As promised, we do our promo on Friday. I always say 650 hums and bums, and sure enough, it's 651 right now. But it's the intro started at 650, and I feel good that we're delivering for the Bay. A 650 hums and bums. So what's the deal? If you're new around here, where you been, welcome. If you're a veteran, you know the deal. The weekend happens. We come in Monday morning. We find out who are the 3 winners, who are the 3 losers, who are the 3 hum babies, who are the 3 bum babies. Alternates every week, and this is the week Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, gets to dig into the negative bag. Find himself 3 losers, 3 big fat losers from the weekend. Marcus, give me some bum babies, brother.
Whoa.
What you got?
Murph, I believe in the promo on Friday, I said, yeah, Giants are back in the Bay taking on the Nationals. Hopefully they don't find themselves on the bum baby list Monday morning. Spoiler alert, I was wrong. There's a Twitter page for freezing cold takes. We should start one for freezing cold promos because, surprise, surprise, the San Francisco Giants are first up on your bum baby list. And Murph, I was thinking about it. I was like, who am I making a bum baby? Is it this guy? Is it that guy? Is it Carson Wisenhunt giving up a couple solo shots? But I'm like, I'm just going to go big picture and say that on Saturday, all of you, you're all bums, including Carson Wisenhunt, who went 4 innings, allowed 3 earned runs, but keeps giving up the long ball. I want to say in all 3 of his starts so far this year, he's allowed a home run in the first inning.
Yeah, Rory hit me with that stat. I couldn't believe it.
And it started on Saturday with James Wood. And then it was followed up by Paul DeYoung. Then it was Josh Bell. Then it just seemed like the Washington Nationals of all teams had no problems hitting home runs in that ballpark. But wait, I got good news for you. Rafael Devers, the big blockbuster trade, he goes deep. And the Giants scored 2 runs on the day, end up losing 4-2. And that's how you find yourself on the bum baby list on a Monday morning.
To the right-handed hitting DeYoung, and he drives one out towards left center field. Hit really well, and it is gone into the Giants bullpen. Paul DeYoung, the second home run of the game, and he has just crushed 2 Carson Wisenhunt pitches already in this game. 2-1. That one is crushed to left center field. Ramos is going to watch it, and it's gone. And, man, that one was another booming home run. That was 108 off the bat and 422 feet.
Now the 0-2 pitch. Swing, line drive, base hit, left center field into the alleyway. That will be extra bases. It rolls out to the wall. That's an 0-2 pitch and a hanging curveball. Wow.
Well, they were on his fastball. They had some fastballs for homers, so I think his stuff was as good as we've seen it today, but just kind of middled, 3 fastballs, and they hit 3 homers off him.
It's tough to sweep a series if you can't win game 2, Murph.
By the way, Paul DeYoung, forever freaking Giant,
Forever
dude.
Giant,
18
bro.
games as a Giant. I just looked it up. In 2023, in 18 games as a Giant, he had a negative 0.4 WAR as a Giant. He did hit 1 bomb as a Giant. I'm trying to remember. Do you remember where it was?
No.
Was it at Dodger Stadium? No. You're just like, no.
No,
I do not remember where it
dump
was.
that knowledge from my brain.
Yeah, I don't know where it was either. But he hit 1 home run. But yeah, this is yet another example of another team coming in. And, we can't hit in this park. Oh,
the
yeah.
dimensions.
Well,
the
we
dimensions.
can. I know, and I've seen stats that say, that's not true. I'm like, you know what? Anecdotally, in my brain, it's absolutely freaking true because I just watched it all weekend, dude. And by the way, there was just little things in that game. That was the game where Dom Smith doubled and Chapman didn't get him over. And theoretically, if you get him over, you can get him in, and that's a run. And then also Carson Seymour. Okay, first of all, he's the king of leaving Seymour out there for more than 1 inning, right? He loves going long. Carson Seymour has James Wood with 2 strikes and a runner in scoring position. And first base was open, by the way. So you didn't even have to throw him a strike the rest of the at-bat. You can go get him and he threw him a freaking hanging curve that Wood banged into left center to score that 4th run. Now, those are 2 different things right there. Matt Chapman not getting the runner over to set up a possible run, and Carson Seymour just making a lazy mistake when he doesn't have one. And that's a +1 for the Nats, and it's a -1 for the Giants, and they lose the game 4-2. That's just losing freaking baseball, dude. That losing is a disease as contagious as the bubonic plague. So when you take the field and you lace them up and you hit the do you want to win or do you not? Do you want to play winning baseball? Then move the runner over. Do you want to play winning baseball? Then don't throw James Wood a hittable pitch on an 0-2 count with first base open. That's just losing baseball, brother. So, rant over. All right.
You hang it, we bang it, and the Carsons were leaving balls hanging all day Saturday. But wait, Murph, there's more because Justin Verlander was also hanging balls on Sunday. Pause. Now, we will acknowledge the career milestone that he did have, but let's talk about the Washington Nationals continuing to bat balls all around Oracle Park as they scored 8 runs yesterday on 17 hits. Let me repeat that. The Washington Nationals, who were 46-70 going into yesterday's game, scored 8 runs on 17 hits. And on the other side of the coin, there were the San Francisco Giants getting shut out, having 3 hits, and striking out 15 times on the day, getting absolutely carved up by Mackenzie Gore and putting up a goose egg in front of 40,000 fans on a Sunday afternoon game where the only entertainment was the luchador Lucille jumping off a ladder, taking down the crazy crab on wrestling day. Outside of that, no entertainment, no hits, no runs scored from your Sunday bums, the San Francisco Giants.
2-0 Nationals, second inning. And Verlander ready, throwing, swinging. There's a smash down the right field line. It is past the foul pole. A home run. That was an 0-2 pitch, and now the Nationals have scored 4 runs in the inning. Wow.
Poor numbers who are swinging the bat well this weekend. Now a swing and a little bloop out into right center field, and that's going to be a base hit. Coming around third is Young. He'll score. Around to third is Bell. RBI hit for Paul DeJong. He wasn't waiting around. 5-0 Nationals. Their 11th hit of the game already. We're in the 4th inning.
Swing, and there's a drive toward left center field. That's into the alleyway. Base hit. Wow, another 2-out RBI hit. Every run the Nationals have scored has come on a 2-out hit.
The rest was awful. I mean, we got 40,000 people here. We don't give them anything to root for the entire game other than that. So, unfortunately, that probably is as disappointing game we've had all year.
One of the most disappointing games of the year. I was at the ballpark. Murph was at the ballpark. Unfortunately, not a lot of hits for the Giants yesterday at the ballpark.
Man, oh man. So to your point, about 17 hits from the Nationals. To your point, the Nationals, only the White Sox and Rockies had worse records than the Nationals. I told you guys, just to repeat the story I told an hour ago, you know, we have in-laws from D.C., and they are huge Nationals fans. And they all text each other. They love baseball. And they sent a preemptive text on Friday apologizing for the Nats, saying, enjoy your sweep. I said, well, we need 3. They said, you're going to get 3. Dude, this is like they got Nationals fans themselves saying our team sucks. And look what just happened, dude. So I don't know what to tell you guys about the gutless wonders that are the Giants out there in terms of having a chance, what they have to do, they needed to do. And they completely laid down like dogs. And you heard what Bob Melvin said there, too, about, 40,000 of us out there. By the way, their attendance is up, man. 7th in baseball. Even a higher average per game than the Padres, believe it or not. And for what? For what?
And with all that being said, they've lost 10 out of their last 11 home games.
Eye of the Tiger, brother. Yeah. They have the eye of the Tiger. Well, thank you, Marcus, for those 2 bumps.
Yeah, sucks to suck. Well, good news for you. The Giants are back in action tonight with Logan Webb on the bump, but I got better news for you. The 49ers were back in your life this weekend. And things were going great for the first couple of minutes as they were up 9-0, but they ended up losing the game 30-9. Now, I'm not going to sit here and overreact to some preseason games. Oh, Nick Martin's a bust because he missed a couple of tackles. Oh, Spencer Burford's a bad swing backup tackle. Yeah, we can get in those takes if you want to. But I thought, what's sexier than preseason football than a little quarterback competition? And boy, oh boy, we've moved on from the days of discussing Trey Lance versus Brock Purdy, although there are some conversations going on now after seeing Trey Lance with Jim Harbaugh, but that's a discussion for another day. Also, let's take a look at the competition between Carter Bradley and Tanner Mordecai. Yeah, this is how we're going to get big-time ratings, John Joe Curley, talking about the QB3 competition. That really did not look competitive at all this weekend, as they both look bad. Carter Bradley, who, of course, is the son of Gus Bradley, who is now the defensive assistant head coach right next to Robert Saleh. He goes 6 for 14 on Saturday, 32 yards and throws an interception. Then Tanner Mordecai, who impressed a few people last year during training camp, comes in and doesn't do much better. 3 for 6, 21 yards, and an interception as well. My quick math means the two of them combined, 9 for 20 for 53 yards and 2 interceptions.
Oof.
I saw Jeff Deeney from Pro Football Focus said they had a combined passer rating of 12.4. I don't think that's good, and I think that's why they're on the bum baby list this morning. Tanner Mordecai and Carter Bradley, the QB3 competition that is sweeping the nation as bum baby number 3.
Watkins comes in motion. 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Bradley picked off, threw it right in the middle of the field and intercepted immediately. And so that was one where Kareem Reed read that, got big, and Denver now with their second INT, and the Broncos in a good position after the turnover. Another bootleg, this time rolling left. Mordecai under pressure, spins right, buys a little extra time, and then smartly just throws it away, except it was picked off. He wanted to throw it out of bounds, but he didn't throw it all the way out of bounds and intercepted.
The ruling on the field is an interception. First down, Denver.
He made the right decision and then didn't execute his decision.
Yeah, it was frustrating. I mean, I liked how we started out, but after that, there wasn't much to be excited about. We didn't get many first downs, 4 turnovers, the 3 picks, the fumble. I felt when we did make a play, whether the quarterback did, then the receiver was off. I felt we made too many mistakes, and it was frustrating 2.5 quarters.
Kyle Shanahan giving his thoughts on the offense that did score 1 touchdown early, but no points after that. 49ers got their other 2 points from a safety, but it was nice hearing Bob Fitzgerald on the call and hearing Dennis Brown and his disgust with a couple of those interceptions on the broadcast.
It's funny, Fitz's disgust in the pick sounded a little bit like an NBA ref thing. And no call on Curry. Yeah. Well, those are pretty good. Yeah, those backup quarterbacks were terrible against not even the starters, too. So that was pretty bummy, as were the Giants on Saturday and Sunday. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Marcus's bums are in the books. Time for me to bring everybody up, to lift you up where you belong. Shout out Joe Cocker and Jennifer Warren's Officer and a Gentleman. Young Tone, you have not seen An Officer and a Gentleman, have you?
No, I don't think so.
Great flick. Richard Gere, Deborah Winger, tremendous. Lou Gossett Jr. won an Oscar for that bad boy. Anyway, we're going to lift you up where you belong, as they sang in the movie. And here's the deal. I had Hum Baby assignment this week, and I'm like, well, I got to pick a 49er, right? And I was like, well, which one? Seb Valdez made a little bit of a move, but not really Hum Baby, Chase Lucas had a pass breakup and a safety. All right, he made, Mac Jones, first drive. I don't know. Yeah, I know.
Mac Jones.
So I kind of moved on from
Jones.
that. Friday night, Kaiwei Tang.
Okay.
First win, but no, I'm not. No. Brian Wu. Did you see what Brian Wu's doing in Seattle? He did it again. 6 innings. He went at least 6 innings with fewer than 2 walks. He now has a streak. I think it's 23 or 24. It's the longest streak of 6 innings or more with 2 or fewer walks since, ready? Juan frickin' Marichal, dude.
Damn,
in
Brian
the
Wu.
60s, yes.
Damn.
Brian Wu, the Dominican, the Alameda dandy.
Yeah, and I know that Mr. Wu listens to the show, so I want to thank the entire Wu family, because yesterday I parlayed Brian Wu and Mackenzie Gore strikeouts to hit over, and they both hit.
Good pick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wu.
And also, Bryce Eldridge was a candidate to be a Hum Baby because he hit a 3-run hike. He just continues to hit homers. But I decided all those are just honorable mention. And I said, I know it's very, very difficult, especially for me, having been there on Sunday, to make anything Giant from Sunday a Hum Baby. But we have to honor history. And so that's the only thing Hum Baby-ish from the weekend. In the first inning, Justin Verlander struck out Nathaniel Lowe on a 95.2 mile-an-hour fastball, a foul tip into Pat Bailey's glove. It was the 3,500th strikeout of his career, a number only 9 other pitchers in Major League Baseball history have reached. Now, he didn't pass anyone on the streak. He's still just a couple behind Walter Johnson. He's breathing down the big train's neck. Maybe the next 2 starts he can get there. And Verlander was kind enough to stop and tip his cap. So a little history here. Hum Baby number 1.
Here it is. Swing and a miss. High fastball, and he tried to check his swing, but it was too late. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a slider. Dave, our countdown to historic strikeout 3,500. Where are we now?
3,400
Verlander, one strike away from 3,500 lifetime. He throws. He struck him out swinging. Fastball to the outside at 95. So a milestone achievement for Justin Verlander, the 10th pitcher in Major League history with 3,500 strikeouts. And the fans who realize that give him a standing ovation as he walks off the field. And he expresses his appreciation in turn as he doffs his cap.
I was happy to get there, happy to have the moment with the fans. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool milestone, and something that I really appreciate that what's taken to get there.
Yeah, so that's a hum baby. I'm going to give it to you. By the way, for the record, he has 3,503 strikeouts. Walter frickin' Johnson, who, by the way, I read a big Jason Stark breakdown of Paul Skeens. Skeens is truly doing historic stuff right now in his first 47 starts with an ERA in the ones. Yep. Really, the only comp statistically is Walter Johnson.
Wow.
Yeah, 100 years ago.
That's a hell of a comp.
110 years ago. In
Walter
some way,
Johnson.
and in some ways, Skeens is a big train. Pitch. Don't miss the big train. It's leaving the station.
Choo-choo,
leaving the station.
Choo-choo.
You can get a bet on this one. It's an overnighter.
Here comes the
a
high
Pullman
cheddar.
Train. Anyway, Walter Johnson's at 35.09. So Verlander's only 6 behind, tying him, 7 to pass him. So I would imagine, given even though the dreadfulness of this season right now, he could pass Walter Johnson.
Yeah, he's going to keep moving up that list.
Now, Gaylord Perry's next. Shout out the statue on 2nd and King. He's at 35-34, so he's 31 behind Gaylord. I don't know if he can get 32 strikeouts in the next, next 5 starts, something like that. That's kind of a big ask.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think that's possible.
If he
that'd be
does.
around 6-ish strikeouts per outing?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
It's on the tape. That way he would go finishing this season. I don't know if he pitches next year. Does Verlander pitch next year?
That's the big question. Because before the season started, Justin Verlander told the beat writers that he wanted to pitch until he was 45 years old.
All right.
And we've seen him still get up to 98 miles per hour this year, so we know that he still has gas in the tank. I just have the questions about whether or not it's going to be with the San Francisco Giants or not. I'm guessing most likely not. I think he moves on next year.
By the way, after the Abrams homer, he threw a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. He was pissed yesterday. So anyway, he's 10th all-time. He's got a real good chance to pass Walter Johnson in the next start or two to get to 9th, and maybe a chance to pass Gaylord Perry on 8th for 8th place, which would put him behind number 7, Don frickin' Sutton, dude. Damn. Don Sutton. You want to talk about a guy? There's 2 guys on this list in the top 7 that you're like, wait, what? Don Sutton's one of them, and Bert Blyleven, number 5. Wow. Like, dude, Blyleven racked up some Ks with that hook of his.
Yeah,
man.
if you're top 10, yeah.
Exactly. Top 5.
Yeah, top 5.
All right, so that's Hum Baby number 1. Hum Baby number 2, I mean, I don't know. There's some. I'll be honest with you guys. I was not going to make this a Hum Baby because I was trying to be like, well, we're past the point of saying, like, when a woman does something, it's a record. No, we're all human beings, male, female, whatever. And so when Jen Powell became the first Major League female umpire, I was like, well, we've had NFL female officials. We've had NBA female officials. So I was like, well, welcome, Jen, but we don't have to make a huge deal out of it because, you're just you're doing your thing. But it turned out to be kind of a big deal. So I'm making it a Hum Baby. Why not? Why not? Why not? It is the first in the traditionally salty sport of baseball where they let a woman umpire a Major League Baseball game. So congratulations to Jen Powell. She was a softball star at Hofstra who started her umping career. She went to the academy in 2016, started doing minor leagues in 2017, just kept moving up. And so she got the call for the Marlins Braves series in Atlanta on Saturday. She did the bases, and then Sunday she got the biggie. She got home plate, and yes, insert joke here. First pitch of the game, inside off the plate, she called it a strike. And so she's busted. But her grade for the rest of the game was pretty good. So good for her. Barrier broken and pretty much well received by all of baseball. So shout out Jen Powell, Hum Baby number 2.
And here we go. Joey Wentz likes that first call from Jim Powell. Yep, they are going to authenticate it. And Jim Powell will forever get to keep that ball. Yes! There it is. Some frozen pizza. Jim Powell punching out Stowers to end the top of the 5th.
The dream actually came true today, and I'm still living in it, and I'm just so grateful to my family, to Major League Baseball for just creating such an amazing work environment, to the umpires that I work with, who we have just amazing camaraderie, and we're having fun out there. We're working hard, but we're having fun, and I'm just so thankful.
This is one of the proudest moments I've been part of in all my career. I mean, I've been blessed with working playoffs. I've worked 2 World Series, All-Star games, and this one is right up there with and my family coming out and watching and all that. But this is up there. Like, it gives me chills just like even thinking about it. And the magnitude, I was just sitting here going, like, it just kind of just hit me just now, like the magnitude of this whole thing and how hard she's worked. And I have a daughter, and she was so excited to meet Jen, and this is just a great role model and for girls and women out there, and I am so proud of her. And when Rich Rieker told me a couple weeks ago, I could not wait for this day. It was like just dragging. So this is a special moment.
Yeah, Chris Guccione, Major League Ump, with extensive words of praise for Jen Powell, welcoming her to the umpire. Well, to the umpire. I was going to say fraternity, but it's not a fraternity.
No.
It's a group.
Yeah.
I don't know what the heck it is.
It's it's a cool story regardless. And actually, when I saw this, I was a bit surprised that it had not already happened. Like, to your point, we're like at the point where like, all right, girls can obviously do anything. Women can do anything. I'm surprised there hasn't been an umpire before this.
Right. So congrats to Jen Powell. You made a hum baby on a light weekend for sure. Thank you for giving us something to smile about. And then finally, hum baby number 3. Wow. Am I putting a preseason NFL kicker on the hum baby list?
Oh, man.
Am I taking a 6th-round draft pick from the University of Arkansas? Woo, pig, suey, for the Jacksonville frickin' Jaguars, dude, on the hum baby list? Yes, I am. Because 21-year-old Cam Little kicked a 70-yard field goal as time expired in the first half of Jacksonville's preseason game against the Pittsburgh Steelers in Florida. It would have been easily an NFL record in a regular season game, but records don't count in preseason. Still, it cleared with a few yards to spare and would have dusted the all-time record. Do you know the current record?
I want to say
I did not.
Justin Tucker.
Very good.
Because I
Very
know,
good.
I think he broke Sebastian Janikowski's record, and Jano had 165, so I want to say Tucker's probably 66, 67.
Dude, you go ahead and cash in your prize pick.
Dude,
66-yarder.
I know kickers.
In 2021 indoors at Ford Field. Now, me, again, 20th century stand-up, I want to give you an officer and a gentleman. For a long time, for decades, our generation was raised on Tom Dempsey, who was a New Orleans Saints kicker who was born with, ready for this, half a foot.
How about that, Tony?
So he had a block for the front of his shoe was a squared off block. And he kicked a 63-yarder back in like the late 60s, early 70s. And it was like considered one of the Guinness Book of World Records, like 8 wonders of the world. Tom Dempsey. It held for decades, dude. So, and we all read about it. We were all like, look at his foot, man.
I'm surprised more people didn't try to like emulate him.
Well, dude, we were like in school, you're in 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, looking at that book in the library, like, what's up with that shoe?
Now,
Man, it's like a square. It's like, what's going on?
Now, I'll riff with Tony because I still don't think you've seen Happy Gilmore 2, but
No, I haven't.
spoiler alert, one of
Darn
the
it.
plot lines is the new competing golf league. They do this like weird surgery to like snip a ligament in your hip so that you get like more torque and you can hit the ball further than Happy Gilmore.
Okay.
I'm surprised more people weren't chopping off half their foot so they can get 63-yarders back in the day.
I mean, it was a thought, perhaps. By the way, insert Jake Moody joke here.
Oh, yeah.
Hum baby Cam Little here, yeah.
This kid can really drill the ball.
Holy smokes. They got a shot.
He just kicked a 70-yard field goal. Are you kidding me?
Crazy.
I've never seen that. The NFL record. Because it's preseason. But that's a Sports Center highlight. 70 yards. I've never even seen a 70-yard field goal attempt.
Was there ever a doubt?
Can't lie, there was probably a little bit of doubt, but I mean, we'd attempted a lot of long field goals in training camp. Found the opportunity a couple times to hit some 60, probably 65 pluses before, and so, I really wanted to just go out there and see what it would do. I mean, we, kind of in range, I guess you could say, and so wanted to go out there and see what we could do, and ended up going over the upright, so it was pretty cool.
Look at that, man. Again, as somebody said on Twitter this week, and I laughed, they said, we're out here sweating Jake Moody 40-yarders. And Cam Little's out here kicking 70-yarders.
And you're telling me he got drafted in the 6th round?
The 6th round.
Not the 3rd round.
That's interesting.
Yeah, interesting. You said it all there, buddy. So there you go, Cam Little, 21-year-old kid. I looked up his bio, man. The picture of him, he looks like his high school senior portrait. So way to go, Cam Little, 70-yarder, breaking barrier. It was a barrier-breaking hum baby list. Jen Powell, Cam Little, and Justin Verlander. A lot of history in the hum babies. So there you go. We did it. The tradition is in. Bum babies and hum babies. Everybody feels good. Your gas tank is full of knowledge, and now we soldier on. Mike Krukow at 7:30 on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, bright and early on a Monday morning, we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz, our tax attorney. Good morning, Steve. You want to talk to the people about what to do when they can't pay their taxes.
Well, I know people get frustrated and they get scared and they worry. They say, there's no way in the world they can pay these taxes. What are they going to do? Folks, there's a way out for so many of you. They're good solutions. We're familiar with all of them. There's all kinds of programs, all types of things. The bill that you receive might not even be right. That happens all the time, especially if you don't file the returns. The government makes up punishment returns called SFRs, substitute for returns. Also, we can make all types of deals for you. That's why so many years ago I took that in our phone number. That's what we want to do. We want to make a deal for you. And most importantly, we want to give you your life back. This is normal. It's human. We hear you. Just call us. We explain everything to you first. And then if you want us to, we do everything for you so you don't have to deal with the government. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
There he is. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Giants have only 3 hits. The pitch, swing, and he pops it up. Coming down the line from first to help out is Lowe, and he crashes into the catcher in foul ground. One of them caught it, and the game is over. That is how this rather forgettable game, at least if you're a Giants fan, has ended.
Could have said it any better. John Miller, the Murphy family, was out there bored off our rear ends, hemorrhaging cash and bored. Is that a ticket to building a fan base?
Oh, it's not a great combination.
Hemorrhaging cash and bored. Come on, man. Come on, Giants. You got to fight for that inch. Can you move a runner over? Can you not hang an 0-2 breaking ball to James Wood when first base is open and he's their best hitter? Just losing baseball all around, non-competitive at bats. Really, the only thing that's going to save my sanity right now is I'm going to the U.S. Amateur Golf Championship at Olympic Club today.
Look at you.
That's like a half a mile from us right here. We have passes. We have tickets. I just sent you yours.
Ooh, look who got invited to a golf event.
Here's the best part is a guy wrote in 4 and says, Murph, you look like you're dressed for the USAM today. Are you going? Because the guy's obviously watching on YouTube, or gal is watching on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter. Hi.
Hello.
I said, well, yes, I am going. But how is my fit today different than any other day? That's my question. Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's pretty similar to what you wear on a regular basis.
They could text in January, February. Murph, you look like you're going to the USAM today. Yeah, it's February. Murph, you look like you're going to the USAM today. Yeah, it's October.
Yeah.
Murph, you look like you're going to the USAM today. Yeah, it's January. I mean, so yes, I am going. And by the way, just on a personal note, I want to shout out everybody go cheer for Niall Shields Donegan. So our great friend Lawrence Donegan, who's been on our show before years ago, He's been one of my great pals for 25 years. Knew him and his wife, Maggie, before they even had the young lad, Niall. We've raised Niall up. He's a product of Mill Valley Muni. Mill Valley's 9-hole golf course, Mill Valley Golf Club.
I'll see you at Mill Valley Muni.
That's what Tim Ryan called it, Mill Valley Muni.
Mill Valley Muni.
We have a little 9-holer over there, and this kid has now become an absolute stud. He's achieved so much in great amateur championships in Europe and in the United States. He's in the field. He made the USAM field. I'm going to go catch his back 9 today, because he goes off at 8:12 from the on the lake course. So should be fun. And I don't know if they are serving the burger dogs.
Ooh, that's the key.
I hope they are, but we do have some controversial takes on the burger dogs in the cooler of content.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Yeah.
Murph might lose it. You thought Murph was mad about the Giants. Wait till you hear this guy's review of the burger dogs.
Well, I mean, I think as the great Jim Harbaugh would say, I think he might just be trying to provoke.
Yes.
Yeah.
And more specifically, he's trying to provoke you.
Well, and you.
Yeah, me too. And young Tony.
You
He's
guys,
provoking all of us.
I'm not the guy who last time I sat down to eat one said, "Can I have more?"
Yeah, exactly.
Please, sir, can I have some more?
Please,
right?
Mr. Oliver Twist behind the board.
Young Tony, what would you think of some guy kiting in from out of town, eating a burger dog on the USGA's social media feed and going, "Yeah, it's okay."
Yeah, guy doesn't know ball. I deserve his spot. Like, what are we doing here, bro? Like, read the room.
Does not know ball.
How about just read the room? You don't even he goes, it's this guy, we found out his name is Stuart Hagestead, and I'll be openly giving him some Noonan in his backswing today. Noonan!
I'll be out there with my air horn like it's
He goes, I feel like
Jackass.
if I say something, I feel like if I say something bad, it'd be sacrilege, but it's not that good. I'm like, you know what, bro?
Dude, he's giving a breakdown. It's like, yeah, it's more burger than dog.
Yeah, it's like, you know what?
No S, Sherlock. It's a hamburger.
May the shanks be with you, my friend. All right,
yeah,
dude?
I hope you got the yips today.
All right, so listen, who had the yips? The Giants had the yips. So, I mean, honestly, you were at Outside Land Saturday. You probably checked your phone on occasion.
Yeah, I tried not to too often, to be honest.
I know, but once you saw that they had lost on Saturday, was your reaction just a shrug and a laugh? I mean, you were having beers. You were watching Tyler, the Creator. You were not in a headspace to care about the Giants. But just, I mean, you had to snort a little bit like, are you kidding me? They just lost to the Nats?
I can tell you, as I was double-fisting beers watching Ludacris, I thought to myself, did the Giants really just lose to the Nationals? Murph, this is Ludacris. 808 KNBR. I'll be here all week with my dad jokes. But yeah, it was disappointing, of course. It's like one of those situations you get in with your parents. Like, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Like, maybe I should be more upset, but I'm also disappointed because it feels like you've been let down by this team a bunch, especially over the last 2 months.
I said on Friday they had to sweep. And I said a 2 out of 3 was like a C-, D+. Well, then what's losing 2 out of 3? It's an F.
F.
It is. It's an
failure.
F. I mean, do you even want to play the game that they're 4 out in the wild card?
No,
Are you kidding?
I don't want to play that game because what suggests that they are going to turn it around against a team like the San Diego Padres? Like, if you can't beat bad teams, what's going to make me believe that you have a chance against the Padres today, who have been playing the polar opposite of the Giants? I know a lot of people were talking about whether or not the Padres would have a second half of the season collapse. The Giants are 7-14 since All-Star break. Since the All-Star break, the San Diego Padres are 14-8. So you can flip that record around. The Padres are playing much, much better baseball than the Giants right now.
Yeah, so the whole thing is, and Buster just must be like, he traded for Rafi Devers. This season, I started to think this morning, I was brushing my teeth, like this season will be remembered as the season he made the big move for Devers, and it just imploded. It just blew up in his face. And I can't be mad. Like, I get, comments suck, right? I'm getting these comments. Oh, don't you want Farhan and Gabe now? Don't you want Farhan and Gabe now? No. And Buster Posey did something more bold and brassy than those guys ever did. And look what happened. This is how he got repaid.
And as bad as this team has been, as we're sitting here talking about them losing 10 out of their last 11 home games, guess what happened at the ballpark yesterday? Another sellout crowd. 40,000 on a Sunday. And we've talked about these attendance numbers all season long. And look, I know diehard fans don't want to hear about the bottom line and about how baseball is a business and how they're trying to make money. But financially, they have been successful this year just getting fans out to the ballpark because there was excitement around this team this year. But now it feels like some of that fanfare and some of that excitement is starting to slip away with the product of baseball that they're consistently putting out there. And if they continue on this trend, guess what? Some of those sellout numbers are going to disappear, and people are just going to stop caring at some point, Murph.
So they're averaging 36.3 a game this year. And in 2023, which was kind of the Farhan Gabe year, they averaged, ready? God, I got to scroll down. 30.8. So they're averaging 6,000 fans more.
Yeah.
Now, so
and we've gone through the numbers. This is the most sellouts they've had in a season since 2018. So the numbers are there, but they're not putting out the product that the fans want to see right now.
Mike Krukow next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back with Prize Picks because football season is back, and so is Prize Picks. We got preseason football underway, and college football is here. So don't miss any of the action this season on Prize Picks. And I told you guys all year last year, I love throwing down some action on college football, on professional football, but also some professional baseball. And the Giants are in action today against the Padres. I told you I was able to cash in yesterday with Mackenzie Gore and Brian Wu, both eclipsing their total with more strikeouts than what Prize Picks had listed. So I'm going to keep going on the strikeout train today, and I'll take my guy Logan Webb to have more than 5 strikeouts against the San Diego Padres, coming off the back-to-back outings where he had 11 strikeouts and 10 strikeouts. We've seen the evolution of Logan Webb's game, so why not cash in on Prize Picks right now by downloading the Prize Pick app and using the code word LEADER, and you will get $50 instantly in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in your lineup after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Krug right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
It was a great Shaka Khan and Rufus who said, "Tell me something good." We're going to have Mike Kruko tell us something good. The Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly on the UMA guest line. Mike Kruko. Mike, tell us something good. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, well, something good. They don't have to face Mackenzie Gore today. How's that?
That's good. That's good. Well, or just any lefty, right? Although I think the Padres are throwing a lefty Tuesday, Mike.
I can't even explain why they don't hit lefties. I don't. I thought at the start of the year with Ramos and Adames and Chapman and Flores and Schmidt and Herrera Encarnacion, I thought that was going to be one of their strengths. And instead, every time you see a lefty, you just kind of cringe, especially if it's a softball and lefty. And, coming into yesterday's game, Mackenzie Gore, his previous 3 starts, he'd pitched 15 innings. He'd given up 23 runs. He was getting torched. And yesterday, he put on a clinic. I mean, he was brilliant. And they never got a guy to second base. I mean, how dominant is that? I mean, he threw the 6 innings and turned it over the bullpen, and they picked up right where he left off. And it was just a complete scientific whooping.
I mean, you said you can't explain it, and I know. So, but just for baseball talk, you've been around the game a long, long time. Your friend Jim Cott, he was a lefty. We saw Woody, Kirk Reeder, do his thing. I don't know. Is there something about the way it comes out of the hand that's confounding the right-handed hitters? Is there something about their approach? Is there something mental? If you had to try to explain it, with all those capable right-handed hitters, what's any possible logical baseball explanation?
Well, there may be 1 or 2 guys that can't see it out of the hand. That happens every game. I mean, I don't care who's pitching at the big league level. Somebody in the lineup is going to have a hard time seeing it out of that guy's hand. But to have the entire team go stale, game after game after game, that's difficult to explain. The only thing that I can think of is that there's just not enough discipline to approach. Because when you have a soft throwing guy, the first thing you say is, I don't want to try and pull him. If you try and pull him, you're kind of playing into his hands. He turns the ball over, a little leaky move that kind of runs away from you, a little sink on it, and you hit a nice ground ball to shortstop. Whereas if you go up there thinking, as a right-handed hitter against a left-handed pitcher, that I'm going to go to the opposite gap. I'm going to think right center. and then stay on right center with the idea you're going to hit the fastball to right center. So if he throws that little leaky tail away fastball, it's going to be on the outer part of the plate. You're going to be in position to take advantage of it. And if he throws something soft, well, then, he speeds your bat up. And because you're thinking the opposite field in a fastball, you're in position to hit the off-speed pitch. I talked with it, prior to the game on Sunday with Casey Schmidt. He says, I look up the middle. He says, I've always heard, go the opposite gap. For me, it's look up the middle. And he says, because I don't like to be late on a fastball. And if I'm in the middle, this kind of squares me there. So, but, that's still approach. He's got an idea. But I just don't know if there's enough commitment up and down the lineup to the approach because they're just going down the same way. And there's a lot of guys who are off speed or off balance, I should say, to the off speed pitch from the left-handed hitter or pitcher rather. Anyway, it's just kind of hard to watch, and it's kind of hard to go through if you're a player.
The Giants were out-hit yesterday by the Nationals 17-3, and the Nationals put up 8 runs after Justin Verlander started the game by striking out the side to reach a career milestone. Mike, before we get into the Nationals' offense having success, just want to get your thoughts on the historical significance of Justin Verlander becoming the 10th pitcher in Major League Baseball history to reach 35,000 strikeouts, 3,500, excuse me.
Yeah, it was really cool. And the only way that happens is you have to be blessed with talent. You got to be blessed with health. You have to have a good brain because in 20 years that he's been going out there, he's changed. You have to adjust to the changes that you have as a pitcher in regards to stuff, and you still are getting people out, still striking them out. So he goes out there and he sets all the drama aside, strikes out the side in the first inning. Mission accomplished. And, the other thing that we did to try and exaggerate as to how cool this is, if you go to Baseball Reference, every player has a number when they come into the big leagues for the first time. And Drew Gilbert, he just got, he had his debut on Friday. I think he was number 23,556. Well, that's 23,556 guys, of which there's a list, and there's 10 guys on it that have had an accomplishment with strikeouts, and that's remarkable. And not only that, but he's going to go past Walter Johnson here, short. I think he's 6 away from Walter Johnson. He's going to climb the ladder. It just tells you everything you need to know about the guy. You got to be one tough son of a gun to last that long and still have stuff that strikes out big league hitters. So a major tip of the cap to Justin Verlander.
Yeah, as you said, it's more. You guys said it on the postgame, more rare than a perfect game to be on that list. So it really truly was, and that was honestly the highlight. And Lucille taking down the crazy crab in the wrestling move. Those were the 2 highlights yesterday. Mike, it's funny, they big crowds, man, and Bob Melvin mentioned it, 40,000. We just did the attendance numbers from 2 years ago. They were averaging 30,000 a game. Now they're averaging 36,000 a game. There's been a response to, Buster taking over the team and Adames and Devers and all that. So from your perspective, as a guy who played at Candlestick in front of huge crowds and seen this park so lit up, how frustrated, that added level of frustration for you to know that the fans are just out there dying for something to happen and then they struck out 15 times.
It's 100%. You're aware of a large crowd. That's the joy of it. And it didn't happen that much at Candlestick. Yeah. And there were nights where, you'd have 2,500 people in the stands, and you in your mind had to trick yourself thinking, just close your eyes and listen to the crowd. Now, I got to tell you, 2,500 people at Candlestick could sound like 25,000.
True story.
They were remarkable.
They're good.
But, when you had the gates open up and the place fill up, you were completely aware of it. It was like showtime. It was like game of the week. And if you were pitching in it or playing in it, you felt a responsibility to deliver. There's a lot of anticipation in there. And Herman Franks, who was my first manager in it, and he saw the game in so many great ways. And one of them was the responsibility you had as a player to have a relationship with the fans and a relationship with the media. He says, because there are two most precious assets. Because when you have a large crowd and you play great baseball, that large crowd goes out and they become ambassadors for your team and for the game. And you have to be aware of that. So when the gates open and the crowds come in and the park fills up, you need to be playing your best. You need to deliver for those fans. And I think that's one feeling that every big leaguer has. You're aware of it. And you really, it's one thing that when the doors opened in 2000 at Pac-Bell Park, we saw enormous crowds, and the vibe was always just so cool. It was, and as it's evolved into these last 25 and a half years, it's become a family reunion because so many people come back and so many people know fans that are around them watching the game, and it's just the coolest vibe. And you never take that for granted, and you always want to deliver for them. And when you don't, it's awful. It's as quiet as it can possibly be in that clubhouse after the game, because you lost the game, of course, but you disappointed a lot of people, and that's a frustrating thing for a player, because a player's an entertainer, and when you fail to entertain, you just feel like you let a lot of people down.
Yeah, Mike, and I would expect 2 or 3 more big crowds this week with the San Diego Padres coming to town. Logan Webb and Robbie Ray lined up to pitch the next couple of days, but what do you tell this fan base who has just watched this team lose 10 out of their last 11 home games? I mean, looking at the record since the All-Star break, they're 7-14. The Padres are 14-8 since the All-Star break. But if you want to look at the standings, the Giants are still 4 games back of the wild card. So what do you want to see from the Giants against the Padres to turn around this homestand?
Play good baseball. I mean, this is a fan base that is very forgiving, and they love this team, and they love what has happened to this team. They love the improvements. They see where this team is going. And there's still a lot of youth on this Giants team that has to develop. And for the most part, the transition of a lot of these young players coming up out of the minor leagues are starting to hit the comfort zone, and they're starting to make contribution. We see it in the rotation, we see it in the bullpen, and now we're seeing it on the field. So this fan base will be patient, but you have to play good baseball. You cannot beat yourself up mentally by mental mistakes. That can't happen, because again, our fans know this game. They know good baseball when they see it. They appreciate it. They applaud it. And when you're out there and you're making mental mistakes and you're failing to make adjustments and play the game correctly and not getting some of the fundamentals down, then they lose patience. So you want to light this crowd up, play good baseball. Look, the game on Saturday over the weekend where they lost 4-2, that was a good baseball game. They created opportunity. They couldn't get opportunity, but they played good baseball. Well, that crowd left, and they were disappointed that the Giants didn't win, but they left with a good taste of baseball in their mouth. They didn't have that yesterday. Yesterday was just ugly, and I'm not saying they played dumb baseball or they made a lot of mental mistakes. They did. They just got buzzsawed by a great pitcher, and things just kind of steamrolled against them. But I say to a team, when you have crowds coming for the rest of the season, just play good baseball.
Mike, just kind of circling back before I let you go, just on a couple of sort of X's and O's stuff. They called up Drew Gilbert. Congrats to the young man and all that. But it was a little head scratcher to me because he's essentially the same person as Grant McCray, a left-handed hitting young right fielder who needs reps. So Grant and Melvin addressed it and said Grant's aware of it. They didn't call up Matos, who's a right-handed hitting guy. Now, Matos hit a couple homers over the weekend. I don't know your view of how they're going to juggle this Gilbert-McCray thing, because in my opinion, I guess one of them should go to Sacramento and get reps instead of having both of them here. Do you think that's temporary or what?
Well, I mean, everything in the game is temporary, but I think this is what you're going to see here for the majority of time remaining. I think you're going to see that the Giants give this kid a chance to play. They want to see what they have. I mean, this was a big deal. I mean, he was the number one guy in a trade where they did really well with talent. What Tyler Rogers got from the Mets, that's a lot. So, this guy's got credentials. I mean, he's done well everywhere he's been, a first-round pick. He's got all the tools. He's got a great arm. He's fast. So they want to see what he can do. So I think he's going to get the majority of the playing time right now.
So, and I guess Melvin said Grant's well over that. And I just want to circle back to what you said at the start of the interview about discipline and approach. I noticed when Christian Koss got up on Saturday, the first thing he did was serve one up into right field. And it was just such a great disciplined, I was like, it stuck out to me because it was a different approach. Is that what you're talking about? Like Koss might have one of the better approaches on the team?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. He realized where the opportunity was. It wasn't to the left side of the field. And he also realized that the best pitch to hit in the at-bat had been the first pitch strike. That's the pitch you're going to see in the biggest part of the strike zone. And he went up there with a plan to hit the opposite gap, and that's exactly what he did in the first pitch. And, here's a guy that played a long time in the minor leagues before he got to the big league level. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Since he's been here, he showed everybody that he worked his butt off, and he became a good professional player. And that was one of the highlights of the day. And we all just thought that was the highlight of the day. And everybody in the stands gave him a nice applause because of it. And it's a great example of our fan base. They know exactly what this kid's been through, and they know exactly what type of player he is. And they appreciate smart baseball, and that's exactly what that was. Hey, by the way, there's an issue with our feed right now. I'm hearing a major echo when I'm talking to you, and it's distracting.
It's a perfect chance for you to leave then. So we're going to let you go, Mike. We appreciate your time.
Well,
Sorry.
I should have said this 8 minutes ago.
Oh, no. I should have said it right at the start, right?
Hey, good
on
morning.
The first question. All right. No more feedback. Go have a great Monday. Have a great call, and we'll talk to you Wednesday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow fought through the feedback harder than the Giants did in their at-bats, and I think he's 100% right. The discipline of the approach, he called it out. Like I noticed when Christian Koss got up there and served that single up to right field, it stuck. It was like neon orange, like different approach than the other guys who are trying to. And, is that on Pat Burrell? Is that on Bob Melvin? Is that on the players? Is it on a combination of all those guys? Ultimately it's the players. I think Willie Adames and Christian, Matt Chapman and guys like that know what they're supposed to do. They're just not doing it. I definitely see them. Willie likes to go to right center a lot. Chapman's in a bad way right now. He's in a really bad way, and he's not trying to go the other way. He needs to shorten up and do less.
But think about what you just said. Willie does a nice job going the other way. Not for the first 2-3 months of the season. And remember how many texts we'd get each and every day. Oh, Willie's got a bad approach. The approach is bad. But nobody's complaining about that approach now that Willie Adames is swinging a better bat. So we've had this discussion, feels like a million times this season. Is it the chef? Is it the ingredients? Is it the restaurant? What's the problem? At the end of the day, you have to be able to go out there and execute because the numbers are going on the back of your baseball card. So, yes, you can look for some accountability of Bob Melvin and Pat the Bat, but when they're successful, nobody talks about their approach. When they're struggling, everybody wants to talk about their approach.
Yeah, so, it was a bad approach. Listen, Gore was good, but the approach was terrible. Nobody, and by the way, and I didn't have a chance to talk to Mike about this, and I said this in the 6 o'clock hour sitting, throw down a bunt, brother. You're not getting put bat on ball, play some small ball.
Well, that's the thing too. When you have a guy like Mackenzie Gore on the mound, who's not a soft tossing lefty, he can dial it up to high 90s. That's when you should change your approach. That's when you should shorten your swing, maybe spread out, sit down, and think about going the other way. It still amazes me watching Wilmer Flores come up to the plate. And defenses will still shift the second baseman over towards second base. I'm like, look, Wilmer Flores is going to take advantage of that every single time. But in their mind, most Major League Baseball players are not trying to go the other way because they're trying to pull the ball over the fence.
James Wood, when he knocked in that run on Saturday to make it their fourth run, he shortened on a Carson Seymour 0-2 pitch. He shortened up and served it into left center field and drove in a run. And by the way, my kid told me James Wood was on a historically bad slump prior to this series. Did you know that? Anyway, all right, Giants fans. Well, listen, it's a Monday. Nobody wants to start their day so salty like this. We can continue. We got Matt Barrows at 8:15, see what the Niners learned. We got Andy Bagley at 9:15. Heck, maybe just review. Maybe the big hit should be Tony's review of Outside Lands.
Yeah, Tony got the sweep done. He went 3 for 3.
He swept Outside Lands.
Tony got the job done.
All right, Giants fans, if you want to bitch and moan and complain and whine and KNBR Jeff Kent this thing, that's our big hit. 808 KNBR is a phone number. Let's hear from you. Because you were there out there. I was there yesterday. I spent over $160 on food and drink with a 20% season ticket holder discount. Ouch. And what did I get? Bubkus on The Sports Leader.
The rest was awful. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We got a new contest this week. We are going to qualify one person per day for 2 weeks straight in the 7 a.m. hour, and each qualifier wins a $50 Niner Team Store gift card. And if you win this thing, you get a pair of Candlestick Stadium chairs. So when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win the Team Store gift card, $50, and then you qualify for the Candlestick Stadium chairs. It's all brought to you by us, KNBR, the Sports Leader, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
All right, you've all heard the attorney ads on the radio, but if you get into an accident, there's only one call to make to the giant lawyer, Ted Ray Vaughn, right? Write it down, 415-888-1045. Once again, 415-888-1045. Ted is not a billboard lawyer, brags about million-dollar settlements from catastrophic injuries. All right, with Ted, you don't need broken bones to win big. No bones. All right, Tony, see if we can pull this off. Eddie from Hayward, rear-ended. Ted got him $100K. No catastrophic injury. Denise from Oakland, T-boned. No fractures, no bones. T-bone. Ted got her $220K. And Daniel from Fremont, no broken bones, no bones.
No bones.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. Ted got him $1.2 million. Ted's not the type to disappear after you sign. That sounded even better than I thought. He's local, he's aggressive, he's a fighter like the orange and black. This is your one shot. Don't wait. Every day could cost you money. Call 415-888-1045. Once again, 415-888-1045 or visit thegiantlawyer.com. Fast, free, confidential. What are you waiting for?
No bones. Yeah.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Verlander, one strike away from 3,500 lifetime. He throws. He struck him out swinging. Fastball to the outside at 95. So a milestone achievement for Justin Verlander, the 10th pitcher in Major League history with 3,500 strikeouts. And the fans who realize that give him a standing ovation as he walks off the field. And he expresses his appreciation in turn as he doffs his cap. Giants have only 3 hits. The pitch, swing, and he pops it up. Coming down the line from first to help out is Lowe, and he crashes into the catcher in foul ground. One of them caught it, and the game is over. That is how this rather forgettable game, at least if you're a Giants fan, has ended.
John Miller calling it all there. The only brief flicker of hope, the Justin Verlander 3,500 strikeouts. That was cool, a little baseball history. The rest sucked, absolutely sucked. And I was hoping the 49ers would do something to distract us, but they wound up playing essentially no starters in the entire game, giving us very little pick over with the depth chart. But we will pick over it with the depth chart with Matt Barrows at 8:15, which leaves us the Giants, who, on Friday when we signed off, I said, I'm going to need a sweep. We put it on social media. Saw a lot of people tell me I'm an idiot, which is, standard. Thank you very much. It's a day that ends in Y. But I said 2 out of 3, bare minimum, pass the class. They did neither. No sweep, no 2 out of 3. They lose 2 out of 3. They continue to try to tell us we are going to never seize this opportunity. We are going to turn this summer of opportunity into a summer of waste. So our only answer is to revisit Outside Lands, where young Tony went all 3 days. You went Saturday. My kid went Friday. Mm-hmm. And this is young Tony. Who do we got here, buddy?
It's your boy Bunt right here, German DJ.
How about that? Young Tony had to go to Outside Lands, Murph, to see a bunt.
That's pretty good.
Because you're not going to get one at Oracle Park.
That's pretty good. Well, listen, it's a rage-filled big hit. The Giants had an opportunity to get themselves a little momentum to please a sellout crowd and to get ready for this Padres series. Instead, they absolutely laid an egg. Struck out 15 times yesterday. Mike Krukow just said it. The disciplined approach is not there. And who that's on, you can pick your poison. Is that on Bob Melvin? Is that on Pat Burrell? Is that on the players? Is that on, I don't know. All I know is Buster said he wanted to make memories, and he's going to, unfortunately, when you say something like that, people are going to riff on you. Yeah, guess what, buddy? You're making memories.
Yeah.
The wrong kind.
It's a problem when my probably best memory from yesterday's game is going to be the luchador Lucille jumping off a ladder on top of Crazy Crab.
Yes.
That's a memory I won't forget.
That is true.
That's the memory making business, baby.
I actually think that's the best thing Lucille's ever done. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Jamie in Fair Oaks starts us off here on a rage-filled big hit. Jamie in Fair Oaks, good morning. You're on KNBR, the sports leader. How are you?
Hey, morning, Jamie.
Good. Kicked off. Our whole family was out at the park yesterday. We were celebrating our dad's 95th birthday, and it was just such a disappointing game. It's just like the players didn't even want to be there. And I'm just wondering, we keep seeing these bats where the players hit big, but has anyone considered a new hitting coach?
Well, Jamie, first of all, happy birthday to Pops. That's incredible. 95 and he was at the game?
Hell yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
Awesome. So that is a tremendous blessing that supersedes 15 strikeouts by the Giants. But yes, you are hitting on a theme that many, many Giants fans are hitting on. And for us, it's a little awkward because Pat Burrell's our friend and we have a great relationship with him, but we got to be real and call it out. Right now, the Giants' hitting approach is terrible. Is that the hitting coach's problem? Jamie, when I watch baseball through the years, every time a team fires a hitting coach, whether it's the Blue Jays or the Braves, I always say, well, there's a sacrificial lamb, because it always just seems like it's sort of window dressing, I mean, yeah, a hitting coach can help you a little bit, but it's up to you to go hit. I don't know, the Giants had Donnie Ecker in 2021, and everybody thought he changed their hitting. He turned around and got fired in Texas a couple of years ago. So Jamie, it is a possibility that they would have to make a move there for sure. And this will be another test of Buster. You know, he's only been on the job less than a year, and we don't know how he views this situation. Does he think Pat Burrell is doing the wrong things, or does he think it's on Adames and Chapman and those guys to have better approaches? So, Marcus, what do you think?
Yeah, and I'd also like to talk to Buster about this, maybe next time we have a conversation about whether or not Pat has changed his approach with the change in regime. Because everybody's like, look, they need to be better with runners in scoring position. That's something that we talked about last season before Buster took over as president of baseball operations. And then we went down to spring training, and we were standing right behind the batting cage. And there's Pat to bat. All right, 3-1 count. I want you to go right field on this one. You got a guy on third, less than one out. Put this one in the air. So, like, they're calling out situations. They're describing the approach you want to see, but that's the thing in baseball. When you have a team that's hitting well, everybody loves your hitting coach. When you're not hitting, everybody's going to blame the hitting coach. And I've used this example before. If a wide receiver drops a ball, nobody gets mad at the wide receiver coach for him dropping the ball. He ran the right route. I'm sure Pat is going up there with the same message and mindset that led to a lot of walk-off victories, that led to the 12-4 start, to led to them having the best record in spring training. But at the end of the day, it's the players who are in the batter's box who have to go out there and execute. Pat can't hold their hand with them inside the box.
Jamie, it could be that part of it is, and thanks for the call, Jamie. Happy birthday to Pops. It could be part of it is who the players they have. Now, listen, Matt Chapman, obviously, you need him in the clubhouse. You want him in the clubhouse. You need him at the hot corner. You want him at the hot corner. By the way, a symptom of how bad yesterday's game was.
Oh, dude.
He just kicked a can of corn ground ball.
I can't have Chapman booting balls.
It was just a routine ground ball. I know a ground ball is not a can of corn. I'm just trying to. What is the equivalent, by the way, of they just call it routine, don't
Yeah, just
they?
a routine.
I know. I need a better nickname. A can of beans. I don't know.
Can of beans.
I'm riffing. Anyway, it's the kind of player he is. He's not an RBI guy. I looked at his career. I think he's only driven over 80 runs once. Now, we can get into the whole analytics aspect of RBIs, but to me, you either drive the damn run in or you don't. And if your numbers aren't great, you know how many RBIs he has right now? Hitting in the middle of that lineup? He's got 44 RBIs. It's pretty low, bro.
Yeah.
It's pretty low.
I mean, Wilmer had that a couple months ago.
So, and I looked it up. He's hitting 187 with runners in scoring position. So I'm not saying it's all Matt Chapman's fault, but I'm saying it's the kind of players the Giants sign. And they signed Chapman for a reason. He's a great clubhouse guy. He's a great glove. He will hit you 20 bombs. His OPS will be a respectable number in the end of the season. But should he not be hitting in the 3, 4, 5 hole?
Yeah, but
should he be hitting in the 6 or the 7 hole?
Do they really have any other options?
Bryce Eldridge?
Like, Bryce is a guy you want to call up. I don't know if they immediately slot him in that spot, but I mean, we're talking about the same lineup that had to start the year with Jung Hoo Lee hitting in the 3 hole. And he's not a 3 hitter. I like him in the leadoff spot. We saw Wilmer Flores just limp his way back onto the field, and immediately he's hitting back in the 4 hole. So, yeah, you can say there are better options, but are there better options right now with this roster?
No.
I don't think there are. Like, if you want to move Rafael Devers down, like, I wouldn't hate seeing Jung Hoo Lee 1, Willie Adames 2, Rafael Devers to maybe lengthen out your lineup a little bit. But that still leaves you in a situation where you have to have Elliot Ramos hitting 4th, or Willie Adames hitting 4th if you want to swap those guys, or Matt Chapman, or Wilmer Flores. Those are the options you have.
Yeah, Chapman right now, 44 RBIs. He had 91 RBIs in 2019. That's the only time in his career he's ever had more than 78 RBIs. So he is definitely, he's not one of those guys. He's a strikeout guy too. He strikes out a lot. He struck out over 158 times each of the last 3 years. And Willie Adames is kind of a strikeout guy too. So part of it is who they are in terms of versus a hitting coach.
Damn. And 949 on the Golden State Lumber and Shroom text line said, Murph, Matt Chapman was out there booting a room service ground ball. I never heard that one. I like it.
Willie Adames has struck out 129 times. He has 61 ribs, so he is at least a little better than that.
Well, then I'll say this about the strikeouts. We talk about approach. We've already seen a shift in the approach of the front office when it comes to drafting and trading for prospects who are supposed to have a higher contact rate. Now, that was the deal with a guy like Drew Gilbert. We heard about his contact rate when he was playing in Syracuse with the New York Mets in AAA, and how maybe he could come up and immediately make an impact. Now, I'm not going to kill the kid in 3 games. It's a small sample size, but he went out there and he was hitless. We didn't see a lot of Grant McCray this weekend. Luis Matos was hitting home runs in Sacramento, so those are the choices that they made. But going towards that approach, at least there is like signs that they are heading in the direction where Buster Posey does emphasize more contact-first approach guys instead of just swinging for the fences in the ballpark where they don't swing for the fences too often.
Man, I agree. And like I said, Christian Koss's approach just stuck out to me so much when he got up there. I was like, oh, look at that. There's somebody who decided to go the other way. Buster Posey had a line, I think it was with Tim Kawakami interviewed when he was in a slump. He said he would try to, quote, hit foul balls into the opposing dugout. You got it? So he's in the right-handed batter's box, and his approach was foul this into the first base dugout. And by that he meant stay back, stay back, stay back, right center, right center, right center, right center, and they just do not do that. Robert in Pleasanton is next up on our rage-filled big hit here. Robert, good morning. You're on KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, morning, Robert.
Morning. Good morning, boys. So, I feel like this was really the topper for me. I mean, it was bad enough the last homestand, the 0-6, but this game yesterday, honestly, I feel like they hit rock bottom with this game. I am so sick and tired of watching these guys go out there and give so little effort. And at the same time, you've got Adames, who's Mr. Buddy-Buddy with everybody on the other team. I don't know. I'm sure, Murph, if you listened to the post game with Bill last night, he talked about that quite a bit. I mean, it's just ridiculous. These guys, they get the big contract, they make all this money, and they really couldn't care less about how they do out on the field. And honestly, as a longtime fan, it's disgusting. And yesterday's effort was an embarrassment to the team, to the fans. And honestly, it's just getting to the point of being ridiculous. I'm sick and tired of Melvin, who doesn't seem to have a clue as to what he can do. I mean, for God's sakes, why is Jung-Hoo not the leadoff hitter? Why is Elliot Ramos the leadoff batter on this team? He should be hitting third or fourth. He's got the highest average. And please, no more shots of Drew Gilbert, family. The guy came up, he had his shot. Just put him back to Richmond or San Jose or wherever he should be batting right now, because honestly, I can't take it anymore.
Robert, pretty good rant there, buddy. You know what? I missed Lasky yesterday, unfortunately. We had an event to go to, so I heard he was a little hot. I would like to, if somebody can kind of refresh me on what he did. But yeah, you know, it's funny. I mean, I feel like what you feel, and Jamie, the previous caller, said that about it felt like they didn't care. Like the walk back to from home plate to the dugout yesterday was very frustrating to watch 15 times guys walking back. Of course they care. Yeah. And of course, I don't think Adames being a friendly guy is why the Giants are 59-59. I think it's mostly what Mike said. I think they just have mostly poor. They've signed guys who don't have great two-strike approaches or great contact-first mentalities. And as Marcus said, Buster's trying to change that, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, that's a direction it seems like we're heading in. But for right now, the present, they're heading in the wrong direction. And that is a problem. And when we have callers calling in saying that this team doesn't look like they care. Now, for me, it's hard to ever say a professional athlete doesn't care about their job, unless there's someone like Anthony Rendon who's pretty public about not even wanting to be out there on the baseball field. But I don't put Anthony Rendon and Willie Adames anywhere near the same category. But when you have multiple callers texting in, calling us, saying this team just does not look interested, they don't look like they care, then that's a problem. Just from the optics on the outside looking in. Again, we're not in the clubhouse with these guys. We don't know how much they truly do care. But when the fan base is starting to recognize it, guess what? The fan base is going to stop caring at some point. And we can sit here and talk about all the sellouts this year, and they have 40,000 on Sunday. Guess what? Those 40,000 saw 3 hits and a shutout against a Washington Nationals team that is more than 20 games under 500. That's going to make fans stop caring.
You know, and I would say, too, that I say Buster's trying to change it by bringing in, Gavin Keelan or Drew Gilbert or things like that. And yet he is the one who signed Adames, who is a strikeout-heavy guy. But they didn't have a shortstop, and they needed a shortstop. Yeah. So, and Adames actually, his numbers have trended up. He's hitting 20 bombs, but man, oh, man.
And I'd say his defense, too, has gotten better.
It has a lot better. Yeah. So anyway, everybody, we're all in the same boat, man. And we know Buster has tried. He signed Adames, he traded for Devers, and this is it. Now, Bob Melvin, I don't know. At this point now, the arrow just keeps coming back to him. What does he, again, now, the same stuff we said about Pat Burrell, do you say that about Bob Melvin? But Melvin sets the tone for the team. He sets the tone for the energy. It feels a little flat out there. Dude, they've lost 10 of their last 11 home games. Brother, I mean, that in any world, that's so unacceptable. For a team that has a payroll like they have and an attendance number like they have, it's beyond unacceptable.
And for a team that has a ballpark that should give you an advantage at home. We sit here and talk about, oh, here's Logan Webb's numbers at home. Here's Landon Roop's numbers at home.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? You also have to build an offense at home that can produce some runs, that can go station to station, so you can win some of these close ball
We did the
games.
stat on Friday about their runs scored on the road versus their runs scored at home, and then we just watched another team come in here, and after they got shut out on Friday, spanked 3 home runs on Saturday and 17 hits on Sunday. And they didn't seem to be intimidated by the dimensions.
The dimensions, though, Murph. The
all
D
right,
word.
end of
Dimension.
rage-filled big hit. Let's talk 49er football. Matty Barrows, what did we learn? Is it the Sebastian Valdez Chase Lucas Bowl? Is that what we learned? Did we learn that the QB3 competition is not that cool? What did we learn? Matt Barrows from the 49ers beat, covering the team for The Athletic, next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We got a new contest this week. We are giving away a $50 Niners Team Store gift card. Shout out Matt Barrows and the Niners coming up next. We are going to qualify 10 people over the next 2 weeks to win a pair of Candlestick Stadium chairs as well. So stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10 today, you're going to win a $50 Niners Team Store gift card, and you get to qualify for those stadium chairs. Shout out Candlestick. So it's all brought to you by us here at KNBR, the Sports Leader, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Young Tony taking us out to Outside Lands where he swept. Giants were terrible, but Tony swept Outside Lands. He went Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Who do we got here, Young Tone?
This is a band called Flip Turn, right before Royal Otis, who really took over the weekend, in my opinion. This song is called August.
Flip Turn, named for Coach Candace's swim team. There you go. There you go. I wonder why she didn't go. It sounds very sort of like a little chill.
Yeah, indie vibes, yeah.
All right, yeah. A little afternoon. You're talking about time and place.
Exactly.
A little afternoon vibe here from
little
Flip Turn.
lo-fi EDM.
Right. Well, maybe you could have played it at Levi's Stadium, which seemed like a lo-fi game down there in Santa Clara. Matt Veros is here to talk about it from The Athletic. And, man, Maddie, first of all, good morning. Great to have you on the UMA guest line. Second of all, Kyle wasn't kidding when he said he valued the joint practice more than he valued the preseason game, because it seemed like anything that happened in the last 5 days with the Niners, more was gleaned on Thursday than on Saturday. That's my opening question, Maddie. How are you?
Hey, morning, Matt.
Guys, how are you? Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not sure we could glean anything from the second half of that game, just because especially on offense. I mean, if you're evaluating wide receivers, which is a big problem for the 49ers, it's hard to evaluate them when one of your quarterbacks that half has a 20 passer rating and the other one has an 18 passer rating.
I mean, honestly, listen, you're hoping Brock Purdy's your guy for 17 games, and if he's not, you're going to Mac Jones. I mean, rare do you get to QB3. So, I mean, how much time, energy, and effort should we spend analyzing it?
Well, yeah, I agree. I will note that Purdy was QB3 back in 2022 and eventually became QB1. But my point is that they really need to sort through the wide receiver room. And how do you evaluate Jordan Watkins and Robbie Chosen and all those guys when you realize that the quarterback play isn't up to par? And Carter Bradley struggled in this game, obviously, but he only arrived 10 days ago. You would expect him to struggle. So I don't know. It just seems like an odd choice to go with somebody who's brand new to the team. I'm not sure how much you can evaluate because of that.
Well, then, Matt, let's go ahead and get your evaluation on QB2. What were your thoughts on seeing Mac Jones for the first time in Kyle Shanahan's system?
Yeah, no, I thought that was a highlight for the 49ers. He threw the one interception. It was a heck of a play by the Broncos cornerback. And after the game, Shanahan said that Watkins, the rookie, ran the wrong route. So I just thought it was, Mac Jones looked like Mac Jones when he entered the league, which was a good season for him. And various things happened. He didn't look so hot in Jacksonville last year, et cetera, et cetera. But this is a good offense for him that kind of matches up well with his skill set. And again, he's throwing to Jordan Watkins and a bunch of newcomers to this offense. So, doesn't have the full complement of 49ers receivers. And by the way, he's going up against the the Broncos' first-team defense. The Broncos' defense is a good defense, number 3 in the league last year. So it was a big challenge, and I thought he handled it well.
Matt, I guess if there was, maybe the biggest positive was that the Niner defense that took the field early, I don't want to say their starting defense because I don't know how many starters there were. Maybe Jason Pinnock. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Not many.
D. Winters, maybe, yeah.
Maybe one of the rookie D tackles. I don't know. Either way, they played well against Bo Nix and Courtland Sutton and the Broncos' number 1 offense. What was your biggest takeaway from sort of that first quarter of defensive effort, Robert Saleh's debut, so to speak?
Yeah, no, I thought it was good. Robert Saleh didn't go conservative in this game. As you saw, there were a lot of blitzes, a lot of blitzes out of the slot, which I think is interesting. I mean, this has not been a team that's blitzed a lot in the past. And, that was a theme last year. What happens to the 49ers if Nick Bosa has to miss a few games? Can they do things other than what their strength is, which is just rushing 4? Can they be versatile? And I think that the 49ers are spending the offseason, the summer, working on that versatility, making sure that they're just not one note. They want that one note to be really good, but they also want to be able to do other things. And I think you saw the 49ers working on that. Chase Lucas was all over the backfield. D. Winters, Nick Martin. These are all very fast players, so they can get to the backfield quickly, and we saw that in the game. And then I thought, a couple of the young players did well. I did rewatch this game. That's the sickness that I have.
It's a deep,
and on the second
sickness,
watching,
yes.
I thought. On second watching, I thought C.J. West, who's gotten a lot of attention in recent weeks, he's one of their defensive line rookies. I thought he played well. I thought Marquise Siegel has really started to come on, and maybe just in the last 7 days or so, he's a safety. I think he's very much in the conversation for starting safety. Just covers a lot of ground, was active, was good at tackling. So I think that those are two guys to continue to watch. Hopefully Siegel, who had a knee injury, plays against the Raiders on Saturday. But, if you're a hardcore 49ers fan, the type of fan that rewatches the preseason game, maybe watch those rookies against the Raiders.
Well, Matt, speaking of injuries, there were 2 rookies who did not play this past weekend against the Denver Broncos, Michael Williams, of course, and Upton Stout. So what can you tell us about their injuries and their status for next weekend in Las Vegas?
I'll be able to tell you more after today because we'll see if Upton Stout is back. Michael Williams is not expected back. I doubt he practices this week. He hyperextended his knee during the joint practice on Thursday. It's not supposed to last more than a week. So he should be back for the finale against the Chargers. So I think 49ers fans will see him for the first time in that game. I think a lot of starters will play in that game. But Stout, I'm not sure. It was described as calf tightness. And calf, by the way, to me has become the new back injury, sort of this kind of nebulous catch-all injury. Remember last year, CMC was dealing with a calf issue that, lo and behold, turned into an Achilles issue at one point. So you always sort of raise your eyebrow when you hear calf, but I don't think that it's serious, and they're very high on Upton Stout. I think he's their top choice at nickel cornerback, although Chase Lucas, he really had a good game and may have vaulted himself onto the roster because of it.
Matt, circling back, and we're talking to Matt Barrows of The Athletic about the 49ers game. They lost to the Broncos 30-9 in a game stained by sort of Carter Bradley and Tanner Mordecai's inefficient days at quarterback. Circling back to those rookies, is it possible on your second watching of the game, did Sebastian Valdez, the Hulk, outplay the 2 drafted tackles, Collins and West?
I would say Collins for sure. Is it Hulk or Baby Hulk? I'm not
is it Baby
I'm not
Hulk?
exactly sure.
I don't know. You tell me. You're the beat guy.
Yeah, I am the beat guy. I think it is Baby Hulk. But Valdez has looked good, and he's looked good in the practices. He looked good in the scrimmage. He's active. He's strong. I think he had something like 34 bench press reps before the draft. He definitely jumped out in this game. I mean, I would put his game up against C.J. West, and the reason why West maybe didn't jump out to people on first watching, you would need that second watch, is because he was taking on double teams quite a bit and, freeing things up for the other defensive tackle. So he did a lot of the dirty work stuff, which I think is interesting for a fourth-round rookie. I mean, that just sort of underscores his strength and his ability to occupy two offensive linemen, and I think he did a good job at that. So he could end up being sort of the complementary guy. The guy that allows a Javon Hargrave, and I know Hargrave isn't on the roster anymore, but that three technique position that makes plays, and I think that's what they're envisioning for Alfred Collins. When he's healthy, Kevin Givens has good quickness. We saw it in Kalia Davis. I think it just allows that other defensive tackle to be more dynamic, to get more one-on-ones, and to make plays in the backfield.
Another undrafted rookie we saw get a lot of run this weekend was Corey Kiner. Now, we saw that the 49ers also re-signed former 49ers running back Jeff Wilson yesterday. So just tell us what you thought about Corey Kiner and where do you think he kind of fits in this RB room?
He fits in well. I mean, that'll be a big question mark for the 49ers at the end of the month when they're having trimmed the roster to 53. I think by then Isaac Guerrero and Jordan James might be back. You have to ask yourself, can we waive one of these guys and expect to get them back onto the practice squad? And the answer in recent years has been no. Teams have pilfered the 49ers cut list in late August. And last year they had Cody Schrader. You might remember him. He was an undrafted running back. Looked good in the preseason, looked good in training camp. And then the Rams took him, and apparently he had a really nice game a couple of days ago for the Rams in the preseason. So, you would think in a normal year that you could waive an undrafted guy and get him through to waivers, but with the 49ers, you can't rely on that. And Kiner, to his credit, number one, has been present. He's practiced all throughout the spring, all throughout the summer. That's rare for a 49ers running back. He runs hard, and he's got some good skills as a pass catcher. So he's sort of the Jordan Mason this year of that group. But I also think that if they waive Jordan James, there's no way that he makes it through waivers. So it's a question mark. It might depend on how quickly Jordan James gets back.
Matt, did you guys noted in your social media that Drew Rosenhaus was at the game? He's Jawan Jennings' agent. And I know, it was not an offensive showcase designed to highlight Jennings' replacements, but I guess my question is, did the putrid performance by the offense enhance Jawan Jennings' contract talks?
I don't think that Jawan Jennings' contract talks need any enhancement. Or I should rephrase that. I think Jawan Jennings has an excellent argument as is, because they're going through these practices with Ricky Pearsall and Demarcus Robinson as their top wide receivers, which is fine, which is good. But Demarcus Robinson probably is going to be suspended, and it might be for 3 games to start the season. You're probably going to be without Brandon Ayuk for 3 games to start the season. That makes for a very, very light wide receiver room with not a lot of pulse on the ball. And Jawan Jennings provides pelts. And, I think that the 49ers have sort of backed themselves into this corner, given the deals that they've doled out to wide receivers in previous years. And, Jawan Jennings has the better bargaining position right now, just given the depth or lack thereof of that wide receiver room.
All right, Maddie. So Saturday in Vegas, 1 o'clock. Are we anticipating? I mean, I know you guys haven't talked to Shanahan yet this week, but I'm just guessing. My gut instinct tells me you might see some Brock Purdy Saturday.
Yeah, I don't know. I forget what they did last year in the second game. The third game is usually the one where they use the starters the most. So I'm not sure. If you have Brock Purdy back there, you got to put Trent Williams back there. So that might be dependent on that and how many starters they want to put into that game.
All right, I was thinking. So when I did the beat, there were 4 preseason games, and the third one was the target. But now that there's 3 preseason games, I guess I just did the math and thought the second one was the target. But you're saying it's the third and final one that you're probably targeting against the Chargers on the 23rd?
I think so. I think
All
that's
right.
what they did last year.
All
But
right.
you're right. It's a brave new world, Murph. Outside lands.
Yeah. Did you
all
make
that
did you
stuff.
make it to Outside Lands on Sunday?
I did not. I did not. I
got
was
rewatching the damn.
Levi's.
You were rewatching the damn game, is what you were doing. What was your favorite
I was
play?
outside my mind.
What was
watching
your
the second half? Of
What was
that
your
game.
favorite play in the rewatch? Give me one favorite play. Come on.
Well, really liked Marquis Siegel. I thought
All
that he was like a heat-seeking missile back there.
You know what? I'm going to give you one, and you have him on your cut list. You and Vic Tafer did a 53-man roster. Junior Bergen's punt return, and you guys are having
That
him off.
was sweet.
You guys have him off the 53-man.
Yeah, that was me. I argued him off it because we needed an extra something. I figured that you can easily get a punt returner onto your practice squad. That no one's gonna pick up a punt returner and put them on the active roster if he wasn't part of your training camp. But I'm probably wrong on this, and we're gonna probably do another 53-man later in August that will remedy. Please, Murph, send me your notes and your critiques, and we'll get them into the.
Well, first I got to figure out. First, I got to figure out if he's the Hulk or the Baby Hulk. All right, then I'll get my notes ready. All right. And by the way, insert Jake Moody joke here on the 70-yard kick by Cam Little from Jacksonville. We're like, buddy, you got a guy out here kicking 70-yarders, Jake. Step it up, bud. Right?
Yeah, what have you done for me lately?
Exactly.
And Jake Moody goes to Allegiant Stadium on Saturday, which has been an interesting spot for him over the years.
Yeah, refresh my memory. Did
Super Bowl.
Oh, that's where the bowl. Jeez, my God.
Yeah, dude.
I always think Raiders. Oh, boy. That's where the bowl was. Yeah. We were down there. All right, Maddie. Maddie, thank you for you know what? I think a nation thanks you for watching that game again. I think a nation does.
You're welcome. Yeah,
and,
someone's got to do it. I took one for the team.
We as Americans thank you for that. And
Thank you for your service, man.
And we'll chase you down again. And thanks for all your good cheer, buddy.
All right, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
There he is, Matt Barrows. Yeah, we didn't accomplish a ton on Saturday. No. We did not accomplish a ton. I mean, it was. I mean, you'd be scraping to say that there was a big takeaway from that game, and the big takeaway was mostly you should just probably move on from that game.
Yeah. The big takeaway is in a couple of years there'll be like one preseason game, and we can just fast forward to the regular
season. The big takeaway was that the Thursday joint practice was demonstrably more important to the team than the Saturday preseason game.
Not even close.
Yeah. So it's a good thing the NFL charged all that money for that game.
Yeah, fantastic, right?
Who fleeced customers more this weekend, the NFL with the Niners Broncos or the Giants putting 40,000 out there to see that?
I mean, after hearing about your bill with all those crazy crab
Bro,
sandwiches.
I'm sick of can I just say, I'm sorry. I know Larry's going to get upset and everybody upset. Cut the freaking concession prices, man. They're ridiculous. They're ridiculous. Of course, they're going to be like, oh, really? You want less money for your job, too?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gene Simmons. Be suspicious of this person who doesn't want more money. This person is a liar.
Yeah, but come on, Larry. We give away our hot takes and radio show for free. Give me a couple free beers.
Whatever happened to that $9 beer?
Yeah,
it was
I don't
so
know.
hot.
I think
3
that
years
disappeared.
ago.
People got mad about that.
Oh man,
a tiny beer, Murph.
I was out here.
It's a small beer.
It's like a Buster Posey draft pick or a trade acquisition.
It seems like the Giants got a type.
Right.
Tiny beers, tiny prospects.
Oh man. Cooler of content, including I don't know. I mean, shots fired at the Olympic Club Burger Dog.
Oh hell no.
We'll get into it on the Sports Leader.
And anybody that tells you that they want less money in life, be suspicious of this person. This is a liar.
Hey, let's talk about Provident Credit Union. I have my mortgage with Provident. We love the good people at Provident, local financial institution, and helping you with your savings. You don't have to settle for one size fits all. With Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term certificate, you choose what works best, 3, 6, or 12 months, and lock in a high dividend rate up to 4.13% annual percentage yield. It's short term, it's stable, and it's all on your terms. So, whatever your savings goal, this limited time certificate puts you in control with strong returns and none of the market stress. Newsweek named Provident one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025, so that's awesome. So don't wait. This 4.13% rate will not last. Open your account at providentcu.org or stop by your local branch for a little help getting set up. This rate is effective as of August 5, 2025. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we're still getting these outside lands rejoins?
Yeah, dude. This is a banger right here. It's called Murder on the Dance Floor, Royal Otis. It's actually a cover from, is it Sophie Ellis Bextor?
I don't know.
Does the original song?
Look at you with your Royal Otis. So that's your
Dude, the vibe out there? Yeah, Marcus, you know this one for sure.
Yeah, I know this song for sure. I just don't know if I know the Royal Otis version or the original.
Tony's outside.
That's a murder on the dance floor.
Tony's Outside Lands rejoins and the
Good
cooler
vibes,
content
right, Marcus?
Yeah.
are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. All right, well, I told you guys, we'll start with, so listen, you know, not everybody gets to get out to the Olympic Club and have a burger dog, but a lot of you have had a chance to get out to the Olympic Club and had a burger dog. And in fact, the U.S. Amateur's going on this week. I think they're selling burger dogs. I got to double check on that.
They better be.
I know. They're amazing, right? I brought you guys out 2 weeks ago. They're incredible. It's hard to describe the combination of bun, sort of perfectly seasoned beef, shaped in a hot dog. The way they dress it up with the pickles, the onions, the ketchup, the relish, the mustard, everything just is an explosion of taste in your mouth. It's unbelievable. Young Tony, you were kind of the prime example of somebody who didn't know what they were getting into, and you were
amazed.
Oh. Yeah.
Explosion in your mouth. I need to cut that.
To the point where you wanted a second one.
I wanted a second one for sure, and then I threw out a third, but then I didn't want to run the tab up too high.
Damn, 3 in one night, Tony.
It's orgasmic. You too, exactly.
Yeah.
20 minutes in a ham sandwich, 20 minutes in a burger dog, maybe.
Yeah. What did I do for the other 19 minutes?
You two were also similarly amazed.
Yeah, because at first I'm like, all right, this is Murph kind of glazing this burger dog. How good could it really be? It's a burger on a hot dog bun. But boy, was I wrong. Because as soon as I got a taste of that buttery bun and that peppered seasoned beef shaped perfectly to fit that hot dog bun, I was sold. I was in, Murph.
So the U.S. amateurs at Olympic this week should be a lot of fun. I got a rooting interest. We have a kid from our hometown in it. Go Nile. And so obviously the USGA, being good social media people, said, Burger Bog, one bite. They steal the Portnoy line, one bite. Everybody knows the rules. And they do about 4 or 5 guys. Now, the catch is the last guy. So check this out on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter here.
Everybody knows the rules. One bite. Burger meat in the shape of a glizzy. I'm going to give us a 9.1. One of the best food items I've ever had at a golf course. Wow, that was really good. I would give it 9 out of 10.
Pretty dang good. Give it probably about 8, 9. Let me get a little pickle here. 9-1 there.
It's pretty fantastic. I'm on a diet right now, but I would break it for this for sure. I mean, it's like an 8 out of 10 maybe. Shout out Olympic.
It's definitely more burger than hot dog. I feel like it's sacrilegious to say anything mean. If you're a burger person, a 10 is like Minetta Tavern in New York or El Cheval. It's like a 6.1.
Oh.
It's not great, but it's good.
Bro.
Who's this?
This guy.
Who's this clown?
Now, I didn't know who he was. Now, a friend of mine says his name is Stuart Hagestad.
Who this
guy's
man?
a loser, dude. This guy doesn't know anything.
First of all, what's he doing dropping someplace in New York called Au Cheval?
Au Cheval, huh?
I looked it up. A-U, freaking some French BS, dude.
I love baseball.
First of all, so you're out immediately when you're dropping like some freaking French Cheval BS
Dude,
on me.
We're not talking French fries, buddy. We're talking burgers, burger dogs.
Bro, it's hot take turned freezing take turned. First of all, you're engendering the wrath of the golf gods.
Yeah, dude, this is not good.
Second of all, dude, don't be dropping Minetta Tavern in New York, dude.
If you're a burger person, a 10 is like Minetta Tavern in New York or El Cheval.
Au Cheval?
Au Cheval?
Nobody asked, bro.
You know what, bro? You know what, bro? Shanks a lot.
Yeah,
I hope you start hitting some Hazel rockets today.
That's a bad take.
How are you going to come into our house, eat that burger dog, and drop a 6-1 with an
Like a 6.1.
Au Cheval
It's not
on
great.
it, dude? By the way, I will be surprised, actually, the guys who were dropping 9s and 8-8s and 9-1s, I mean, it's a 10, isn't it? Isn't it a 10?
Now, a 10 would be a
10.
rookie score. And the problem is when you give a 10, it's like figure skating. You have to give a decimal number just in case there is ever a better skater or a better burger dog. But now that I think about it, I don't think there is a better burger dog. So it's as close to a 10 as you can possibly get. We got a couple other people saying, no, they got burger dogs over at Golden Gate Golf Club. It's not the same, Murph.
No. They
it's
have
not
them
the same,
at
right?
Silverado, too, and it's not the same.
They have them down at Chase Center now,
it's
too.
not the
Hot Dog Bill. It's not the same.
Now I'm jonesing.
So I guess on that burger dog scale, it's got to be a 9.9 if not a 10.
I'm so addicted to these things and have had them so long. Even in the very start of that clip, there was the crinkle of the plastic wrapper bag that came up. Even that crinkle got my saliva glands going.
And I think it's just the fact that they put it in that little paper bag, make it taste better. And it just has that classic look
Kinda
to it.
slides out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, blank that guy. Blank that guy for life. All right?
What's this guy's name again? I want to root against him.
Now, I hope, I don't know, my buddy.
Hopefully we got the right guy.
My buddy Lando says his name is Stuart Hagestad. Oh, by the way, I buried the lead. Once a buddy of mine tagged him on Twitter, I clicked on the guy's bio. frickin' USC Trojan.
Makes it even worse.
Do you
Murph.
need any other explanation?
I'm not surprised, dude.
It all makes sense now.
Classless Trojan.
It all makes sense. So, all right. So take a walk, pal. Take a walk. All right, guys. Next up, do we want to do this Chad Goes Deep thing on golf? We're staying on Geeb.
Oh, I thought this was pretty funny, actually.
It is really funny, but he drops a little. It's slightly PG-13.
That's fine. We're a PG-13
Are we okay
show.
with that?
Yeah, your kids are over 13 now.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, uh-huh.
This guy, by the way, is a money follow. Cut 811A.
Just looking
You're
for
the
a
one.
little.
You're the one who sent this to the thread.
Just
dude.
looking for a little golf appreciation.
So this guy Chad, he's the savant of Stoke.
Oh, I got you guys. Yeah, I sent this over. Yeah, I saw
He's a
this.
very-
I don't even know this guy. Just saw him
Oh,
on
yeah,
Friday.
he's a popular-
He's a funny TikToker.
He's a popular Instagram guy who personifies a SoCal surfer and talks about Stoke. Like the other day, he had one on his dog. Did you see that one about how he got self-confidence from his dog?
No, I missed that one.
Anyway, you should probably play that one too. I would recommend following this guy on Insta. Chad Goes Deep. Is that his name? Is it Chad Goes Deep? Is that right? Did I get that
think so.
right?
I think there's Chad and Chaz, his buddy, too.
I do believe you're right. Chad Goes Deep.
Okay, well, he's talking about, since we're staying on the topic of the U.S. Am, golf. This was his take on golf and how he's evolved as a young man into his 20s and early 30s, it looks like, maybe, his views of golf.
What up? Yeah, I just want to give a quick appreciation to golf. You know, back when I was a youth, my dad pushed me into golf, but I rebelled. I said, Papa, I bust fat airs and shotgun monsters. I'm not trying to tuck in my shirt and watch some uppity douche with tight hamstrings. But as I've gotten older, I've come to appreciate what my dad was trying to show me. Golf disrespects gravity in a subtle way, and sinking a fat putt releases the same chemicals as stomping a McTwist. Plus, the hang is unparalleled. You're out there in planned nature, sipping brews and talking about the economy. Or ass.
So we bleeped it out.
So,
the key to the
massive
whole thing.
appreciation to golf.
Censorship
What
Curly,
up?
huh?
That was the key to the line.
Yeah, talking about a lot of things on the golf
That was
course.
Curly, yeah.
He's talking about A.
Yeah.
About A.
Uh-huh.
By the way, he says massive appreciation.
Massive appreciation.
So where are you guys with appreciation?
I'm going to start using it now.
Well, did you know, like, the other day I sent my kid, because my kids are addicted to golf. They're playing right now. They're playing, because the Youth on Course, NCGA, you can play for $5. So they're playing for $5 every day.
Phenomenal.
It's unbelievable. It's worked. It was an effort to get youth into golf, and now they're addicted. And so I have to send Rory $5 to go play golf on Apple Cash. And I did, and he hit me back with an appreciation.
Appreciation, Pops.
I was like, is this where we're at here?
Thanks
now?
for the 5, Pops. I got 5 on it now.
Oh, and then sometimes they drop the A and just hit preach.
Preach.
That guy right there.
Now, I'll
said,
say appreciator, like just appreciate it. But
no,
appreciate
P-R-E-E-S-H.
No, I got you. It's a bit
Listen
off.
to the end of Chad here.
Preach.
He says massive.
Massive appreciation to golf. What up?
What up? Dude, golf disrespects gravity in multiple ways, dude.
He's a pretty funny
Yeah,
dude.
that is a funny guy. But he's right. It's like, that's kind of how I felt about golf growing up, too. You know that I'm a huge golf guy myself. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of like an old country club type of sport. But after having a couple of those burger dogs, after going out to the OC, massive appreciation,
Massive
dog.
appreciation.
Massive appreciation for golf.
Massive appreciation to golf. What up?
What up?
Preach.
What up?
All right, guys.
Massive appreciation.
Shout out Chad for the golf thing. We want to do Tom Brady roasting Jets fans for. Did you see Tom Brady's statue? 5-foot base, 12-foot statue, 17 feet tall.
Whoa!
To represent his 17 seasons in New England. The 5-foot base was for the. No, it's a 6-foot base to represent the 6 championships, and then the 12 feet tall to represent 12 AFC East or something like that.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Seems like you might be overcompensating.
Well, you'd play that in the cooler, but Curly would bleep it out.
Oh, yeah, it's censored.
Talk about the economy or A.
We say A on the show, too. I don't know why
he's a pretty.
Come on, Curly. You got to bring ass to get ass.
There it is, right there. Tom Brady roast. Apparently, they said like it was supposed to be a serious occasion, and Brady just turned it into a roast. He had jokes. He had riffs.
Oh, were there any jokes about Robert Kraft?
In the middle of the in the middle of the speech, he was thanking the sculptor, and then he goes, "Oh, hang on, I'm getting a call." And he goes, "Yeah. Oh, yeah, hang on." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "That was Bill Belichick." He says, "Next time you can do a little bit better." He goes, "I know the feeling. I know the feeling."
Okay.
So he's riffing on Belichick, dude.
Hilarious.
Here's Tom Brady.
Marcus is so over him.
Yeah, no.
He's roasting Jets
Well, dude,
fans
I
here.
have to watch this guy put on a Raider hat
what if
a
you
week ago,
win?
and now all of a sudden he's got a statue outside of Foxborough?
Yeah.
Pick and choose, buddy. You can't have both.
Here it is.
But in the end, this statue isn't just for Pats fans. It'll also give all the Jets fans something to throw their beers at as they leave the stadium every year. Probably in the second quarter. Maybe the third.
All right. I see you going,
Yeah.
Tommy.
All right. Well, Murph, let me tell you this, because I will be at Allegiant Stadium this weekend for 49ers and Raiders preseason game number 2. If I see any posters, if I see anything that has Tom Brady repping Raiders gear, I will throw my beer at it.
Okay.
And I'll record it and I'll send it in for the cooler of content.
That'll be good. It's kind of like, hey, Kershaw, blank the Dodgers.
Hey, Brady, get the blank away from my Raiders.
Told you guys I'm liking Pat Murphy's Brewers, right?
Yeah,
They're
with the pocket
incredible.
pancake.
Well, this is what we're about to play for you right
let's
now.
get into it.
So hey, they have the best record in baseball. They just swept the Mets.
The Brew Crew.
They're unbelievable. Giants have to play them next week in Milwaukee. They're going to be toast. And Pat Murphy, their square-jawed, 66-year-old, toughest Murphy going, is out there leading the troops, and he's doing one of the post-game interview with whatever.
No, it's an in-game interview, I think, with
in-game
Apple
interview.
TV Plus, yeah.
Apple TV Plus. Do we have the video on it or not? Okay, no video. Well, he pulls a pancake out from behind his pocket.
From where?
And actually, the Apple TV broadcaster...
Heidi Watney, I believe.
Oh, it's Heidi Watney, Nick Watney's sister, former Nesson broadcaster. She takes a bite out of the pancake.
Damn.
Anyway, here he is, the irrepressible Pat Murphy and the winning Milwaukee Brewers about snacking during games. Here.
I like a lot of different things during the game. There's pancake. I got actually, I got a little pocket pancake right here that I munch on. They're wonderful. You want some?
Oh, those are delicious. Pizza, bagels, what else do you keep in your pocket?
Whatever fits.
Dude, would you put a pancake in your pocket and eat it?
I would say no. I feel like there's better options of food to put in your pocket.
I don't know. I'm sort of intrigued by this because I'm a pancake fan.
Yeah, pancakes are good, but pancakes without any syrup or butter?
I mean, for a snack in the pocket?
But he ain't going syrup and butter in that pancake.
I'm kind of feeding from Pat Murphy's palm right
It's
now.
not bad, but he also says sometimes he'll throw like a pizza in there. My guy's got snacks.
Man, guess what?
But in baseball pockets, it's a little bit different.
Hey, guys, maybe Bob Melvin should start putting pancakes.
Oh. I mean, they start scoring runs like the Brewers,
And
yeah.
we'll end it with a Lasky rant.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, you don't want to talk about Gabe Kapler and his apple?
What we got?
Really? Is that what you imagined?
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, he was chomping on that apple and it wasn't that
You know
cute.
what? Maybe I'd like to see Melvin start chomping on an
By the way,
apple.
Trisha Whitaker. Just want to clean that up.
Oh, not Heidi Watney?
No.
Okay.
I think she did it last year. I think we interviewed her.
Trisha Whitaker. Bill Lasky apparently went on a rant. I guess we'll end it with some salt here from Lasky. Here, yeah.
Welcome into an extra inning post-game show with Bill Lasky as the Giants lose today 8-0, their 11th shutout of the year. Friday, they break an 8-game losing streak at Oracle with a 5-0 lead, and backwards they go. They lose yesterday 4-2. The Nationals scoring 4 runs on 11 hits. Today was mostly disappointing, frustrating, delusional. All these words just keep adding up because this was one of the worst games that I've watched this year. There was no effort, absolutely no effort as the Giants lose 8-0. The pitchers gave up 17 hits to the Nationals today, 8 runs on 17 hits. The Giants only got 3 hits, and they struck out 15 times. 15 times. They lost 2 out of 3 to the Washington Nationals that are 23 games under 500. The numbers get worse. The Marlins, the Pirates, and the Nationals all came to Oracle, and the Giants were 1-8 against them. In their last 11 games at Oracle Park, the Giants are 1-10. 1 win and 10 losses at Oracle Park. They have lost 4 series in a row at Oracle Park. Where is this team going? Is this team even a wild card selection? Is it even something we can really have faith on? Seriously, the effort today was nothing. There was no effort in this team today.
Oh, hey now.
Did not get to hear the end of that rant.
Yeah.
That's on me. I was asking Tony for a mashup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Be careful with your mashups.
Yeah, Bill Lasky on the ether beat.
Well, he talked about no effort. And that's something we can probably follow up on in the next segment then. We're going to talk to Andy Bagley at 9:15. It's something to accuse big league ball players of no effort. It sure looked like I would say this sort of a lifeless effort. I wouldn't say no effort. I wouldn't say it was just not inspired. They weren't fighting for that inch that Al Pacino wants to fight for at any given Sunday. So let's get into it on the other side with Andy Bagley at 9:15 and good cooler of content. Preach the instrumental, not the lyrics.
I appreciate the cooler of content.
On the Sports Leader.
Massive appreciate to golf. What up?
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the Sports Leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good fastball, really good slider, down and into righties. Good curveball, good changeup, everything. Mixed his pitches. He's had 3 tough outings out of the last, not including this one, out of the last 4. So going into the game, pretty vulnerable. We got a chance to win our 3rd series of the year, and I mean, in a row. and just he pitched well, but we should have played better than that.
Man, oh man, you hate to start. I mean, Mondays are tough enough, man. I was in the break room and talking to a young lady who works here, and she was going, "Oh, Monday, I'm moving slow. I'm like, yeah, well, it's our job to pick everybody up and get them going. And then we talk about the Giants, and we are like, we're just as Monday as it gets, bro. It's so bad and so frustrating. And I was out there, family of four, hemorrhaging cash and getting nothing in return. Just a tremendously disappointing product. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Our Outside Lands rejoins continue. Tony, Luda, huh?
This is a Marcus request. Yeah. Blueberry Yum Yum by Luda.
Yeah. You knew every single song. Did you see him embrace La Russell?
I did.
Backstage?
I thought that was an awesome back and forth. But yeah, dude, I talked about it earlier this morning, word of mouth, chicken and beer. I grew up on Ludacris. That was my first time seeing him in concert. So I knew every single song he played. And I forgot how many hits he has, like, as a featured artist, doing songs with, like, Usher and Justin Bieber and a bunch of other top artists.
So, Luda, much better than that guy who reviewed the Burger Dog. And, oh, by the way, we got now a raft of texts on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
Saying, oh, dude, you guys don't know what you're talking about. Oh, Cheval is the bomb. It's the best burger going. Bro, that's not the freaking point.
No, it's not.
We're at a freaking golf course, dude. We're not at freaking Cheval, whatever your French freaking burger is, dude. We get your freaking
tavern in New York or El Cheval.
Yeah, dude,
it's
stop.
Like a 6.1.
Did you unclear on the concept much here, brother? So anyway, just take, pack it, go to your freaking white tablecloth.
Well, that's the thing, dude. If you want some fancy French food, go up to the French Laundry.
Exactly. So anyway, man. Unclear on the concept here, buddy.
I love baseball.
Thank you very much. So anyway,
like a 6.1. It's not great.
Yeah. Boy. Well, I don't think he's that great of a golfer.
Facts. Tell him, Marcus.
And I've never seen him swing a golf club.
Guy sucks.
But it's not going to change my opinion.
I'm going to be out there today, and there might be a few well-timed. Noonan. Hey, Jay Judge, $100 says you slice. There's no gambling
you will
at.
Miss this putt, you Jack.
No gambling at Bush. Gambling is illegal at Bushwood, and I never slice. So.
Now, let me ask you, what made you more upset this weekend? The Giants losing 2-3 to the Nationals, or this clown giving a Burger Dog a 6.1 ranking?
Great freaking question.
I know you love Burger Dogs, but I know you love the Giants.
It's a horse race down the stretch, but the Giants win by a nose.
It's the Giants down the stretch.
One of the things that we're all talking about, and Bill Lasky brought it up there, and we've brought it up a little bit too, and as did a caller, is effort. And that's a big word. That's a big, I try not to, I've been around pro sports a long time. I've been a beat writer in the NFL, Major League Baseball, PGA Tour, all that stuff. And, and when you call out somebody's effort, it's very, 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 it's a personal thing. It's pretty, I don't know, it's fraught. These guys, I imagine, you're questioning their professionalism or their integrity. So I want to be careful about that. Might I just say that they didn't put out a winning effort? How's that? Like, I mean, they're there. They're dressed. They're in their uniforms. They lace their cleats. They're in the box. They're looking. But I think they're getting out fought. I think they're getting out. Guys are competing harder than they are, which is distressing. And does it call into question the manager? Is the manager responsible for the culture of effort and out grinding? You're in the box, the pitcher's on the mound. Can you out grind him? Can you win every pitch? That's the Eric Burns thing, win every pitch. Marcus, yesterday I did not see a bunch of guys in the box trying to win every pitch. That's what I saw. I watched it. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of sort of defeated approaches. Unless Mackenzie Gore was the greatest pitcher in the history of baseball. And guys, but these were professional hitters giving non-competitive at-bats.
Yeah, and look, Mackenzie Gore is one of the top young left-handed pitchers, I should phrase it that way, in all of baseball. But that's still not an excuse because this was not a one-game sample size. This is a team that's been struggling all season long against left-handed pitchers. And it's been a team that in general has struggled against bad teams. The Washington Nationals are not a good team. They are more than 20 games under 500, and that's after taking 2 of 3 against the San Francisco Giants. So I'm with you. It's hard to question a guy's effort, but can you question maybe the lack of motivation? I mean, do you remember when Willie Adames, the first or second day after the All-Star break where the Giants kind of came out and laid an egg, gave us a quote about how there was a lack of energy and motivation in the clubhouse? I'm like, wait a second. You just had a week off. You just went up to Tahoe, purified yourself in the waters of Lake Tahoe, did whatever you had to do during the All-Star break. How do you come back and not have energy? Come back and not have motivation? Which to me does have to circle back to management, to Bob Melvin, to Buster Posey, to Zach Manassian, to the entire organization. But it's also a team that seemed extremely motivated early on this season. So what happened? I don't think it's the Rafael Devers trade. I don't think he came in like a dark cloud and sucked away all the effort and motivation. Things just aren't clicking right now. And they say hitting is contagious. I guess not hitting is also contagious because the Giants have a bad case of not being able to do anything in the batter's box.
Yeah, and think about in the win package, insert laugh track here because we don't play a win package anymore. But in that win package, Buster Posey, we want to be a gritty, grindy bunch. And we are definitely not seeing a gritty and grindy bunch. We're not
anymore.
We're certainly, Mike Krukow called out the approach, the discipline of the at-bats up and down the lineup. It's not any one guy. We talked about Matt Chapman, who's in a severe funk right now, and he's not. Guys are not changing their approach. Maybe Dom Smith. I saw Christian Koss on Saturday came up to pinch hit and immediately had an approach, saw a fastball on the outer half of the plate and shot it into right field for a base hit. And I was like, that's like so different than everybody else up there. He's not trying to do too much. Quote unquote, keep the line moving, they always tell us, right? Well, nobody up there is trying to keep the line moving. So the point is that there is, now you start looking at, is that Pat Burrell's fault? Well, partially, for sure. Is it Bob Melvin's fault? Well, yeah, to a large degree, for sure. Is it the player's fault? For sure. Is it Buster Posey for signing Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, giving Elliot Ramos left field? Ramos has had a decent offensive season. You know who's not? Again, Jung-Hoo Lee. And you know what? Baggerly in his piece today in The Athletic starts calling out Jung-Hoo Lee's defense. Did you know the metrics are extremely unkind to Jung-Hoo Lee's center field defense?
I mean, there was still another case this past weekend where him and Elliot Ramos almost let a ball drop right in front of him.
Yeah.
Like, he needs to be, more confident, maybe. I don't know if that's key. I mean, he made a really nice sliding play when Christian Koss came in at the end of the ball game. I'm sure nobody was watching by then, but it has not been the standard of defense that we saw last year from Jung-Hoo Lee early on this season. But again, it feels like every single topic, we're talking about two different parts of the season and two different versions of these players and two different versions of these teams.
Bags noted that of the 17 hits the Nats got, there were a couple of fly balls into center field that he thought Jung-Hoo Lee maybe could have gotten. And so there's a point where Verlander's like, yeah, well, and said Verlander would never throw him under the bus publicly, but Verlander was like, yeah, they're just finding grass. Now, again, is that the main problem? No, they were barreling up Justin Verlander, too. There was some loud contact, too. By the way, Wisenhunt gave up a lot of loud contact on Saturday.
Yeah, solo shots, 3 solo
but even
home
the
runs.
Outs,
but yeah, exactly. He
even
gets
the
a
outs
lot
were
of balls
really
that are
loud.
driven. He's
Yeah.
got to learn. You can't just throw that changeup middle. You got to be bottom of the zone. These are
Yeah.
not AAA hitters. But yeah, how about 3 starts for him so far? It's not like he's getting rocked completely, but 3 home runs in the first inning of all 3 of those starts.
831 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, Buster's got to be so deflated right now. There's no explanation for the Giants to be this bad with this roster. I mean, the Devers, I'll never get over this.
No.
He traded for one of the best hitters in baseball, and the team went into the tank. I mean, it's just almost impossible.
They didn't just go into the tank. They became the worst team in Major League Baseball somehow.
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
209 says, Jung-Hoo ended his season last year by playing too aggressive. Maybe he has some shell shock from that. 831 says, is it the Devers trade, not the adding of Devers, but the subtraction of Hicks and Harrison, what they meant in the clubhouse? No,
I don't think so.
I think we definitely, first of all, Harrison was up and down in the minors.
And
second of all,
Jordan
we've
Hicks
heard that Hicks was kind of a loner. That's what we heard.
We also know that Hicks wanted to be in the rotation, wasn't a big fan of being in the bullpen.
831 says, we fans are so tired of this endless mediocre profession of Brett Wisely, Luis Matos, Casey Schmidt, Sean Jelly. It said, by the way, you shouldn't put Casey Schmidt on that list. He's actually had some of the better at-bats of anybody on that team.
Yeah,
He says it was time to infuse the farm system with new blood. He said this haunted Melvin in San Diego at the end. 831 says, effort, hit a blanking fastball. The Giants can't hunt fastballs. It's okay. 510 says, it's okay to lose. You're going to lose games, but it's how you lose. That was an abysmal effort. 510, all caps. The Giants can't hit lefties. 281, fact check me on this. Did we even reach second base yesterday? The answer is no. They did not reach second base yesterday.
It's going to be a no for me, dog.
Thank you very much. Do you still have that, by the way?
No, it's in the C drive. I don't have that on my board.
Man.
Wish I did.
All right, guys. Well, listen, all that said, Andy Bagley will come on in and give us his opinion of what's going on with the approach, the discipline, the lack of grit, the lack of grind, and the Giants hosting the Padres tonight. Logan Webb on the mound, 6:45. Like the beam indeed. Baggerly next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Matt Mayoko, if you want a little bit more 49ers talk. Big game over the weekend. Looked to be a blowout when I checked the box score, 30-9. But Matt Mayoko joins Dirty Work with Copes and Depop at 5:15 this evening. I do believe they're going to be out at 58 Social as well. So go check them out, and you can hear it all live on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Man, baseball's supposed to be fun. We're supposed to have a fun conversation with Andy Begley. He's going to be bitching and moaning and bitching and moaning. KNBR, enjoy the game. By the way, our Outside Lands rejoins continue. It's your guy here.
More Tyler, the Creator, Murph.
Felicia the Goat.
Yeah, what you know about Felicia?
Why is that his Twitter handle?
Because he's Tyler, the Creator.
Okay.
We don't have enough time to explain, Murph.
All right. Andy Bagley is sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com. Also sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care. Closer than you think. Andy Bagley of The Athletic wrote another story about another frustrating Giants chapter. Andy might want to go back to Chile at this point in time. Things are a little better. How's South America sounding now, Andy? Good morning. How are you?
What's up, Bags?
Yeah, good morning. It's times like these, guys, when I give you my standard offer, which is we don't have to talk about Giants baseball. We can talk about anything else you guys want to.
Outside Lands?
The floor is open.
Did you get to Outside Lands?
No, I didn't, but I kind of wish I did. It's funny. I saw you in the stands yesterday. You walked by the press box. You had a big old frosty beer in your hand, and I think it was early in the game. Perfect afternoon at the ballpark. And then I thought a little bit later, you had no idea at that time how much you needed that beer.
I was on my. It's funny. Sometimes I'll stand up and I'll yell salty things, and I was just defeated yesterday when all those Nats hits were falling. I wasn't even like bitching. I just sat there like a lump and just took my beating and stopped at one beer, which was probably the wrong idea.
I mean, But you know what? I think I wrote this. It's how hard it is to give up 17 hits and lose in 2 hours and 24 minutes. So at least the Giants had the courtesy of not, wasting the entire afternoon for their fans.
Very true.
They got beat quickly.
All right, we do have to talk a little baseball instead of Chile and Outside Lands and frosty beers, which is a lot more fun. You brought up an interesting point in your piece, and that is among the many, many, many things plaguing the Giants, outfield defense is one of them. I would love for you to expand a little bit. Is this something that was jumping out at you on Sunday that caused you to do a little digging into the numbers, or is this something you've been on your radar for a while?
Well, I think we've all known that Ramos has really struggled this year. And I mean, the statistics are pretty make it pretty plain that he's basically statistically been the worst left fielder in baseball, and we've seen it. I mean, the eye test shows that he's just having a ton of problems out there. With Lee, I think it's a little tougher to gauge based on the eye test, but when you play a little bit deeper and the ball's falling in front, they don't look like misplays, but then you look at other center fielders and they make those plays. Now, to be completely fair, Justin Verlander gave up 11 hits and 9 of them had an expected batting average over 340, and I think 8 of them had an expected batting average over 500. So there's maybe only a couple hits, maybe a couple of those Paul DeJong hits that probably shouldn't have been hits, and then obviously Matt Chapman made an error later in the game. And none of it really matters when you don't even get a runner into scoring position against the Nationals. So, it's not like that's their only issue. But I was just thinking about why is this team cratered at home? Why have they lost 10 out of 11 at home and they don't have a home field advantage anymore? And, you got to catch the ball and you got to pitch. And I think that you look at the matchups when they're facing a lefty right now, pity Bob Melvin trying to put a lineup together. I mean, he doesn't have any right-handed hitting outfielders he can stick out there. Then now you got Tyler Fitzgerald playing right field the last couple nights in Sacramento, so maybe we'll see him at some time soon in the outfield. But what do they do long term? I mean, if Elliot Ramos is not really playable in left field, it's not like they can DH him. They're going to have Devers and Bryce Eldridge on this roster together for through 2033 or whatever. So one of them's probably going to DH. It's how do these pieces fit long term? Forget the rest of the season. Forget the pipe dream of catching the Padres. How are they going to make these pieces fit long term? I think it's a real puzzle.
Yeah, and Bags, we got to see Drew Gilbert make his big league debut this weekend. He was out in right field, but you mentioned it. They don't have any backup right-handed bats in the outfield. It's because they went with a guy like Drew Gilbert over at Luis Matos. What are your thoughts on that decision?
Yeah, I think it was time to see what Gilbert could do. I mean, he had a nice little start in Sacramento. They think a lot of him. They got to learn what they've got on this team. a lot of the things he does well are the things that Mike Yastrzemski did well, and they obviously traded him. But Gerard Encarnacion going down really, really hurt. I mean, he gave you that glimmer, like he could really be a difference maker, and especially against left-handed pitching, which they need. And so that was a real gut punch. And it's not like he was one of the best right-handed hitters in baseball, but he was giving you that little glimmer of hope that, hey, maybe he could be a difference maker. And now they won't really know because he's going to be out for the majority of the games that are left. So. I can see why they gave Gilbert a shot, and we'll see how long that lasts. I'm sure everyone wants the kid to get a hit. He can hit. He can make good swing decisions. He's done it in the minors. He probably just needs to settle in and get that first one out of the way. But hey, he's got a good arm. He got plenty of practice playing balls off the wall yesterday. And it seemed like the Nationals like playing pepper with the arcade. So at least he got some work in.
Yeah, he does have a good arm for sure. By the way, I'm a Grant McCray fan. I'm not saying he's a polished product, but I really like the tools he has. And all of a sudden, he's sitting there in the clubhouse, and in walks Drew Gilbert, the guy who does everything he does. Left-handed, right fielder, sort of middle of the field contact or would-be contact guy. So, what about having two guys who are the same guy on the roster at the same time? Does that seem redundant?
Yeah, I mean, McCray is not a contact guy. He's the opposite of that. He strikes out a lot, which is why, he probably didn't play yesterday because Mackenzie Gore's, got the third highest strikeout rate of any pitcher in the National League. So I don't think left on left, that's a matchup you wanted. I think ideally they would have given Jung Hoo Lee a day off yesterday. And he probably needs one. I mean, hard to really say exactly what's been going on with him, but, it is a long season, longer than what he's used to. He hasn't played a lot of baseball the last 2 years with the various injuries. So, it's fair to assume at some point he was going to wear down a little bit this season, and he hasn't gotten a lot of days off. And Bob Melvin told us he would get more days off, in the final 2 months, and he hasn't thus far. But what are the Giants going to do? They don't really have the personnel to give him a day off. And but you're right, they are a little too redundantly left-handed in the outfield just as a group, and they don't have a whole lot of solutions to fix that right now, unless they want to give Luis Matos some runway or throw Marco Luciano back out there. But, again, if outfield defense is a problem, I don't know how that's going to fix the situation.
Bags, when the Giants are playing this brand of baseball where they're struggling offensively and defensively, how much of that responsibility falls on the players versus Bob Melvin, Pat Burrell, and the coaching staff?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the war in the comments right now, right? It's where does the blame go? And, I see both sides. I think the answer is kind of simple. I think the answer is it's everybody. You win as a team, you lose as a team. And everybody's got to look in the mirror and say, why are we not getting it done? And, why is this team potentially underachieved, with high expectations? So, I think it is. It's a little bit on everybody.
Yeah, I mean, Buster chose to extend Bob Melvin halfway through the year, and it was kind of a savvy move because if he hadn't, think about right now how the context, it would be like the drums would be beaten for Melvin's job, right? So he did extend him, but given what you know of ownership, given what you know of Buster, is it fair to say that the last month and a half will still judge whether Melvin comes back? Like, in other words, could they eat his contract if things go awry?
I mean, could they? Sure. I mean, it's possible. Anything's possible. It's not like you're talking about tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars, but it's a difficult thing to ascertain. I think what's most important is that you have a good working relationship with your manager, and that's something that Buster Posey extended Bob Melvin when he came to the conclusion that he did have a good working relationship with Melvin and that they were pretty well philosophically aligned. So, I think that was probably the most important thing. And they've said over and over, they think, when things have gone wrong, it hasn't been for a lack of effort or preparation. So, and you know what, I see both sides of the argument. There are people who say, you know what, he also had a team in San Diego that underachieved. So this is a pattern now. And that's true. It is. But then you look at, some of the years before 2010 with Bruce Bochy, and you heard a lot of the same criticisms. He's too traditional. He stays with the starter too long. He's not dynamic enough. He's kind of, whatever, the different things that were hurled at Bochy. And now, the guy, walks on air in San Francisco and for good reason. He won 3 titles. So, I see a lot of similarities between what people say about Melvin now and what people said about Bochy pre-2010. So I don't know. I'm not sure if there's a right answer. I just know that everybody there is disappointed, and everybody there wishes that they'd played better and had a different record. But what's really the most startling thing is losing 10 out of 11 at home. I mean, I'm not sure the last time that happened to any Giants team in a good season or a bad season. And that's just, when that happens, you really do have to step back and say, okay, what fundamentally has to be changed here?
Yeah, I don't know. By the way, I don't know how to work those filters to that degree. Is there a way you can go to a Baseball Reference filter and find the last time they went 1-10 in a home stretch?
You know what? I think I might have to just let my fingers do the walking on that one. And
go grind it?
Yeah, which I'm sure there is a way. I'm not smart enough to figure that out on the play index when it's 10 of 11.
I feel like it's something Grant Brisbee would find the filter for.
Well, it was since 1896, the last time they went 0-6 on a homestand, so the numbers just keep stacking up.
Man, oh man. Shout out William Jennings Bryan. Yeah. Hey, just a theory before I let you go on hitting coach. When we asked the question about blame, it's sort of more of a philosophical thing for you. You've been around the game a long time. Hitting coaches / fans getting mad. Bam Bam Mullins. There's times fans were mad at him. He won World Series championships, got fired in Colorado. Donnie Ecker. In 2021, everybody said, they're hitting great because of Ecker. He got fired in Texas. Barry Bonds was a hitting coach in Miami. Don't know how he did. I guess a long way of saying, what's your long baseball experience tell you about hitting coaches? Do they really, truly matter? And if so, how much will that increase the heat on Pat Burrell and Damon Minor?
Well, I think it's kind of changed a lot because, teams used to kind of have all that siloed for players. And now, players have their own hitting coaches and they do their own thing in the off season, or they have drive line, or they have different, push performance, or all the different sort of bespoke hitting gurus. And so I think it's a little bit different. I think what a good hitting coach does is, number one, be available, and number two, be positive. You show up before the players do. You're always available to help them work, and you try to keep them in a positive frame of mind. And I think that's one of the reasons that is probably the reason that Pat Burrell's the hitting coach on this team, is because he's someone who can, be positive and give you confidence. But, you also obviously have to, work through what's happening. Why has the league adjusted to you? How are they getting you out? What are some suggestions you can make? And there are some difficult nuts to crack on this roster. I mean, Jung Hoo Lee is a very difficult, case study for them, because you also have the communication issue layered onto everything else. But you make suggestions to someone. You don't want them to do anything that's too far out of their comfort zone. But maybe you also see some ways that they're getting exploited, and you have to be able to point out, hey, look, this is what you have to fix. This is what you have to address. Maybe, don't quite stand so close on top of the plate, or I think he was doing that because he was getting, calls away, straight calls away that were maybe not strikes. And so then he started getting jammed in a little bit. So, it's just, you got to work with guys as they're trying to make adjustments and be positive all the way through it. And that to me is a good hitting coach.
Seems like Burrell does that. It's just that right now they've had a frustrating stretch, certainly at home. And then watching the Nationals hit 3 homers on Saturday and 17 hits on Sunday, you're like, wait a minute, they're doing it. Anyway, Andy, well, there you go. We did wind up talking about the Giants. Did you ever catch up on your Jeopardy DVR, or is that still backed up?
Oh, I'm months behind, man. I have no idea what's going on.
Okay.
No, I'm way behind.
Do you think you'll ever, if you fall that far behind, do you just give up, or will you actually chip away?
There have been times when I've had to skip ahead. I don't get to every episode. I try to knock out maybe 3 or 4 on a slow day, and but yeah, it's once you're a couple months behind, like I was, being out of the country. I think it's at some point I think I'm going to have to give up. They do go on hiatus, so then
the season is over.
Watching
yeah.
reruns.
By the way,
I've got those.
And to honor your pledge from the start about not talking about baseball, given that you travel. What you're on a plane. It's annoying. You whip open your laptop. What are you watching? What's the streaming show you're watching to get through those hotels and those airline flights and all that stuff?
So yeah, I just got through the 2 seasons of The Last of Us, and I'd never watched Succession, so I'm starting to watch it. And talk about a show where there's no one to root for. Wow, I'm not sure if I'm going to make it too much longer. I'm in season 1, but I know how critically acclaimed it is. So. Yeah, that's what I'm watching. It's not exactly the most uplifting thing to watch right now, but
pretty good though.
Yeah.
Pretty good. A lot of great performances and a lot of shining a light on the devious side of human behavior. All right. Well, listen, Andy, always, I'd say it's always fun, but it wasn't that fun talking about the Giants.
It was still fun.
Oh,
just
come
talking
on.
to Bags.
All right, buddy. Well, I mean, listen, we'll see what happens with the Padres tonight. Logan Webb. Thanks, Andy.
Thanks, Bags.
Okay, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
There he is. You know what, Marcus? I think I've just reached my fill. Since 6 a.m.,
Yeah.
how about if we switch gears? How about Mike Sando just dropped his quarterback tiers? We have a number on Brock Purdy, 1 through 30. We have a number from 50 NFL scouts, evaluators, and GMs.
Where will
Brock Purdy
be on that list?
Next on The Sports Leader.
The Giants. Fun.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Are you a top 10 quarterback in the NFL?
Yes, sir.
So we make lists all the time, you know? That's all we do here on Sports Talk Radio. Like, is that like something you hear about?
Like lists and stuff.
Yeah, like you put yourself. Yeah, put yourself amongst your peers.
Yeah, no, I think for sure I'm a top 10 quarterback. You know, I'll leave it at that. I'm not gonna, create a list or anything right now.
There he is, Brock Purdy from May of 2025. Here we are in August of 2025, and Mike Sando's tiers. 50 NFL coaches and executives say you are not a top 10 quarterback.
Brock Purdy, you are not a top 10 quarterback.
Well, we'll see.
The lie detector has determined that as a lie.
Okay, everybody, it's out. Mike Sando interviews 50 NFL coaches and executives, and he puts them in tiers. Tiers, T-I-E-R. T-I-E-R. And tier 1 is obviously, Marcus, the gold standard, and actually tied for first.
Ooh, tied.
Who do you think's tied for first?
Is it O.J. Mahomes?
Hey, Twitter world, it's me, O.J. Mahomes.
Man, rest in peace, O.J. Or not in peace.
Yeah, I would guess off the top of my head, I would say it's Patty 1, Josh Allen 2.
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow number 2 ahead of Josh Allen.
They're tied.
Ahead of
So
Lamar
they're tied
Jackson.
for first.
Oh, okay.
In terms of votes. Third place, the guy you just said, Josh Allen. Fourth place, who would you guess?
Lamar Jackson.
Very good.
Not bad for a quarterback.
Now,
Not bad for a running back.
You'd think the tier ends there, right?
I would think. That's where my tier would end.
Tiers. And again, it's like kind of a arbitrary thing, but no. Garnering enough votes to be considered a tier 1 quarterback is, drum roll please, not Brock Purdy. Matt Stafford. Old man Stafford with a bad back.
O.G. Stafford.
How about
Still
that?
in tier 1.
Yes. So here's what they're saying about Stafford here. He makes his tier 1 debut at age 37. He spent 11 consecutive seasons in tier 2. And here's one of the votes.
How many consecutive seasons?
11.
And all of a sudden at age 37, they're bumping him up?
I know. Isn't that strange?
Why? Yeah.
I don't know.
I was going to say, you can make the argument that he was a tier 1 quarterback earlier in his career.
Yeah.
But to say now at age 37, dealing with an injury.
One of the voters said, I always had a high admiration for him as a competitor, arm talent, and playmaker, but always thought he was a gunslinger. He still has it in him, but his mind, his ability to process, think, and communicate stand out. So I guess they're saying he's becoming a smarter quarterback.
All right, fair enough. But you really didn't value him that much if you put him in tier 2 11 seasons in a row, buddy.
No, they're saying his mind is getting better.
Yeah, they're saying that he's getting better. All right.
Yeah, so there it is.
Interesting.
That's just something, again. This is just,
That's interesting.
All right, tier 2. Tier 2. Number 6, Jaden Daniels. That's pretty high for one rookie season.
Yep.
I mean, there's going to be a sophomore regression, right?
I mean, you would think we saw something similar last year to C.J. Stroud. Him kind of dropping back a little bit in his sophomore season.
Well, not right now. No, they say, here's a quote, this S ain't too big for him. He does not get flustered. That's what the quote was from one of the executives. Number 7 is a guy who is kind of weird. I have sort of a strange relationship with him because he's objectively speaking, you want him at quarterback, but he doesn't really move me in any profound way. Justin Herbert of the Los Angeles Chargers.
He's got the look of a quarterback.
He definitely does.
He looks like a quarterback. He's big, strong, has a great arm.
He's falling, though, in votes. He had received 36 top-tier votes in 2022, 29 in 2023, 19 in 2024, and only 13 this year. So they're saying, quote, a click slower than some of the elites, but he is a stud. One D coordinator said he's just a little robotic. He's just a little robotic.
Damn.
That he's a click slower than some of the elites. Yes. So there you go.
Interesting. Well, let's
Okay.
stay tuned and watch whether or not he's going to have his job taken by Trey Lance. That's a riff, people. That's a riff.
Number 8, shout out Sinaloa Middle School and Marin Catholic High School, Jared Goff.
Jerry Goff.
Jerry Goff. Exactly. I'm more of a Jerry guy. Did you have Brock ahead of Jared?
Yeah, me personally, I like Brock more than Jared. And I do think that we're going to see a regression this year from Jared Goff and overall the entire Detroit Lions offense with Ben Johnson now joining the Chicago Bears.
So he has a league-high 96 touchdown passes over the past 3 years, but Ben Johnson was his coordinator. To your point, he is getting more and more, he's getting better according to the voters. In fact, he went from, in 2022, he was a tier 3 guy, and now he's up to tier 2. It says here, an exec says, you will see this year if it's the coordinator or the quarterback.
Yep, that's the key for me.
He says, but I think it has been more the quarterback than advertised.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
I don't mind that, but I would have had Brock ahead of him. I probably would have had C.J. Stroud, who I believe is number 9 on that list, right ahead of him, too.
Tied for 9th, C.J. Stroud and Super Bowl champ Jalen Hurts. What's it going to take for Jalen Hurts to get the love?
Well, I mean, this is the first time we're talking about him as a top 10 quarterback because he won the Super Bowl.
It says here, according to Sando's piece, and we're talking to Mike Sando of The Athletic, does his quarterback tiers, if you guys are just tuning in when we're talking about. The quote is, he's a really good player on a team of really good players. So there it is, kind of getting dinged for the talent.
Yeah,
on the
he
Eagles.
also gets hit with the system quarterback kind of label a lock just like Brock Purdy does. Thank you for tuning in. Is this our
Ryan and Bobby's best bets?
That's it, dude.
But we're talking ball.
We're picking games. We're picking quarterbacks now.
So Jalen Hurts says that here's a quote here. Jalen does everything the right way for how they have been built. This is a head coach saying he's improved from the pocket, but when you play him, you still want him to beat you from there. That's the whole plan.
Yeah, I think Jalen is better getting outside of the pocket, has a good deep ball, but I don't like him processing a defense more than I like Brock Purdy, the processor.
11 voters placed him in tier 3. Here's a GM saying, this is going to sound like I don't like him, but I do. Just by definition, I feel like he's more of a tier 3. Am I on an island? Sandos says no. 11 other voters placed him in tier 3. Okay, so that's your tied for 9th, CJ Stroud. And the quote on CJ Stroud was, it's time for his team to take the next step. It's time for lunch. Okay, so that's your top 10 without Brock Purdy. So you would throw out Goff.
I would move Jared Goff down on that list.
Interesting. Okay, so now we're like, okay, well, then Brock Purdy should be cruising along right here at number 11. No. Baker Mayfield. Tampa Bay Buck, who I like.
He's a dog, Murph. You know that.
I do like him. The quote is, from a wild man to a contained wild man. He's still going to turn the ball over here and there, but he can elevate everyone around him through his style of play. I do like Baker Mayfield. Another defensive coach said he has matured. He said, think of this. Same guy who was wearing a bathrobe in a commercial when he played for the Browns.
Yes. Same guy who took the Cleveland Browns to the playoffs and actually won a playoff game, beat the Steelers that year.
He says, look at his path. Talk about playing your best ball with your back against the wall. So that's the feel on Baker Mayfield ahead of Brock Purdy, according to these 50 NFL. Okay, so is it time for Brock Purdy? Number 12? Nope. Dak Prescott.
Dak is whack.
Now, you got it. Now, here's where you might want to step in. Here's where you might want to step in and throw a flag, okay? Here's the quotes on Dak Prescott from a D coordinator. I'm not necessarily worried about anything when I play him, but he's just solid. He will put the ball where it needs to be. He can scramble a little bit. If he has to carry it and throw it 50 times, you'll get him a few times. I think he's still good. Here's another quote here. He has proven when it comes to big games, he can't win, a defensive coach said. So that's it. So they still put him ahead of Brock Purdy.
Yeah, which is a little surprising because I agree with that evaluation. I do think that Dak can make most of the passes. I don't think he has the greatest deep ball in the world, and I think he's actually stopped scrambling a lot ever since that ankle injury, which has kind of changed my opinion about him as a quarterback. I would not have him listed higher than Brock Purdy.
Okay, then we get to number 13. Surely it will be Brock Purdy, right? No.
Nope.
Come on down. Green Bay Packer quarterback Jordan Love. Now, according to Sando, it says here he's leveled off after his promising 2024 season here. Knee and groin injuries did limit him last year. Here's some of the quotes. One exec said, I do like his accuracy, his athleticism, his arm strength. The vision and processing holds him back. He's a bit of a gunslinger, but more consistently good than bad. And now that's 13 quarterbacks, and here he is at the bottom of Tier 2, just before Tier 3 begins. Your guy, Brock Purdy. So he slid a little bit. 7 fewer Tier 2 votes than 2024, but Sando says opinions of him have not shifted fundamentally. Here's an opposing coach. He does more on tape than I think a lot of guys can do in terms of anticipation and accuracy. Yes, it faltered at times. I also got the sense he was playing through some things. Oh, was he banged up? He says, but when he is healthy and on, I don't think there are a lot of guys who are at the level he's at. It's high praise. He does lead the NFL in EPA per pass play over the past 3 seasons. That's one of those advanced analytics that I don't totally understand.
Oh, I thought it was a shout out to East Palo Alto.
A D coordinator said, when you play San Fran,
oh no,
you're thinking about McCaffrey, you're thinking about Kittle, you're thinking about Ayuk. You know Purdy will get it to them, but you are not necessarily thinking about Purdy. You are facing all the defense, all these skill guys, and Kyle Shanahan. D coordinator said he's a facilitator for him. And then one exec defends him. Purdy doesn't get enough credit. A head coach said, the draft is over, okay? The guy has played his ass off. Recognize that. He's not the last pick in the draft anymore. The guy is 1 win away from being a Tier 1 for some people if he won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but it's that label of being Mr. Irrelevant that I think does affect not only this list, but kind of the national way that people digest Brock Purdy. And it's probably why people think Jordan Love has a higher ceiling because he was a first-round draft pick. Despite the fact that I've watched a lot of Jordan Love, watched a lot better Brock Purdy. I feel like Brock's the better processor of going through, and I can make that argument about multiple guys on this list, whether it's Jordan Love or Dak Prescott or Jalen Hurts, all guys who might have more athleticism because of their draft status, but we've seen the proof with Brock Purdy and the multiple playoff runs that he has made despite having a step back of a season last year.
Just for context, right behind him is Kyler Murray at number 15.
But that's tier 3.
Tier 3.
Yeah, so that's where my breakdown of this is I don't mind Brock Purdy being a tier as those other quarterbacks. It's fine to me that he's a tier 2 quarterback. You can pick and choose if he's number 10, 11, 12, 13, or 14, but I think that's a good class of quarterbacks that he is in tier 2.
Interestingly, in tier 3 is, I don't care what tier it is. It's the media anyway. You're all controlled by Big Pharma. Aaron Rodgers.
Not going to San Fran.
Number 16.
Not going to tier 1.
What do the quotes say about him? He can't be dynamic like he was, but I still think he can play, says one guy. Says one exec says, you're hoping for Brett Favre to the Vikings, but they had Adrian Peterson, Percy Harvin, and a bunch of dudes. So we shall see. I am actively rooting against him. I don't like him. Kyler Murray at 15, and also behind Brock Purdy is another NFC West quarterback, Sam Darnold. And just for you to close the circle, buddy, Geno Smith, number 19, tier 3.
Look at that. Raiders got a top 20 quarterback.
Here's the quote from a D coordinator. Geno's pretty good at everything, but nothing stands out as an elite trait. There's no one X-Man power where you're like, blank, this guy. So there you go.
All
right.
Well, I appreciate you with the handout mentioning Geno Smith, quarterback of the Raiders. So I wanted to scroll down the list and see what tier your guy Shedeur Sanders would pop up in. Spoiler alert, he's not on the list. Kenny Pickett by himself in tier 5 is representing the Cleveland Browns.
We didn't talk about Shedeur. I thought about making him a hum baby.
Wow, I'm surprised he didn't end up on your list.
Well,
since you are a Shedeur guy.
I am a Shedeur
You're
guy.
in the dog pound, Murph.
I am a Shedeur guy.
Uh-huh.
I went with Verlander, Cam. I gave the 70-yard field goal a nod over Shedeur. Maybe I made a mistake.
Yeah, maybe.
it should have been
Mistakes
Shedeur.
were made, but kickers write history.
They do. And 70-yarders, I wanted to sort of set up a Jake Moody joke is what I was trying to do. So there you guys go. Take it for what it's worth. Brock Purdy, number 14, at $53 million a year.
$53 million. At least he's not getting paid 55 like Dak or 60, whatever the hell he's getting.
All right, guys. There you go, man. Start your barroom arguments. All right, we'll hand it over to Silver and JD. By the way, I checked in with Papa over the weekend. He was watching some Bills-Giants football in his backyard.
Hell yeah.
He's a hell of a setup, too. Outdoor TV. Looking good.
Yeah.
But he said he was heartbroken to miss the game, of course. So we
Love
continue
you,
to think about you, buddy. We know it's a long road and a tough road. So just stay day by day, buddy, day by day. All right. This is all sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about Bigelow Tea because every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow is the number one tea in the Bay Area. We have it right here at KNBR. Gets you going every morning, gets us going. A mug full of English breakfast, Earl Grey, you name it, all the different flavor options, perfect for those who make our living behind a microphone. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow Tea right here at The Sports Leader. Keeps me going, keeps you going. Grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Our Outside Lands rejoins, finishing up with Tony. Who's this year, guys? Royal Otis? I'm guessing?
Royal Otis, my new favorite band. Oysters in My Pocket.
Well, that's a silly. Well, in honor of your oysters that you shucked for the Dead and Company.
Oh, I was going to say in honor of Coach Murphy putting pancakes in his pocket.
Pat Murphy.
Pat Murphy, yeah.
But I'll eat a pancake for sure. Well, so it's fun. So Outside Lands, 3-day sweep. You crushed it, and you feel like you're a veteran now?
Oh, year 1 to year 2, the jump was real. Like, I felt way more comfortable. You know where everything is. You know the weather. You kind of know the routine, where to go, where things are.
Big Deck Murph made his debut on Friday and looked at his watch when he was done, or his phone. 30,000 steps.
Damn.
Bro, did you check to see?
I didn't even look, but it was
So
a lot of walking.
You're just hoofing, huh? You're
It's
hoofing?
a lot of walking. A lot of different stages.
Did we thank our friend from Pink Onion Pizza?
Shout out to our guy, Matt. Pink Onion Pizza went over to the booth. I know he hooked me up with a slice. I know Big D got a slice, too.
Hey, he's a listener, and we appreciate listeners.
Hell yeah. Shout out to Matt.
Thank you, Matt, from Pink Onion. Everybody go, when you're not eating Amici's, and you're in the Amici's booth is done with pizza, you can go to Slice at Pink Onion.
Ah, there it is.
There it is.
Everybody's happy.
2 pink alarm slices that I did not give for free. Actually, just went to one of those stands. I'm not like walking around like Marcus. I don't know anybody. I'm just a guy.
You're the so you didn't go see Matt from Pink Onion?
I did not get a chance. No,
but you did buy his pizza at a different stand?
I did purchase it. I purchased 2 slices. Took a little while. Not gonna lie, but I think they were running low.
Food lines are long. I heard. Huh? There is that the deal?
Yeah,
Is that the situation?
See, when you don't grow up in Danville, you got to get free handouts.
All right, let's do Young Tone. Besides sweeping Outside Lands and learning about Royal Otis, we'll find out what else he learned.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So early this morning, we were doing hums and bums, and I said, well, it's a hum, baby. I'm supposed to lift you up where you belong. Frequently, then, for anybody who saw the movie Officer and a Gentleman, knew that the love ballad from that movie, the soft love ballad from Joe Cocker and Jennifer Warnes, punctuated the outstanding 1982 film, Officer and a Gentleman. Great flick. You seen it, Tone?
82? No, I have not seen it, no.
Well, Richard Gere, Lou Gossett Jr. won an Oscar for this thing. So we're talking Academy Award-winning performance as the all-time, the 2 greatest drill instructors in movie history would be Lou Gossett Jr. in Officer and Gentleman and R. Lee Ermey in Full Metal Jacket. Those are 2 guys who just seared into your brain as drill instructors. So I would say, what happened to Tony's Film Review Fridays, by the way?
Yeah, I don't know.
Great question.
You have to ask Tony.
Gracie.
I don't know.
I don't know. What happened to those movies?
We got a little sound from Officer and a Gentleman here, buddy? Yeah.
Out! Don't you do it!
Oh, yeah.
Don't you! I got nowhere else to go! I got nowhere else to go!
I got nothing else.
I got nothing else.
Dude, powerful scene. Lou Gossett pushes him to the brink, to the brink, until he cracks there. And then, of course, he goes and gets the gal, Deborah Winger, out of the factory. One of the great romantic endings in his navy whites, by the way, looking sharp.
It's just a big mashup of them walking out. Yeah, hang on.
Yeah, Joe Cocker, Jennifer Warnes, if you like your top 40 ballads from... They used to play that on, like, KNBR, because they would play, like, soft rock on KNBR here. Well, this is... This is when he's picking
scene, yeah.
This is him picking her
Going
up.
through the newspaper warehouse, that whole thing.
The poor gal, her girlfriend's super jealous because her boyfriend did not come and get her. But Deborah Winger gets picked up by Richard Gere. He just scoops her up and walks her out of the... I think The Simpsons did a bit funny parody on this whole thing, too. Anyway, I'd highly recommend the flick.
All right.
It's a good one.
And that's how you felt on Sunday, being at Oracle Park.
No.
You got nowhere else to go.
Exactly.
I got nowhere else to go.
I got nothing else.
I got
You're
nothing
going out there
else.
tonight, huh?
I'll be out there. You know, I like being slapped around a little bit.
I'm going to go to the USAM at Olympic Club and see if I see that guy with the 6.1 Burger Dog review.
Oh, yeah. Slap him around a little
I
bit.
may or may not cough in his backswing. Yeah.
I tell you, I got an air horn in my trunk. If you want to go some full Jackass episodes.
I don't know if they're making Burger Dogs open to the public, but if they are, I I'm getting one.
He ain't getting one, I'll tell you that. He's on the ban list. The
All
Burger
right.
Dog ban list.
Hey, by the way, it's Stuart Hagstad. Just want to get this guy's
That's
name
what I
right.
was told.
So if anybody sees this guy on the leaderboard, blank this guy.
There it is.
You know?
Say no more.
Seriously.
Say no more.
Stuart
You're not-
Hagstad.
Will
we're not-
this put you jackass?
We're not going into the factory to save him. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on, we can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Oh, what a romantic ending.
Definitely more burger than hot dog. A 10 is like Minetta Tavern in New York or El Cheval. It's like a 6.1. It's not great.
I said, Papa, I bust fat airs and shotgun monsters. I'm not trying to tuck in my shirt and watch some uppity douche with tight hamstrings. Massive appreciative golf. What up?
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
It'll be 3rd and 5. The Niners opening possession on their own 34-yard line. Mac Jones out of the gun. Under pressure. Throwing deep down the left sideline. And brought in at the 30, down to the 20, the 18-yard line. It's the rookie, Jordan Watkins, out of Ole Miss. A contested catch, and he pulled it down.
What a nice little touch pass there by Jones.
So Robinson to the right. They put Braden Willis in motion. Watkins to the left. Jones under center and 1st and goal from the 5. Give it to Taylor, bouncing it outside of the 5. The 4, the 3, into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers. Watkins comes in motion. 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Bradley picked off, threw it right in the middle of the field and intercepted immediately. Another bootleg, this time rolling left. Mordecai under pressure, spins right, buys a little extra time, and then smartly just throws it away, except it was picked off. He wanted to throw it out of bounds, but he didn't throw it all the way out of bounds and intercepted.
The ruling on the field is an interception. First down, Denver.
So that will do it. That's the final score, 30-9, 3 kneel downs by the Broncos. Good work on Thursday with the joint practices. Denver's legit. They're going to be interesting to watch. We're going to see the Raiders and the Chargers to finish off the preseason, but 30-9 the final.
Hey, 30-9 the final, but hey, here's the good news. Score doesn't really matter. It's the preseason, guys. We are chilling out. 1 down, 2 to go, and then it really starts for Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, and this San Francisco 49ers squad. That is where we started today, because guess what? Football season is coming up fast. Tough one for the Giants over the weekend, too. 1 out of 3 against the Nationals. Important series starting tonight with the Padres coming in for the first out of 3, and we will talk about all of it. Greg Silver, John Dickinson hanging out. Papa and Silver 10-2. You know the drill. JD, what's up, man? How was your weekend? You had a busy Saturday.
Yeah, busy Saturday out at Levi's, and the 49ers got off to a good start. There, I think, some positive takeaways from the game, but the Niners, there were some concerns, I think, in full display, but you never want to take too much out of the result. Like the 30-9 to me doesn't matter, so you have to parse it out, who was going up against who looked good, who didn't, all of that. So we'll get into that for sure over the course of the next 4 hours. And, as far as the Giants go, it kind of depends on how you look at it, right? If you look, it's a bad weekend no matter what. But if you are somebody that still believes that this team's in a race, they actually gained a game on the Mets this weekend. They did.
And the Mets are off tonight, so hey, beat the Padres and you're 3.5 back
and they would
in the NL wild card.
And they'd be 3.5 back, and now it's the Padres are the second wild card. I mean, you're kind of not catching them, even though you're playing them 7 times. It's so funny. Like we've been talking about, the Padres, 7 games coming up in August. These are huge games, and they are huge games because the Giants are on life support right now, even at only 4 back. But they're really chasing the Mets,
right?
Who got swept over the weekend by the Brewers, and we talked about it last week. I think I declared it. I said, hey, if the Giants are somehow going to miraculously get back in this thing, I think they're chasing the Mets. And the Mets have lost 10 of 11 and are reeling. Padres take 2 out of 3 over the weekend against the Red Sox down in San Diego. So we'll see. If you're still viewing it like this team's in a pennant race, then they're 4 back because, as we've talked about throughout the course of the summer, the nature of the schedule, there's always going to be a team kind of hot. There's always going to be a team that's reeling a little bit. The Giants, for a couple of months, were the team that was reeling. So, I mean, they are kind of in it. They're getting another extra opportunity. But the other reality is, if you're somebody that looks at it as, hey, they basically announced to everybody that they didn't think they were good enough on trade deadline day, then it's all about development. And still a bad series and an ugly game yesterday. But you're maybe a little less, oh my God, dire straits, live with each pitch. But regardless, I mean, you lose 2 out of 3 of the Nats. You lose as ugly as they did yesterday. It's just a bad weekend.
And the way they're playing at home right now is unacceptable for a team that is trying to make something of this season and still show a little bit of fight, if not for the playoffs, at the very least, heading into 2026 with a little bit of a positive aspect. So not all bad over the weekend. Justin Verlander got strikeout number 3,500 yesterday. One of 10 pitchers to be on that list. Drew Gilbert, in his right field debut on Friday, made some nice plays. Rafael Devers hit a couple of bombs, but what you saw yesterday in particular, getting out hit 17-3, not being able to get a runner over to second base. Mackenzie Gore is a really good pitcher, but he's been reeling a little bit lately, and then he looked like the Mackenzie Gore of old and the type of lefty that the Giants couldn't hit. Looking at the Mets schedule this week, well, they got the Braves at home, and the Braves have been the opponent that is exactly what the doctor has ordered for any team struggling, including the Giants a couple of times this year. First with the sweep and then winning 2 on the road. That was Verlander's first win. That was a Rafael Devers double homer game. And then the Mets have 3 against the Seattle Mariners, who are fighting in the American League West. So definitely the team to be monitoring, but again, none of it's going to matter if the Giants can't start to pick it up at some point. And this was a weekend to win at least 2 out of 3. You take Friday, and then the way Saturday and Sunday goes, that's just a sucking air out of the tires kind of weekend.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, the Giants continue to show, even when it looked like maybe they were starting to turn a corner, that they're probably not good enough. And you look at the overall record, 59-59. Like we said, still 4 back. Mets are reeling. They've dropped 7 in a row and 10 of 11. But the Giants also, you say 4 back, but they're also 9th currently again in the National League, with the Cardinals a half game ahead of them, and the Reds are the team that are now the closest to the Mets at a game and a half back. So the Giants are 2.5 back of them. And again, you're going to have to play a lot better than 500 ball. And the Giants, unfortunately, have been worse than a 500 team over really the last 2 months straight now. They've been about a 10 under 500 kind of a team, and that's not good.
I mean, 2025 at this rate is going to be remembered as the season in which they started hot. Buster Posey, in his first year as PPO, makes a big move to go and acquire dissatisfied superstar Rafael Devers from the Boston Red Sox. And then from there, it all went down. So, hey, maybe in the future years, we're looking at it as, yeah, that was a really weird second half of a year where it was the first year, Buster Posey, Bob Melvin year 2, the expectations, made some changes going into the next year. Again, I don't know exactly what the story of the rest of 2025 is going to be, but it's certainly not unfolding in the way which anyone would have expected. Maybe so if you didn't make the Devers trade, if you start 41-29 and then it was going this way, I think that fans would be disappointed, but able to understand it a little easier. This, I don't think anybody expected when June 15th happened and the Giants were getting ready for Sunday Night Baseball against the Dodgers.
No, and the frustrating thing, too, when it's guys like Chapman and Adames and, again, that are struggling is, those guys are going to be around, for years to come. And while I still think this year, you definitely have to see how it ends. Does it end with them right around 500? Do they continue along the path that they've been the last 2 months and end up 6, 8 games below 500? Like that would kind of be one thing. But I think as long as they end up relatively around where they are right now, I still think you could make the case that all told, 2025, you'd be closer to being a good team in 2026 than you were at the beginning of 2025. But the other reality is, and we're watching it every day, and we're not going to belabor it, but they have a bunch of areas on this team they need to improve. A bunch of specific positions where they need to, right field. I still say second base. First base. The first base DH slot. If Devers is going to play first base, and you got to go find a DH. Like there there are, the guys that are going to be around. Maybe catcher. You're going to have to build up the bullpen again because the bullpen isn't what it was prior to the trade deadline when you sent a couple of arms out. So I'm more in the macro view. Again, if you are living and dying with each pitch and huge series and all that, that's fine. To each their own as far as that goes, and we'll see if they can play a little bit better and make it all matter here over the course of these last 6 weeks. But yeah, this weekend was it was a bad weekend.
And we're going to start the show largely with another team that needs some areas of improvement, but also has some cause for optimism, as you saw in that mix of a preseason game, 30-9. Denver taking it over the 49ers, but the Niners, when a lot of some starters, some second stringers, and some guys fighting for spots with a lot of young guys on this team, the first quarter and a half really was a nice display of what this team could be with some potential. And then obviously we got a whole look at mistakes, a whole look at some possible depth issues and rookies that are going to have to learn the NFL speed and angles and just a new level of a game. We'll get into all of that. Let's revisit Papa's players to watch, which we told you on Friday. 808 KNBR, your biggest area of optimism, your biggest area of concern. We're talking Niners, your home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Sando's quarterback tiers column came out with Brock Purdy listed at number 14, down a couple of spots from last year. Well, we're going to have Mike join the show at 12:50 today to be breaking it all down. Larry Krueger going to be sitting in with me the last hour and a half of the show. So stay tuned on your home for 49ers football, KNBR, the sports leader. All right, it's a new week, but the same important message. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area and some not even in California? Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been based here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. And yes, we are talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you locally where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about them and how the Dolan Law Firm can protect them. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents, and with all the vehicles and children and schools getting back in session now, please be careful. Work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. But if life gets in the way and you need the helping hand, feel confident that you're in the best of them with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. Because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and the best part of it all, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
It'll be 3rd and 5. The Niners opening possession on their own 34-yard line. Mac Jones out of the gun. Under pressure, throwing deep down the left sideline, and brought in at the 30, down to the 20, the 18-yard line. It's the rookie, Jordan Watkins, out of Ole Miss. A contested catch, and he pulled it down.
What a nice little touch pass there by Jones there.
That was the highlight. Mac Jones going deep on a 3rd down under some pressure to the rookie, Jordan Watkins, who was a heavy target there in that first quarter. Niners lose 30-9 in preseason game 1, but again, it's not about the score. It's more about what you saw. And there are a good handful of areas to be optimistic about. There's also a good handful of areas that could rise as potential concerns here as the Niners look to retool, rebuild, and try to get back into the playoffs and beyond here in the year of 2025. Greg Silver, John Dickinson with you from 10 to 2. Good morning to you out there. YouTube chat is already active. We got Pine Needle, Pat H., Fred, Tacky, Greg, John, Joseph, Joy, many others. I think Joy said her little one's off to the first day of kindergarten. So first of all, congratulations. But also, we're getting back into school season. I remember how the cycle went.
Yeah, big day. Big day. It gets earlier and earlier. That's the one thing you'll really like. By the time you're my age, they're gonna start like July 6th.
So growing up in Davis, I always felt like we were on a later schedule than everybody else. And I didn't mind it quite as much during the summer because you would get to August and you'd think, okay, I still got a good 3 weeks or so. It'd always be around the August 20-somethings. And I'd have cousins up in the El Dorado Hills area, like an hour away. They were probably starting like August 4th. It was ridiculous.
Incredible. I remember going all the way through 7th grade, and the district, I was in the Sacramento district, and it was always the day after Labor Day. I was all the way kindergarten through 7th grade, day after Labor Day. We moved, and then I was in a different district. And so there was that summer between 7th and 8th grade where I lost like 2 weeks. It went from like the day after Labor Day, that Tuesday, which I think historically, that was more the norm, right? The Tuesday after Labor Day was kind of back to school day. But I went from that, September 5th to like August 20th, like immediately. And then it was kind of through the rest of it. It was all August.
That's pretty tough. I was going to say, so
I never got those 2 weeks back, Greg. Never got them back.
We were always late getting out of school. So when I graduated high school, it was like June 15th, which I felt like I was the last person in the entire world to be done with school. But then going to a school for college freshman year that was on the quarter system, I don't think we got going until like September 28th, 29th. So that summer was arguably a little bit too long. So I would still take that over getting it cut by 2 weeks. So that's brutal. So
But
to all the kids out there, enjoy it.
But football is back.
Football's back.
That's the big takeaway. When the kids are starting to go back to school, football is back, and the Niners are back at Levi's, and a lot to chew on here throughout the course of the show. Again, the score I don't think is really relevant, 30-9 in favor of the Broncos. And I think there's a lot of different things we can get into, and I know we're taking biggest concern, biggest bright spot, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 on the phone lines and the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line and all of that. But I think the place to start really is, and I think the whole thing you have to keep in mind, at least the Niners Denver played a decent amount of their ones in this one. So I think like the Niners were essentially starting with their twos as a baseline. And I think there was a little bit of a trickle down throughout the course of the game where it was almost as if the Niners twos were against a lot of the Broncos ones, and then the Niners threes were against the Broncos twos. So there was a level, I think, throughout a good chunk of the game where the higher point of the Broncos roster was going up maybe against a lower point of the 49ers roster. And that could be some of why there was, I think, for a good chunk of the night after the first offensive series, the defense played really well, I thought, against the Broncos ones and forcing the safety and all that. But it really, I think throughout the course of the night, I got the feeling that there was kind of a talent disparity all told in favor of the Broncos. But I think some of that may be skewed by the fact that it was a lot of twos versus ones and then threes versus twos, to where the Niners were maybe at a little bit of a disadvantage there.
Well, sure. And also for the 49ers, I mean, this is the most amount of question marks we've had on this roster for the first time since 2018, really. I mean, since before Kyle Shanahan went to that first Super Bowl. 2020, they knew what they had. Everybody got injured. 2021, they turned it on late. 2022, got Christian McCaffrey and went all the way to the NFC Championship. And then 2023, all the way to the Super Bowl last year. Again, very similar to 2020. A lot more question marks. So you would think that on paper, if you want to do it based on matchups and who you're going to be playing throughout the season, the 49ers probably will be looked at as the less talented team in a lot of areas if and until guys like a D. Winters or a Kalia Davis or a Marquise Siegel or a Jason Pinnock start becoming a little bit more established as a reliable option here for the squad. And then on the offensive side of the ball, is Jawan Jennings someone who ends up getting healthy and a new contract? And does he build up some of that production and reliability he had last year? Nobody's really questioning Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey or Fred Warner or George Kittle, the guys at the very top of the roster. But even in that next couple of tiers, and certainly the sophomore class and the rookie class, that's where you have a lot of question marks. And so, again, I wouldn't say I was necessarily bursting with excitement about preseason football, but this was certainly the most interested I had been in it from the 49ers standpoint in a good handful of years, because it's a team that has high hopes, certainly expects to be good. But on top of that, you also have a lot of different players that are worth evaluating, even in a game where, let's say, the score or the second half might not matter as much.
We'll get to Papa's players to watch. We'll revisit that coming up here. I think just kind of the last overarching theme for me is just the fact that the depth and the top-heavy nature of the 49ers roster, I think, again, was on display there. And there's a lot of talent that was not suited up because the 49ers were basically resting their stars in the first preseason game. There was also a lot of guys who were legitimately held out due to injury. And so I think it really furthers just what I already had in my mind of how important it's going to be for the 49ers' best players to be healthy and available and all have good years if this team is going to maximize what they can be, whether that's 10-7 or 13-4 or somewhere in between, which I think, at least going into this thing is probably the most likely outcome. But I think that was the other tell for me, is a lot of question marks and a lot of potentially questionable depth if the superstar players are not healthy and accounted for the whole year.
Before we get to Papa's players and the phone lines, 808 KNBR, just want to tell you what we got going on guest-wise today. Mike Sando is going to be joining us at 12:50. Always love talking to Mike during the football season, and he just dropped his quarterback tiers column today, so going to be great to catch up with him. Brian Billick is going to be coming by at 1:30, Super Bowl winning head coach for the New York Giants, and he's doing all this work now at X-Tech with Eli Manning about safety and pads and possibly a chance to catch up with Eli himself at some point down the line. So.
That's awesome. And Krug at 12:30. Krug's going to close out. I'm going to be with you here for the next couple of hours up until 12:30.
It's the Sharing is Caring show.
It is the Sharing is Caring show. And Krug, obviously, you're going to hear a little bit as we both continue to sub in for Papa, and we wish Greg all the best in his continued fight. I think we can spend a few seconds acknowledging that. But, yeah, Krug with his observations from preseason game number 1, 12:30 to 2 with you, in addition to Brian Billick and Mike Sando. Sando, I'm jealous, man. I'm jealous that I'm going to miss Sando. That's always good. I know quarterback tiers. The quarterback tiers thing could be that could be a whole show tomorrow for us from 10 to 2. So it'd be great to get his insight on that.
Well, when we talk to Sando, it's going to be something that we do revisit tomorrow because I love getting to catch up with him. And look, I gave Mike the options. I said you could do before noon, you could do afternoon, and he said, who's filling in first part of the show? Who's in the second part of the show? Okay, Krug it is, 12:50.
I'm out on JD. Yeah, he's out. Yeah, Sando's out. No.
808 KNBR, your biggest bright spot and your biggest concern for the 49ers. Let's go to Gordon in Fremont, opening up the phone lines here on a Monday. What's up, Gordon? You're with JD and Silver.
Hey, it's a very lively show and some good topics. My idea is that the 49ers offensive line is not going to be able to protect Purdy, and by the 7th game, he's going to be knocked out for the season. Ooh. I think in between the fourth and the 7th game, the defenses are going to figure out, gee, he's in the shotgun again. You know, the running game is not deceiving anybody. They run the same old boring running plays. Purdy's going to get knocked out.
All right, it's a nice hot take for a Monday. Gordon, hang on the line for just a second.
That's a big concern among biggest concerns.
As far as getting knocked out for the season, right? This is football. We see crazy injuries every week. That's the sort of thing that's hard to predict. What I will say, to Gordon's point, JD, is that largely speaking over the last few years, with the exception of Trent Williams and maybe Dominic Pooney if he continues to ascend, the 49ers' internal thoughts of their offensive line are much higher than probably the external expectation of what their offensive line is in terms of pieces, in terms of proven commodities. And I think that having an offensive line coach like Chris Foerster, who is one of the, if not the best in the entire NFL, I think goes a long way to think, well, he's going to get the most out of a lot of these guys. The offensive line is certainly a question mark. Spencer Burford, someone that did not have a great showing in preseason debut number 1. If the offensive line's a problem and Brock Purdy continues to be back there in the shotgun and he's under pressure, well, at a certain point, it's on Kyle Shanahan to draw up a scheme that's going to help protect your quarterback to the maximum ability possible. Then again, look, with Trent Williams, big difference than without Trent Williams, and he obviously was not playing. I think it is fair to be concerned about this offensive line unit because of outside of Trent, and again, maybe Dom Pooney continues to surge into his sophomore year. Not really a whole lot of proven commodities right now.
Well, they know who their guys are going to be, at least among the starters, with Trent and Barch and Brindle and Pooney and Colton McKivitz at right tackle. So they know their 5. I think the big concern as it relates to what Gordon had to say, and sometimes quarterbacks get knocked out and it's kind of a fluky freak thing. Sometimes it is because of a lack of protection. The reality, though, is I think the 49ers, they're trying to figure out who their backup left tackle is going to be. And look, it's a fair thing to wonder because Trent Williams has never played 17 games in a season because that's relatively new in terms of the overall schedule and hasn't played all 16 games, I think, since 2013 was the last time he played all 16 games. So
that sounds right.
He's going to miss some time at some point, or at least history would tell you he's going to miss a couple games. Hopefully not, but so how do you mitigate that? And if he does have to miss, let's say, 2 to 4 games, are you going to be completely wrecked in your ability to function. Now, I think he's missed time before, and the Niners have been able to I think get through it to where it hasn't completely wrecked their ability to do anything. But regardless, again, the number one takeaway for me is their main guys have to be healthy for this team to maximize what they have.
I appreciate the call from Gordon and Fremont. And Gordon, if you're still on the line, I do want to give you the chance, since we asked people both their biggest concern and their biggest bright spot. Did you have anything that stuck out to you in this Broncos game as something that's making you excited for 2025?
Well, the defense, I think the linebackers in the secondary, there's some new blood back there, new fellas, and that might be an improvement, but the play calling is it's the same old play calling. They're not deceiving anybody. So anyway, yeah, thanks a lot, and appreciate getting on the air.
Hey, appreciate your call, Gordon. If you want to join the phone lines, 415-808-5627. Let's get into Papa's players to watch when we come back, because that's something we did not get to yet. Upton Stout did not play, but Mac Jones certainly caught a lot of eyeballs through the interception, also had the 50-yard pass. So let's unpack that next on the Sports Leader.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, John Dickinson sitting in, and then at 12:30 we're going to do a little bit of a swap. We got Larry Krueger to finish up the show. Niners, of course, practicing today. A lot of minor injuries on the injury report to be watching here, but nothing too concerning as a whole. Michael Williams should be back within a week and be there for the preseason finale against the Chargers. Probably will not expect to see him this week, at least this per Matt Barrows when he was with Murph and Marcus on the morning show earlier at 8:15. Good to be with you. 808 KNBR, the number where we ask you biggest concerns and biggest bright spots for the 49ers in their preseason opener. Broncos give it to them 30-9. And now, after getting sidetracked a couple of times, let's dive into our Papa's Players to Watch discussion from Friday. Something we're going to be bringing you every Friday. Plan is to do it around 10:30. So we got a lot of runway for 3.5 hours to be breaking it down. One of those players was Upton Stout, and it was announced a couple of hours before the game that due to some calf tightness, he was not going to be out there. Now, that one's interesting to me because you hear calf, and that becomes a word where immediately your eyebrows raise a little bit. Is this extra precautionary? Is it because Upton Stout is someone that is increasingly likely projecting to be a week one starter and you want to be extra careful? Or is it another calf where it's weird and you connect it to the Achilles and it brings you back to Christian McCaffrey at this time last year? Certainly hope it is more so the former. Either way, we did not get to see Upton Stout, who has been one of the clear standouts at training camp and 49ers practice. So instead, we got a little Chase Lucas, who made some nice plays, and we'll see if he gets on the roster. But the Upton Stout thing, I'm hoping it's just a don't want to push it. Like Ricky Pearsall, we're not going to mess around here in preseason game number 1. But when I hear the word calf, JD, it does make me pause just a little bit.
As excited as I was to see Upton Stout, I think this was more about how well he's played and protecting him and basically having him almost earn the veteran night off as a rookie, which I think is somewhat unprecedented. I think he's that important and he's played that well during training camp to where any semblance of kind of a little injury and it's you're not playing, you're too important. You've shown us what you can do already. So my read on it is it's probably more that than anything and certainly nothing to be overly concerned about. But yeah, he was somebody I think I was really excited to see get out there and see how it would look in games, because I think that's the other point of evaluation. I mean, we've been out at practice to varying degrees through the course of training camp here now the last few weeks. But when you're out there, you see guys who look really good before the pads come on, and then the pads come on and things change. And then you see players who do well in a joint practice and maybe others who don't do as well in a joint practice. And then you got to get to the games. And so there's all these different evaluation points. Some guys look good when it's shorts and no pads. Other guys look better when the pads come on. Some guys maybe don't flash or pop as much in an individual practice, but do going up against an opponent, or do when the bright lights of being in the big stadium on a Saturday night are a part of the equation as well. So I was looking forward to kind of seeing Upton Stout take that next step, because he's been able to take so many, I think, throughout the offseason program and the ramp up to the regular season.
Yeah, there's no question. And if all goes well, I would love to see him in one of, if not both, of the final 2 preseason games, just for a series or two to get that experience of game reps and the lights being a bit brighter. And even if it's not the true game reps replicated of a regular season game, just get him out there to run through the motions and make game-like tackles and game-like reads and have that game-like intensity with the full helmet and pads and trying to, tackle the living you-know-what out of somebody with a guy of his tiny stature, but also the feistiness to go and make up for it that got him from Western Kentucky to the NFL. As far as Papa's second player to watch, Mac Jones, QB2 for this team. And we came in with that highlight a couple of segments ago of the 50-yard pass to Jordan Watkins. That was a throw that was right on the money. That was third down, under pressure a little bit. Watkins was kind of that clear number 1 target without having, I would say actually DeMarcus Robinson, probably more so. But again, isn't it funny how when you think about DeMarcus Robinson, he always floats to the back of your mind? It's like a file cabinet where you push it to the back because even though he has a more proven track record, right now you're thinking so short term. And although it hasn't been announced, we're all just assuming it's going to come down probably a 3-game suspension here. And the 49ers want to hit the ground running here with the season. They got twice on the road. So I was looking at Jordan Watkins probably more so as the wide receiver 1 because someone who might need to make an impact right away. That was a great play. On the interception, that was a miscommunication between Jones and Watkins.
And on Watkins.
And it wasn't under pressure, but Kyle Shanahan did reveal after the fact that that was a Jordan Watkins mistake more so than a Mac Jones mistake.
Yeah, and I thought Mac looked good. And, DeMarcus Robinson needs to play just a bit on him because he probably isn't going to be playing once the regular season starts. So get him his reps and make sure he's able to be out there in August, maybe because he won't be as much in September in the first handful of games, September 7th, 14th and 21st, as the Niners get this thing going. But I believed it coming in, and I believe it coming out. I mean, the 49ers have a legitimate backup quarterback. And I think you could make the case, other than when Jimmy Garoppolo was the backup to Trey Lance, they have the best backup quarterback maybe in the Shanahan era. To be, Darnold was good.
Until Brock Purdy was, and we didn't know it.
Yeah, I mean, right, exactly. I mean, Purdy was, and Darnold was really good, but it's like this is a forget about the compare. He's better than Brandon Allen, and he's better than Joshua Dobbs.
Right,
and so that gives the 49ers. Yeah, he's to me is somebody, and this is always your backup. To me, there's 2 different levels by which you evaluate a backup quarterback. How do you feel if your starting quarterback, your franchise quarterback, has to miss 2 to 3 games? Can the backup quarterback step in? Can you go 1-2, 2-1? Can you win a couple of those games? Can you stay in and have a chance to win those games with him? And I think Mac Jones is good enough to where you would feel that way. Now, the next level is, and you never want to be in this position, your starting quarterback, your franchise quarterback goes down for the season or goes down for 8 to 12 weeks. Can you win a lot of games with Mac Jones? I don't know. We'll see. But I think he's got a better shot to be successful with the talent that's around him with the 49ers and with the coaching that's around him at that position with the 49ers and in working with Kyle Shanahan. So I just think he looks real comfortable and has adapted to the system. And you can definitely see why Kyle Shanahan liked him coming out in that 2021 draft.
Going all the way back to the draft when we weren't even sure if the Niners were going to select Mac Jones or Trey Lance, Mac Jones was never looked at as some transcendent type of quarterback that was going to win you games all on his own. He didn't have the arm of a Matthew Stafford or the capabilities of a Joe Burrow or the crazy off-schedule nature of a Patrick Mahomes. But Mac Jones' entire career is kind of a good illustration of what his upside could be for Kyle Shanahan, and that is a pretty good upside for a backup quarterback. Again, you never want to see your backup quarterback getting extensive minutes and snaps, but if it comes to it, then is this someone you feel comfortable with being able to run your offense? I would say that what you saw in a short sample of a preseason right there was a lot similar to rookie Mac Jones when Josh McDaniels was his offensive coordinator, was looking a little bit more functional. He wasn't doing anything crazy, but was also not making any wild, unforced errors and playing well enough and managing a game well enough. I know everyone freaks out about the term game manager, managing games well enough for the Patriots to win and get a wild card spot. Then you got Joe Judge and Matt Patricia calling your plays, right? And everything goes haywire. Mac Jones has his confidence shot. He ends up going to Jacksonville. That was a bad situation. Now you'd like to think that going into a Kyle Shanahan offense, although rookie tends to be a year in which your typical quarterback is making more mistakes, this is probably the most functional situation he has had since his best year in the NFL, which again, JD, not saying it was anything transcendent, but as far as a backup quarterback goes, that type of player, you saw Mac Jones rookie year, I think any team would be happy to have them on the roster.
There were other players that flashed in their own individual opportunities on Saturday night, and we'll get into them between now and 2 o'clock. But I think on the offensive side of the ball, the most significant thing from the game was that first series, going up against a lot of the Denver ones and being able to move the ball competently. And hit the big play with Jones to Watkins. Again, Watkins, that was good. There was a lot of good. There was some not so good from Watkins. He's somebody that I think could have a role that's significant in the early part of the season by necessity due to some of these other injuries at the wide receiver position. But I think on the offensive side, Mac Jones looking competent and the ability for basically the 49ers twos to go down and score on the Denver ones at the beginning of the game was the number one most important offensive takeaway for me.
It's 2 C's that I wanted to see out of Mac Jones. The first C is competence. The second one is confidence, because it seemed like that was certainly shot at his time at the end of New England, and then when he took over for Trevor Lawrence, injured last year, for a handful of weeks in Jacksonville. 808 KNBR, the number 2 hammer. We got the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We got the YouTube chat as well. Biggest bright spot, biggest concern for the 49ers as they head into another week and another preseason game. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Greg Silver, John Dickinson, getting your week started here on a Monday, talking Niners ball, losing 30-9 against the Denver Broncos. Oh my goodness, the preseason score. No, but
almost don't even want to give it. You kind of have to give it because it's
a force of habit.
I mean, it's a good habit to get into in the sense that you're going to be doing it when the games actually matter. But I don't know. I mean, did you feel like all the turnovers and the inability to move the ball, if you treat it like a real game for a second, I mean, that's why it ended up 30-9.
Yeah. So not that anyone cares what I was doing on Saturday night, but while this was happening live, I was actually doing a little bit of chefing it up. I actually had some energy and motivation. So was doing a little cooking, went for some Mediterranean chicken and this walnut sauce. So while that was going on, I was like, oh, cool. Watching the Niners, hearing Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan on KPIX doing a great job. And, Guy filling in with this opportunity to the best that anybody can fill in for Greg Papa, which is an impossible task to do. But I was watching, and then I kind of was a little bit of a background there by the time you got to late second quarter halftime. So I look up at one point, and I'm like, it's 30-9 all of a sudden. And then, of course, I went back and watched it in detail a little bit later. So, no, I was not fixated on the score a whole lot. But, hey, they tell you, all you young broadcasters out there, time and score. You can never say it enough.
808 KNBR, most important thing from the defense coming up. We did the most important thing. I gave my most important thing from the offense, Greg. I want to get your thoughts on that. We did Papa's picks and revisited that from Friday. Upton Stout, Mac Jones. Mac Jones led to what I felt was the most important takeaway from the offense. So most important takeaway from the defense coming up here. And also 808 KNBR, your biggest bright spot, your biggest concern, 415-808-5627, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, the YouTube chat, and you can give us a call here between now and 2 o'clock. What was your biggest takeaway from the offense before we get into the defense?
Biggest takeaway from the offense was the potential of Mac Jones to run this offense, which we got into a lot last segment, and Jordan Watkins as a rookie who showed on the interception miscommunication, very clearly has a lot to learn. That was to be expected with any rookie on this team. I mean, we haven't even gotten into the defensive line yet. Alfred Collins and CJ West. Tim Kawakami wrote a great piece about that, how it was humbling to do this for real for the first time. But biggest takeaway from the offense was just that first series being able to move the ball. Jeff Wilson Jr. now going to be part of the running back room moving forward. This news that he was getting signed happened after the preseason game, so of course we did not see him. But just generally converting that third down, doing it under pressure, Watkins putting the speed on display and being able to punch it into the end zone. Outside of that, JD, I don't think there was a whole lot of offense to overanalyze. The Jones interception wasn't on him. It was an unforced error, which, again, this is why you build chemistry. This is the time of year to do it. And then as far as Tanner Mordecai and Carter Bradley, yeah, a combined passer rating of like 19 or something. It was not pretty, but it's not something I'm going to be ripping my hairs out over. Put it this way. If Mac Jones looked like a complete mess out there and Bradley and Mordecai were looking good, I would have way rather had the outcome of what we got, which was Jones looking competent and those two struggling, rather than Jones looking like a mess and the battle for the third string looking like a decent competition.
Biggest takeaway among Carter Bradley and Tanner Mordecai is the 49ers are only going to keep two quarterbacks on the 53-man roster. That's the biggest takeaway right there. Like, neither of those at this point are NFL 53-man roster caliber. And I know they saw some things with the arm strength and stuff with Carter Bradley, but yeah, that was a tough watch for sure. I know he hasn't been around as long with the team, but again, they're keeping two quarterbacks. That I think is the number one takeaway there. And then just kind of finishing on some of the they are thin at running back. I mean, that is another, with Jordan James down and Garendo down, and obviously McCaffrey's not going to play, so that is something to continue to look, and just the overall depth at running back, depth at wide receiver, depth on the offensive line, in particular the backup left tackle spot, I think is something that has to continue to be a little bit concerning.
A couple of texts here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 209 says, O-line looked horrible. Tackling on defense looked great. I would say, depending on the unit, I would think for a guy like Nick Martin, he definitely missed a few in a series. And again, this is not to freak out about any rookie and getting their first real game reps, but we're all just collectively taking notes here. Actually, some note that I wanted to address was from Matt Barrow's column in The Athletic. He did his 3 up, 3 down of first impressions here. And he compared Nick Martin to D. Winters from a couple of years ago. He said Martin looked a little like fellow weak side linebacker D. Winters did in previous preseasons. The speed and athleticism were evident, but he was still a bit all over the place and had 3 missed tackles on one series alone in the third quarter. I know we were kind of talking offense and not as much the defense.
And gave up a touchdown in coverage, too.
And gave up a touchdown in coverage. The point being, D. Winters seems to have a stranglehold on that number 2 linebacker spot alongside Fred Warner. And when we talked to Fred, the comment he made of the many great, insightful Fred Warner comments that is sticking with me is that year 2 to 3 is when you see guys make a big leap. And so I think you're going to see a lot of potential here in this sophomore class and this rookie class, but you're also going to have times of missed tackles. You're also going to have taking the wrong angles of the ball. You're also going to have getting lost in coverage at times, and it takes a little bit of time to get there. And that is why when you have a defense that is this young and going to go through this inevitable curve of growing pains, bringing in an experienced voice and a respected one like a Robert Saleh goes a long way, because it's not going to erase any potential errors, but it can certainly speed up the process of having it click in their head.
I thought that the number one takeaway, and yeah, D. Winters, I think, has all but locked up that job next to Fred Warner at linebacker. But the most important takeaway for me on the defense was just it was how they looked against the Broncos ones. And, Saleh able to dial up some blitzes and make some things happen, dial up some blitzes from the secondary. Chase Lucas with an opportunity to make a play. Like they seemed to be flying around and dialed in. And again, that was a lot of the 2s going up against the Broncos 1s. So I think that's something, if you're looking for some optimism there. But it's just, they just look more buttoned up, I feel like, with Saleh back. And the energy is there and the connectivity is there. And yes, as the game went on and you got deeper on the depth chart, there were some missed tackles. There were some things that maybe weren't as good. But it's, to me, the number one thing is the confidence that you have in Saleh to maximize whatever level of talent the 49ers have. If they don't quite have as much talent as they did in 2019 or 2023, that's fine. But he's going to be able to coach him up, I think, when he has his regulars to a point where he can get the most out of them, which is going to give him a chance to be successful each Sunday.
559 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line on Nick Martin. Needs more time to develop. He was flying around the field without results. Defensive line and secondary has some young dogs. Yeah, I would say secondary was a unit that had a lot of curiosity for me. Turns out that John Lynch and the scouting team, understandably, not too bad at spotting safeties. I really liked what I saw from Siegel. Jason Pinnock, a guy that is probably going to be a week 1 starter and a little fight for a number 2 spot. And then Malik Mustafa had a great rookie season. He's just got to get healthy. We'll see what happens with someone like a Jair Brown as well. 408, back to one of your earlier points, JD, on the offense. Biggest liability is if Trent Williams gets injured. Burford got absolutely manhandled by Bonito. And to be fair, Nick Bonito.
It's Bonito.
Is a sensational linebacker in this league. I mean, we're talking cream of the crop, DPOY type of candidate. All that being said, Spencer Burford really did struggle, and it was another reminder when. So what was your note? Since 2013, that was the last time Trent Williams played 16 games?
I believe so, yeah.
So you would figure with the trend and the age and the injuries that have piled up, Trent Williams is probably going to miss a little bit of time. Now, hopefully we're not talking 8 games or 4 games. Maybe we're talking 1 or 2. But the backup options right there at that spot. Trent Williams to any average tackle is a drop-off. Trent Williams to that version of Spencer Burford is a really tough drop-off.
Well, and you just don't see, and I was talking with Krug about this at the game, like you just don't see, he brought it up, guys that go from guard to tackle. Typically, it goes the other way. Typically, you have guys who are they play tackle, and then if they can't play tackle at a certain level, then they end up moving inside to guard. They're trying to do something different, where Burford obviously has been a guard at the NFL level, and then move him out and find a use for him as the backup tackle. So that I think is potentially problematic for sure. Just some other notes from the defense. I thought Kalia Davis looked really good. I know he's somebody that they were expecting, I think, a breakout year. The 49ers were last year, but he got injured in the preseason a year ago, and it really set the entire season off script for him. I
also,
think
year 2 to 3. Year 2 to 3.
Another year 2 to 3. No, that's a great point. And I think he's somebody, you look at the Kevin Givens injury, you look at CJ West and Alfred Collins, and we can get into the rookies, I think, coming up as another way to kind of break down. We'll just run through all of the 49ers rookies kind of in order. And, if a guy didn't play, he didn't play. If he did play, what did you see from him? But I think if you look at CJ West and Alfred Collins, West is somebody that really flashed in practice early, really flashed in terms of a lot of the one-on-one drills. And, he got in and I think he made some plays that led to plays, but his a couple of times, but his numbers, I think that the pressure numbers for West and Collins per PFF, again, take that with a grain of salt, no pressures in 32 snaps for either West or Alfred Collins. I'm bringing it more back to Kalia Davis, though. I feel like with Givens out, that presents an opportunity for Kalia Davis potentially to be a week 1 starter.
Yeah, no question. And I think this whole defense, here's what I'll say. This is not to get ahead of myself and act like this 49ers defense is automatically going to be some amazing unit. But if I think about the upside of everybody, this potentially could be a defense where we're talking 8 rookie contracts as a starting unit that has a chance to be very productive with Robert Saleh running the show. So we're talking about Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, obviously, Jason Pinnock as a vet, but then you also got guys like a Kalia Davis, a Jordan Elliott, a Mykel Williams, a D. Winters, an Upton Stout, a Renardo Green, a Diamador Lenore. I guess that's another veteran contract, just signed a massive extension.
Young vet.
A Marquise Siegel and a Malik Mustafa. All those names out there, we're talking largely rookie contracts, and I just named, 4 guys who have been paid. So if you can get a lot out of this young core, that is sort of the vision, right? That is how you reset this defense and remain competitive in the offseason. I hate to bring up what the Eagles did a million times, but why were they so good on defense? Well, I mean, dude, in addition to what they already had, they drafted 2 stud corners who balled out in the playoffs. Cooper DeJean, pick 6 in the Super Bowl, and then Quinyon Mitchell, the other one. They didn't have to have a highly paid defense in addition to all the guys that they have paid on the offensive side of the ball. Your A.J. Browns, your Saquon Barkleys, a lot of guys on that offensive line, and Jalen Hurts.
Concerning components of the defense, again, for me, it all relates back to the depth, and there was a lot of talent that the 49ers did not put out on the field because some things are kind of set in Upton Stout inability to be out there, but I think he's somebody that again, you want to see in games, but he's somebody that's played so well throughout the course of training camp that it's looking like he's already basically won himself a job. A lot of question marks. I think there are fewer question marks at corner with Upton Stout emerging the way he has to this point. Obviously, Lenore needing to be healthy, and then we'll see Renardo Green being healthy as well. I think you feel good about the corners if it's going to be those 3 and all 3 are healthy and ready to roll. There are some question marks at safety, but Marquise Siegel's ability to play the way that he did and really flash. I mean, you make a case he was their best player on Saturday night. Like, Chase Lucas, I think, is probably in that conversation. Lucas, somebody that's trying to obviously earn opportunities as a backup and somebody to be on the 53, earn his spot on the 53. But I think Siegel flashing. I mean, how many times have we seen the 49ers hit on the 5th round pick that turns into many. And so you look at Siegel's ability to flash in the way that he did at a position where I think the 49ers it's a little iffy. So that I think is another big time takeaway on the positive side.
That was one of our semi-sarcastic jokes we had on the show, me, Papa, and Walter, when they were getting all their comp picks and settling out how the draft was really going to shake out, the exact number. We're like, why don't I just give them a bunch of 5s? We're like, you don't need a 3 is fine, I guess. You got Fred Warner in the 3rd. I get it. But, 5's kind of that magical round for San Francisco.
It has been. It has been for sure. So 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. The number to give us a call or shoot us a text here. Most important thing from the offense and the defense, biggest bright spot, biggest concern, all those things, Greg, on the table here between now and 2 o'clock.
Let's go over to Cut P from Kyle Shanahan because we're going to start unpacking some sound. And this one, I think, is a nice segue into talking about the vets and the rookies alike. Nothing too alarming here on August 11th, but the 49ers and minor injuries have started to tally up a little bit now with Upton Stout having some calf tightness again. The calf word between Jawan Jennings and then the contract and then also the Achilles tendonitis of Christian McCaffrey. It just raises a lot of eyebrows, I should say, pops some eyeballs and gets those nerves flowing. So here is Kyle Shanahan saying hopefully they can get a lot of guys back from injury for practice before they play the Raiders for preseason game number 2.
Yeah, we are, but I mean it's definitely getting hard. We had 19 guys didn't dress today because of injuries, and that's not counting the pup guys and things like that. Or, there's about probably 7 healthy guys that I sat. Hopefully we can get a bunch of guys back for Monday. I mean, it's real important that we get 2 good practices on Monday and Tuesday. So hopefully we're in a better spot Thursday when we go against the Raiders.
Yeah, so we're looking at guys like a Jacob Cowing. Jordan James is going to be out for a couple of weeks. Micah Williams probably out for this week. Deommodore Lenoir had missed some time with practices, and I'm not as worried about someone like a Nick Bosa or Kyle Juszczyk sitting out time, but for someone like a Jacob Cowing, I mean, how much did we hear about him in the coming weeks leading up to training camp? And then he hardly got any real team reps at all before the hamstring injury went and bothered him. Renardo Green, another one of those guys I think of as, hey, look, this is someone who is young and you want to make sure he's good to go for the regular season. But at the same time, they need him badly on this new defense.
They do need him badly. And I think when you look at it, health is paramount, always. It's especially important for this 49ers team. And I'm not even talking about the ability to go practice and get good work in Vegas and have the joint practice Thursday and be able to play the game on Saturday and all of that. I'm talking regular season. I'm talking top heavy. Like if there is an area of this team that could wind up potentially being its downfall, it's the second tier. I think the first tier, the 49ers have enough good and great players to have a 10 to 12 win season. Where that to me could get off script is the fact that they might not have enough supplemental second tier players either ready to step in because they're so young and learning to grow as NFL players at the start of their careers, or you start taking away players at the first level, bumping guys up that potentially aren't ready, or you start taking away. And I think this is where they are right now, is a lot of this second tier, a lot of the supplemental guys are the guys who are injured. And then that means you wind up playing guys who might be projected as 3s more as 2s, and it makes you all the more vulnerable.
Yeah, no question. So Niners got a top-heavy roster. They are very dependent on health, even more so than the average NFL season moving forward. We'll continue to unpack some sound from Kyle Shanahan and also take your calls, read your texts, 415-808-5627. The number to do so, it's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers dropped their preseason opener to the Denver Broncos by a score of 30-9, but Robert Saleh's defense was giving Denver starters some trouble early on. Got a first look at Mac Jones in a 49er uniform, and we could throw the final score in the trash, but let's evaluate some players who might be making a real impact here in the regular season for your Niners. Was bringing back Saleh the best move of the offseason? 415-808-5627 to sound off.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver with John Dickinson rolls on. Larry Krueger going to be filling in for JD the last hour and a half or so. We'll catch up with Krug around 12:30. We'll have Mike Sando joining us at 12:50. Talk a little quarterback tiers and NFC West, and we will have Brian Billick at 1:30 to close down the show. We continue our discussion here on the Niners' biggest bright spot and reason for encouragement, biggest reasons for concern. 415-808-5627, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, as well as the number to call in. Say hi to Walter and Danny back there behind the glass. JD, we were going for the conversation about Mac Jones and the offense and what we liked from the defense. Want to play one from Kyle Shanahan here as just in general, kind of shredding the offense a little bit, and particularly those last 2.5 quarters. Now, I think we both agree that the last 2.5 quarters mean a whole lot of little in the larger picture of things.
Bad quarterback play.
But Kyle Shanahan's not going to like bad quarterback play regardless. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, it was frustrating. I mean, I liked how we started out, but after that, there wasn't much to be excited about. We didn't get many first downs, 4 turnovers, the 3 picks, the fumble. I felt when we did make a play, whether the quarterback did, then the receiver was off. I felt we made too many mistakes, and it was frustrating 2.5 quarters.
So when Kyle Shanahan talks about mistakes, of course, I'm not going to fixate on the 2 interceptions thrown by QBs 3 and 4. But I also think that there were little errors like the Jordan Watkins route miscommunication on the Mac Jones interception. With Spencer Burford, Kyle Shanahan also said that a couple of the times Nick Bonito blew right by him, there were extenuating circumstances, like the count was a little quick on one. So they were already kind of behind the 8 ball to begin. There was another one where another player was supposed to come in and chip block and then miss that assignment too. So
tight end.
Yeah. So that was Luke Farrell, I believe. So again, not great. Luke Farrell, you're going to look at him more as a blocker than a pass catcher anyway. But as far as the general mistakes, this is going to come with having a lot of rookies and second-year players. And as far as Carter Bradley, look, we don't need to spend segments talking about Carter Bradley and the 6 for 14. He also got here 10 days ago, right? Like, this is not going to be someone that they are dependent on to move forward in the season. If Brock Purdy goes down and Mac Jones goes down, they're going to be finding an alternative option at number 3. Maybe somebody who's out there, maybe somebody who gets cut. But I'm not going to worry too much about analyzing the play of Tanner Mordecai and Carter Bradley after one preseason game.
That being said, I do think the bad quarterback play, and again, I'm talking about Bradley and Mordecai in those 2.5 quarters that Kyle Shanahan is referencing, and we got into the interception that was on Jordan Watkins. The Jones interception was on Watkins, so some good and some tough from Watkins. But I just think the bad quarterback play makes it hard to evaluate a lot else in those middle portions of the game. You can look at the offensive line. We've talked about the fact that I think really O-line depth across the board. I think there are a lot of question marks in terms of who's going to grab the spots. You know who the starters are. And then the big one is, as has been noted, I think most among our interactions, not only on YouTube, but on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I feel like the biggest concern, if we were presenting it as a poll question, Greg, would be if something happens to Trent Williams, woof. Like, big time problems. But yeah, from the offensive standpoint, they've got receivers I'd like to see them evaluate, but the reality is, do they really have receivers that you'd like to see them evaluate? Like we got a lot of Watkins. We know the guys who are hurt and or didn't play and are going to get suspended. Like we know what those guys, I think, can do. We know what Ayuk can do. We know what Pearsall can do. We know what Demarcus Robinson can do if he's around. And you'd like to see Watkins. You'd like to see Cowing. Bergen had the one nice return. That's obviously going to be his pathway to the team.
Any special teams plus is a big plus right now for the Niners.
But none of those veteran back into the roster wide receivers, I feel like, are truly maybe gauge. But again, if you have bad quarterback play, you're not going to really be able to evaluate who stacks up ahead of anybody else among that battle, if it's really a battle. To me, like that's almost not worth, so the poor quarterback play in a sense didn't really prevent you from evaluating, because I'm not sure how much evaluating is going on with those wide receivers anyway.
Yeah, look, as far as the quarterbacks, I'm more interested in evaluating that. The wide receivers, I'm not quite so sure. In fact, let's actually hear, Walter, from Kyle Shanahan. This is going to be cut T. I'll give you a second to pull that one up. It was on Juwan Jennings and missing the first preseason game. Now, essentially, it's a lot of what he said already earlier in the week with practice. It's not the contract. It's not business. It really is the calf. But if that's the case, I would rather it be contract instead of the calf, because we're looking at going into week 1 and we look at this wide receiver room. I'm not going to worry too much about the players that were out there. Nice to see Demarcus Robinson get some run, because in the larger scope of the season, that is someone that could be a reliable veteran piece here for Brock Purdy and this 49ers offense. One way or another, though, you are going to need Juwan Jennings, and here's what Kyle Shanahan said on that. Just a moment. My bad. Little miscommunication. Cut T, as in today, as in, wow. Yeah, that was like a Jordan Watkins, Mac Jones on the route connection right there. One person had one person had the other.
Yeah, I think, the big tell, and I think it was Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard who pressed Kyle a little bit on, hey, what's just kind of what's going on? Is he told you it's contract related, that kind of thing? I'm sure we'll hear all that, but I think we can debate, is it contract or cash? That whole thing. I think what's interesting though is, and regardless of how much he gets paid and all, like they need Juwan Jennings. Like, they need Juwan Jennings healthy and on the field to help kick everybody down, I think, a peg on the wide receiver depth chart.
Yeah, and right now he is neither. Now we've got the cut of Kyle Shanahan speaking about Juwan Jennings' absence.
What we asked you about Juwan is this possibly related to business? You said, ask Juwan. I don't think we've had the chance, and I don't know who will today. Has he told you that there's anything to do with business with him not practicing?
No, not at all. And this is why Juwan missed OTAs, because of his calf. It's the same injury he had last year during training camp, which made him miss a couple weeks during training camp last year. We didn't get him till the end of training camp last year, and it's the same thing on the MRI, and the same thing he's going through. But hopefully we'll get him back sooner than later.
Yeah, so a lot of the same message that we heard a little bit earlier in the week. But again, if it really is the calf, it's bothering him, it's a previous injury, it's lingering. Now you hear the word calf pop up with Upton Stout too. It's something that should rightfully make a lot of 49er fans out there somewhat uneasy, regardless of whether we see them at practice in a week or maybe this thing drags out. Either way, there's always that potential that it does drag out, that it's connected to a larger injury risk that we've seen not just with the 49ers, but across the landscape of pro sports.
Are you buying, Greg, that it is only the calf injury for Juwan Jennings? Are you buying that? Because I'm not buying that it's
I'm not buying that it's only the calf, but I would say if we're going to do the breakdown, and I heard you and Krug talk about this on Niners Nightly last week, I'd call it 75-25 calf to contract maybe, where the calf certainly exists. It's something that is bothering him. He showed up. Maybe it was a good faith. He's out on the field. But the second that he did get bothered by an injury that did really exist previously, then that was probably all the more reason to be extra careful, not waste the opportunity to get a little bit more money. So it certainly plays a factor. I'm not doubting the fact that it is entirely one thing or the other, but I also don't think that we're talking it is 90% contract, 10% cap. I think this is enough of a thing to where he made a smart business decision for himself. You just hope that at this point, the longer it drags out, the more it becomes about the business and the less it becomes about the cap.
Yeah, I think there definitely is an injury. Like, I'm not intimating in any way that it's not a real injury or it's a reason to keep himself off the field or anything like that. But I do think it's interesting because just because he's got this injury, and I've said it, if I'm in Juwan Jennings' position, I think you have to put yourself in everybody's shoes here. If I'm in Juwan Jennings' position and I get a little bit of a calf tweak after I show up and I'm ready to roll, then if I want a new deal, I'm not going back on the field until I have the new deal. because you don't want to risk furthering that injury before you can get that no deal. So I can understand a little bit of the timing of what's in play there. The other part for me, and maybe this is where we continue the conversation, he can have the injury and he still wants a contract though. And so are the Niners, are the Niners willing to give him a little bit of a bump? Is his ask, extremely high on one level to where it's a little bit sketchy as to what the 49ers would be looking to does he want $18, $19 million a year? And the Niners are like, yeah, we'll bump it up to like 11 or 12. Like is it that far apart? And these are all unknowns, but the one thing, like the calf injury has meant we've discussed the contract issue less after we discussed it a little bit less because he showed up. But the fact that he showed up and was a professional doesn't necessarily mean that he is good with his contract, that he's ready to roll and doesn't want a new one.
No, I don't think he ever was happy with that situation, and I fully agree with that.
Like, that's still going on beneath the surface here.
But I don't think that you show up for a day, run team drills, risk getting injured even worse than a minor calf tweak, and then just fabricate some injury that was previously existing. I heard Matt Barrows this morning say that the calf is kind of the new back, where you hear it, and all of a sudden it's this very mysterious kind of injury. There's a very large range of a timetable. There's a severity. There's, the back could always connect to something else. The calf could connect to the Achilles, for example. I'm not trying to say that we know anything beyond what's been out there with Jawan Jennings, just that it was a previous lingering injury and he kind of retweaked it. But I'm saying still it was enough of a calf to take him out. And again, my hope is that as time goes on, it becomes more contract, less calf, even though at the beginning I'd probably call it a 75-25.
Also have to keep in mind who is Jawan Jennings' agent. Drew Rosenhaus. So it's not as if a contract dispute or want or desire is just going to go away.
No.
Like if Drew Rosenhaus is your agent, it's not going away. So I think that's the other, just kind of beneath the surface here. I'm thinking calf injury legit, but the contract thing still hasn't been worked out. And at some point between now and the regular season has got to come to a head one way or another. Either he gets healthy and he's back on the field and he's accepting of the fact that they're not going to come to a contract agreement, or they are going to be able to come to a contract agreement and he's going to be held. There's just a lot of variables, I think, in play here that maybe we've under-discussed a little bit because of the injury. And fairly, a guy has an injury, but I just think there are some potential tells beneath the surface that that still needs to get dealt with. He needs to get healthy, but the contract thing also, one way or another, needs to get dealt with because the Niners really need him. And I think it's apparent when you look at their wide receiver room how much they need him for this upcoming season.
And Ricky Pearsall, by the way, who I think it's really understandable why he sat out that first preseason game.
Can't risk it.
Can't risk it. Can't be messing around. Because I know when I asked you players you're most intrigued by, you gave me Ricky Pearsall.
I was like, he ain't going to be out there.
He's not going to be playing on Saturday.
He ain't going to be out there. Yeah.
808 KNBR. We've got the YouTube chat open as well. We will continue this conversation well into the noon hour. It is Pop and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver on a Monday, talking Niners ball. I'm going to say the score again, even though it's meaningless. Denver comes in to Levi's and wins it 30-9 with those new video boards that are extra big. I was not out there in person. You got to see the video boards. How were those?
Nice. No, definitely an improvement, noticeable. And like people like them.
Good. We better see some instant replays up on those boards during a challenge and get the fans a little bit riled up now they got a better view of it.
The one thing that was weird, and I was kind of wondering how they were going to do this, but the whole the measurement now, the first down measurements that are being done, being done electronically. The Hawkeye, exactly, the Hawkeye system, as opposed to bringing out the chains. I was kind of wondering, how they're going to do it on television because we've watched it a little bit. I'm like, how's that going to work in stadium? And so there was a little of the drama of whenever there is a measurement, and there was one relatively early in the game, the drama of, all right, the guys are coming out with the sticks and all right, they're stretching them out. Is it going to be short? Is it going to be a first down? There was really none of that. And I kind of felt like in the stadium, nobody really knew how to react or what was going on. And then all of a sudden they just flash up on the screen what the Hawkeye measurement showed.
I mean, I was also hearing that it was taking at least as long as the chains would have
Seemed
under
like
the old
it.
system.
It did. Yeah, there was a delay. There was that delay where I was sort of counting it in my mind this is where the guys with the chain gang would come out and they'd stretch them out and we'd see, and it kind of went on and there was just nothing on the scoreboard and then all of a sudden they just put it on the board, the measure. It was a little weird. It felt a little I don't know, it felt like an element that we're used to watching football our entire lives, regardless of our ages. And we're all in different decades between the three of us with Walter. And it's just, I don't know. There was something lacking.
I wonder what rule change is going to happen as a fallout of a Chiefs-Bills game this year. Because those two play, it's always ridiculously competitive. And then there's some freak out at the end where there was Josh Allen didn't get the ball in overtime. By the way, terrible rule. Glad they made it so both teams could get the ball in overtime of a playoff game. Then you had the Hawkeye. Then you had the game where Kadarius Toney lined up offsides, and then Travis Kelce had the lateral play, and Patrick Mahomes lost his mind because the play was so cool that why would you throw the flag and let the play stand when Kadarius Toney is lined up offside? Anyway, I digress on all that. Bottom line is those two teams meet up, and it seems like we're always talking about ways to change the game of football because of how thin the margins are. Back to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Couple of texts in succession on the same topic. 408, the biggest new, and puts new in quotes for obvious reasons, addition to the 49ers this upcoming season has got to be having Robert Saleh back. The experience, knowledge, fit with defensive style, and his vibes are going to be immensely helpful on the defense. And then 818 echoing the same sentiment. Bringing Saleh back was absolutely the best decision they made this offseason. Extending Purdy, Kittle, Warner were necessities, but bringing back Saleh was a choice. And had they not made the decision, they wouldn't have been able to go all in with the youth movement on defense. I think that is a great point, that bringing back Robert Saleh, whether you want to call it the best or somewhere on the list, or maybe it's in your top 5, whatever you feel about it, that certainly set the tone for what the 49ers did of the offseason. You're not selecting 5 defensive players at the beginning of the draft if you don't have a trusted voice in that building who probably has a pretty clear idea of exactly what he wants heading into a new season when you're trying to retool financially, emotionally, spiritually, and get this right.
It just seems like already a more well-run unit, and you have confidence that you can get more with maybe less, or with players that are growing than you could potentially in the past. And so I think that I think stood out, and maybe it's just the energy of Saleh always stands out. I mean, you have people texting me during the game like, look at Saleh, they get the safety and he's out there. Like there is that stuff is not nothing. Like that stuff is not nothing. That energy, and I think Kyle Shanahan likes having somebody that he trusts at that level, but likes the energy that he brings and the violent nature of the intensity. And I think that's the one thing, the varying degrees of success that a lot of these younger players have had. I think the one thing that they all have, and we can get maybe into the rookies a little bit more as the show goes on here, but I think the one thing, whether it's guys that didn't play, Michael Williams, Upton Stout, whether it's guys who played and maybe didn't play well, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin, or whether it's C.J. West, Siegel. I thought Siegel played well. West has had a nice camp. Even somebody like Sebastian Valdez, all of those guys have that intensity, have that dog. They all have the dog. They may not all be capable of playing at a certain level now in their entry into the league, but you can tell that the Niners, I feel like, had a type that they were looking at in terms of personality and aggressiveness and intensity. Still got to play out on Sundays. Still got to be able to, even like Nick Martin, I think, is almost the perfect example of this. Nick Martin made a lot of mistakes and missed tackles and was flying around in the wrong spot and took the wrong angle, or somebody cut back on him or whatever, missed tackle, all those things. But he was flying around looking to hit somebody. And like that as a baseline, I think is a tell to what his potential can be if the rest of it gets honed in with experience.
Different perspective.
With coaching.
Coming in. 209 says, stop it with Saleh. He wasn't a great coordinator until they drafted Bosa. Christian McCaffrey is easily the most important new addition. Well, I agree with the second part wholeheartedly. Christian McCaffrey.
Well, he's the most irreplaceable player on the team, according to me, last week.
Right. When we did our top three most irreplaceable, I would put Christian McCaffrey probably at number one. Look, here's the thing, though. Robert Saleh's got a chance to continue adding to that resume. So, no, does it mean a whole lot that they forced a safety in a preseason game? No, but a lot of 49ers, some starters like a D. Winters, but a lot of their number twos going up against a lot of Denver's number ones, holding them to 3 points on 3 drives. Again, that's not nothing. And so Saleh, as much of a mess as the New York Jets were, that defense was still good, and it got a whole lot worse when he was kicked out of the building and Jeff Ulbrich was the interim coach there. That's not to come down Jeff Ulbrich's road or anything. The point being, Robert Saleh, at least on that side of the ball, has been able to get it right for a good handful of years now with different organizations, different personnel. So, yes, not having Nick Bosa versus having Nick Bosa in the same way that not having Trent Williams versus having Trent Williams is going to make a world of a difference, because some players are just so transcendent that it doesn't really matter with the scheme. It's like you got to have the X's and O's and the Jimmies and Joes. So you got to have dudes out there for sure. But if Robert Saleh can make something of this defense and win divisional games with the important pieces like a Fred Warner and a Nick Bosa, but also a lot of other guys on rookie contracts and a newly extended Diamador Lenore, that's going to open some eyeballs for me.
I think the texter said it perfectly. You can't go all in the way that they did with the youth movement if you don't have an experienced coordinator that can lead the way and set the tone. And Saleh was aggressive. That's been something that you've seen. I think the willingness to blitz, and we saw it. Everybody saw it on Saturday, and the willingness to blitz from the secondary. I think I think the Niners defense the last couple of years, I think in some way, last year in particular, last year it became too vanilla. It was too vanilla. There was no creativity to it. There was nothing, extra being brought, it felt like, in terms of scheme. Maybe there was a little bit too much of that the year before. With Steve Wilks in there compared to the way it had been before, and guys weren't maybe used to it as much with D'Amico and Saleh prior to Wilks. But I thought last year it just became very vanilla and uncreative and lacking enthusiasm. And I think that is back with Saleh. And I think it's a good thing. I think it gives the defense a chance to maybe overperform their overall talent while a lot of these young guys grow up on the fly, which they're going to need these young guys to grow up on the fly. Even at D. Winters. D. Winters is a young player. He's not a rookie, and he's taken his lumps in similar ways that Nick Martin looked in the game on Saturday for a couple of years. But now D. Winters looks like somebody that's ready, and we'll see. He's got to prove it, but he looks like somebody that's grown up, ready to fly around and be violent and make plays on Sundays. And, that level of development, I think, is only enhanced by having Saleh back in the equation.
Yeah, Kalia Davis, another one who really hasn't been a part of this lineup. He's fought through injuries. Now he's going into year 3. Looked good in preseason game number 1, and someone that they might be relying on in a major way. Malik Mustafa, when he comes back from injury, going into year 2. Mentioned Renardo Green a little bit earlier as he's dealing with an injury. Hope to see him in the preseason out there. Again, I don't need extensive reps from guys that are probably going to be starters, but outside of Ricky Pearsall, right now, I would say anybody that's going into year 2 and had some nice flashes in their rookie year, I want to see at least get some of those reps out of the way and shake off the rust a little bit here.
Yeah, no, I think that's well said.
Pearsall gets the exception because the wide receiver room is just so thin right now without Jawan Jennings, without Ayuk, and in all likelihood without Demarcus Robinson for the first 3. It's Poppin Silver, John Dickinson, Greg Silver, Larry Krueger going to check in with us in about 45, 50 minutes or so. Mike Sando will join us at the end of the 12 o'clock hour at 12:50. All coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I don't think so. I don't want to speak too soon. It looked more like just a knee bruise and stuff, but we'll have to see. But I thought he was one of the guys who flashed a lot tonight. He got a little bit late start on being injured in the offseason. And I think it was a few days into camp where he really got going. But he's had a hell of a week here and finished it off good today.
That's Kyle Shanahan speaking on rookie safety Marquise Siegel, who was very active in the first half, had a team-leading 7 tackles, and then would leave with an injury. So if you heard Shanahan talking about not exactly sure what that is, well, hopefully we get some more information on that in the coming days. Joint practice this Thursday in Vegas against the Raiders, and then they got preseason game number 2 this weekend against Las Vegas.
Quick roster moves. The Jeff Wilson Jr. signing is official. The 49ers also signed defensive lineman Trevis Gibson. They come in. Amir Abdullah goes on IR. 49ers waived Tanner Mordecai after he was brought back to play on Saturday. And offensive lineman Andre Dillard has been activated from the PUP list to be at practice today.
Okay, nice little update as every move we're going to be tracking right here on the Sports Leader. Siegel, what a good name, by the way. It's taken me back to a text from 650 earlier in the show when we were talking about Upton Stout. Says it's always better to have a player with the last name of Stout and not Moody. Hey, Jake Moody with a nice 1-for-1 on the extra points. Didn't really get that Jake Moody showcase that a lot of fans were probably hoping for, huh?
No, didn't. And I think a big part of these preseason games a week ago was going to be the competition, right? And how would the 49ers look to divvy things up between Jake Moody and Greg Joseph and all of that?
It was only one kick to be had.
Yeah, well, only one kick to be had. So that obviously made things more difficult. Kind of emptying out the notebook a little bit here in terms of the observations. And 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. What is the biggest bright spot from what you saw on Saturday night at Levi's, and the biggest concern that you saw moving forward here for the 49ers as they gear up? We're now inside of 4 weeks to go until the opening game, week 1. It is 4 weeks from yesterday, so 27 days away from that opener. And just kind of looking at some of the notes here, we talked about Jordan Watkins, the big gain from Mac Jones, the first series. I thought Brayden Willis had a great block. It was probably a hold of Benito on the Patrick Taylor touchdown run. I noted the Junior Bergen punt return. I thought Tatum Bethune played really well also before he left with an ankle injury. I know we've talked a lot about Nick Martin and the missed tackles and D. Winters basically winning the job here before the preseason has even started next to Fred Warner. So I thought some of the bright spots, Chase Lucas, again, somebody who's trying to make the team. I thought he had a couple of PBUs. He had a couple of nice blitzes. We talked about Saleh using some secondary blitzes. He loves to blitz that nickel corner, and Lucas has shown himself to be able to handle that.
I love that quote from Lucas after the game when he's like, "Yeah, I told Saleh if you dial it up, like I'll be ready," and then he delivered. So
yeah, and he's a good tackler against the run, which I think you have to be tenacious. I feel like in that vein. So those are some of the other things that stood out. I thought positively. The negative side, that the quarterback play really from the 2 and the 3 with Carter Bradley and Tanner Mordecai made it difficult to evaluate others. Although, like I said, I'm not sure I like Corey Kiner was pretty good. I think he's somebody that I don't know what the upside necessarily is, but he's going to get a lot of opportunities to play. It's certainly in the preseason as one of the guys that's been able among the young group to stay healthy, and now even with Abdullah going down among the veterans to stay healthy there. But yeah, the pick, the interception, which was on Watkins, the Mac Jones pick, which was on Jordan Watkins. That's one thing. The offensive line did give up a couple of sacks. Benito kind of blew up that one series there, and you had
Mac Jones took 2 sacks for only 7 total yards, so it wasn't big. I believe those were on back-to-back plays there, I think, in the second series.
Yeah, and then there was there were two plays where, one where Burford was supposed to get some help, and there was one with the tight end where it was Farrell missed, and then it was supposed to pick him up. So it was a tough. That was the 49ers' second offensive series. And so, yeah, Benito's a hell of a player. The Broncos were playing a lot of their ones. It was a lot of the Niners' twos. But the big, I think, concern is that backup left tackle spot. And we'll see how that all shakes out with Burford getting the opportunity in the place of Trent Williams on Saturday.
I'd say three concerns. One would be the backup left tackle spot. One would be just the wide receiver room because of all the unknowns. And then the third one would just be the small injuries mounting up a little bit. Again, nothing to freak out over to this point, but it is a lot of minor injuries mounting up. And we played that soundbite from Kyle Shanahan a little bit earlier in the show, talking about hoping to get some guys back this week, including guys who are trying to prove themselves and make a name for themselves here as they look to either compete for a certain job or a starting job or even a spot on the roster for someone like a Chase Lucas. 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line to that point. I sure hope the Niners aren't practicing on the turf they practiced on before their Super Bowl game. Don't need unnecessary potential injuries. Yeah, no UNLV turf getting thrown out here. Luckily, who knows what they're going to be doing in Vegas. But at least as far as we know, Santa Clara, it's been all smooth sailing.
It has been, and yeah, they'll be at the Raiders Henderson training facility, which I believe is where the Chiefs were allowed to practice going back. The reason the Niners were at UNLV was the fact that they were the visiting team in the Super Bowl. So it alternates each year between AFC and NFC, who the home team is, and the home team in that particular year gets to take the better facility. They also get the first choice of hotel among the hotels that are allowable for teams to stay. And I believe they also get their first choice of practice time. Practice and meet, like they can go in the morning versus the afternoon. So
when I was a lot younger, I always knew who the home team was in the Super Bowl because every year around January 15th or so, my mom would be talking to her parents, and my grandfather, God rest his soul, would always ask, hey, can you ask Greg and Robbie, my younger brother, who the home team in the Super Bowl is? And so we started taking notes because we knew that every single year the question was going to come up. Now I get why. There were all these perks and benefits. So you're telling me that when the 49ers got the Chiefs, they got the second choice of practice time and hotel and facility, and then the Eagles get to face the Chiefs, and the Eagles get whatever they want, and then the Chiefs have the worst day of their entire year and get blown out in the Super Bowl. Life doesn't feel very fair right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. And you look at, both times the Niners have played the Chiefs have had that pick. It might be the media. I think you can practice in the morning, but it relates to your media time. It relates back to your media time if you choose it. So there is a morning or afternoon option, but I think the Chiefs went with the earliest of the options. And so that, the Niners went in the afternoon in both of their Super Bowls with the Chiefs. And the Chiefs were the home team in both.
Yeah, 54-58.
And so, and you look, the Chiefs were the visiting team against the Eagles. The Eagles had all the perks.
And the Buccaneers, correct?
I believe.
That was a weird year. No fans.
That was, I'm trying to, what year? Yeah,
well, the Buccaneers were literally the home team. It was played in Tampa.
I was going to say it was in Tampa that year. But no, that was the year. Yeah, that was the year after.
Yep.
So the NFC would have been the home team, literally and figuratively. But I believe, if I recall, the Rams were technically the visiting team, even though they were home at SoFi. I think the Bengals were the home team, if memory serves, even though they were obviously not the home team. And I'm sure the Rams, I don't know what the Rams did, but they might have all stayed at home.
I do have a note on the Eagles, by the way. We are monitoring all league-wide headlines, and Pro Bowl guard Landon Dickerson is thought to have suffered a meniscus injury in his right knee. Getting additional opinions to determine the next course of action and how long he might be sidelined. But look, any team in the NFC that the 49ers are chasing down, I'm going to be watching every little move, headline, injury report throughout their preseason. There's no question about it.
Definitely keeping tabs on that, as it can change the course of different team season. So do you feel better or worse? It might be a little bit of a silly question, But do you feel better or worse about the 49ers off of Saturday? Bunch of the main guys don't play. A lot of opportunities for rookies. You kind of liked what you saw initially, really on both sides. First series offense, couple of series with the defense. The Broncos are playing their starters on offense into the end of the first quarter, early part of the second quarter. Niners were up 9-0. So kind of you throw out those middle two quarters where everything was pretty bad with the 49ers offense, or 2.5 quarters. But do you feel better or worse about the Niners given what we were able to see and who we didn't see on Saturday night?
I feel a little bit better. There are still a lot of question marks circulating around this discussion. I wasn't going to have any crazy strong reaction. Again, this is what I told you last week, and this is the unfortunate reality of football talk in early to mid-August. Any positive headline is going to be something erring on the side of caution. You're going to take it with a grain of salt. It's something to store away for more information. But negative headlines certainly could be something much more destructive and definitive. So if we're talking a major injury or somebody wanting to hold out for a contract or anything like that, the negatives could be a lot more pronounced. The positives are not going to be anything that sway me crazy in one direction. So I do feel a little bit better. But again, I wasn't going to come in on this Monday and have some sort of profound epiphany about something great that happened. The reason I say a little bit better is because to hold a Denver offense, which really started clicking in the second half of the year, and again, I know head coaches are not using their best plays and their real scheme here in the preseason. It's about reps and chemistry and all that. But to go against a lot of Denver's ones, like a Bo Nix and a Cortland Sutton, and to hold them to 3 points on 3 drives with a lot of young guys and a lot of, let's say, second-string defenders, and the way Robert Saleh was able to dial up some pressure, forcing an intentional grounding in the end zone for a safety, that's something that stuck with me and popped out. I anticipated a lot of the rookie struggles, so the CJ West and Alfred Collins and Nick Martin hiccups, not something that I'm going to overreact too much to. And so for that reason, I would say probably walk in after that game feeling a little bit more positively, but it is fair to have a whole list of concerns when you look top to bottom of this roster. And I think by and large, concern number one, which still is looming and is going to continue to loom until a lot of these guys become proven, JD, is that the depth on this team is not a strength. You have a top-heavy roster. You have a lot of Pro Bowlers. You got some All-Pros. You got some studs worth the money that you are paying, but it's not a deep roster, and the injuries adding up is going to make that feel worse.
I'm more concerned. I'm not going to lie about it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm more concerned, and again, I get it. The most important players on the 49ers roster did not play, did not even dress for the game. But we know how dependent the 49ers are going to be on those players. I'm not saying I don't project this team to be a playoff team or anything like that, but I am more concerned. And look, it is area by area as you look at the different parts of the roster. But for example, like I feel pretty good about the backup quarterback spot. So that's something that I felt pretty good about it coming in. I feel probably about the same about Mac Jones being the backup quarterback. I'm more concerned. Here is, and I think it echoes a lot of what you said. I am more concerned about the 49er wide receiver room right now.
Sure.
Than I was at 5:00 Saturday.
Yeah.
Knowing Ayuk out and the Jennings question mark and Demarcus Robinson and all of that, and some good, some bad from Watkins. We'll see if Cowan can come back. I am more concerned about the 49ers offensive line if something happens to Trent Williams. And I was already pretty concerned about that. I'm more concerned about it given what we saw on Saturday. Again, doesn't mean the Niners can't have a good season or a good team. I'm more concerned about the running back depth at this point also. I
think also bringing in Jeff Wilson Jr., who is a vet and probably well past his best football and was never a star in his own right. That's also an indicator that Shanahan and this offense want a little bit of stability too.
And you know what? In fairness, I don't know that I'm more. I actually don't know that I'm more concerned, but I was already really concerned because this whole thing about it really feels like with the Garindo injury specifically, and I don't think Patrick Taylor's a nice vet to have around and on your team, but do you really want Patrick Taylor to have to hit a nice run with the block that might have been a hold from Braden Willis on Benito there for the touchdown? But do you really want Patrick Taylor Jr. to be somebody like he's like that vet replacement level player that's just steady but doesn't blow you away at all? I just so much of McCaffrey's going to do his thing, and then you've got Garindo, but now Garindo's out, and you don't know what to you can't make anything of Jordan James because he's got the finger, and then you're trying to figure out what Kiner can be. So I'm concerned there. And then on the defensive side, I think what we've seen, I think I'm more optimistic about the secondary. I think I'm less optimistic initially about the defensive line.
Right, and how much can Nick Bosa cover up on his own?
Like I think it's gonna, for Alfred Collins and CJ West to make an impact in the regular season, it's gonna take a little bit. I'm more of that opinion off of what we saw Saturday night. Not that they can't be good players, won't be good players, so that is a concern to me. I guess the one area I might feel a little bit better is with the way Siegel played and the way Chase Lucas played. Like it feels like there's maybe a little bit more depth in the secondary than maybe we would have anticipated. So that's if there's one area where it's like, wow, where do you feel better about things than maybe you did right before kickoff? I think the secondary might be that area.
And a lot of youth in that unit too.
But they have youth that flashed that Siegel flashed up, Lucas flashed up in the game, whereas maybe West and Collins had practiced better, but flashed maybe down in the game.
And Collins in particular was looking his best in the one-on-ones compared to the team reps, which is understandable.
And CJ West too, honestly.
True.
So, so it just, again, nothing to make a grand decision on how this thing is going to shake out, but we all have our opinions and our evaluations as we see a little bit more. And look, it may completely change after the Raider game, and it may completely change after week 1 and week 2. I mean, ultimately, we're not going to know. We're not going to know the impact that a lot of these young players can have until we see them with the main guys who are going to be counted on to hold this team up. And I think we all know it's Brock, it's McCaffrey, it's Kittle, it's Trent, it's Warner, it's Bosa. I think Lenore to a certain extent. It's those guys.
Forgive me if you already brought this up, but in addition to the news about Tanner Mordecai getting waived and Andre Dillard getting activated off the PUP list, the 49ers also placed Amir Abdullah on season-ending injured reserve.
Yes.
Want to make sure we got all our 49ers news out there to the masses.
Yes, that was mentioned.
Good.
Yeah,
this is the place to be, so I'm going to blame myself for not catching all three. But
all in the same announcement.
All in the same announcement.
All in the same announcement. I know Abdullah got a separate Schefter tweet, so everybody you kind of see that twice. You see it in the announcement, and then you see it when the big time NFL insiders get it.
Schefter updates getting in my head. Nothing drives me crazier though than having the Shams Charania alerts, and then he'll do the update, and then he'll have 3 separate tweets on top of that to also add context to the update. And I'm like, look, you do you. You're doing your job. It's my fault for having the alerts on, but it feels like you're getting a third of the news relative to the notifications that are popping up on the phone.
By the way, I mean, is this a good time? I know we're up against it a little bit, but by the way, do we need to do our daily Kuminga here real quick? Do we need to do our daily? Because it literally is, and we'll probably talk more about it tomorrow. But this from Anthony Slater and Shams. There was an ESPN piece on the top free agents still remaining, basically, with the restricted guys and Ben Simmons and some others. But there was a Kuminga paragraph among that, or a couple of paragraphs. Here was the latest. The Warriors have not upped their offer, and Kuminga has indicated to those close to him that the $7.9 million qualifying offer is more appealing to him than the Warriors' current pitch. Something has to give before the October 1st deadline. That via Anthony Slater of ESPN. So the Warriors offer of $1 and $21.5 with the team option for year 2, the no trade clause, all of that. Kuminga likes the 7.9 more than he likes that right now. But
I'll tell you this.
We got, 7-8 weeks to go here.
I was going to say, I got a great text that asks an enticing question, and I want to unpack that one next.
There's your daily Kuminga.
We'll see where we're at 12:30, but we'll probably get the daily Kuminga in on a Tuesday or Wednesday. We got a short show. We're at the patio.
Yeah, that was it. That can be it.
Walter, you might need to get a sounder together for the daily Kuminga. We're going to be running this all the way up till October. It is Papa and Silver with John Dickinson. 408 with a great question to answer when we come back on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, after that 4-2 road trip for the Giants, they come home and win just 1 of 3 against the Nationals. Justin Verlander got his 3,500th strikeout on Sunday, and Drew Gilbert made some nice plays in his right field debut, but otherwise it was a tough weekend for your Orange and Black, and they got an important series against the Padres. First of 3 tonight, first pitch at 6:45, only here on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver with JD on a Monday. Final segment here with JD. We'll get out to the phones in just a second. We got Elvie in West Sacramento. Wants to talk Giants and preseason thoughts. So we'll get the full picture there coming up in just a bit. I told you there was a question to continue our 49ers discussion that I wanted to get to on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 408. What worries me is the amount of injuries the team has and gets. Seems like it's every year. Do you think that's a strength and conditioning staff issue? Short answer, and I want to get your thoughts on this as well. My short answer to that is no. I think the 49ers have played a very physical brand of football that involves players having to block and run down the throats of oppositions that are bigger than them. I think that there was a lot of wear and tear that goes on the bodies of these players, which is why Deebo Samuel, even going into the end of his 20s, looked like a very different player than the Deebo Samuel of 2021. I think Jawan Jennings was a great example last year when he got ejected in the final game of just how physical it is to play a 49ers brand of football. No block, no rock. It always feeds in, starting with the run game, into the pass game in a Kyle Shanahan offense. That being said, here's the other element. You played a lot of extra postseason games too.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that. All right. That is, we're talking 17 games in an NFL season now, which I think some could argue is a little bit too much. And the 49ers, over a good 4-year stretch, played close to a full season extra for a lot of these guys. That is not something to be taken lightly when you account for that amount of games, but crunching it into 1 year's fewer of time. I will say this, though, about the strength and conditioning. If this is a recurring issue with a lot of younger players now, when you've done somewhat of a roster reset, then maybe we're having a little bit of a different conversation. I don't wake up in the morning talking 49ers thinking about, they got problems with the strength and conditioning. That said, if you got a lot of injuries stacking up, and particularly bad ones, it's always something to think about. Do you remember, and I want to say it was 2021, but the Ravens had 3 of their running backs, the top 3 on their depth chart, before the season even started, go down with brutal season-ending injuries. I think it was Justice Hill, Gus Edwards, J.K. Dobbins. Before the season had even started, we were talking either ACLs or Achilles tears, and it was starting to raise the eyebrows of like, okay, is there something there to this method? So no, I don't think that that's an issue with the 49ers for the reasons I laid out, but it's not something I'm not going to monitor if we're seeing a lot of younger players get beaten up and struggle to get healthy.
There's just so many different factors. I mean, some of it is just brutally bad luck. Some of it is that. Some of it is the players that you pick. If you pick, you have to be able to pick guys that are going to be able to hold up. And so I think that's, but it just, I mean, injuries and tolerance for injuries, and it's just so different person to person. Like we're all just different human beings and how we handle different things and exertion and all of that. So it is hard to pinpoint. And so I kind of think you have to go case by case. I mean, some of it, if you have a lot of players that are getting non-contact type injuries and muscle type injuries and things like that, hamstring pulls and those are the kinds of things that I think maybe you look, and the Niners have, by the way, through the years looked at their training staff and all of that, and even at one point, at different points, made changes to it. So it's not like they haven't been all over that, but a lot of it, unfortunately, is just luck. Guy gets rolled up on, guy takes an awkward step, guy has wear and tear on a leg, on a knee that's waiting to go the first time he cuts back to the left. Like so I don't get too deep into the why as much as just the understanding that you have to be able to build your roster in a way that you can overcome it. And some years you can't. If it's the wrong guys in the wrong year, then you're not going to be able to overcome it. But I think every team, it's kind of on them to build their roster to where they can overcome a certain level of those soft tissue, injuries in addition to the bad luck ones.
I also think that a way around this, in addition to getting younger, which the 49ers did, is when you look at the back 90, so including practice squad and everything like that, maybe fill the back end of your roster with players that have a little bit less of an injury history and seem on the surface less injury prone. Because if you got to get replacements going in the middle of the season, it's already someone that's with the organization, maybe knows a little bit of the playbook and the scheme, and has been working with some of their potential future teammates if they are to come from, say, practice squad over to the main roster going forward.
Yeah, no, and it's case by case, but you have to take young players that don't get hurt too, because so much of being a quality, capable young player in the NFL is the ability, and we've seen this with the 49ers, it's the ability to make it through training camp. Can you make it through training camp healthy and able to get out there and be a contributor? Mykel Williams gets an ankle, and Upton Stout's got a calf, and Siegel had a nice game, and then he winds you got to be able to make it through the practices and then make it through the games and like that. So going younger in theory, I think, is the right move, but you got to make sure that you're able to protect your young players too.
Let's go out to the phones before JD leaves us. LV in West Sacramento wants to give thoughts on the Giants season and the 49ers preseason. What's going on, LV?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for taking my call. Okay, I got two brief feedbacks. Okay, for the 49ers, what I noticed is that, just remember, in my opinion, the O-line are very, very important group of squad. We need to tighten that up. We need to have the best O-line to protect our quarterback and the playmakers. And then on the defense side, I noticed number 26, I don't know what's his name, but he seems to be very good, okay? Now, let me go back to the MLB with the Giants. I'm really disappointed, okay? Thing is, after the Giants acquired this $331 million slugger, we went down the drain. I have called twice, and I told them that he seems to be a jinx. Looks what's happening with the Red Sox now. They are doing great. And now I haven't seen a spectacular work of the $331 million and the pitching and the bullpen. I was disappointed when they traded Tyler Rogers and Camilo Duval. Come on. Okay. Verlander is a great pitcher long time ago, but he lost it. He lost his touch. He is not winning. He just gave up so many runs too. Okay? And why didn't they promote Tyler and Camilo Duval to regular instead of getting new kids in the bullpen pitching? It sucks.
Yeah, hey, LV, I'm going to jump in real quick because we got to wrap up the segment in just a bit, but I really appreciate your thoughts. As far as the 49ers and what LV said, seems like a common theme here on our callers today is concerns over the offensive line without Trent Williams and needing to tighten up a little bit. She did like Chase Lucas, who was number 26, as a nice first impression. Yes. And then on the Giants front, I'm not disappointed that they traded Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval, but I'm very disappointed that it got to that point where those were the decisions you were making, because June 15th, you traded for Devers and then became the worst team in baseball over that next stretch.
That's the part that I think is going to be as confounding as anything that we're going to be doing the autopsy on, I think, deep into the offseason.
Yeah, no question. So, JD, really appreciate you filling in for the first 2.5 hours.
Back tomorrow, 10 a.m., full show,
Yeah,
full rest of the week.
Patio
Good to
Wednesday,
go.
we're good.
Looking forward to it. Couple of bloodies.
By the way,
in honor of Papa.
Of course. Walter, turns out that JD actually has other duties around here. We can't just hog him full time. So, JD is a jack of all trades. We appreciate him, and we'll catch up with Larry Krueger in a bit. 49ers are out practicing, and Krug's going to join us, I think, via the phone and then in the Tasman studio. But guess what? Whatever happens, happens. We're going to have a great time. And look, I'm going to be lonely here, and no, Walter doesn't count. So if you want to dial it up, 808 KNBR, we could talk Niners, we could talk Giants. We can give a larger outlook on the weekend of everything. We'll catch up with Krug in a bit. And JD, always appreciate it. Mike Sando at 1250 on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver? Just Silver. Now, JD had to get off and run, and that's all good. JD's got a lot of jobs around here, and we're going to connect with Larry Krueger sooner rather than later. 49ers practice started at 12 o'clock today, and they're going to keep it going as they go to Vegas later for a joint practice in the week. Preseason game number 2, and we've gotten deep into the weeds of that 30-9 preseason loss, but a lot of signs of positivity in the first quarter, and also a fair reminder that the NFL is a different level when you see some of the mistakes that the rookies made, whether it was Jordan Watkins running the wrong route on the interception that Mac Jones threw, whether that was some of the missed tackles by a Nick Martin, or some of the learning experiences for defensive linemen Alfred Collins and CJ West. 808 KNBR, the number to chime in. We can talk all things Niners. We can talk Giants as well. Mike Sando is going to be coming up at 12:50, so we'll get into his quarterback tier column. But let's go out to Pete on the peninsula, who's got 3 nice words to describe the Giants hitters. He says, Giants hitters suck. Yeah, Pete, not exactly a hot take, and I wish that I could disagree with you, but that was a tough one this weekend and a brutal one yesterday. What's happening?
Yeah, dude, it's not that they suck. It's just they don't hit. They used to hit at the beginning of the year coming out of spring training. They were coming back late. They were scoring runs. They were never out of it. Mentally, it looks like they're out of it. Yesterday was a disaster. But like I told you off air, they got to shorten their swings and go to right field. Everybody, Adames, your leadoff guy, Dever, they're all swinging for the fence. Even Jung Ole's swinging for the fence. Man, shorten up the swing, hunt the fastball. You got Cause coming off the bench. Dude, first pitch, bam, right field.
Yeah.
Not a problem. And there's no excuse for not being ready for this pitcher. You know, and I told Bill when I talked to him this weekend, they're going to cause teams problems if they get their frickin' head straight. They still got some pitching left. I think the bullpen will come along, but they got to frickin' hit the ball, and they're trying to hit it out. Just move the line. I don't know what to say. Just move the frickin' line. It's not the coach's fault. It's their fault. You're professional baseball players. And I'll tell you one last thing, and then I'll get off the air. They need to sit down and watch Kuiper talking to Barry Bonds. When he talks about hitting, when he talks about up there hitting, every pitch he's thinking, okay, what's the pitcher going to throw me? Where should I look? He went outside, he's going to come in. And the biggest thing they need to listen to, he said, I told myself I had to slow down and relax. Don't get uptight. Slow down and relax and hit the ball. The Giants need to think about that, and they'll all be about 200 points higher in their batting average because all of them, you can tell they're uptight. The whole summer they've been uptight. Just, you're a professional. Relax and hit the frickin' ball.
Hey, lots to unpack, Pete. I really appreciate the call. 808 KNBR. If you would like to join the conversation, Pete in the Peninsula is fired up today. And look, I don't blame him, Walter. He's calling off of a day in which the Giants got out-hit 17-3 by the Nationals and lost a series in front of 40,000 fans at home. And you heard Bob Melvin say it after the game yesterday. Outside of Justin Verlander getting his milestone of 3,500 career strikeouts, going 1, 2, 3 strikeout in the first inning, couple of singles mixed in there, but you know what I mean. All 3 outs on the strikeout. Other than that, there was nothing to cheer for. Like literally nothing to cheer for unless you like seeing Christian Koss go out there and get a nice little inning out there as a pitcher. I mean, we were in the position fielder pitching phase, and Mike Yastrzemski wasn't available to go and do it. So as far as the hitting, it's interesting what he says about the long swing, because I was reading a Grant Brisbee column in The Athletic too, and Willy Adames in particular has one of the longest swings in all of baseball. Now, long swings don't necessarily correlate to high production or low production. He's got the 6th longest swing in all of baseball. You know who's in 5th? Aaron Judge. You know who else is above him? Shohei Ohtani, right? So a lot of it has to do with size and stature. But to Pete's point, they could find ways to shorten up the swing a little bit, punch it to right field. He used the Christian Koss example yesterday when that was something that really wasn't at their disposal at all. And it's getting really tough to watch. So I agree with Pete. You look at the lineup, and with the way Willie Adames picked it up, starting in that month of July, Rafael Devers, I do not believe that what you're getting for 8.5 years is what you've gotten in the sample size of what he's given you, in particular in a Giants jersey, particularly at Oracle Park. But they have dudes to go and be able to hit. Hitting is very contagious, and the lack of hitting with this team has been incredibly contagious. Matt Chapman is in a bad way right now at the plate. So really tough weekend for the Giants. And here's what I said as a larger thought on the weekend. They went 4-2 on the road. Yes, there are 44 games left in the season. Yes, the Mets have lost 10 and 11 and are within reaching distance. But when you come home and you've lost 10 of 11 and you lose 2 out of 3 to the Washington Nationals in your own ballpark, that's not the sort of thing that makes me look at you and give you the conversation and time of day as if they're in it. It doesn't mean that we can't have those conversations before the year ends. It doesn't mean that we can't have those conversations even by the end of the week if they get hot and everything continues to slide in their favor. But the only reason they've got a pulse right now is because the New York Mets have lost 10 out of 11. Now, if the Mets had been 2-4 instead of 0-6, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. But because of how bad they've been sliding, they win tonight with San Diego coming into town. We could be sitting here tomorrow, 10 o'clock, talking about a team that's 3.5 back and has a chance to build off of a home series against the Padres. But I could see the look Walter's given me through the glass, and that's exactly why I'm not going down that rabbit hole, because the Giants have not shown us enough on a consistent basis to really treat them like a team that we should be talking about like they've got a shot at the playoffs. Again, doesn't mean that the season is mathematically over, but we do not have reasons to believe that there is something there more than just the random hot night, the occasional nice game by a player who comes up from AAA up and down. Rafael Devers hits a couple of home runs this weekend. You could say whatever you want. They lost 2 out of 3 at home to the Washington Nationals. Let's go to Raj in Livermore, who was at the game. I hope you're not talking about Sunday's game, Raj, because if so, I'm sorry to hear that.
Sadly, Sunday's game, yes.
Oh!
And by 40 years of watching Giants and going to the games, this was the worst. Cannot get worse, right? But in my section, my section, the count was hitter was at 2-2 or 3-2. We are all saying, look for soft pitch down. All our hitters were expecting fastballs and hitting like a home run. That was such a sad thing to see. It's discipline. I mean, I feel it's the manager, coaches, who their job is less skills and more discipline and do the fundamentals right. Errors at the inopportune time, moving the line, as so many people have said, not hitting, not going the other way. I think it's manager's fault. He has to be tough with discipline. Like yesterday, 8 or 9 hitters we noticed swung at 3-2 pitches that were down in the dirt. How can you do that, right? These are professionals, as people have said. I think it's really a problem of discipline.
Hey, appreciate the call, Raj. I'm going to take it and run because we got a few minutes, and then we'll catch up with Mike Sando in a bit and have Krug join us. Yeah, the plate approach, terms like plate approach, terms like discipline, and even terms like buster ball, I think can all get thrown around a little too much. All that being said, Raj was out there when the Giants, I'll say it again, they got out-hit 17-3 by the Washington Nationals, and they have swung at a lot of pitches outside the zone. Mackenzie Gore is a talented pitcher. He has also not been pitching his best lately, and he could have been had. Instead, the Giants continued this very unlikely trend where they just cannot hit lefties at a consistent basis this year. Then the bullpen comes in, picks up right where they left off. It's 8-0. So, look, as far as coaching versus players, at the end of the day, it is on the players to execute, and you need the guys to go out there and be able to do the job. All of that being said, the coaches aren't entirely off the hook for plate approach, for discipline, for taking first pitch fastballs right down the middle and immediately being behind the count, or for swinging at pitches a little bit too aggressively outside the zone, it goes hand in hand. So this isn't my entire segment about, it's entirely Pat Burrell this, Pat Burrell that. Or, no, what are you talking about? The coaches have nothing to do with it. It's all on the players. It is a mix, and it's been in a really bad way. I mean, really since the 41-29. We're talking about 2+ months now where the offense has let this team down, and the reason they were able to have a steady float above 500 all the way up until the trade deadline is that your starting pitching was good and your bullpen was exceptional. Now you've traded away some of the bullpen. It's different. And your starting pitching has had some ups and downs between guys going through little bits of fatigue or someone like a Landon Roop who's had to spend a little stint on the IL. Verlander, I think since the All-Star break, you saw a brutal start right out of the gate. Then you also saw 3 really good starts. And then yesterday you saw it where, hey, look, sometimes a guy at age 42 isn't going to have it, even if he's able to hit 95 or like the previous start, 98 miles per hour. We'll get back into the football side of things because Mike Sando of The Athletic does really great national work. He is based up in the Pacific Northwest, so he knows a lot about the NFC West. And I do want to pick his brain on the quarterback swap that Seattle made this offseason with Geno Smith going to the Raiders to join Pete Carroll and Sam Darnold, who was formerly the 49ers backup, going from Minnesota, having a 14-win season, and the Vikings still choosing to move forward with J.J. McCarthy, which means Darnold signed a 3-year, $100 million deal with division rival Seattle. And, of course, that's who the Niners are going to see up at Lumen Field on September 1st. Krug going to be joining us in a bit. And, of course, Mike Sando to break down his QB tiers. Thoughts on Brock Purdy next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Sando's quarterback tiers column came out with Brock Purdy listed at number 14, down a couple of spots from last year. Well, we're going to have Mike join the show at 12:50 today to be breaking it all down. Larry Krueger going to be sitting in with me the last hour and a half of the show. So stay tuned on your home for 49ers football, KNBR, the sports leader. Hey, I am back. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, some not California? Well, Chris Dolan and his law firm have been based here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. We're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've had issues at work facing discrimination or sexual harassment or really had your rights violated in any way, go to DolanLawFirm.com where you can learn more about your rights and how they can best be defended and protected. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents, and with all the vehicles and children. And hey, we had the discussion earlier about going back to school. It's already that time of year. Please be careful at those crosswalks around the corners. Work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. But when you need that helping hand, feel confident that you are in the best hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. Because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. That's right, billion with a B. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Poppin' Silver on a Monday, just silver for the time being. We'll have Larry Krueger finish off the show with us when he gets back from some 49ers practice. He'll be out in Santa Clara at the Tasman studio. In the meantime, let's catch up with one of my favorite people to read throughout the season. He's got the Pick Six column every week, and every year he does the quarterback tiers, which just came out this morning. He is The Athletic's Mike Sando, and he joins us on the UMA guest line. Mike, it's been a while. It's great to catch up with you again. How's it going?
It's going great. Thanks. Glad to be here.
Yeah, we're happy to have you back as we kind of start ramping up here into football season. So let's just start with our local guy, Brock Purdy. He is in quarterback tier number 2. Once again, had some votes for tier 3, dropped a couple of spots from this time last year. I'll just ask off the top, how did this last season with the 49ers and everything that went wrong? I think here locally we can list off a lot of reasons why they went 6-11, and Brock Purdy's probably not anywhere in the top 3 to 5 of those reasons, but he still had his own struggles, particularly with second half turnovers. So how did just the larger picture of the way everything went here in the Bay Area in 2024, how did that reshape any opinions you had of Brock Purdy compared to this time last year?
Well, for me, I don't have a vote in the quarterback tiers, but I thought that last year didn't really diminish him in my eyes. In some ways, especially for like the first half of the year, I thought what he was having to do with the level of difficulty actually enhanced my view of him a little bit. Now, I do think it felt a little less sustainable over a longer period of time. And I think for voters in the quarterback tiers, the bottom line was that, a lot of things went against him. He was only able to overcome them to a point. It wasn't, they were still they went 6-11. It wasn't like they went 9-8 and he got them, and carried him and showed he should be a high 2 or get some tier 1 votes. So, I think the panel was probably slightly negative on last season for him, and where I was sort of a wash, or maybe even in some ways thought a little better of him.
Yeah, and the quote I want to go to is, "The draft is over, okay? The guy has played his ass off." Do you feel like talking about Brock Purdy with other executives and officials across the league? There is still some of the stigma, even with now it kind of being, he went to a Super Bowl, he just signed a massive contract extension. is there still that talk that this was a 7th-round pick and therefore he's got all of these limitations and he's 6 feet tall, et cetera?
Well, some of the reasons why he was evaluated where he was are still, they weren't inaccurate evaluations about him physically, right? I mean, he's different than Josh Allen or some of those guys who are going to be higher than him athletically, and just as his size and those sorts of things. So I think that's somewhat of still a factor, but I do think that your evaluation coming in stays in people's minds, maybe longer sometimes than it should. I'll give you an example. Like Sam Darnold made quite a jump this year, and I get it. I don't think he's necessarily wrongly placed in here, but you got to think too, a lot of people were high on him coming out. So when they see him do well, there's some people who are probably like, yep, that's the guy I saw, yep, I was right. There's probably some of that.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. We're talking to Mike Sando here of The Athletic. Just released his quarterback tiers column earlier this morning, which is an evaluation of front offices, teams, franchises, much more, and what they think about quarterbacks across the league. So the guy who fell just outside of tier 1 and is at the top of the list with tier number 2 is someone who we were talking about last year, but maybe a little bit more as a question mark. It was the reigning Heisman Trophy winner, Jaden Daniels, who took Washington all the way to an NFC championship, upset Detroit in the playoffs. Seemed like every moment he was just ready for, cool and collected. How would you compare Jaden Daniels and just your personal evaluation of him to that of C.J. Stroud from the year before?
I think it's somewhat similar. I do. In fact, it's funny. C.J. Stroud last year broke Justin Herbert's record for the highest debut in quarterback tiers for a second-year player. And now here comes along Jaden Daniels, who kind of blows away even what C.J. Stroud did. He's got 17 tier 1 votes. Stroud had 12 a year ago. So there's a little bit of a cautionary tale sometimes with just putting on 1 year. So I think it's totally appropriate that Jaden Daniels did not just immediately go to tier 1. He's got to show it this year, but people really loved what they saw. And some of that was the composure and the way he handled himself. I think there was some of that with C.J. Stroud as well. There's another level of, I think, athleticism and just dynamism as an athlete for Jaden Daniels that makes him, certainly more of a dual threat quarterback, gives him something to lean back on maybe. Like if he were to have offensive line problems, maybe he would solve some of those better than C.J. Stroud did. We'll see. But I do think it's similar, just a little bit even people higher on Jaden Daniels because look what he did in the playoffs too, how far they went, I think was part of that too.
Yeah, no question. And I mean, look, the NFC is very different than the AFC. C.J. Stroud made it to the same mark 2 years in a row. But I think if you were to do a quarterback hierarchy in the AFC, it's a pretty clear top 4 with Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, and Lamar Jackson. And, obviously Joe Burrow did not make the playoffs and everything, but you saw at the second half of the season how he almost willed Cincinnati into the playoffs. We are talking to Mike Sando here of The Athletic on the quarterback tiers column. Were any of the findings particularly surprising to you based on some of the seasons that these guys had? I mean, Bryce Young ended up jumping up 4 spots. He did have a much better second half of the year. Jalen Hurts, Jared Goff, Kyler Murray, all small jumps. And then for guys like Brock Purdy, as we mentioned, Tua, Justin Herbert, a couple of spots down. What stuck out to you just upon the original findings?
Yeah, I was, from 10,000 feet, I'd go, wait, after 11 years in tier 2, Matthew Stafford goes to tier 1. I mean, did he make some big jump last year? But really, when you look more closely, I mean, he was just right in that 1-2 line. So I change up the panel every year. It's not all the same guys. So,
right.
So he slid across that border. I think, to me, Jared Goff was somebody that I think there could have been an easy off-ramp for people because of losing Ben Johnson and how acclaimed Ben Johnson was. I thought there might be more people who'd be like, hey, yeah, Goff's been elevated by what's around him, best offensive line around, really good weapons and a differentiating schemer. How many times have you heard that with Kyle Shanahan, right? Have that used against the quarterbacks there. So that didn't happen for Goff. Now, unlike Jimmy G, unlike Purdy, Goff was the number 1 pick in the draft once. So maybe there's some of that. But for Goff to get 5 tier 1 votes and be, ahead of C.J. Stroud, ahead of Jalen Hurts, who just won the Super Bowl, really, not quite knocking on the door of tier 1, but, you could see if like Jaden Daniels went to tier 1 next year, like Goff could be at the top of tier 2. And there really weren't a lot of people saying, it's going to really evaporate for him with Ben Johnson gone. So I thought that was notable.
Yeah, speaking of the number 1 pick and speaking of Jared Goff in that journey, that's going to bring me over to Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, who's going to go into year 2. How did you evaluate Caleb Williams' rookie year? Do you just take it with a grain of salt in terms of how dysfunctional the organization was? I think that a lot of Bears fans probably see the hope for Caleb Williams as being that Jared Goff-like leap from year 1 to year 2, where you bring in an offensive mastermind, Sean McVay. This time it's Ben Johnson going into Chicago. All of a sudden you see a completely different quarterback. What's your vision for Caleb Williams in 2025? I think there's just so much TBD right now.
Well, I would have wanted him to overcome better last year than he did. To me, it's a red flag to take that many sacks. I know the offensive line wasn't good, but sacks are still, in a lot of cases, a quarterback stat. So the biggest thing that was brought up about him, the biggest question was the processing seemed to be alarming, was one of the voters used. But I over and over, people complained or raised questions about his ability to process the game quickly, and as a reason for some of those sacks. And so, is it just that easy now to flip it over to a different coach? I don't think it's ever just one thing. I don't think the coaching was so terrible last year that he had no chance to do better than he did. I think it's notable that he's 4th among the 6 quarterbacks in the class of 2024. That'll change. Some of those guys haven't even played. I mean, J.J. McCarthy hasn't. But, there was less optimism around him than you might expect for somebody who was the consensus number 1 pick.
Mike Sando, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line on The Sports Leader on a Monday. I know you're very locked in with the NFC West, and part of why I'm so thrilled to have you on the show today is that there was a little bit of a quarterback shakeup here in the NFC West, and the 49ers are going to see it firsthand in Seattle, September 7th. Sam Darnold taking the place of Geno Smith. How do you sort of look at the general outlook of the NFC West right now? Matthew Stafford was the highest quarterback on this list by a long shot. He got into tier 1. He also wasn't practicing today when there was a belief that might be the case going into the weekend, and this back injury he's had just seems to linger a little bit. Kyler Murray is 1 spot below Brock Purdy, and Sam Darnold jumped up a lot of spots, but he's still tied for 20th on this voting system with a guy like Bo Nix, who we haven't seen a lot of. So all of that in mind and all the different circumstances out there, is this the Rams' division to lose for the 2nd year in a row?
I'm not willing to say that emphatically. I think the floor is pretty high in this division. I think Seattle's had a top 10 defense last year. They turned that around, and they're going to take the ball out of the quarterback's hands. They're going to make it easy for Sam Darnold with the run game and the, kind of a Shanahan-style system through Kubiak. They won 10 games last year. So I think they're going to be, similar win total. I think the Rams, it's all going to come down to probably Stafford's health. I know they have Jimmy G and they have a good coach, but I think they'll be right in the mix. I think Arizona is a step behind, but the thing about them is, we can focus on Kyler Murray all you want, but their defense hasn't been good enough, and they used a ton of picks on defense. They spent a ton of money with Josh Sweat on defense. They have a defensive head coach who, last time I checked, is known for pretty good scheming, and Jonathan Gannon. So I think they could get to be. I think the Cardinals could just be sort of a tough out that maybe gets to the 8 or 9 win range, and then the 49ers are going to be better. I think the 49ers will be pretty good on defense. They're always pretty good on offense. I think they're going to. They could easily reverse their record from 6-11. I think it's going to be a tough divisional fight where maybe through an injury a team falls by the wayside, but I think it's going to be tight.
The Kyler Murray conversation is one of my favorite sort of under the rug, under the radar headlines here heading into 2025, and I want to get your opinion on this. So obviously your column was about quarterback tiers with the whole point system. You're not the one deciding it, but you put it out every year. If you had to do a tier system of quarterbacks with the most to prove in 2025, I would say Kyler Murray probably playing for somewhat of his long-term future in Arizona. Yeah. I think Trevor Lawrence is someone that has a lot to prove after some regression. Where would you put Brock Purdy if you had to do it by tiers of most to prove? Is there the part of you that thinks hey, look, they committed to him long term. He signed the contract. He's Kyle Shanahan's guy. He's good. Or is there the part of you that's like, yeah, look, he had a down year in 2024. They committed a lot of money to him, and this is just as big a year as ever.
No, I would add Tua Tagovailoa to that as well.
Yes.
Somebody who really needs to prove it. I don't feel that way for Brock at all. I mean, I feel like when you make that type of a commitment, I mean, this is at least the next 2 years, unless there's a bad injury or something for him. I think that they like him, just like when they paid Tua Tagovailoa. He gets a couple years, right? I mean, I think he would have to. I think we'd be talking that way about Brock Purdy if he were to be struggle this year and they miss the playoffs, right? Or their offense slides and they're outside the top 10 and he has a lot of interceptions, that sort of a thing. I think they're pretty happy with what he's been able to do, and they understand the factors for why the team struggled, and they know what he is and what he isn't, but I don't think there's big concerns on him going into this year.
Last one for you, Mike, before I let you go. What'd you make of the fact that at the top of the list, you got a tie between Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow? We know Patrick Mahomes' resume and his track record. Joe Burrow is one of the best quarterbacks in the entire league. There's no doubt about it. But this is also coming off a year in which went 9-8, didn't make the playoffs, and haven't made a big splash until they got to the Super Bowl, lost to Patrick Mahomes in the NFC Championship, and haven't reached that point since then.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Sorry, you broke up there for a second. Which quarterback are you talking about?
I was talking about Burrow on the back half of that.
Oh, yeah. Burrow, to me, first off, he's been to a Super Bowl, and he's carried it. And last year, their defense was so bad. I think you get extra points in my book, and I think Lamar Jackson did this last year too. When your defense and your special teams fall off and you still win or compete or have your team in the mix, it's really hard to do. I think most people would still put Mahomes at the top just based on his, track record and pedigree. But, you can't do better than 50 out of 50, tier one votes. It doesn't mean that people think that Mahomes and Burrow are equal. That's just, maybe they would put Patrick Mahomes a little bit higher than Burrow, but it's still reasonable to give them tier one votes across the board.
Well, as I always say, in the month of July and August, Mike, this is the time to react really strongly to lists that are put out there before we have new information to consume. Right now, we're at the stage where everyone is just starving for new information, but I love the quarterback tiers column. I'm very thankful you got to stop by with us today. I love the systematic voting breakdown you've got with all of this. And of course, your insight is something that I'm going to be following a lot throughout the season. So I know we'll keep the phone close because, Seattle week 1, that's going to be a big one here for the 49ers as they look to go better than 1-5 in the NFC West here in 2025. But always great catching up with you. Good luck on this media tour you got going this week. And I'm thankful to be one of your first stops here.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. He is Mike Sando. You can read him in The Athletic. Of course, the big focus of today is the quarterback tiers column. Brock Purdy made the lower end of tier 2. He was ranked 14th on the starting quarterback list. And if you listen to Mike's opinions on Brock alone, he said, look, if I had to do some kind of ranking or subjective measure to this, I would think very highly of Brock Purdy, and says that as far as something to prove, he wouldn't put him in that same category as a Tua or Trevor Lawrence or Kyler Murray or guys playing for their long-term future. This new contract extension, barring any extreme circumstances, is going to be at least a 2-year commitment. And he's got $265 million pen to paper coming his way, 53 average. Appreciate Mike for coming by as always. We're going to connect with Larry Krueger coming up in just a bit. Want to get all of his thoughts on the Niners as well. He has been really high on Sebastian Valdez, who I think in the larger scheme of things actually probably had a better preseason debut than draft picks of CJ West and Alfred Collins. Granted, he was going up against Denver's second stringers and third stringers, whereas Alfred Collins and CJ West getting more so of the starters. But again, as JD likes to bring up time and time again, how can you handle the bright lights? How can you handle a new situation and going up against a different look than the only thing you've been seeing here in OTAs, minicamp, and training camp? It's Papa and Silver. We got Silver. We will get Krueger. And we're going to have Brian Billick coming by at 1:30 as well. Then we'll get it over to Dirty Work at 2 o'clock. All coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers dropped their preseason opener to the Denver Broncos by a score of 30-9, but Robert Saleh's defense was giving Denver starters some trouble early on. Got a first look at Mac Jones in a 49er uniform, and we could throw the final score in the trash, but let's evaluate some players who might be making a real impact here in the regular season for your Niners. Was bringing back Saleh the best move of the offseason? 415-808-5627 to sound off. Monday wouldn't be complete without getting your ducks in a row, and here to help us do that is Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. Steve, simple question and a really important one. What do you do when you can't pay your taxes?
You call it. It's scary and frustrating, and people feel like there's no way out. They're drowning under 1,000 feet of water, but there's a lot of good solutions. We've spent our professional lives, years and years and years, doing this. We're familiar with all of them. Don't stick your head in the sand and wait for some IRS agent to ruin your life, business, marriage. There's a lot of good solutions. We'll explain everything to you. We have a free consultation. And then after your free consultation, if you want us to do this for you, we're happy to do that too. You don't have to deal with the government. We do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, "Hey, Steve, take care of me."
Pick up the phone, dial a few numbers, and get taken care of by Steve Moskowitz. The number is 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Again, that's 1-888-TAXDEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
The KNBR Morning Show accidentally did not give out the cue to call in the 7 a.m. hour today for the Candlestick Park contest, but we will be giving out the proper cue tomorrow, August 12th, in the 7 a.m. hour as planned.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver. About 45 more minutes here on your Monday, and then we'll get it over to Dirty Work live from 58 Social, where we are going to be. JD, Walter, and I will be there for a short show on Wednesday, the day game, Giants-Padres. Dirty Work getting you ready for the first of three. Pre-game starts 5:45. First pitch, 6:45, right here on the Sports Leader. Couple of notes. First and foremost, the Giants, with the roster move today, Daniel Johnson, who was designated for assignment, has been claimed off waivers by Baltimore. So from one orange and black on the West to another on the East. We do appreciate Daniel Johnson. And I got to say, speaking of the Padres, that was actually the first Giants game. Daniel Johnson's first Giants game, rather, was the one that I was at when the Giants snapped that losing streak. They were down 5-0. Dominic Smith came up that day. Daniel Johnson came up that day. Made some great plays in the outfield as well. Was getting a nice ovation. Elliot Ramos had that double to tie the game and let out all the emotion. And the Giants had that great comeback win, which really, outside of the start when they were 12-4 and getting hot, that stretch of, I think, 7 in a row, we haven't really seen anything like that since then. And look, we all know how it's gone. I will also tell you that Papa and Silver is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Brian Billick going to be joining us coming up in about 12 minutes or so. Talk a lot about the new technology in the pads, working with Eli Manning, being a Super Bowl winning head coach as we get ready to ramp up our football coverage here on the Sports Leader. And of course, Giants looking to bounce back despite the awful series in Washington, 1 out of 3. And all of that being said, a win tonight with Logan Webb on the mound going up against Yu Darvish. Well, they could be 3.5 back of the Mets, who are having a brutal stretch post-trade deadline. And that right there is why we're talking about a team that still theoretically has a shot. Again, I'm in the camp where this weekend is the type of reason why I don't talk about the Giants in the sense of they're in it, they're right there. I got to see something from this team regardless of what the rest of the National League is doing. But still 44 games to go and important divisional series, not just starting tonight, but they got 4 against the Padres in San Diego at Petco next week. Going back to our conversation with Mike Sando. So again, the quarterback tier column comes out every single year, and it dropped about 6 hours ago. Nice little way to wake up and read. The article is part of a Rankings and Tiers series, which is an evaluation across the sport about the key players, front offices, teams, franchises, and much more. So 50 NFL head coaches and executives voting on this one. Lamar Jackson, part of Tier 1, along with Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, and Matthew Stafford, who had been in Tier 2 for the longest time, jumping up into Tier 1. That was a finding that Mike certainly found fascinating. And, of course, Brock Purdy at the very bottom of what is grouped in Tier 2, number 14 overall. He is in a group with Jaden Daniels, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, C.J. Stroud, Jalen Hurts, Baker Mayfield, Dak Prescott, and Jordan Love. Tier 2 is described as a quarterback who can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently, can handle pure passing situations and doses, and or possess other dimensions that are special enough to elevate him above tier 3, has a hole or two in his game. Well, as far as Brock Purdy, I would say the other attribute that is special is the processing ability and being able to run a Kyle Shanahan offense. Now, these two are committed together for the long term, signed the contract extension this last year. I have no issue with Brock Purdy dropping a couple of spots. I mean, you would think that if he was sitting at number 12 last year in tier 2, he still remains in the same tier, but drops a couple of spots given the 6 and 11. Again, we can talk about why the 49ers went 6 and 11, the many reasons it did not spin in their favor, and Brock Purdy did not have as good of a year in 2022. You want to call it a down year? Go ahead. I think too many second half turnovers for my liking, fourth quarter interceptions, maybe pressing a little bit, trying to do so much more outside the pocket and move with his legs. And maybe he was playing through some stuff as NFL players do, because no one gets through a season 100% healthy. I think it's all fair. He's got a chance to really make a name for himself. And I believe going into today, he's the second best quarterback in the division. But Sam Darnold is a really fascinating look out in Seattle. Can Clint Kubiak up there replicate and recreate the Kevin O'Connell version of Sam Darnold, the two-time coach of the year, Kevin O'Connell, who decided to move forward with rookie draft pick last year, who did not play, J.J. McCarthy. He'll get his real shot at a rookie year this year. Kyler Murray, very dynamic kind of player that is much different than Brock Purdy. He can beat you with his legs, and when he gets a little flash of green grass, well, he could be gone. Ran for a 50-yard touchdown here at Levi's Stadium on the first series this last year. But he also has times where he looks a little bit lost out there. His legs can only take him so far. He's a shorter player. He's got a beautiful deep ball, but as far as the short ball, the medium ball over the middle of the field, maybe not as much the same. So Sam Darnold, Kyler Murray, some question marks, and Matthew Stafford, not a question mark in terms of who he is, the arm that he's got, the player he could be in big moments and in a postseason. But right now he's a question mark in terms of health. And like Jawan Jennings, with this calf continues to linger. And yeah, there's the contract element to that too. Well, Matthew Stafford got the contract thing sorted out. We thought for a second when Papa and I were over at the Combine, hey, maybe he's not going to be a member of the Los Angeles Rams. Is he going to go over to the Raiders and be with Pete Carroll? Ends up staying with the Rams. Devontae Adams signs. He's got him. He's got Puka Nacua. Kyron Williams, the running back, just signed an extension as well. So when Mike Sando talked about the NFC West having a high floor, I think that's a good way to put it. The Rams probably have the highest of the floors if everybody's staying healthy. But Matthew Stafford, he was supposed to be at practice today, participating in team drills. He was not. So this thing continues to drag out. It's August 11th. We got about a month before meaningful games are being played. He is an older player who might not need the importance of the reps of training camp, like someone even like a Brock Purdy or a Sam Darnold on a new team might be requiring. But older players that get a little bit banged up, all it takes is one weird hit in the NFL to really alter somebody's season. Stafford has played through a lot of injuries in his career, toughed it out through games. But when you get older, the body is a little bit more susceptible to breaking down. And that is a storyline well worth following. 49ers going to see the Rams for the first time on a Thursday night in week 5. Walter, first of all, good to be with you. I know we're going to catch up with Krug at some point before the end of the show. And yeah, we're going to have Brian Billick joining us in just a bit to talk about some NFL technology. First of all, yeah, I'm not going to ask you about the Giants. You're wearing Niners gear all the time in the office.
It's football season, baby.
Did you get a chance to dig deep in the preseason game? The whole show has been biggest concern, biggest bright spots. It's okay if you don't have anything sticking out. I know we've exhausted this topic over 3.5 hours, but what do you think of the whole Mac Jones experience, the rookie defense experience? Jake Moody went a big old 1-for-1 on the extra points. Anything jump out to you?
No, you know what? I actually didn't. I didn't dive into the preseason. I was actually doing some stuff. I was hanging out with the family and all that kind of stuff on Saturday. But Just looking at the 49ers and just Mac Jones, I mean, it's nice to see what he can do with the QB2 position on the depth chart, right? Just to see what he can do. But everybody else, I mean, the biggest concern for me, I think a lot of the callers got into it, was the offensive line, right? I mean, and you talk about Trent Williams and I mean, you were talking about Matt Stafford and one nick can really mess you up. You know, me speaking from experience, being in my early 30s, you know, you stub a toe, you run into a wall wrong, you get up wrong, you don't stretch. It's a rough go of it. It's a rough go of it.
And you're the Trent Williams here of KNBR.
Thank you. Well, you know, I'm not as big as Trent, obviously. I think I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum there. But, you know, with this older roster for the 49ers, they do have the infusion of youth. I think that's going to be a huge key for them moving forward in this new chapter of the John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan era.
Are you drinking the Robert Saleh is back Kool-Aid? Because I am, I'll be honest.
I mean, I love seeing Robert Saleh on the sidelines and getting up for his guys. And I mean, that just kind of motivates you as a young player, right? Just to see someone that has your back and just being just a pit bull on the sidelines. You love to see that from Robert Saleh.
Yeah, look, there's no question. And I jokingly say I'm drinking the Kool-Aid because there's a lot of rhyme and reason to why we should be excited about Robert Saleh coming back. The defense as a whole, the guys out there, outside of Fred Warner, Diamador Lenore, Nick Bosa, really a lot of unproven guys, or at the very least unproven in a 49ers uniform. You got to have the players to go and be able to execute. But the 49ers defense last year, in addition to the studs they had and some of the roster question marks, I think it got predictable at times. And Dante Whitner, when we had him on Weekly, would talk about that routinely on the back half of the season. So I do take that seriously that he's back, can dial up some different looks, as much as the Jets thing went sideways for Saleh. You got to look at the larger picture. The Aaron Rodgers situation, how they were after Saleh left the team. He had this defensive unit pretty good to go. So you could talk about, well, what's his next opportunity as a head coach going to look like? And hey, look, if all goes well this year, maybe we're talking about Robert Saleh as a head coach in 365 calendar days or fewer by the time he would get hired. But the defensive side of the ball with the Jets is something he always had pretty buttoned up. And when he left, that side of the ball did not improve. So there's a lot of data to back it up. The question marks then become, what can Robert Saleh do with players that he essentially hand-selected in conjunction with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch? First 5 picks of the draft. How can they contribute? How can your Jason Pinnocks and some of these signings make their mark? Can D. Winters take that next step in the Fred Warner labeled year 2 to 3 jump? This is all what we're looking for, and it's been good to see it. Marquise Siegel making some splashes in the secondary. Now the question is, can the guys stay healthy? Let's catch up with Brian Billick, and then we'll see if we connect with Larry Krueger before the end of the show. It's Pop and Silver with Walter on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
The KNBR Morning Show accidentally did not give out the cue to call in the 7 a.m. hour today for the Candlestick Park contest, but we will be giving out the proper cue tomorrow, August 12th, in the 7 a.m. hour as planned.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Papa and Silver. We got Brian Billick getting ready to make the connection on the UMA guest line. Head coach of the Super Bowl 35 champion Baltimore Ravens, who beat the New York Giants by a score of 34-7. And a quarterback for not that Giants team, but a Giants team that did win a pair of Super Bowls. Eli Manning has teamed up with Brian Billick, and they've done some great work together at X-Tech with some new shoulder pads, and it's been a great collaboration going on. So we're going to talk all about that when we make the connection. While we're getting that going, I do want to give a quick update on the Eagles Pro Bowl guard Landon Dickerson. He's going to undergo what is being described as a minor procedure on the meniscus in his right knee. This via Diana Rossini of The Athletic. So it doesn't sound like anything too long-term. And look, I would love for the 49ers, or really anyone, to knock the Philadelphia Eagles off of that NFC throne. But let's not have preseason injuries be the way to do it. That is one headline that everybody continues to hold their breath on as we move through the week, move through a series of practices. The 49ers are out there right now. Tomorrow, bit of earlier practice, and then Thursday, they're going to have joint practice number 2, this time in Las Vegas against the Raiders. And to our texter who asked about it earlier, no, it is not going to be on the same UNLV turf that came back to haunt the 49ers with the soft tissue injuries and Dre Greenlaw on the Achilles and all these memories that nobody wants to relive here. Brian Billick is going to be joining us in just a moment when we make that connection. And we'll also see if we can get a little Larry Krueger practice report. I was watching Krug and some of his breakdown, and I got to give it to Krug. So he's got a couple of guys that he really likes, right? Tanner Mordecai has been on his list for a long time. Now, he did not particularly impress, and he was waived a little bit later today. We'll see how that journey ends up going there for potential QB3. But he's been all over defensive tackle, undrafted baby Hulk, as they're calling him, Sebastian Valdez. And I got a chance to observe him for the first time, and I did see him making his mark a little bit. Now, different than a CJ West and an Alfred Collins, and Valdez is someone that continues to shine and make the most of his opportunity time and time again. But West and Collins have really flashed during those one-on-one drills. If Valdez can be a guy that maybe he's not getting nods for any starting role, but contributing to this defensive line, that goes a long way, and I'll tell you why. Nick Bosa, when we talk about irreplaceable 49ers, Bosa was in our top 3 collectively. I put CMC, Trent, and Nick Bosa in my group. You can make an argument for number 1 for any of those guys. And for Nick Bosa, his defensive line with and without him is entirely different. You know how guys like a Dante Fowler Jr., when they were with the Rams, or a Michael Brockers, all of a sudden were having really good seasons because the entire offensive line was worrying about Aaron Donald at all times? Well, Nick Bosa is going to be giving you a bunch of hell on the offensive line. He's going to be attracting all this attention. Maybe that opens up opportunities for not just draft picks like a Collins or a West, but also maybe somebody like a Sebastian Valdez. And I think that this defensive line is going to be somewhat of a by committee. Bryce Huff was another signing, and he had a great year in 2023 when he was with Robert Saleh's Jets team. But he's not a snap volume guy, right? When we were talking about Joey Bosa, could he come over here? When Bryce Huff signing happened, Papa and I were getting into it, and he's the best when it comes to breaking down the film, comparing different defensive schemes, why Bryce Huff was good with Robert Saleh, not as effective with Vic Fangio. But Bryce Huff, even at his best, was never going to be a 90% of the time snap guy. So he's got an opportunity to make an impact, but not in a full time. Now we're looking at Valdez. Now we're looking at Kalia Davis. Now we're looking at Kevin Givens. I do think there's going to be a lot of potential for guys outside of Nick Bosa to slot in and make a meaningful impact. Looks like we're still waiting a little bit to make this connection here with Brian Billick. Again, Super Bowl winning head coach for Super Bowl 35, Baltimore Ravens. I was going to ask him if he thought that the Ravens had it in them in maybe the next year or two. Walter, we were talking, and I welcome the debate. I welcome the discussion back and forth. When we go QB tiers, Lamar Jackson, I think to no surprise, was in QB tier number 1. Multi-time MVP. Very well could have won it last year. I think Lamar Jackson's going to win a Super Bowl at some point. Walter's shaking his head at me like, no. And I told him, I think
absolutely not.
But here's the thing. I think it might be more of a Peyton Manning kind of journey where Peyton Manning couldn't get it done in the playoffs. It was actually kind of reminiscent of a young Justin Herbert and some of the bad playoff performances he's had. Although I'm not pinning the blown, 27-0 lead. I'm not going to fully pin that one on Herbert. But my point is, it takes time with young quarterbacks. And Manning had that great team in 2004, and they didn't get it done. And then the 2006 team that beat the Chicago Bears in the Super Bowl, that wasn't Peyton's best team, but that was the one where he finally broke through and got the monkey off his back, and then he ended up winning a second one at the very end of his career with the Denver Broncos. I see a similar journey for Lamar Jackson. He has had teams, and he's had seasons where if and when he wins that Super Bowl, I don't know if it's going to match statistically what we've seen so far. He's still young enough to where I think he's got it in him. And can we just not see the Chiefs in the AFC for 1 year?
Well, real quick. So you're saying that he'll catch it on the back end. It won't be this year, right? Like we won't be crowned. You're saying it could be this year. All right. Well, now PTSD is just setting in because now we're going to see. You're telling me we could potentially see the Ravens win a Super Bowl at Levi's. You know how traumatizing that is for 49er fans?
I said it could. I didn't say it will. Come on. We know this is going to be the Papa Bowl. It's fate. 49ers are going to beat the Bills at Levi's Stadium, and that's how it's going to go down.
I mean, yeah, that's what I keep telling myself. I still need to see a Super Bowl in my lifetime.
Well, I see a Super Bowl victory. I was like, dude, you were at the Super Bowl.
Well, okay, yeah, we're not going to talk about. Come on, Silver.
What 49ers
we're going to talk about the losses here.
49ers are going back to Vegas. It's just making me think all about it. Hey, you said you slept on the Strip once. Still trying to find out if that's true or not. Got to fact check with Danny Dunn.
I plead the fifth on that. Yeah.
But your team, no Lamar winning a Super Bowl ever.
Yeah, I just don't think that. I mean, if they win it, it's hard to argue because the Ravens have such a strong history, and with John Harbaugh, right? I mean, they have a strong defense, right? And that's how you're going to have to beat Patrick Mahomes. That's how you're going to have to beat Josh Allen and those other quarterbacks. I just don't see him ever getting over that hump. Like, I could see Josh Allen getting over it. I could see Patrick Mahomes getting over it. I just don't know if in a playoff scenario where you have a quarterback of his skill set, obviously he's great. He's an MVP caliber guy every single year. He's mobile. That he's a threat. But when it comes down to you got to make this throw, I just don't think that Lamar is that guy.
My thing on Lamar Jackson, though, is we've seen Josh Allen lose playoff games where he delivers the type of performance when you're thinking, could this man have done anything more? He's playing Superman for his team in Buffalo, and they end up losing, usually to the Chiefs. Lamar Jackson has lost playoff games, so I'm thinking, man, if you cut back, if you don't even have a perfect game, you just cut back on one really bad mistake, we're talking something different. And Lamar had 2 bad turnovers in the divisional round game in Buffalo. He had the interception where there was a miscommunication and nobody was there. And then he had even worse, the fumble where he just lost it. Buffalo picked it up and ran about 70 yards back. And still, with all that being said, he was one Mark Andrews bad drop away from tying the game and probably ending up going to overtime.
You're right,
and then, we see what happens there. So I know it's August. We're speaking in a bunch of hypotheticals. All I'm saying is it is strange that in the AFC, or really the Patrick Mahomes hump, the only people that could ever get over it were Tom Brady and Joe Burrow did it one time. And then Josh Allen hasn't done it. Lamar Jackson hasn't been able to do it. And it wasn't until Jalen Hurts just this last year where you think, okay, not an automatic, top 3 to 4 quarterback in the league getting over that hump. But I do think what you saw with Jalen Hurts last year, that should give a lot of hope to teams in the NFC that they can go and take it against, whether it's the Chiefs, maybe it's the Buffalo Bills, maybe it's the Baltimore Ravens. But say we're talking to 49ers, I think if Brock Purdy was matching up against Burrow, Lamar, Mahomes, Allen in the Super Bowl, and you did a national poll, who's the better quarterback in this game? It's going to overwhelmingly be the AFC selection. Everyone would have said that about Jalen Hurts too. You know what happened? Jalen Hurts did have a really good game, but he also had the defense blitz 0 times and make Patrick Mahomes' life a living hell. When the offensive line broke down in both Super Bowl losses, which we learned the Chiefs were the away team for, then all of a sudden it was different. You got wide receivers like A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. You got Saquon Barkley. You got Dallas Goedert at the tight end. So for the 49ers, I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves and talking in this context. The point is, if a lot of these young players can be early contributors and blossom in a way that can help the 49ers win now, they still have a nucleus and a core that I think can be a very competitive team. I don't know what Detroit is going to be. They're certainly going to take a step back in my eyes. How much with losing both coordinators? I don't know. That's to be determined. Green Bay is a team that I look at a very interesting light. They had a weird season last year where Jordan Love got hurt week 1 and wasn't out for the year. But by the time he came back, he was playing hurt a lot of the year. And sometimes he has games where he looks like a guy that's going to be the quarterback in Green Bay for the next 10 years. Sometimes he has games where he looks like someone that was not even close to worth the extension that he ended up getting. And the NFC North, I think, is more up for grabs than it was last year. All of those regular season games they won, they still went 0-3 in the postseason. Don't know what the Rams are necessarily going to be. I think this division is absolutely up for grabs, and the 49ers, with their favorable schedule, have a chance to take advantage of some circumstances that go their way. And yes, circumstances change week to week in football. We know that. But outside of that, Philly, rightfully so, should be the favorites. Washington with Jaden Daniels, another class of the NFC. I don't know what Brian Schottenheimer year 1 in Dallas is going to be, but Jerry Jones is making sure that there is no shortage of drama right now with the Micah Parsons contract situation. Giants, that's a no. And NFC South, I think Baker Mayfield and the career resurrection he has had is really impressive in Tampa Bay. They're the best team in that division. If they can play well defensively and all the weapons Baker's got at his disposal, I could see them making a run in the NFC playoffs. Atlanta, Michael Penix would really have to jump off the charts in year 2 for me. And then with New Orleans and Carolina, I'm just thinking it's not going to happen. So there's kind of my larger thoughts on the existing picture of the NFL. They always say, oh, it's about half new teams in the playoffs every year. Look, I think a lot of the teams that are good and playoff staples to come, They got a great head coach and quarterback combination, especially when you look at the AFC. NFC, maybe a little bit more room for turnover. And the 49ers are at the top of the list, along, I'd say, with like Cincinnati as primed to take over one of those vacancies and knock off a team from the previous year. We'll see if Larry Krueger connects with us before the end of the show. Got about 15 minutes left, and then we'll hand it off to Dirty Work live at 58 Social. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers dropped their preseason opener to the Denver Broncos by a score of 30-9. But Robert Saleh's defense was giving Denver starters some trouble early on. Got a first look at Mac Jones in a 49er uniform. And we could throw the final score in the trash, but let's evaluate some players who might be making a real impact here in the regular season for your Niners. Was bringing back Saleh the best move of the offseason? 415-808-5627 to sound off.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
It'll be 3rd and 5. The Niners opening possession on their own 34-yard line. Mac Jones out of the gun. Under pressure, throwing deep down the left sideline, and brought in at the 30, down to the 20, the 18-yard line. It's the rookie, Jordan Watkins, out of Ole Miss. A contested catch, and he pulled it down.
What a nice little touch pass there by Jones there.
Final 8 minutes or so on a Monday. Papa and Silver, we appreciate JD for doing the first 2.5 hours of the show. Not sure if we're going to catch up with Krug this time around, but it's all good. We're going to carry this all into Tuesday. The reason we're coming in with the Mac Jones 50-yard pass to Jordan Watkins is a couple of pieces of news to share. Jordan Watkins had a high ankle sprain and is expected to be out for approximately a month. The thin wide receiver unit continues to get thinner. And then Kyle Shanahan also told reporters today that Brandon Ayuk, who has been recovering from that knee injury, could be back for week 6, which I think was to be expected all along. I'm glad to say that Kyle Shanahan expects that rehab process to be somewhat on track. First 4 games wouldn't be a surprise. And then, as we've noted, week 5 is going to be on a short week, Thursday night against the Rams. So that would give Brandon Ayuk extra time to get ready for week 6 if he is able to return then. But overall, not the headlines we want to continue to be sharing. And if we're talking about biggest concerns, let's just recap what we went through today. The offensive line and backup left tackle has come to the forefront of everybody's mind. We took a couple of great calls on that. I would say that the rookies and their welcome to the NFL moment with some missed tackles, not ideal. The offense with third stringers out there did not function at a very high level. But then also, and a big one, the small injuries that continue to pile up. So Jawan Jennings, we'll keep you updated on any contract updates there, but he's got the calf. Ricky Pearsall, as of right now, knock on wood, nothing major, but he's been moved very slowly along at training camp. Then you have Brandon Ayuk, who's probably not going to be back till week 6, as just noted by Kyle Shanahan. And you've got Demarcus Robinson, who in all likelihood is going to serve a 3-game suspension at the start of the year. Now add on top of that, the rookies. Well, who was the first rookie you think of? It was Jordan Watkins, and he's going to be out for a month. So that timeline right there, you're thinking already his status for week 1 is in jeopardy after just getting a few preseason reps under his belt. And so if you're looking at week 1 right now for the 49ers, you've got maybe no Jawan Jennings, maybe or no Brandon Ayuk, maybe no Jordan Watkins. And so it's going to be a whole lot of Ricky Pearsall, a whole lot of George Kittle, and a whole lot of Christian McCaffrey. And yes, slowly this unit you would like to think is going to get healthier, but the 49ers start with 2 games on the road. 2 of the first 3 are NFC West games. Those are the ones that you have to take advantage of, regardless of whether the stats say you have an easy schedule or you have a difficult schedule. Always comes back to the division. And we had a good discussion on that, JD and I, on Friday, because someone brought up, I'm tired of hearing about the last place schedule or the first place schedule. Why is the first place schedule never a problem for Kansas City? Short answer, they own their division. And they might not this year with Denver and the Chargers, and seeing if the Raiders can start to build something here with Pete Carroll and Geno Smith running the offense. So the 49ers went 1-5 in the NFC West last year. And I even jokingly said this to Walter before the show. Hey, you flip those games, that's a playoff team right there. Yeah, whoop-de-doo. Welcome to the NFL. That's kind of a big deal. How you do in your division. Playing all 4 quarters. Not blowing leads. Not turning it over down the stretch. And the 49ers didn't do any of that well. And part of protecting your quarterback is not just whether or not Spencer Burford can block. It's can your receivers get open? And the 49ers didn't do that very well last year. Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk for a time being, Ricky Pearsall wasn't healthy for a while. They got to find ways to go and get open. And George Kittle was far and away the most reliable target there for Brock, but it still wasn't enough. And so now with Jordan Watkins being set to miss some time, not a welcome headline. I'm not surprised on the Ayuk. Could be much worse. Week 6 is probably about what I expected. But looking forward, you got to start wondering if some of these veterans that are out there end up getting brought in. Equinemius St. Brown has been on and off the roster for the 49ers. Andy Isabella came and went and was reported looked a lot slower than that speedster we remember from Arizona. Jake Tonjes is a tight end. They got some run. Russell Gage had 2 catches for 3 yards in the preseason week 1. And so Keenan Allen is now back with Justin Herbert in LA and the Chargers. Amari Cooper, who was falsely reported retired, is still out there. Maybe a Gabe Davis, who visited with the 49ers, is an option that you can turn to as you look forward. But maybe if I can take one silver lining on this headline, because it's not a good one at all. And I did a show, I finished one solo. Remember this, Walter? When Ricky Pearsall was placed on the PUP training camp list, which thankfully very different than the full-on PUP list, so he can be ready to go week 1. I feel like I'm having the same conversation to myself, bouncing it off the glass. What do the 49ers do about their receivers? What do they do about their receivers? Can Jacob Cowing come back this week and pick up where he left off with a lot of promise as a guy that's more than just a special teamer in year 2, someone that was great as part of the offseason program? Jawan Jennings, can they work out the contract? And in conjunction with that, does the calf heal and he feels good about his chances to go out and lay his body and life on the line for this team with which he has spent his entire career, depending on what he and the front office and his agent are ultimately able to get done. The running back room continues to be thin. It's going to be a lot of Corey Kiner, but Amir Abdullah, who played on Saturday, season-ending injured reserve. Patrick Taylor Jr. had the touchdown. Jeff Wilson Jr. back on the team and reunited with Kyle Shanahan. But this is a top-heavy roster, and they even need their second tier of guys to be available. So the wide receiver unit or anybody that's able to catch passes right now is looking like the most dire concern. It's the injuries as a whole, but that unit in particular is a big one and not the kind of news you wanted to hear on a Monday morning with Jordan Watkins getting set to miss about a month with a sprained ankle. So we'll continue to monitor and we'll continue to report on everything we hear. But all these small injuries, if there was ever a time for it to get cleaned up, that's going to have to be on the back half of this preseason, regardless of whether or not Kyle Shanahan ends up playing these guys. They got to be somewhat ready enough on week 1 in Seattle, ready to go, because once the division gets going, it's the regular season, you're on the road, you got Arizona coming as your first home game, and you are hitting the ground running. So that's about going to do it for today. I appreciate everybody hanging out 10 to 2. I appreciate JD for being able to fill in for the time that he was able to join us. Tomorrow, we're going to have Susan Slusser joining us, and we'll see how the Giants fare in their first game against the Padres. We're going to have Tracy Sandler joining us at 1:30, and she's going to be with us every Tuesday throughout the season. Last time I talked to Tracy, she had a lot of positive things to say about Jacob Cowing. Maybe asking her about him again as the 49ers look to turn to some options. Big thank you to Mike Sando. Big thank you to Walter. And a big thank you to Jacob, who was hanging out here. The better-looking version of a Tim Webb. Speaking of, let's get it over to the patio at 58 Social. Dirty Work with Adam Copeland, D-Pop, and Tim Webb is coming your way. Giants pregame starts at 5:45. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. I'll talk to you at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Let's get you out for some beers at 58 Social. Dirty Work starts now.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59. I'm going with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you live from the patio of 58 Social outside of Oracle Park, where the Giants are taking on the Padres tonight for a 6:45 first pitch, a 5:45 pregame. We'll have all of that for you right here on Dirty Work on the sports leader. Hell of a weekend. Not for the Giants.
Oh, I was about to say.
Well, for the 49ers, really.
Giants lose 2 out of 3, so you knew we had to come to 58 Social.
Yeah, dude, seriously. Are we to the point now where we just expect them to lose? Because it's kind of where I'm at.
You know where I'm at? You remember early February, we were at Harmonic, and the Warriors were having a horrible, horrible time.
We're talking right before the Jimmy Butler acquisition. Yeah, I do remember that.
And they were kind of like, I guess at 500, they were 9th in the Western Conference.
10th maybe, 9th, 10th, somewhere in there, yeah.
And you and I were doing a show, and you were like, you know what? I just don't care anymore.
I'm done with this.
I don't care
I said
anymore.
Until you do something to the roster to show me that this team is capable of doing something different.
Yes.
I did. You and JD were talking, and at one point I just kind of lost it. I said, I don't care. Why are we talking about the offense that can't score 100 points every single game?
And that's totally fair.
Yeah, because I got fed up.
And then a couple weeks later, they got Jimmy Butler, and everything was fine.
I believe my take was, get me Jimmy Butler, and I'm back in. I said, get me Jimmy, and I'm back in. You said, what about Vucevic? I said, no.
Yeah. No,
so what about Levine? I said, no. Get me Jimmy, and I will be intrigued enough to be back in.
No, and that got me in as well. Sorry, our mics are cutting out here.
Well, you're stepping on the court.
Well, that's the way I was able to hear myself there for a second. Sorry. I didn't know it was impacting you as well.
Yeah, dude, yeah, we're all connected here.
You good now?
We're all dialed in.
Okay,
Yeah, I can hear it. I'm good.
And that's kind of where I'm at. Like, then, a couple weeks later, they got Jimmy Butler, and then the season was, rejuvenated. But then for the Giants right now, we're past the trade deadline. There's 2 months left in the season, so less amount of time left in the Warriors at that point. And, dude, I know that they could do this, they could do that. If they sweep the Padres, they play them again next week. But I'm at, they could do this, but why should I believe it? Why should I believe anything at this point?
You shouldn't. You should not. There's no reason to. The gravitational pull, as Murph calls it, of 500 is in full effect right now. It's like a tractor beam that just ropes you right back into 500, which the Giants have been stuck in this tractor beam, by the way, since 2022, effectively.
Yeah.
They cannot get out of this tractor beam. Friday night they won in a game that was kind of funny, where they shut them out 5-0 the Nationals.
Yeah, and you know who looked good? My guy, Kawhi Tang.
Dude, Tang looked pretty sick. Gage looked good, too. They shut him out. Yeah. Tang was dealing. First big league win on Friday. I put out a tweet saying, hey, you have to sweep the Nationals.
Yes.
If you sweep the Nats, this series against the Padres has a little bit of juice to it.
Absolutely.
They pulled themselves. I mean, there were only 4 games still out of that third wild card spot.
Right.
But again, 4 games with 2 teams in front of you isn't realistic based on how this team has played. Just to go, well, we can't keep saying every series, well, they're only 4 back. Well, they're only 4 back. They're not winning damn series.
No.
You can tell me, yeah, good road trip. You went 4-2. Yeah, you're 1-8 in your last 9 home games. And dude, you ready? 5 of those losses are to the Pirates and the Nats.
And isn't it 4th consecutive home series loss?
You're 1-8. You're 14-19 since Bob Melvin had his option picked up for 2026.
Yeah, that's alarming. So 1-8. Never mind that they lost those series.
They're 1-8 in the last 9 home
One
games.
game. One game. And I know there was low points of this season. A couple weeks ago, we said in Atlanta. Yesterday was a pretty significant low point.
I don't know. I don't know that I can feel much lower because I don't have expectations anymore.
Yeah.
I told you this. I said, you play 600 ball for 3 straight weeks. That's my Jimmy Butler right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Win 2 out of 3 for the next 3 weeks, and I'll be like, you'll probably, by the way, be in it. If that's the case, you play 666 baseball for the next 3 weeks, you're probably in it.
But what really is in it?
In it means you're one of 2 teams competing for the final 3rd wild card spot.
Okay, all right.
One of 2 or 3, and it's like,
because technically they're in it right now, but I don't feel that way whatsoever.
Again, intellectually fraudulent to say they're in it right now, because they've done nothing since the All-Star break or since the start of July or since Rafael Devers was acquired to suggest that they are involved in the playoff hunt. It's just that the numbers say they are still mathematically there.
Yeah.
You've lost 3 of your last 5 series.
Mm-hmm.
You won against and I don't look. I'm not going to pat him on the back for winning 2 or 3 at Pittsburgh after they got swept by Pittsburgh at home. Like, dude, when I was a kid, I used to I'd be like 12 or whatever, or 11 years old, and it'd be like a Saturday, and I wanted my dad to let me have some friends come over and like spend the night or hang out. Yeah. And I would try to kiss ass. You know what I mean? As one does. So I'd go into my room.
You kiss ass?
Come on. Yeah, I know. It doesn't seem like something I would
No,
pull.
not at all.
Really? Does that seem out of character for me?
Well, I mean, just like, yes, to get something that you wanted, yes. But like you kissing ass in general, no, I cannot see it today.
No, dude, I'm almost in spite of kiss ass. Like, I'll almost spite you because you want me to kiss ass. You know?
Exactly.
So my dad, who, by the way, my dad's a dude, he needs the ego massaged.
Oh, yeah.
Much like your father.
Yeah, like the whole time I watched the game with him on Saturday, and he's like, guy's doing well. I'm like, not as good as you, though.
Boy, this guy sounds pretty damn good.
This guy's really good. And by the way, shout out to Guy Haberman. It was his first time, and he did a fantastic job. But the broadcast starts, no audio.
No audio. Tough.
Oh, damn.
Tough start. But so that's so funny, dude. You had to stroke his ego. He's watching the game. He's like, boy, Guy's sounding very good.
Guy sounds really good.
Not as good as you, Dad. I mean, you're good. So my dad needs the ego stroked a little bit. You got to kiss some ass. So I would go and I'd do some chores. I'd clean my room. I'd be like, hey, Dad, can I get a buddy to spend the night tonight? You know, I took the trash out, I did the dishes, I cleaned my room. But my dad used to say, why should you get to do something fun or be rewarded for something you should have been doing anyway?
Absolutely.
You're supposed to do your chores. You're supposed to keep your room clean. You're supposed to do your homework. I'm not going to pat you on the back. It's what you do after what's expected of you that defines who you are. The San Francisco Giants, I'm looking at you. I'm not going to pat you on the back for going to New York, winning 2 or 3, which, by the way, you played to the level of your opponent. You came up to play the Mets after they swept you. Bad sweep at home. The Mets are a playoff team. That's a good team. Yeah. I'm good. That's a good series road win. But it doesn't mean anything after you were swept by the Mets and the Pirates, and then you go and you win 2 or 3 against the Pirates. I'm patting you on the back for beating the Pirates on the road.
No.
Good road trip. You had a winning road trip after having the worst home series since the Cleveland administration, dude. The worst homestand since Grover Cleveland was president the second time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's unbelievable. Since 1896. So again, they're 500 right now. Had they swept the Nats, that was the only way this series right now carries some juice. Now, if you sweep the Padres, that would be pretty incredible. That would be very, very impressive.
But it's
and
not
pretty
just
incredible.
that.
But that's not enough.
Exactly.
That's my point. Is if they swept the Padres, then I'm looking at this weekend. Who comes in? Is it like Tampa or somebody this weekend?
It's Tampa. It's the Rays this week.
The Rays come in, and then I'm like, okay, well, can you beat the Rays at their weird gimmicky style of baseball? Like, unless you're going to sweep the Padres and then take at least 2 or 3 from Tampa, I don't give a damn. So again.
By the way, sorry, I know the Rays are coming to town this weekend because I've seen so many promos.
All I'm worried about is Saweetie.
Exactly. Kruk and Kipe and FP. Yeah, just be like, and this weekend, Saweetie's coming to town.
It is pretty funny to listen to our aging broadcasters talk.
And believe me, I'm too old for Saweetie, but like just to hear them
Oh,
be
no,
like,
you're not, dude. No, you're not.
Yeah,
Come on. No, you're not. Dude, she's from the Bay. Come on. We gotta love Saweetie.
Yeah, all right.
Dude, the one that got me a couple weeks back, or maybe a month or so ago, was Murph talking Chapel Roan. Tim, as you well know, your favorite drag queen's favorite pop star.
Oh, of course. Pink Pony Club.
Of course.
Murph was talking Pink Pony Club.
John Gruner loves Pink Pony Club.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, he does.
I
dude.
tell you, I love that song, man.
Tell you what,
Pink
man.
Pony Club.
I love that Pink Pony Club, man. Tell you what, man. Anyway, the Murph was talking Pink Pony Club, and I think somebody or he was trying to define what it was. He's like, it's a strip club, and Marcus is like,
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, it's not, Murph.
You have been around West Hollywood enough, huh, Murph?
I'm put your ass on West Hollywood on the corner and say, you're for sale. Anyway, we'll talk more Giants baseball a little bit later today. We also had 49 our first preseason game. Dude, more bad injury news for the Niners.
I mean, I was going to say...
I don't even know where to start with this stuff, dude.
I was going to say some of the standouts were Jordan Watkins. I thought he had a great 50-yard catch.
He had one great catch.
Yes. And I'm with Tim Ryan where he could have, helped out a little bit more on some of the interceptions, some of those contested balls, fight a little bit more. But now he's out for a month with a high ankle sprain.
I don't need that.
No, you don't need that.
We were talking about him potentially being the number 3 receiver week 1. Now he's not.
And I was going to think that coming out of this game, being like, all right, you know what, I feel comfortable if Ricky Pearsall is good to go and Juwan Jennings, having Jordan Watkins be your wide receiver 3. Now he's not going to be out there for at least a month. You just signed Amir Abdullah, but he's out for the season now. He fumbled. Fumbled on Saturday.
By the way, how many more guys the Niners going to sign and throw him on IR like 3 days later?
I know. Who else? It was
Equanimeous, St. Brown, and then now. So they're gonna have to get these guys off of IR because you're just wasting roster spots.
Yeah, you'll come to some agreement where you can cut them off the roster and then it'll figure out their rehab and whatnot. But I know the caller
some buyout effectively.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody called in last Thursday or Friday complaining about the injuries, and I was like, yeah, but you have to put it in perspective as far as other injuries out there right now. But yeah, I can't sugarcoat it. It's not anybody's fault. It's just the Niners are snake bit when it comes to injuries, and none of them are significant at this point. You hope that Micah Williams comes back for the opener. But damn, you can't ignore how often they get injured right now.
Yeah, and really it's because there's so much uncertainty on the roster. Like, I'll put this out to the listeners right now. I was asking this on the postgame show with Tracy Sandler and with Todd Husak. By the way, awesome crew to get to work with this year. Todd Husak and Tracy Sandler.
And Todd's coming on tomorrow with us.
Todd will be on tomorrow with us.
Love Todd.
Tim was there with us. It was just great. Getting some good crew in there, too.
Todd.
Dude, yeah, I know, Tim. Stop being so creepy, Tim.
Love Todd.
You're creepy Tim over here.
I love when he grabs a calamari. I love Todd.
Love Todd.
But we talked all on the pregame show, like the entire pregame, about, dude, who we going to see today? We knew we wouldn't see a lot. And I was like, I'm excited to see C.J. West. By the way, big man.
Big man.
Big man. You know who was kind of good, too, was Ane. That guy, the D tackle was in there. He had a couple of nice plays that actually led to the Kalia Davis sack in the game on Saturday. But we were all the talk all week long, maybe the star of camp, Upton Stout.
Yeah.
We were all like, yeah, we're going to see some Upton Stout. I want to get a look at this guy. Tracy texts me in the press box. She's sitting like 10 seats away from me as the game gets going, and we notice no Upton Stout out there. And she texts me, she goes, no Upton Stout. I don't know if it's injury-based or they're resting him, because she said he did play a lot in the Thursday joint practice and in the scrimmage. She said, I'm thinking it's the latter, that he's just getting some rest. After the game, we find out, oh, no, he tweaked his calf, and they did take a precaution on it. Now there's a report, Upton Stout, the calf, he tweaked his calf early in practice. Tatum Bethune and Marcus Siegel are taking part, but no more Upton Stout, at least as of right now. So they're dealing with a whole bunch of injuries. I don't know where, like, this is a question I'll put out to the listeners at 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. What is the deepest position group on the 49ers? Is there any position with depth?
Maybe tight end?
What, Kittle? Luke Farrell?
No one's ever going to replace Kittle.
Luke Farrell. No, but I'm saying Luke Farrell. And then you've got
a big drop-off.
And then you've got a competition between Dwelly and Tongas.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not feeling. By the way, Braden Willis got destroyed on a play by Bonito on Saturday. Everybody was blaming Burford for all three of those.
Yeah, but he didn't look great either.
No. I'm going to blame Burford for two of them, because the first one was Braden Willis, who got blown up on the edge by Bonito. That guy wrecked like 3 straight plays on that drive.
Yeah, but he's like,
Burford's a guard, man. Burford's a guard.
No,
He's
he
not a
is.
tackle.
But also Bonito had 15 sacks a year ago and 2 touchdowns, so he's an all-pro going up against a second-string left tackle.
We'll talk more about this. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Who is the deepest? What is the deepest position group for the 49ers right now? I mean, and here's another one. Who had a worse weekend offensively, the Niners or the Giants? Top offense this weekend had to be the Valks, my Crees.
How'd they do?
They went 1-1, I think, this weekend.
They won 72-59.
And then they lost to the
other one.
They lost the other one. Yeah.
Do we know if
they're 500?
A lime green dildo was on the court?
I don't think there was any does on the court this weekend. No does. No does. By the way, I got to shout out this guy at Levi Stadium on Saturday. Tim and I are walking in because we're sitting at the patio at 58 Social, which means really one thing and one thing only. We lived Moss today.
Of course.
Tim got his Mexican pizza and his cheesy gordita crunch. Tim's a pricey date at Taco Bell.
Sounds like it.
I even used one of my free items on Tim's gordita crunch.
You feel good about that, Tim?
I'm charging him full price.
I'm not a basic bee. Sorry.
It was a free item that I earned, so Tim's gonna pay me back in full. I'm gonna
pay you back.
I'm gonna ask Tim for all $6
with a drive to Levi's.
Drive to and from. By the way, cost me a whole lot of money to get to Tim this weekend so I could get to Levi's. Took me like 20 minutes to find an Uber. Damn it all with outside lands.
Yeah.
You know what
I mean, you have to account for that.
Dude, I tried to. It took me like 20 minutes to be connected to a driver. Cost me $39 to go a mile and a half.
Well, yeah, man. They're all trying to go for the Dochi crowd.
That was the night before. Dude.
Oh, whatever.
They were looking for Beck with Symphony, maybe. Or as Tim's favorite band, Mannequin Pussy, was out there.
Yeah, wow.
I think I can say that.
Whoa.
I think I can say it.
Yeah, it's the name of the band.
I can say Schitt's Creek, can't I?
Yeah, the show, yes.
I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I celebrate their entire catalog.
Tim, a big Mannequin Pussy guy. That's the name of the band. What do you want me to say?
I'm aware.
That guy in the 535 or wherever the hell he was, he'd be pissed that we're talking about that with his daughter in the car.
He would be.
Anyway, we walk into Levi Stadium, and Tim and I were rolling over to the studio, and we went to go take a photo of the field or whatever, check out how the field looked, the new scoreboards before we walked to the studio. And we're walking by, and there's a guy who worked there, sitting kind of right outside of the Broncos locker room, and he's sitting on one of those, like, I don't know, it's not a golf cart, but it's one of those, like, carts that they drive around the stadium and load and stuff back and forth.
Yeah.
And we walk by, and Tim and I kind of scoot by him, and he goes, oh, hey. We say, hey. And we get like 10 feet past him, and all he yells is, yo, Liv Moss. I don't know who that guy was. I hope he's listening. That guy made my Saturday.
He's a fan of the filth.
In the midst of Tim and I hurrying to get down there, me stoked about my $39 Uber and the hour and a half it took to get to Levi's Stadium, getting our credential, hassling in the heat at like 90 degrees to get over to the studio. This guy dropped a Liv Moss on me like 3 hours before game time. Made my day.
Loyal member of the filth.
10 feet behind us. Liv Moss!
As I've said to you before, if anybody's out there and they listen to the show and they see us in public, I would much prefer. I mean, awesome when you say
Scream
hi.
stuff at us.
When you say hi, scream things at me. Yell an NBA grab bag.
Copes.
As they do. Sometimes they run at me holding bags. The grab bag, don't you know? But dude, if you see us in the wild, I love hearing a Liv Moss. I love hearing an NBA grab bag.
Shout us out.
I love hearing a Pat H crap session. Crap Pat sitting here on the studio.
That foot won't heal, man. That foot won't heal.
On the Pat EO right now.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a quick break.
NBA grab bag.
Beautifully done. Who's at the studio? By
Not
the way?
today. We got Jacob.
Jacob.
Oh, we got Jacob. We got Life.
You know what that means?
Dude, Jacob's getting an applause from Pat H.
You know what that means? No rotator. We got some tunes today.
Yeah, dude. Thank God, dude. Thank God Tim's not on the board. All right, we'll take a quick break when we come on back.
Love Todd.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that, Lame. Yell that at us when you see us. Hey, I love Todd.
You sack, baby.
We'll take a quick break. We are live from the patio at 58 Social, where the Giants are 1-8 in their last 9 home games.
Yikes.
And by the way, 5 of those losses coming at the hands of the lowly Nationals and the lowly Pittsburgh Pirates. That game starts tonight at 6:45. Logan Webb on the Hill. 5:45 pregame. When we come on back, more on the health of the 49ers and 49er fans. What is the deepest position group on the roster right now? Unfortunately, you might have to go Brock and Matt Jones, which would be kind of alarming.
Yeah, just 2 quarterbacks is deep enough for this team.
Seriously, that's about it. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, more on the 49ers, and we'll give you a little bit of a health update. Here's the tease. It ain't good.
Yep.
More to come on the Sports Leader.
All right, Giants fans, it's been tough out here. Losing 2 or 3 from the Nats, not ideal, but we're back on the horse tonight. 5:45 pregame starts. Logan Webb on the Hill. Let's get a W. Let's start this thing back up. Keep it locked in here on the Leader for all your Giants stuff.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
It'll be 3rd and 5. The Niners opening possession on their own 34-yard line. Mac Jones out of the gun. Under pressure. Throwing deep down the left sideline. And brought in at the 30, down to the 20, the 18-yard line. It's the rookie, Jordan Watkins, out of Ole Miss. A contested catch, and he pulled it down.
What a nice little touch pass there by Jones there.
Nice.
That was the play of the game, by the way, for the 49ers. That was about it. The opening drive for the Niners, Mac Jones on a 50-yard reception by Jordan Watkins. Hits him left side, kind of up over the middle a little bit. Yeah. Put it right on his hands, right over Talanoa Hufanga. Not a lot of separation. A great throw by Mac Jones. That opening drive, he was 3 for 3, 63 yards passing, and 50 of them came on that play. They did, by the way, also convert a 4th and 1 inside the red zone, which I thought was good. They went for it early in the game, a little Purdy push with Mac Jones there under center, and then it was your guy, Peach Taylor.
Yeah, Peach Taylor.
Pat Taylor, your guy. Who springs
my
left.
guy?
I don't know. I just said it to be funny.
Just because I remember his name.
He springs left for a touchdown, and that was it for the 49ers, really. I mean, the other 2 points came because of my guy, Chase Lucas, forcing that safety.
Let me just say, Chase Lucas was the player of the game.
For me, that was the star of the game. That was the guy who I didn't have a whole lot on or know much about. He had an opportunity to make some noise, no Upton stat out there. He might be, and Tracy Sandler said this on the postgame show, could be the leader in the clubhouse for that 4th cornerback spot.
Yeah, and that's where maybe they have the most depth right now. I know that Renardo Green got hurt, Upton Stout got hurt as well, but that's why I'm not overly concerned. Yeah. I'm not overly concerned about the secondary. But yeah, Chase Lucas, he was there a year ago, but not used a ton. And that's where I say, like, Robert Saleh is going to have an impact on this defense, where maybe the personnel's not talented, but just the scheme, where they were able to blitz Chase Lucas.
That's his first blitz call of the season.
Exactly. And get the safety, and not to mention Chase Lucas have the PBU over the middle on, I think it was the Troy Franklin attempt from Bo Nix. So, yeah, I was very impressed with Chase Lucas.
Can I give you guys some injury news for the Niners? Now, most of it not good.
Yeah.
Most of it not good, but I do have one note, and we'll hear from Kyle Shanahan here in just a minute. So here's how it went down on Saturday. After the game, we find out there are a series of injuries throughout the game. Tatum Bethune, who played fantastic. I thought he was great, and he thought he was great, especially early in the game against the Broncos starters. They did play a lot of their starters offensively.
They did, yes.
Which is something to make note of, considering the Niners 2s were out there, and maybe even mostly Niner 3s were out there. Some of the D-line could end up being ones they're competing for, but ultimately the Niners didn't dress like 19 guys for this game. So kind of a big deal that some of the youngsters were out there playing against some of the starters for the Broncos. And by the way, that Chase Lucas play happens not against Jared Stidham, who looked like freaking Pat Mahomes. But seriously, I mean, that guy, Jared Stidham, had like the game of his life.
Well, Trent Sherfield, like, he's having like a Hall of Fame career in the preseason.
Dude, Trent Sherfield might be the greatest preseason wide receiver in NFL history.
Trey Area. Receiving into that.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Trey Area or Trent Area?
Oh, well, yeah, either way, yeah.
Yeah, anyway, Sherfield.
Well, it was Trey Area for the touchdown pass, yeah.
You're saying Trey Lance to Sherman?
Yes.
Was the Trey Area play. I got you. So the injuries, Tatum Bethune, second quarter, the ankle, he goes down. He walked off under his own strength. Did end up coming back. Yep. So Bethune had a good game. Marquise Siegel, who got injured in his knee and did not return, he apparently took part in practice today.
Yes.
So he's doing okay. Renardo Green and Cowing, they said on Saturday would be reevaluated yesterday, and we do have a bit of an update on them in just a second. Upton Stout had a tight calf. He did not play in the game and still did not practice today. Michael Williams is going to be out for a week or so, per Kyle Shanahan. That was after the game on Saturday. Now, we get up today, and there's some more news following the 49er practice. So here's where we are following the injuries. And by the way, Amir Abdullah hurt his ribs in that game on Saturday and did not return either. Keyshawn Vaughn actually got in for a carry, finding out he was signed and activated right before the game.
Yeah.
So they needed some more warm bodies out there. Here's what happened. 49ers activated O-lineman Andre Dillard off the PUP list. They also signed a defensive lineman, Travis Gibson, who, by the way, today I guess tipped a pretty pass that resulted in a Nick Bosa interception.
He's not bad. He was with the Bears a season ago.
So he was signed, and then an hour later was on the practice field with the 49ers. A good friend of ours, Jeff Wilson Jr., comes on back, which made me be like, well, why didn't we sign Jeff Wilson before Keyshawn Vaughn and Amir Abdullah? Well, I don't really have any good reason for that, but he's back now that Abdullah has been placed on season-ending injured reserve. Also, the 49ers have waived Tanner Mordecai. And I just want to put this out there. I know it's preseason. I know this guy will not make the team. Mordecai was not going to make the team. More than likely, the Niners are carrying 2 quarterbacks this year. I don't know, in the Kyle Shanahan era, preseason or not, and I've been covering the team since 2019, and I've seen every preseason game, especially the ones at home, in person, with the exception of COVID in 2020, every single one. So we're talking even preseason quarterbacks. I don't think I've seen a quarterback or quarterback play worse than what we saw out of Carter Bradley on Saturday in the Kyle Shanahan era. I mean, I'm talking, I would take Beathard. I don't think we ever saw Beathard play that bad.
No, not at all.
I don't think we saw Brian Hoyer play that badly. I don't
Nick
think we
Mullins.
saw Lance play that badly. Certainly not Nick Mullins.
No.
I thought Mullins was a serviceable quarterback. And he's still around. I mean, he's made a nice career for himself, seriously. Nick Mullins, after helping George Kittle set that tight end receiving record. So, look, this guy's a practice squad quarterback. I know his dad's the D coordinator. Somebody tweeted at me and said it's a little Ned Schneebly, little nepotiz, which I know you and I know a little bit about.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know that we've seen. Can you think of anybody on the Niners who's played a worse game at quarterback, preseason or not, than the 2 quarters we saw from Carter Bradley on Saturday?
I mean, I'm trying to think of other QBs that were in the preseason, but it's hard to say that anybody was as bad as Carter Bradley or Tanner Mordecai. I'm lumping the 2 guys
Mordecai was
together.
bad too, but we just saw more of Bradley on Saturday.
It's hard to tell which guy had the worst play or like which bad play was with what quarterback. There was multiple times where I was watching. There was the pass to Tungus that was a first down, but it looked like he dropped the ball that was in the dirt.
He had to go down and grab it.
Yeah, you're like, why are you hitting him on the numbers? And then there was one interception that wasn't an interception because it was on the sideline. It was incomplete.
Just threw it to nobody.
But it was so congested on the left side of the field. Like, how are you going to fit the ball in there? There was no room for the wide receiver to catch that. But yeah, you said it. Like, a year ago, you had Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen make the team. That is not going to be the case this year. With the
I'd take a Sudfeld at this point. You know what I mean?
No, exactly.
No, I say yes. I'd take him. They're only going to carry 2.
Exactly.
Which is fine.
I mean, given what's going on right now, wide receiver-wise or running back-wise, you need a lot more bodies to make the 53-man roster. So, yeah, we'll talk to Matt Mayoko later at 4:50. I would be very surprised if it's more than just Brock Purdy and Mac Jones when it comes to quarterbacks on this roster.
Okay, so that's the initial news there. That's all per Matt Mayoko, and we'll talk to him at 4:50 today. So Andre Dillard activated O-lineman, signed D-lineman Travis Gibson. Jeff Wilson Jr. also signed, so I imagine all these guys will be part of the joint practice and play this weekend. Amir Abdullah on IR, that's where we are, and Tanner Mordecai waived. So no Upton Stout. This is per Matt Barrows, the calf, which kept him out of the game on Saturday. No Upton Stout early in practice, but Tatum Bethune and Marcus Siegel played, which is good. All positive stuff. I think Siegel is a guy that they have high hopes for as well. Here's something else Matt Barrows said. I watched Juwan Jennings do very light workout on the side field.
Okay.
Some high knees, some jogging, and some ladder drills. He then went back inside the weight room. You know who was on the field on Saturday before the game?
Juwan Jennings?
His agent.
Oh.
Rosenhaus is hanging out.
Yeah?
He's kicking it on the field before.
All right.
So, people now are going, this feels like a hold-in.
It might be. I don't want to speculate too much.
I don't want to say a guy's not hurt. That's my problem. I don't want to accuse a guy of not being hurt.
And I don't understand why they would hide that either. Like, it's pretty clear James Cook for the Buffalo Bills is just holding out because of business terms.
Sure.
I don't know why they would have to hide that from the media or whatnot. Like, Kyle's usually pretty honest. So I like to believe there's something going on with the calf. But also, yeah, it might heal up a little bit better once they get the contract done.
Larry Krueger seems, he won't say that either, but Larry Krueger was like, I got a feeling that calf's going to be feeling great as soon as he gets that deal done.
Yeah.
And then here's the other note here as it relates to the receiving core, which is probably the group that everybody was looking at most coming into this game, which is why it was such a big deal to get to see that play from Jordan Watkins. Watkins, who played a lot of this game. He played into the third quarter, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
Into this game, at least. I can't remember about the fourth, but certainly in the third. Jordan Watkins has a high ankle sprain, is expected to be out for a month now. Now, this is a major concern for me, not just in the depth of the receivers. Russell Gage played in this game, really didn't get any kind of action. I think he had a couple of targets going his way. And maybe the Niners know enough about him. Maybe they got enough in the joint practices that it's okay. The problem I have with the horrible quarterback play on Saturday is, were they able to get a feel or a look at anything from the receiving group, from the tight ends? You weren't able to get a first down. I mean, look at the drive summary for the Niners following that opening drive where they scored a touchdown. I mean, the Niners go 8 plays, 71 and a touch. Then they go 4 for 5 punt, 3 plays pick for 0 yards, 3 plays 6 yards punt, 6 plays 3 yards pick, 3 plays -1 punt, and then 3 plays no yards end of the half.
Yeah, they were bad.
They weren't able to get a first down, really.
No.
Outside of things that were penalties. So they weren't able to pick up yardage. They weren't able to get any sort of, or what looked to be chemistry or rhythm going. So outside of the one Jordan Watkins reception, were the Niners able to evaluate, do they care that they weren't really able to? Did they get anything out of the game on Saturday except for a slew of injuries? And we'll talk more about that. By the way, the other note here, per Matt Mayoko, Yetur Gross-Matos is now a possible return Thursday for the Raiders joint practice.
Nice, okay.
That's a positive, but most likely out another week is what they're saying. Upton stout calf, maybe Thursday. Jacob Cowing hamstring should be back tomorrow.
That's huge.
Renardo Green hamstring, they're saying out at least another week. So
okay, not ideal.
Hamstrings, not linear things, man.
No.
These injuries happen right around the same time.
No, but Jacob Cowing coming back tomorrow, that would help you out for week 1. Because if you thought that maybe Jordan Watkins was going to be that guy, he clearly won't be available for week 1. So if you're throwing out the wide receivers, you probably have Pearsall, you probably have Juwan Jennings, and hopefully Jacob Cowing.
49er fans, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, text line and phone line. I got to know, what was the player that stood out to you the most this weekend in the 49ers preseason game, and what is the biggest concern you have now? Again, 19 guys didn't dress. Most of the starters did not dress or play at all in this one. The question is, how many starters do they have? Do they even have 19 guys that we could list as starters right now of the 22? I don't really think they do. They've probably got, on defense, we know of like 4 defensive starters, right? On offense, we've got a pretty good idea. Right. But 808 KNBR, what player stood out to you the most this weekend, good or bad, and what's the biggest concern you saw? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll get to your calls next from the patio of 58 Social, only here on the Sports Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
So 3rd and 7 from the 9 or 11-yard line. 2 wide receivers left, 1 to the right. Stidham out of the gun, dropping back to pass, stepping up in the pocket. He'll go down back at the 15-yard line. And the 49ers pass rush, and our man Calais Davis has been there again.
Dirty Work with you from the patio of 58 Social. Giants and the Padres coming your way tonight, but we're talking 49er football as the Niners had a rough day on Saturday. And again, not much to be concerned about in terms of the score itself.
No, it's a
Or the
preseason game.
strategy itself. I mean, Kyle wasn't even calling the plays on offense. You're really just looking at players and what certain guys individually are capable of. That said, you'd like to play better.
Of course.
I mean, you'd like the depth to play better, and some of it did in the first couple of drives against the Broncos. Broncos' second team looked a lot better than the Broncos' first team did.
No, they did. But I mean,
certainly on offense.
You want to see stuff from the rookies. Like, the biggest thing to me was the fact that Michael Williams didn't play, Upton Stout didn't play, and it makes sense. He has the calf injury. Like, initially when I was watching the game, I was like, are they holding him out just because they value him? And
we kind of thought that might be the case.
I'm okay with that, but also I'm like, he is a rookie. I kind of want to see these guys play a little bit, and that's kind of how I feel. I know fans are not going to like this.
Pearsall?
I want Pearsall to play.
I was going to say, we talked about it. Tracy Sandler said the same thing on the postgame show. She's like, I want around when we found out that Upton Stout had not played, and we thought, or that he wasn't going to play in the game. We didn't know he wasn't going to until after, until we see the game. And she says, Ricky Pearsall has kind of earned that ability to be held out, but she's like, it's not even totally earned, maybe as much as it's wanting to be careful because of how shallow you are at the position. Like, if you don't have, I mean, I think they all expect you're going to have Jennings, but if you don't have Pearsall, now really, what are you looking at? You're looking at the same situation kind of you were in at the Ayuk injury point last year, though you at least still had Debo, who was, of course, ineffective, but you're more shallow at the position if you don't have Pearsall or Juwan Jennings than you were last year.
Yeah, okay. Would you rather I mean, you don't want to start the season slow. I understand you'd rather have Ricky Pearsall out there healthy than not. But with everything going on right now with the injuries, I understand people's trepidation about throwing Ricky Pearsall out there. But I just think he needs to get acclimated, and I know that he's looking really good in practice. They used him on jet sweeps and orbit motion, so he's kind of playing the Debo role.
The joint practices, he's been playing a lot.
Yes.
And you called this when they drafted him. You were the first one to say to me, this is the Debo replacement. We were sitting up here at 21st Amendment for that draft show a couple of years ago. And right after that happened, you said, I think this is the Pearsall replacement the Debo replacement based on his skill set. We've already started to see or hear about some of that, at least in the practice, the joint practice against the Broncos. We haven't seen it in live action yet. I mean, I wonder if and when, and we will not talk to Kyle Shanahan this week, as he'll be traveling to Vegas for the joint practice.
TBD, we'll see, but yeah, it doesn't look
I think
like
as of right now, we won't have him. And then when I talked to the Niners on Saturday, it sounded like that might have been the case. Bottom line is, I really do wonder how much work they're able to get in the joint practice, how careful they'll be with the joint practice based on the number of injuries, and then whether or not it's of value to them at all to play. I mean, will we see Brock Purdy this preseason, you think?
If anything, maybe. I mean, if he's not playing this week, I doubt he's going to play the third week of the preseason. And, the way that Kyle goes about things is the same way that Sean McVay goes, where he doesn't even play Jimmy Garoppolo in these preseason games. Because let's just say that Matthew Stafford is not out there, and he didn't come out there today, too. The expectation was Stafford was supposed to practice today, did not, came out in street clothes. They don't want to risk Jimmy Garoppolo not being healthy either, so he's not playing these preseason games. It's Sterling Bennett. So I get Kyle's philosophy on this stuff. He has more value in
Stetson Bennett.
Stetson Bennett. What was it? Yeah, Stetson Bennett. As far as Brock Purdy and everybody else with the 49ers, I get it. I understand it. I do think, though, there is value in teams like the Chiefs and the Bengals playing their guys, but they don't like to do joint practices. Andy Reid doesn't like guys coming into his practice field and knowing his plays and his schemes and whatnot.
Also, he's got a little bit of a different the team that everybody's coming for at the top all the time. I don't know if you want to get into joint practice with teams before the season where you're like,
no, I get it.
Everybody wants to take our head off anyway.
I get it, but also I feel like if you want to start the season strong, then maybe it's in your best interest to play Pearsall a little bit to get him, get his feet underneath him and have him ready to go once September starts. But I get it. There's a ton of injuries going on right now. As far as Saturday, the guys that stood out to me were Calais Davis, Sebastian Valdez, that was in the pretty much the second half. Defensive lineman, and then Chase Lucas stood out. I mean, he was the player of the game, like I said earlier. The disappointments to me were with the injuries to Jordan Elliott and Kevin Givens. I was hoping that you would see a lot from C.J. West and Alfred Collins, my guy from Texas. And the opportunity is there. We talked to Krug about this on Friday. The opportunity is there for those guys to start come week one because it's not about experience. It's about who are the best, 11 guys on defense. And I was hoping to see a little bit more from them with a little more pass rush and, ability to break up the pocket and whatnot. So didn't see a lot of that. Didn't see a lot from Nick Martin.
What do you think of Corey Kiner? Because right now with the
Corey Kiner was good.
With the running back room, we don't know what the status of Garendo will be. It sounds like he could be out for a little while. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. They haven't really given much of an update, unless Kyle did today, on Isaac Garendo. But we know Jordan James broke his finger. I don't know how long that'll keep him out. It's not like a DB where you can tape it up or throw a club on it or something like that and say, get out there and go. He's a rookie running back who is likely going to be your third guy. As it stands right now, Christian McCaffrey, of course, you're one. We know Patrick Taylor is going to be around.
Mm-hmm.
He's also a guy who can play on special teams. So I think they like Patrick Taylor and they trust him, at least as a veteran, and he was here last year. He's not somebody you want to have to play, but he's a guy that I think they trust to some extent. We'll see if Jeff Wilson Jr., who they signed today, can make any noise and maybe claim something. But as it stands now, Corey Kiner, the undrafted rookie out of Cincinnati, has an opportunity himself to make the team just based on the injuries. They might need some more of these guys to step up because of the lack of depth that they have. And where it stands right now, we've heard a lot about how they like what they've seen from Russell Gage. Demarcus Robinson played 2 targets, 2 catches for 20. He looked okay, but, how many wide receivers do they carry? We were talking about this. Here's another question. Did Junior Bergen do enough this week?
Good
to make some
return,
noise? He had a
solid
couple
return.
of nice returns, and he made somebody miss on the left side and was able to pick up a nice gain. That's the kind of stuff they want to see from him. But outside of that, where does he help you? And do you have enough places on the roster to give yourself that kind of rope?
It's all a numbers game, and there will be a lot of disputes about who should have made the team, who shouldn't have made the team. But I think, like we were talking about earlier, you're going to keep 2 quarterbacks on this roster. So I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they have to carry 7 wide receivers. Like in years past, it's been 5 running backs, maybe 6. With so many guys getting hurt in practice and these games, it's alarming to me. Like, Amir Abdullah's, career as a 49er already gone just like that. The guys that
I didn't anticipate it to last much longer anyway, to be fair.
Well, you know what? Let's say like McCaffrey, I don't want to put this in the atmosphere.
What are you doing? So keep this stuff.
No.
Stop it. Knock it off.
You have to think about that.
I don't want to hear this.
And a good replacement.
No, I don't have to.
Oh, and a good replacement for McCaffrey, kind of the same skill set, receiving-wise.
Come on, no.
Would be Amir Abdullah.
Then why didn't they sign him in the offseason instead of waiting until guys got hurt?
Because
this is the thing. This is where I hammer that. Where I go, no, it's not. They signed him so they could get through joint practices and have enough guys to play this weekend, where they knew they were going to sit 19
because they're
dudes.
subpar running backs. You're not going to sign those guys in March.
They weren't signed him anyway if Jordan James and Ike Garendo were not hurt.
Well, the bottom line is, you and I were talking about it before the show. This type of team, Kyle Shanahan has multiple running backs. Like you want McCaffrey to be healthy, but you never know, and you may have to change things up. Let's see what happens with Isaac Garendo. Let's see what happens with Jordan James. So you may have to keep 6 running backs on this roster. But yeah, just the amount of injuries that are piling up right now, I would say whatever the norm was a season ago as far as who makes the 53-man roster, throw that out the door. It's just whoever's available, who's healthy, and who can help you once September rolls around.
Jacob is back at the studio at our KNBR headquarters in foggy Daly City. First, Jacob, can you pop on the air? Is it foggy down there?
Always, brother.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Beautiful down here at the ballpark at 58 Social. Quick question: Do we have anybody on the line? Is that guy Al and Tiburon still hanging there?
No, he just dropped.
Thanks, Alan Tibbs. Appreciate you for hanging on. He was there for like a half hour.
Yeah, it's all good.
It's like 35 minutes. 808 KNBR 415-808-567. 49er fans, any level of concern for you, specifically on the depth of this roster after what we saw this weekend?
Real quick, I think we do have an update from Kyle Shanahan.
Let's get
on
to that
Brandon
next.
Ayuk.
We do. We have a positive Ayuk update. I wonder what people think, too, about when Ayuk comes back, about whether or not he will be impactful for the Niners this year.
I do not know.
KNBR. When we come on back from the patio of 58 Social, Kyle Shanahan gave a solid, sort of firm timeline update for when we're going to see Brandon Ayuk back on the field for the 49ers. We'll let you hear what Kyle had to say about that next. 808 KNBR, your first impressions on the 2025 49ers. Plus, Brock Purdy takes a dip in Mike Sando's quarterback tiers. We'll do all that next. Coming up, only here on Dirty Work, the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
All right, Big City Mike Sando joined John Dickinson and Greg Silver earlier to talk about his top 10 quarterback list that Brock Purdy was left off of. Check out that interview and more on KNBR.com, thesportsleader.com, and always on our airwaves.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty work on the patio at 58 Social. Derek Papa, Tim Webb, Adam Copeland in the bathroom. Talk a little 49ers and react to how they performed on Saturday, their 30-9 loss to the Denver Broncos. But the score doesn't matter. It's about how, some of the rookies looked, how some of the second stringers looked. But also we got a little report from, or I guess an update from Kyle Shanahan today. Here's him talking about the guys dealing with knee issues right now, and he also gives a little update on Brandon Ayuk.
I don't know what I've said in the past, but I kind of view all those guys around the same time, whether it's Mustafa, whether it's Rourke, or whether it's Brandon. They're all at different stages, but where they're at, I always see them around week 6, which means that could be week 10, means it could be week 5, but that's the area where I start thinking about it, which is a long ways away. I know it's not week 1 or anything like that, and so it's something I'm not really thinking about too much.
Okay, so everyone on social media right now is taking that quote and saying, well, Kyle is saying basically that
I'm pissed at you for this.
Brandon Ayuk, it could be good to go by week 6.
I'm pissed at you for this.
There's no reason to be pissed at me.
You deceived me.
Hey, listen, I was deceived myself.
You told me Kyle Shanahan this headset. Damn it all.
Should I step on it again?
Step on it. Okay, hold on. I'm almost good.
You good? No one touch it. Pat H, don't touch a thing.
What's going on here?
All right.
Tim walked away. That's great.
Good timing. All right, we good? Still not.
I got nothing. There we go. Oh, no.
A little bit.
I know. Sounds really bad, too. There we go.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
No one touch a damn thing.
Okay, nobody touch anything.
So
I'm
back
pissed
to
at
you.
I'm pissed at you.
You being pissed at me.
Well, you said Kyle Shanahan gave an update, and he said Brandon Ayuk would be back week 6.
No. I didn't say that. I said he could be back by week 6.
It's okay.
It's kind of like in Jingle All the Way.
But
Where
that's
it's
not
like,
what he said. He said it could be week 6, and then he said
I'm not
could
saying
be
I
week
have
10.
a Turbo Man
Could be
here
week 10.
in this studio. Just
Dude.
eventually, you could have this Turbo Man doll.
Don't forget, then they blow up the radio station.
Yeah. To comedic hijinks where it's just like a bunch of smoke in your face. No one actually dies. That's the way it is in kids' movies.
Yeah, right.
No. So Kyle lumped in basically Malik Mustafa and who's the quarterback? Rourke. And also
Tanner Rourke?
No, not Tanner. But and then
Mickey?
Curtis Rourke. Curtis Rourke. Thank you, Tim.
The wrestler?
Yeah. And then he threw Brandon Ayuk in there. And then I'm seeing all these updates from people saying, well, Kyle's saying that that Brandon Ayuk could be back by week 6. It's just a generalization. It's basically just.
I'm not sure if I'll be alive by week 6.
Exactly. It's the expectation because he'll be off PUP by then. But we're dealing with a guy that tore his ACL and his MCL. So I'm not a doctor, but if I had to gauge the time frame, I'm thinking maybe Thanksgiving. Like, I think we have to operate with the idea that Brandon Ayuk will not be playing significant football for the 49ers this season.
I think what Kyle's saying is I won't even really start thinking about it till then.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the point. So it's sort of out of sight, out of mind. God, dang it all. It's sort of out of sight, out of mind until the
You good?
I don't know, man. Until the 49ers, I don't even know what I was going to say. Forget it. Let's move on. Brandon Ayuk's not coming back by week 6. Could be, but it could be later than that. Is basically what Kyle Shanahan was saying. All right, let's get into this QB tiers thing.
Let's do it. You and I love this. Like every year, Mike Sando puts out his QB tiers.
I always, you know what I call it every year? Do you remember? With Tom, I always said it's sort of like the first. Snow of winter. It's like the first dusting of a real analysis of where we're going with football. Like when Sando puts out the QB tiers, I'm like, we're here. Football's here. It's great to be able to talk about roster decisions and stuff today, even though it's maybe the biggest unknown football team in the NFC, maybe the NFL in terms of potential. Will they be good enough to be contenders? Somebody tweeted the other day saying the Niners are elite on offense, and I thought they have to prove still that they're elite on offense.
I don't know how you could say they're elite.
I don't know how you could say that when we know who Brock Purdy is.
Yeah.
We don't know who Ricky Pearsall is. We have an idea. We know who George Kittle is. Mm-hmm. We know what McCaffrey was, and we hope he'll be the same. We know what Trent Williams was, and we hope he'll be the same.
I'll say we have an idea of where Ricky Pearsall can be.
That's what I'm saying is they have potential to be an elite offense.
Yes.
But there are still a lot of changes. We don't know where Juwan Jennings stands right now. We don't know who the third receiver is on this team. And so like all that is unknown. The team you can't say are contenders because you have to earn that right every year. When you go 6-11, you don't get the right coming into next year to be a contender in the NFL. You have to prove that you're still capable of achieving the level of success. I have confidence in the Brasson and Kyle Shanahan that they can regain that because we've seen them do it not just over the course of their careers here, but over the course of a season, we've watched them retool. The 2021 year is the one I look at all the time, right? Where you start the year with Raheem Mostert, he gets hurt. Then you come back and you've got Elijah Mitchell, who's a sixth rounder, who ends up being a fantastic running back for you. He gets hurt. Trey Sermon starting games against the Packers. When you lose that game after Juszczyk scores too early and Mason Crosby walk-off field goal after you leave 37 seconds on the clock for Aaron Rodgers and Devontae, which was too much time. People are mad at Kyle for that. The point here is they were able to retool that backfield to run with the wide back in Deebo Samuel and do something we really hadn't seen teams do. He was elite, and then he ended up getting a big contract because of that. The point I'm making here is the Giants won that game on Friday night with 5 pitchers pitching in that game. They shut out the Nationals. Not a single one of those dudes was on the opening day roster.
Right.
Kyle Shanahan has shown they can find success in a season. Look no further than the 2022 NFC Championship the following year, where you go all the way there after 3 different quarterbacks started games for you. Trey Lance loses week 1. He breaks his ankle or leg week 2. Jimmy Garoppolo comes back. You win week 2. Then you lose week 3 in Denver, where Jimmy steps out of the back of the end zone. 4 weeks later, Brock Purdy starting games for you. Christian McCaffrey joins the team, and they take off.
Yeah.
Right? I have the confidence in them to do that throughout the season, but you have to re-earn the ability to be a contender after the season they had last year. So when I look at Brock Purdy, and he's dropped in what Mike Sando does every year at The Athletic, I implore everybody to go check it out. He polls NFL coaches and executives around the league and uses this voting system to create the tiers in which quarterbacks sit. So why don't you get us into this for the start? Because Brock has dropped a tier this year.
He has.
Correct? Or has he dropped in the same tier?
Slid slightly with 7 fewer Tier 2 votes than in 2024. But opinions didn't shift about him fundamentally. Basically, the overall theme of this is people like the way that he processes the field. It's just a matter of his play a season ago. I think that people look at certain things. I think we all talked about it a year ago.
He played poorly. He played poorly more. He played probably the worst we'd seen him play last year. But it's tough when you look at the assets and weapons he had around him.
Of course, and he was missing a lot of those guys, but you just don't want to see him throw an interception like he did against the Rams, where you're in field goal range, and for whatever reason you throw it deep to, I think, Juwan Jennings, and it's clearly covered. There's nothing there. It's just a bad interception. It happened multiple times last year where he just wasn't making the smart plays. So when you look at the tiers, the way that Mike Sando breaks it down, for Tier 1, it's a quarterback that can carry his team each week. The team wins because of him. He expertly handles pure passing situations. He has no real holes in his game. And that's, the clear guys, the elite guys, you would say. The Patrick Mahomes, the Joe Burrow, the Josh Allens, the Lamar Jacksons, and even, kind of a little high on this list for me, Matthew Stafford. But honestly, the way that Matthew Stafford operates the field, you look at his stats a season ago, maybe 20 touchdowns, doesn't matter. It's just the way that he operates as a field general. So then you go to Tier 2, which is where Brock Purdy is. And the way that Sando classifies this is a quarterback can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently. He can handle pure passing situations in doses and or possesses other dimensions that are special enough to evaluate him above Tier 3. There are holes in his game. So right now at number 6, he has Jaden Daniels, then followed by Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, C.J. Stroud, and Jalen Hurts are tied for 9th. Then at 11th, you have Baker Mayfield, 12th, Dak Prescott, my guy Jordan Love above Brock Purdy at 14. And I think that when you look at that list, it's a lot of guys that have the intangibles, that are just physical freaks. It really is why Brock Purdy is really good at what he does. It's not the special talents that he has as far as throwing the football or his mobility, which he's worked on. It's really just how he's able to operate Kyle Shanahan's offense better than any quarterback we've ever seen. And would you say that warrants a $53 million contract? Yes, because that's the market right now. It's the same thing for Tua Tagovailoa, where his talents are probably better than Brock Purdy's, but it's really they paid him because he operates Mike McDaniel's offense so fluidly. So I understand, when you're breaking these quarterbacks, yes, as far as the genetics, all of these quarterbacks are better. You may have a debate with Jared Goff being 8 above most of these guys. But I think that it's accurate. I do think that Brock Purdy currently right now is not a top 10 quarterback. You have to knock him down a little bit because of the season he had a year ago. But yeah, I don't think that he's a bad quarterback by any means. I think he's top 15. I think that the league says so as well. I think that Mike Sando got this right.
So what's interesting here is you mentioned Matt Stafford Tier 1.
Yeah.
It's interesting because I want to say we could go back and look at each year that this happens. You talk about retained tier. Matt Stafford jumped into tier 1 from tier 2 last year.
It's a big jump.
I know, and I think a couple of years ago there was only like 1 or 2 guys who were in tier 1.
I mean, definitely the other 4 guys you would definitely say are the elite.
I agree.
Of the elite.
Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Pat Mahomes. What's interesting is Mahomes is still 1-1 for everybody. Worst season of his career statistically last year. I don't believe he carried his team at times last year. They beat the 49ers where they scored 4 touchdowns at Levi Stadium. They were all rushing touchdowns.
Yeah. But are you?
I know that he makes plays happen, and I'm not taking anything away from him. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve to be tier 1. I would say that entering play this year, I don't have Mahomes as 1-1. I would say we saw last year what happened when Mahomes himself didn't have the weapons around him.
Yeah,
he played more inefficiently.
They still went 15.
He turned the ball over more. I'm not disputing any of that on a first place schedule. Not disputing any of that. What I'm saying is, did they go 15-1 because of Mahomes' play? Because they had worse records than 15 and 1 the 8 years before that.
Right.
Yet he put up bigger numbers.
Yeah.
I guess the question I have to ask
it's
you
a mix
is,
of the defense and everything that Andy Reid does around him. But yeah, a big deal of that is Mahomes.
Travis Kelce, worst season of his career. You know what I mean? So
of course.
what you have to ask, I think, for Brock Purdy is, and Kyle sort of poo-pooed this when he had that conversation with Tim Kawakami on his podcast, the TK Show, before the start of training camp, the day before training camp practices started. And he said, like, people always ask him, well, now that Brock's making this money, do you ask him to do more? And he goes, that's not really how this operates.
No.
However, last year, did it feel to you, maybe consciously or subconsciously, that Brock was trying to do more because of what was not around him?
Yes, absolutely.
I think that's fair, and I think that's natural. I mean, I was watching season 2 of Quarterback this weekend, and Joe Burrow, dude, I love Joe Burrow. The way this guy thinks about sort of big moments or the game and how he keeps himself level.
He's a psychopath.
He's a psychopath.
And you need that in a quarterback. He doesn't know how to do laundry, but he definitely could throw.
He said, I bet I could figure it out, though. He did say that. He doesn't know how to
Yeah, but his mom basically does it.
He said,
for
I don't
him.
know how to wash laundry on my laundry machine at home, but I bet I could figure it out.
Come on, Joe.
As he's learned to play piano. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
He said he watched YouTube video for the piano. Can't watch YouTube video on how to hit a spin cycle. You know what I mean? My point here is, though, that Joe says the pressures and the ups and downs emotionally that you have to handle as a quarterback are things that you really have to keep in check. Because times happen where guys get hurt, things go down around you. It's the most difficult position in sports to play. It's also the position where as the quarterback, you mean more to your team than anybody else there.
Yeah.
So you've got to keep that in perspective. When guys go down, does that mean you have to do more? And I think that's where people criticize Brock. I know that's where people criticize Brock in the price tag and saying, well, if he's making $53 million, he has to make his team better. He has to operate the offense at a level that will make the team successful in the eyes of the head coach and the coordinators. Is he capable of doing that? We know he can do that in spades. Does he have enough around him? I'm of the belief that Brock's in the tier he's in, and I agree with it, that he's not necessarily a guy who's going to take over a game. He's not that quarterback yet. Tom Brady wasn't that guy for like a decade in the NFL. It took a long time for that to be the case, where he was the focal point of the team and they operated around the offense. The issue is that there are so many holes on defense. The offense does have to be elite in order for this team to have the ability to be a contender or regain that sort of image, I think, for this year. Is Brock capable of being that guy? Absolutely. Are the tools around him good enough? I think that remains to be seen. Nobody does it by themselves, but I think Brock is, because he's not a tier 1 guy. He's not a guy who takes over a game. He does need weapons around him to be successful. That doesn't mean he's not a Super Bowl caliber quarterback.
No.
As we've seen.
No, I mean, I think you can separate the two from a Super Bowl caliber quarterback to tier 1. I think when we're talking about tier 1, we're talking about the guys that put up the stats but also win, and just everything that you're looking for in the combine of like a quarterback, like a freak athlete that Joe Burrow has, that Mahomes has, that Josh Allen, that Lamar Jackson, all those guys have. Like when I say, can Brock Purdy be a top 10 quarterback this season? It's not based on stats. I don't need a repeat season of 2023 where he had the franchise record for passing yards in a single season for the 49ers. I don't need that. All I need is Brock Purdy making this smart plays, handing off to Christian McCaffrey, throwing to Christian McCaffrey in the flat when he's open, finding George Kittle in the seam for a touchdown, scoring in the red zone, those simple things. He's always going to have people against him. He's always going to have people that think that he's not the best. And I don't I would be surprised if Brock Purdy ever gets into Tier 1, just based on his physical abilities, just of how GMs view him and whatnot. But at the end of the day, as long as he operates this offense, that's all you need. So to answer my own question, I do believe that Brock Purdy could be a top 10 quarterback this season, just on what he accomplishes. But if you're looking for him to throw for 4,000 yards again and 30 touchdown passes, I don't need that. As long as they win, that's all you need.
I think Mahomes only threw 20-something last year.
Exactly. And, like the same thing with Matthew Stafford getting to the Tier 1. His stats a season ago weren't that great, but it's kind of based on what he's experienced in the past. But, yeah, for Brock Purdy, there's going to be a lot on him this season. I think there was a lot more on him a year ago with the injuries, but I think Kyle's going to help him out. I think
you learned from that.
Of course.
And you have the confidence that you got some of these guys back, a second year in the offense, even mentally for Pearsall, and the actual ability to play. You would hope throughout the beginning of the season. Real quick though.
Yeah.
When you write down these tiers, so Brock is ranked number 14 in Mike Sandoz
in Tier 2
quarterback tiers in Tier 2, but 14 overall quarterbacks.
Yes.
How far down this list do we have to go before we find a guy who was not drafted in the first round?
All right, let's go through it. So
Mahomes, first round. Burrow, 1-1. Josh Allen,
yes.
First round. Lamar,
yes.
First round. Matt Stafford,
yes.
First round. Jaden Daniels,
yes.
First round. Justin Herbert, first round. Jared Goff, 1-1.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud, 1-1. Jalen Hurts, second round. So we got to go down to number 9 before you get a guy who wasn't even drafted in the first round in your QB tiers. Baker Mayfield, 1-1. 12. Dak Prescott, third round, right? Or was he a fourth round? Fourth round was Dak. Jordan Love, first round.
Yep.
Brock Purdy, 14.
And then Brock Purdy.
Everybody on the list was a first-round draft pick, and there are like 5 of them were 1-1s.
And that's why it's always going to be a debate with Brock Purdy, because he's never going to be in that class of first-rounders, the guys that have the skill set and everything that Brock does not possess. He can be really good at commanding an offense and doing the throws and the mobility and whatnot, but when you're comparing him to Mahomes and Josh Allen and all those guys, it's not comparable. It's just those guys are just that gifted that it's always going to be a struggle for Brock Purdy.
It's a different planet, dude.
Of course.
It's a different planet. 415-808-5627, 808-KNBR is the number to call and to text. Let's go to Niels. Niels in Sacramento. You're on the Sports Leader. What's going on, man?
Oh, I'm just hanging in there. Got my family and friends listening since I was on hold. I was a big Greenlaw fan. I'm really sad he's gone. I think Nick Martin looked absolutely awful. He couldn't tackle. And if he is a bust, I am going to be so pissed that they didn't take Cam Scattaboo from Sacramento to back up McCaffrey. That's my take.
Yeah, I didn't think Nick Martin looked very good either. I thought he had a couple of plays early on when he did get out there because he didn't start. And yeah, it was his first, but still, he's right. I mean, Niels, you make a point in that the second half tackling for the Niners after the first half, it was atrocious, dude. It was, and again, it's hard to put any weight or any water into that basket or that bucket, but I'm with you. Like, I think he's got stuff he's got to prove because they're talking about him as being the off backer with Fred Warner. I need him to make tackles at the very least. I mean, you're probably going to see a lot more of D. Winters at the start of the year would be my guess. And you didn't see D out there on Saturday, right?
No, because they know that he's going to start and they want to preserve him a little bit.
Niels, I'm with you. I think you bring up a good point, man. The tackling was terrible from the linebackers after, the first 2 drives.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, have a good one. Thank you much.
Appreciate the call, bro. Thanks, Niels. Adam
I guess we showed Neil who's Neil.
Was it Niels with an S?
I guess so.
That's how it was written on my thing here.
Let me just say this too, that the Niners are going to have struggles with this season. Sometimes with defensive players, they don't really figure it out until year 2. It happens a lot. Like a lot of great players.
I don't want to hear that.
I know, and that's the problem with the 49ers is there's so many rookies on the defensive side of the ball. It may take a minute, but to say well, Nick Martin, if he doesn't figure out this season, he's a bust, and I'd rather have Cam Scattaboo. All right, you're talking about another running back. We have no idea if Cam Scattaboo is going to be good, and you're just basing it off of what he did in Arizona State. They did need a linebacker. They do need Nick Martin in there to help out Fred Warner and D. Winters. But yes, it's going to be an issue. You want the same thing from Alpha Collins. You want the same thing from C.J. West. You want the same thing from Upton Stout. It's just going to be a lot this season where, to your point earlier, Brock Purdy is going to have to carry the load offensively along with others. But it really is going to fall squarely on the shoulders of the offense this year for them to be a successful football team.
What pick did Scattaboo go?
I don't remember, but...
What round did he go? Do we know?
I think it was the 4th round.
Pat H., come on. You're our on-site producer today. Get me something.
Come on, Pat H., you know white running backs.
I don't know. Do people want Kyle Shanahan drafting running backs in the middle round still?
I mean, you had Jordan James in the 5th.
Yeah. I mean, you took James in the 5th. My point is more that If Kyle wants a running back, that guy will be fun. He will. What round to go, Pat H? Fourth round, third pick of the fourth round, Cam Scatterby.
Okay. I have no idea about Cam Scatterby.
Yeah,
I watched him in college.
He was fantastic.
Yeah, he was very good. He surprised me in that Texas
And you're a
game.
scum devil yourself.
Exactly. Well, just one semester. But yes, he threw a touchdown. He's an
Couldn't hang at the
athlete.
parties there.
He's an athlete. But I don't know if he's going to be a running back at the next level. I know this is like a usual thing with white running backs. Who's to say he's not a fullback?
This is a usual thing with white running backs. They become fullbacks. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, that usually happens.
Yeah. I'm not going to give a take on this. I don't see color. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work from the patio. A 58 social dude. Yeah, like a Mike Allstott.
Somewhere Jack Loder's like, come on, bro. Come on. He's great.
Come on, dude. Give me a Kim. Dude, I got hopes for Scatterby. As you mentioned, Neil did out of Sacramento.
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
But I'm not going to be like, oh, man, they drafted Cam Scatterby. Or the Giants didn't draft Cam Scatterby and Nick Martin's a bust. They needed a linebacker.
Dude, you draft, Raheem Mostert played on 7 practice squads and never saw a snap in the NFL. And then he went for 204 touchdowns in an NFC championship.
Yes.
I'm not worried about Shanahan's finding value at running back.
Exactly.
Whether it's JaMychal Hasty, whether it's Elijah Mitchell, or go ahead and take your pick. Jeff Wilson. Hell, what's his name was leading the league in rushing for like 5 weeks last year. Jordan Mason. And they flipped him.
Yep.
They're like, we'll go get a pick for him. Whatever. We'll find more running backs. It's a scheme thing.
The Shanahan family knows how to find running backs. Don't lose sleep over the fact they didn't draft Cam Scatterby.
Yeah, you might really want him, and I'm not saying he's not going to be a factor, but I'm okay. They need a linebacker.
Exactly.
But he's right. They need to hit on a lot of the picks that they made, 11 of them this year. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. By the way, Richard Sherman, I don't know if you know this. He has a podcast, much like everybody else does.
Oh, does he?
Brock Purdy went on the podcast. We'll tell you what he had to say to Sherman next. Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, rolls on the Sports Leader.
Niners, Giants, Warriors fans, if you want insiders, we got them on Dirty Work, actually. We got Marcus Thompson coming up at 350. We got Matt Mayoko coming up at 450. And Slussy, Susan Slusser, on at 515. Keep it locked in here on the Leader Bay Area.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we've got so many people who are constantly asking questions when it comes to their taxes. Certainly things like, what do you do if you can't pay your taxes, Steve? How should they go about it?
They should call us. There's so many good solutions, but don't stick your head in the sand. I know it's scary. I know you say, how can I ever get out of this? I'm so deep in this hole. But there's a lot of ways out for so many people. The bottom line is we have years and years experience doing this. We have a very nice free consultation. We go over your entire case, everything we can do for you, all that's available. And then if you want us to, we just go ahead and do everything for you. The beauty is you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We do the whole job. And when we're done, we want to give you your life back with a good solution. Bottom line is the only thing you have to do is just pick up that phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call. That's all you got to do. 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work rolls on, the greatest show in America, only here on the Sports Leader. What, Tim? Tim's like, hold on, don't start talking yet.
No, I was doing the audio check to make sure we were good. It sounds good.
Everything's fine, Tim. Everything's good.
We got those taped down, little cords here.
I don't know, whatever. We're live from the patio at 58 Social. Giants take on the Padres tonight. I don't know.
Who we got, Webb and Darvish?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
A good pitching matchup.
Yeah.
Dude. I mean, we'll talk about it
Logan,
more later.
I'm sure Logan will go like 7 1/3, give up 1.
Yeah. And that's the thing now.
Then what?
Exactly.
Then what happens?
When you watch the Giants, it's usually a fantastic pitching performance from Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, and it's just a matter of, did they get enough run support?
Boy,
and that's the case for every other game as well.
Verlander yesterday. Oof.
Yeah, I know. Not great. Not great.
What they
got his.
They gave up 17 hits.
What they go down 8-0?
Yeah, they lost 8-0.
Yeah, 8-0.
They got it hit 17-3.
3,500 strikeouts though, career.
Congrats.
Yeah.
10th guy ever to do it.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive, actually.
No small feat there.
No. The game on Saturday, it's funny, our guy Todd Husak on the pregame, he was like keeping a close look on the Giants because, again,
oh, was he?
I said if they win, if they swept the Nats, and after Friday, it was a nice win on Friday. If they swept the Nats, then this series would have a lot of juice. I'm not saying it doesn't mean anything. I'm saying I can't get up for it.
Of course.
Until they give me reason to get up for games.
Yep.
And they haven't done that.
I'm the same
So
way.
Todd on Saturday, he goes, yo, Copes, they got runners on in the ninth. I think they were down 2 or something like that.
Yeah.
Because they got runners on in the ninth. Here comes Patrick Bailey, and then he just said, dude, don't strike out. Don't strike out. And then he goes, Copes, he didn't strike out. I said, what happened? Double play? He goes, yeah.
Well, not only that, dude.
On Saturday, they had chances inning after inning and couldn't get them in. And that's a story of the 2025 Giants. But
Well, there was multiple times where they had the bases loaded and strikeouts just killed them. There was Willie Adames, I think, to end the 4th. And in the 8th, after Wilmer Flores gets a sac fly to make it 4-2, just Chapman. It's brutal.
How about the pinch hit of Dom Smith?
Yeah.
The pinch hit Dom Smith is like the hottest hitter
Yeah,
on
for
the
Flores,
team.
yeah.
For Flores, who'd had 4 at-bats so far in the month of August. I know you want to get your right matchup in there and everything. It's about putting guys in the right position, but that's where I look at the team and I go, people are going, Bob Melvin's not taking the at-bats, and I go, no, but he's in charge.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? He's the dude at the top. And
Yeah,
then 14-19 since his option was picked up, and that's a bad managerial decision, I think.
Yeah.
At some point, you don't just play the number. You got to go, what are our best chances to win? Let a guy go do some damage. Keep a guy in there who's better defensively for you, who's been better offensively for you. Wilmer hasn't done much of anything in the last couple of months.
Yeah.
It's kind of where I'm at. It's a nice story to have that guy Drew Gilbert out there. Guy's not a hit yet, right?
Nope, 0 for 7. He had a couple of great grabs on Friday night. But
Yeah,
no.
the grab, I mean, the one that everybody's talking about is the one where he fell down and made the catch.
Yeah.
It was a nice catch. It wasn't like again, it's hard to get hyped on this stuff when you've lost 8 of your last 9 home games.
I know.
Why would I mean, again, and you got Wisenhunt who's still getting knocked around.
Not
You know
great
what I mean?
yesterday. Not great
on
yesterday.
Saturday, you mean?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
There was a
Saturday,
Verlander yesterday. Wasn't on
Gave
Saturday.
up 3 home runs. Yeah.
I mean, dude, and I said this to you last week. I said he's got to learn how to keep the ball in the ballpark. That's been so far already. That's an issue. It's like when he made his first start against the Pirates, they were sitting on the changeup. Second start against the Mets, they were trying to jump on the fastball, and it kind of came back to bite him. I feel like the book on him is he's really only got two pitches he can throw. It's like a 2-seam, heavy sinker fastball. The teams are hitting into the ground. They're like, stay away from that. Sit on the changeup. You can get lift on that thing, and it's catching a lot of the strike zone.
Going back to what you said earlier about Bob Melvin, I've kind of been biased because I do like the guy Bob Melvin.
I do too, and I don't. Again, I don't like calling for his job.
And
so I just do it sort of covertly.
Yeah, but I don't think we're even calling for his job. I think it's just the optics of giving him picking up the option at the time that they did, and now this team has just gone in the dumps where you're like, how do I justify him coming back? Like, I'm not saying he should be fired, but I'm also trying to come up with reasons why he should come back.
Why should he be back, Giants fans? Like, I don't get, yeah, that's a great way to put it. I'm not suggesting he should be fired, but I'm running out of any reason to defend the picking up of the option.
And I also would give me some options. Who's better out there? I think at this point, he is coming back. But why should he come back? With what, if this is the same way that, like, let's just say they're playing the way that they did for the majority of the season, this style of baseball of late, you'd be like, this is not good, but we can just chalk it up to being an evaluation season. There were legitimate expectations at one point when they got Rafael Devers that this team had to make the postseason. So now, I mean, to your point that you made a couple of months ago, unless this thing unravels, Bob Melvin's coming back.
I said bottoms out, I think was my term.
And right now, hey, bottoms up because that's the way it's looking right now.
And they're saying, hey, only 4 games out of the third wild card with two teams in front of you. Really 3 if you include the team that's in third place in the wild card.
Well, call it what it is. You're a 500 team. You're 58 and 58.
Yeah. My brother said that to me on Friday after the Giants won the shutout with 5 pitchers who weren't on the opening day roster. My brother said, dude, what would you think or what would you say if you saw this box score for August?
What if I told you?
He said, back in April, what if you got a glimpse into the future and you just saw this box score?
Kaiway Tay.
What would you think? I said, I would think we're not a good baseball team.
Yeah.
I said, I would think the Giants are below average. And then you look at the record, you go, that's what they've been.
Yeah.
They've been one of the worst teams in baseball since they acquired Devers offensively.
Especially with how strong the pitching was when you look at the box score.
And then I'm like, who's Matt Gage? Why is he
Yeah, I
starting?
know.
Which, by the way,
I know.
I do like some of these pieces. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just it's a matter of, if that's what you're doing in August, are you really in contention?
No.
If that's what you have to run out in August, you could say, well, great outing. It's the first career win for Kaiway Tang. Matt Gage was an opener. He pitched great. Baseball sometimes happens in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Because there's so many games. And it's okay to say 2 things are true. That was a great performance. And if you have to run that out every 5 days, are you really a contender?
No.
The answer is no.
No.
Absolutely not.
And then simultaneously looking at the standings and you see the Reds split 2 in Pittsburgh and you're like, all right, so now we're 2 behind them. We're 2, like, whatever it is. I know the Mets are free-falling right now with what they've lost 10 of their last 11 games.
Not like the Yankees are free-falling.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you're that far behind them. So, yeah, I would say the same way that you felt in early February, I do not care right now. Give me a reason to care when it comes to San Francisco Giants.
So the way it works right now is if the Giants were to sweep the Padres, because what are they now? They're 4 back of the third wild card spot, which is the Mets. The Reds are a game and a half back of that spot. The Cardinals are 3.5 back of that spot. So, and again, as bad as we thought the Diamondbacks were, who packed it in basically,
yeah,
you're 2 games better than them. The D-backs packed it in, and you're 2 games better.
God, that's bad.
It's piss poor, man.
Yeah,
it's piss poor.
Yeah, 59-59 right now, and I'm at the point where I asked Richie, like, what are the goals for this season outside of the playoffs? I think that's what we have to look for right now is just the small miracles for the rest of this season. I'm not saying they can make the playoffs, but it doesn't feel like they're going to. So it's just like the things you could check out, like a box list of like, what else can you accomplish for the rest of this season? Like Rafael Devers turning it around, and guys that weren't hitting for the majority of the season now turning things around.
Devers has struck out like 36% of the time since he became a Giant. The leader in the league in strikeout percentage is at 35%. I mean, I know this is just since June 13th or whenever that trade happened.
Right.
But since then, he's the worst strikeout rate in the National League almost.
Yeah.
Like,
he's hitting better of late, but yeah, he strikes out a ton.
I don't believe this is like, I'll stand by it. I still think it was a trade that was good.
Yeah, of course.
It's perplexing. And when things are this confusing and perplexing, I mean, I know that Gabe Kapler lost the locker room.
Yes.
But people were far more up in arms about Gabe Kapler as a manager of the Giants than they have been about Bob Melvin, even though Bob Melvin's had less success to this point than Gabe Kapler did in his first 2 years. Now, the first year was a 29-31 COVID season in 2020. The second year was 107 wins, and he won Manager of the Year in the National League, and he got an extension. The third year was another average 500-ish year, and people were right back to calling for his head. And when they did win, people said, it's not Gabe Kapler. He's not the reason they're winning. If Gabe Kapler's not the reason they're winning or were winning, but you believed he was the reason they were losing, then why aren't we looking at Bob Melvin the same way? And why are we okay picking up the option on Bob Melvin? The guy has not had but 1 winning month this season. He's had like 3 winning months as manager of the Giants. He's 14-19 since they picked up his option. They've been one of the worst teams in baseball since they acquired one of the best players in baseball. I don't know. You say who else is out there? When it comes to managers in baseball, there's a lot of guys out there.
Yeah.
I mentioned David Bell before. I don't know if that's a guy that you'd want. I don't know if you believe in that. He'd not had great success with the Cincinnati Reds. Mark DeRosa's out there.
Yeah.
Mark DeRosa's managing Team USA again. Come the WBC next year. I mean, that would be a guy who played with Buster Posey, who I'd be intrigued about. People like DeRosa.
Do you think that
he's sort of an old school, new school guy?
Kapler also just got an extension like a couple years before he got fired.
We get the extension after he won 107 because I think he had a 3-year deal, so he was going into year 3.
Yes.
And it was like, are you going to have the guy who just won 107 and manager of the year not have an extension? Like, that's kind of neither here nor there. And again, after that, you win 107, set a franchise record. He's deserving of it at that point.
Right.
The thing is, why is Bob Melvin deserving of a 3rd year when we've seen no progress?
The team was unraveling with Gabe Kapler. I do wonder.
He lost the locker room. That was different.
Yes, exactly. That's where I think it's different.
Bob
where,
has not lost the locker
Yes, people do respect him, obviously. That's a difference. I think that Buster also respects him, so he's going to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's just not enough right now where he feels like he's probably going to lose his job. But we will ask Susan later on, is there anything else that he could do for the majority of the season that maybe they think second on that and be like, maybe they should change the manager?
You can respect a guy and still think he's not the dude to run your team.
Of course. They probably have those question marks right now.
Would Joe Lacob stand for this?
No, of course not. No.
Isn't he the gold standard in the Bay Area for how you run a team?
Yes. But this is also Buster's first year on the job.
Right. And
so
Joe
I don't
Lacob
know if he feels
Lacob
comfortable just moving on from the manager like that.
Yeah, Joe Lacob came in for a year, watched what happened with 1 year, and that's he made the playoffs with Mark Jackson.
Right.
And said, he's not the guy for me. Sure, Joe Lacob had some level of respect for Mark Jackson. He'd never owned an NBA team. This guy played in the NBA. But like, I'm not saying you run all teams the same way. I'm just saying, if we say that the standard of the San Francisco Giants should be at the highest level as everybody else is, if you're saying we should compete with the Dodgers, we should be up there and be respected like the Yankees, why are we operating at a way that's just, well, we respect this guy? It's not good enough. If this was in New York, they're calling for Aaron Boone's head right now. They were in the World Series last year.
I know.
Yankee fans are calling for Boone's head.
It's a different
And they
standard.
made a whole bunch of moves. They're blaming Boone for Doval coughing games.
Yeah.
By the way, he did it again. You see this weekend?
No, I didn't.
Chopper back to the pitcher, dude. He had a chance at a double play at second. Just heaved it right. Dude, it was bad. I'm telling you, Giants fans, fleeced.
I don't know.
I'm not saying anything.
Probably good timing, I would say.
I'm saying, dude, that is not the place for Camilo Doval.
Okay, real quick. Take playoffs out of it. Is there anything you want to see, like a checkbox, as far as like things you want to see the Giants accomplish for the rest of this season? Like, obviously, stay above 500. Maybe you want to see Bryce Eldridge just a little bit before the
make
season.
the playoffs. What does staying above 500 do for me?
Yeah. Figuring out that Carson Wisnon is a guy.
People are like, meaningful games in September. I'm like, so they're 4 out on September 1. The games are meaningful. Sure, they are. I get it, but just because math is math. What do I want to see? I mean, they trend the way they're going. I'd like to see Eldridge.
Yeah.
Because why not? Because if you really think this guy can make the team out of camp next year, or you're going to let him compete for a spot in camp next year, let it be so it's not such a big deal for him right now. I got a text this morning. JT Snow's going back to work with Eldridge again.
That's a good
JT
sign.
texted me this morning saying he's going back to work with Eldridge in a couple of weeks, which to me means the Giants want to get as much work out of him at first base and have somebody there who's helping him at first base before they potentially get a look at him in September when they expand the rosters a little bit. They brought up Buster at the end of 09. Didn't hit well. He played a few games.
Yeah.
Got some at-bats. But then the lights maybe aren't so bright. Then it's not so brand new to you for the first time when you have an opportunity maybe next year. And I would imagine, based on what he's done this year, what he's done in the last month or so, that they're going to give him a chance in camp, in big league camp next season to try to earn a job. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't. So that's something I'd like to see. But that's based on them not being a playoff team right now. You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe they're a playoff team. So, I mean, Buster Posey doesn't believe they're a playoff team. The organization told us, based on their behavior at the deadline, they don't believe this team is capable of winning. They told us that when Buster Posey said, quote, stranger things have happened. Yeah. That's not the speak of a GM who thinks his team is going to streak to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Oh, stranger things have happened.
No.
That's not confidence.
He's
in the
obviously
team.
disappointed.
And we all are, and I get it. So why would we run back the same manager next year? That's where I'm at. Why run it back?
It's hard to argue against that.
Why run it back, guys?
Yeah.
Why? There's been no success. In fact, there's been a blatant lack of success since you added more talent to the roster.
Steep decline.
Players make plays. This is something that we always talk about. He's not in there taking the at-bats, but sometimes you might need a different voice in there. Isn't it fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's fair to say the end of the Bruce Bochy era, it was time for a change.
Yes.
We love Boch. Greatest manager in the history of Giants baseball. 3 World Series championships. And by the way, a Hall of Fame manager. He went to a World Series with the Padres. They had been sort of average there. He was about a 500 manager. Went to a World Series still with the Padres in '98.
Yeah.
And wasn't expected to do that. And then won a World Series with the Texas Rangers, first ever in franchise history.
First season.
Within his first year there. So at the end of Boch, it was time for a change. I don't think Kapler was the guy. And I'm not, when I was making that case earlier, I'm not saying Kapler better than Melvin. I'm just saying the optics of it are different because of the level of respect people have for Melvin, I think. But at this point, I can say I respect you, man. And I like Bob Melvin, the guy.
Yeah.
And I was happy with the hiring.
Absolutely.
And I root for him. I want him to have success. But it does make me wonder, when you've managed as many teams as Bob Melvin has, and I know he's got a lot of wins, but when you've managed as many teams as he has, how good of a manager are you? You're great at getting jobs. You're great at being respected by teams, and people believe you're a good baseball mind. But if you were that great of a manager, wouldn't you be in one place for a really, really, really long time?
Yeah, you have to think. I mean, the
And it
circumstances
doesn't
with the
happen.
A's were different, but
Mariners, D-backs, Padres, A's. I mean, he was with the A's for a long time, and I think he managed them out of multiple postseasons. You can say it was the front office. I think he managed them out of multiple postseasons.
Okay.
And if you really respect him, then why are you taking charge of the lineup and the rotation?
Right.
15. 5 teams. I'd have to look. I don't know how many Hall of Fame managers have managed 5 teams.
That's fair.
Without, does he have a World Series appearance?
No. Got the Padres to
How
the
many
NLCS.
Hall of Fame
but-
managers have managed 5 organizations with no pennants won?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't think he's the guy. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you from the patio, 58 Social. More to come here. We'll get back into the 49er football stuff. I didn't anticipate ranting on Bob Melvin there, but I didn't anticipate.
I did.
Didn't anticipate they were going to pick up his option. Then he'd go 14-19 either. But here we are. Giants pregame coming up 5:45, 6:45 first pitch. Logan Webb takes the ball against you, Darvish, for the Padres. When we come on back, Brock Purdy was on the podcast with Richard Sherman. Hashtag new media.
And new media.
We'll let you know what Brock had to say to Rich Sherman next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Dude, a rare Monday for us on the patio here at 58 Social. Giants and the Padres.
I'm good with it. I'm good with you don't have to go to Daly City on a Monday, just straight here. It's cool with me.
Yeah, it's closer to me.
Yep.
It's nice. Got to live Moss.
Live in Moss on a Monday?
I got it, Tim. What?
Oh no, it's closer for all of us, I think, to be here. I'm thrilled to be here on a Monday, and we live Moss.
You know what I'm thrilled about?
What's that?
The Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner, Derek, that feels like home. You can learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
You're thrilled about that?
Yes. It's better than not being sponsored.
That's true.
These are facts.
Still waiting on that Corolla.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Is our phone lines, are they accurate there, Jacob? All right, why don't we go back out to the phone lines real quick before we get to some of this Brock Purdy sound? Our guy Rocky is in Vallejo. He's been waiting a while.
Hey, yo, Rocky.
Yo, Rock. I ain't hear no bell, Rock. What's going on, Rocky?
How you doing? How you doing, guys?
We're good, bro. What you got for us today, man?
Yeah. So I watched the whole preseason game. I mean, every second of it.
Okay.
And my take on this, let me give you the positive. My take. You know, our backup quarterback, Mac Jones, is better than the guys we had last year.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's my first take. And then my second take is this safety that we got in the 4th round or 5th round, Siegel, I think.
Yeah, he was good.
He's good. So I think him, Mustafa, I see them. That's going to be the future. You know, so we got our tandem right there. You know, the other guys can hold down for a little while until Mustafa comes back. But so that was the positive. My biggest negative concern was the swing tackle. I think Burford had a really bad game, and I don't think he's, you know, obviously he's a guard. Normally he's been trained to be a guard, making a move to a swing tackle, and he looked pretty bad. So that's my biggest concern, because you know Trent Williams is going to miss at least 3 games minimum. So we got to get a good swing tackle in there, unless Burford can turn things around. And that's all I had for you guys. I know you guys, a lot of people are saying Nick Martin had a bad game, but, you know, the linebacker, I forget his first name, but I think his name is Martin.
Yeah, Nick
but
Martin.
Yeah, he had a bad game. But, yeah, but, you know, I think he'll be all right, you know, long term. But, you know, my major concern is the swing tackle right now. And I'll take your comments off the air. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate the call, Rocky. Derek, you get a thought on that?
I'm with Rocky on that
What
one.
was Greg saying about that during the...
He was pretty alarmed by Spencer Burford's lack of protection. And,
he
and
didn't
yes,
like that, huh?
He was going against Nick Bonito, who is a all-pro season ago with like 15 sacks and 2 defensive touchdowns. So there's a big drop-off there from Trent Williams to Spencer Burford. And I hear you, Rocky, like, yes, Trent Williams is older, but you don't want him to miss 3 games. Like, that's where I think this offensive line falls apart, is if Trent Williams is not out there, that's where things look terrible. So the good news is Andre Dillard was at practice today. That's the guy I hope to see as the left tackle replacement if Trent Williams is injured, because I don't want to see Spencer Burford out there. He's more of a guard.
Yeah, and then they've got Pleasance, too, right?
Yeah.
He's hanging around.
Yep.
I don't know where he slots in, but he did play some snaps for them. Matt Hennessy is the other guy.
Matt Hennessy, yeah.
Right, so, I mean, these are all guys who could be potential backup linemen. You like having a dude who can play multiple positions coming off your bench. Like, Burford is really more of a guard from what we've seen. So having him slide over and play left tackle, I mean, he clearly struggled. He was up against a great DN there in Bonito and one of the top defenses, if not the number 1 in all of football last year. So
I don't even know if that's a good gauge of like how good Spencer Burford is. But
you'd like to see him perform better. It's kind of that simple, right? You know, again, people would say 3 straight plays. One of them was on Braden Willis.
Yes.
Willis got blown up on one of those plays on the left side, but it was back-to-back plays that Burford really just kind of got his ass kicked.
Yeah.
By Bonito. You don't want to see that at all. A couple thoughts on Giants. Should we get to these Giants thoughts
sure,
here?
why not?
Rick is in Hayward. Rick on a Monday. We love our guy Rick Monday.
Oh, Rick, yeah.
Rick, what's going on, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. In Giants sense, I'm dying, but you know, that's not real life. So, anyways, getting to your guys' take on Melvin. Here's what I think, because I went to a lot of A's games, being in the Bay Area for all my life, 60 years. Bob Melvin can manage a team of minor leaguers or prospects coming up, players making the same wage. I mean, he did it for 9 years with Oakland. I mean, he went to the playoffs six times in 9 years. The guy knows how to manage players who don't have egos, who don't have high contracts. I mean, that to me seems like it's more of the issue is he doesn't really know how to manage players that are established. Look what happened in San Diego. I'm not saying fire him either. I'm just throwing this out because I'm racking my head on why the team can't win with established players. And, I mean, you look at San Diego, you look at Seattle, you look at Arizona. He was there for 2 years in Seattle, 4 years in 3.5 in Arizona, and 2 in San Diego. So it just shows me that bottom line, the guy can manage a bunch of players who doesn't have egos, who is trying to prove themselves in the majors. But once they become established, that's where I think he has a hard time because I don't think he's strict enough, to tell you the truth. That's my take.
Rick, I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. I mean, I don't know. Was Bochy strict enough? I mean, maybe he was a little bit more chapped, but again, he wasn't like a big fire you up guy. It was I think the point he's making though is well taken in that he's certainly a guy who can get you to the playoffs. Is he a guy that can win it all for you? And when you say, hey, we've got better elite established players on this roster, and you're racking your brain about why they're not performing, it's fair, I think, to wonder with the manager why in the stops that he's had with a lot of vets has he not found success.
But are the Giants in that position?
They go to an LCS. Are they in a position to win a pennant? I mean, not now. No.
I mean, the goal was to just change the culture of the team and have, I don't think anybody in the locker room right now is, problematic where that was the case in San Diego for Bob Melvin, where he wasn't going to get the respect from, Manny Machado or whoever. Like, I don't know if that's the issue right now. I just don't think he can change their ways. I don't think he can help hit better. I don't think they can just help this team right now. I think what Bob Melvin does well is he comes in and lays the foundation and turns teams around and gets them to the postseason. But he hasn't even done that with the Giants right now. So, again, I'm not calling for his job. I think Bob Melvin's the best option for the Giants right now. But also, I can't come up with good reasons for him to keep his job for next season.
650 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, don't forget, Copes, you also didn't think Bochy, Kerr, or Steph Curry were right for the Bay. Right you are, dude.
That's fair.
Good ears on this listener. Didn't want Steve Kerr. I was like, well, another guy who hasn't coached before? That was my gripe. I was like, we just went through this with Mark Jackson.
Yeah, I know.
Steve Kerr, though, I mean, obviously, I was wrong. Bruce Bochy, didn't want him. It wasn't even so much that I didn't want Bochy. I was just like, really? Like, this is the step we're taking, the 500 manager? It's weird to me when a team has a guy under contract and they're willing to let you interview him and manage him. Yeah. Which, by the way, is what the Padres did with Bob Melvin. Said, we don't want him. You can leave and go to the Giants. Yeah. Even though you're under contract here. And we don't even, by the way, it's not like football. You don't have to give us anything. You can just have him.
I always thought that was
We just don't want him. We won't pay him, and you can just have him.
I thought, when Tom was still on the show, I was like, how are they just going to allow him to do that?
It's the way baseball works.
And in hindsight now, it's like maybe the Padres were just so fed up with him. Obviously, A.J. Preller had his issues with him, but to get nothing in return, just to let that manager walk out the door, and it's okay, we'll just find an assistant manager, and he'll be our manager going forward, that is baffling to me.
And by the way, 650, Steph Curry, you didn't know that he was going to be the greatest athlete in the history of the Bay Area. No. Like, come on. Nobody knew that. Nobody knew basketball was going to change. So, the way the Warriors were constructed at the time, it was an odd pick because of the investment in Monte Ellis.
You don't have to justify that.
I'm going to justify it. I wanted Jordan Hill. You know what I mean? Give me Jordan Hill at Arizona.
Jesus. That's terrible.
I was like, I need a big man who can run the court. And by the way, he went the pick after Steph.
Yeah, I know.
I was pissed. I was like, to the Lakers, of all people?
A lot of people, in hindsight, messed up on Steph Curry.
Yeah, obviously.
The Timberwolves twice.
Right. The point here is 650. I didn't want those guys that you mentioned, Bochy, Kerr, and Steph, prior to them showing up.
Yeah.
I wanted Bob Melvin, and now he's here, and it's not going well. And now I'm like, I don't think he's the guy now that he's here. That's kind of my point. Another text here, 415 says, Cope, stop truth-telling on Bob Melvin. He's a local guy. Even more importantly, a Cal Golden Bear. Not sure why that's more important. However, everything you said, spot on. Like you, I do like DeRosa. He may be the guy. By the way, I was asking how many teams How many managers in the Hall of Fame have managed at least 5 teams and never won a pennant? I couldn't find one on the list that I was looking at. And there are some guys who are coming, like Bruce Bochy's going to go into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
He managed 5 teams, but he won a pennant with the Astros, and he won a pennant with the Giants.
Yes.
He'd also taken every team he managed to the postseason.
Right.
Also won multiple Manager of the Year awards. Again, I don't think Bob Melvin's a bad manager. I just think at some point when we look at why things have gone wrong and you can't pinpoint it, sometimes heads got to roll.
I agree.
And to your point, it's becoming harder to defend bringing him back next season. We do have to take a quick break. Marcus Thompson is going to join us from The Athletic. Best sports writer in the country, joins the best show in America. We can talk 49er football with Marcus, and we'll do so next, only here on The Sports Leader.
All right, Warriors fans, what's going to happen with Jonathan Kuminga? Re-sign him, trade him, who knows? I'll tell you who knows. Marcus Thompson. He's coming on with Dirty Work next. Keep it locked in here if you want to hear where Jonathan Kuminga is going to play next season.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
McHale as Looney gets the offensive rebound, and Kuminga goes up the elevator shaft. Wow.
Wow, we had a great finish at one end by Julius Randle, and then explosive by Kuminga on that one.
Got to be reminded of Kuminga.
We do it every week. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, best sports writer in the country, joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's up, Marcus? How's the Monday going?
What up, Marcus?
Oh, man, Mondays are wonderful. Best day of the week, a Monday. I love Mondays.
We're big Tuesday guys, actually. Dirk and I like a Tuesday.
It's really because of
Yeah,
the
this wasn't
Continental
about
show.
you. This is about me.
Okay.
All right, well, I was just trying
I
to
mean, nobody asked you what day you liked. I was telling you I like Mondays. That's crazy.
What do you like most about Mondays, Marcus?
Yeah, sell it.
There's a freshness to Monday, right? It's like a new do. The week has begun. So much opportunity is in front of you on a Monday.
Technically the week starts on Sunday. but
When's
yeah.
the last time you got a new do? What do you know about that?
Like, not like new do as in hairdo, but DEW. Like the new do of the week.
Like Mountain Dew. Yeah, I got you.
Like
Okay.
Mountain Dew, absolutely.
So Mondays are like a fresh dew on a leaf. I got you.
Yeah, all right. It's like a nice
Correct.
dew. Yeah, okay. All right. Still more interesting than talking Kuminga, in my opinion. Talking new do.
I do have a question about Kuminga.
We can save that for when
Of
Marcus
course
is
you do.
gone. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that during the commercial break.
Okay.
Marcus, did you? I mean, you weren't out there on Saturday. Are you gonna be watching 49er football that closely this year?
Yeah, when it actually starts, when football season actually
That's fair.
begins, I'll lock in. But every year I get older, every year preseason football just feels so meaningless.
Dude.
So I'm like, I don't know, people are going crazy about Shedeur, and I'm like, hey guys, it's the Panthers
Bro.
on
Yep.
preseason.
Yep.
Like, let's relax.
You know what got me? You know what got me, Marcus? Did you see the Nike ad with Shedeur putting up the doing the
Yes.
watch? I was like, bros, what are we doing? Nike, what are you
I mean,
doing? How
the
dare
fact
you?
that he put up the watch was a problem. I love Shedeur, but like, come on, bro. It's like not only the preseason, it's Panthers preseason.
Yeah,
like,
dude.
you're stunting on like the worst team in football in preseason. It was a while. I love to watch though. I need to get me one so I can do it.
So let me ask
I'm
you
gonna do
this.
it every Monday. That's how I'm gonna start my week.
There you go.
Yeah,
So
new
watch.
new watch, new do. Let me. It's time for the new do. Let me ask you this. So your colleague Mike Sando put out his QB tiers on The Athletic. I love this. Every year he does it because he's getting votes and insight from executives and coaches from around the league. Now Brock Purdy has stayed in tier 2. He's ranked number 14 overall based on the tiers, and I'm okay with that. And based on what he says, quarterbacks do. Like I think his breakdown is like if you're in tier 1, those are the quarterbacks that can carry their team for the season. Tier 2 is like you can't do it quite as much, but you can make your team better. With a new contract for Brock Purdy, do you think what you need out of him changes this year?
I do, and mostly because like there were times last year you didn't get it. So I think now that you've invested more money in him and he got the experience, like he knows what it feels like now. Like he's got to win in some games. Like there's got to be some times where the 49ers win because of Brock Purdy, not just because, he found the open guy or things clicked, but he went out and made something out of nothing. I do think that's a tier 2 level type of expectation. I think who was it like? Lamar Jackson jumped to tier 1. That was the big news. But he's a guy who he'll win you a couple of games just on his greatness alone. I think last year was so pivotal for Brock Purdy in that sense because you don't just walk into that ability. Talent don't do it. It's experience, it's wisdom, it's seeing defenses, it's understanding your team. So I do think he learned a lot last year from that. I expect to see some of those dividends pay off this year because tier 2, man, that's a lot. That's pretty high expectations up there. I mean, you up there with Jaden Daniels, and Jaden Daniels might be going to the Super Bowl based on the hype.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. Speaking of expectations, Would you say that the 49ers are still in that championship window because they still have the familiar faces of Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey and Nick Bosa, guys that took them to the Super Bowl, or because of what happened this offseason, we're dealing with different expectations?
I mean, what is the championship window? Like, what do we mean? Like, is it possible they go into it? If that's the case, I think they're still in it.
Yeah.
They just don't necessarily control it. But I mean, we've seen it happen where if you just get hot at the right time in the NFL, like you can do some damage. I mean, 2 years ago, coming off the season the Eagles had, we wouldn't have said they were the champions. So if things go well, like some of these players have career years, they've got a great schedule, they get a good kind of map out in the postseason, the path to the Super Bowl, and then they get there and, finally make the play that they need to make. I could see it, I ain't saying it can't happen. I'm just saying I'm not putting my $30 down on it like some people. I'm not like,
no, I mean,
I'm
I'll
not
blame you.
investing my Monday due money on it. I ain't doing that.
Yeah, I guess championship window for me, Marcus, are like the teams, the upper echelon teams, the NFC, that have expectations this season, like the Lions or, I don't know, obviously the Philadelphia Eagles.
Philly.
Yeah, exactly. Like when you rank the NFC teams right now, like how far do you have to go until you get to the 49ers as far as like Super Bowl contenders?
Yeah, see, but that's, to me, I think that's the problem. Like, I was ready to put the Commanders up there.
Yeah.
But, what they don't have Scary Terry. That's a pretty big deal for a second-year quarterback. That's what I'm saying. The NFL is so wild. They're close enough to where a couple breaks they could be right there. Detroit loses. Detroit obviously should be there. They lose their offensive and defensive coordinator. Like, what is the impact of that? Like that's not nothing, even though on paper they still look pretty good. So I do think there is a class ahead of them. How far ahead, I don't know, but there is a class ahead of them. But those classes don't always pan out, and I think they're in the mix of those teams that could be right there to take advantage, right? In the same way the Commanders were last year, right? They're like one game from the Super Bowl because they got hot at the right time, they got a good matchup, and they seized the moment, and they were close to getting to the Super Bowl. So I feel like they're one of those teams, and that's actually closer than I would have expected they'd be after watching them play last year. They did not look good last year.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line of The Athletic. So, I mean, just sort of as it relates to basketball, I mean, you've covered basketball and football for a long time, and we've been looking at the 49er roster all afternoon and all weekend based on who played and who didn't on Saturday against the Broncos. I was asking our colleague Todd Husek about this on Saturday on the postgame show, and I'm wondering, like, in basketball, I imagine it's the same sort of thing with a guy who's trying to make the team. Is it better for a player who's on the cusp in the preseason or trying to make a team out of camp, whether it's the NBA or the NFL? Do you think it's better to try to make something happen in a game, to put something on tape, to make a big splash so that everybody sees and takes note of you? Or is it better to just be a pro and play don't screw up ball? What's the better path?
In NFL, be a pro, don't screw up. In hoop, you got to make a play. Like, you got to do something. Because so much of NFL is practice, right? Like, they actually get to practice, and, there's been so many times you see a guy in the game, and it's like, man, that dude is good, and he gets cut. But they put a lot of film in practice to let you know some things. And also, like, even though preseason is preseason, right, it's diluted in the sense there aren't 4 strings in basketball. There aren't even 3 strings, right? I mean, generally everybody that's playing will play. It's just how hard they're playing. In the NFL, like, there's just a lot of guys on the field who just will not be in the NFL. So then it's about who you're doing it against. How valuable is that based on what, like, if you're doing anything in the fourth quarter at the end of a game, it's like, man, who are you actually playing against? So practice matters a lot. How your reps go matters a lot in the NFL. So I think in that sense, you don't want people to make mistakes. You got to trust the guy to do his job. And whether he can make a play here and there is cool, But if you can't rely on him to do his job, that makes it harder to make a team. In the NBA, you got like 2 shots, man. You got to be able to do something because you're not playing anyway, and there's certainly a few amount of spots. You need to be able to stand out. That's the tough part. So I think they're just 2 different worlds, and practice is a big part of one and not that big a part of another.
This opportunity comes once in a lifetime, right, Derek?
Yeah.
Hey, you ever see that video online where they take the movie clips and do it?
Dude, I saw that this weekend. That was wild, bro.
Which one? Insane,
Dude,
right?
it's like 330 video movie clips, and they redo.
Oh, yeah.
Do
Yeah.
Eminem. What's the song?
8 Mile.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Lose Yourself.
Lose Yourself. Yeah, it's an awesome video. It's pretty cool.
Okay.
I just wonder, like, the person who did that, like, how much did they get? Is this what they got? Like, they got some people being like, "Oh, that's cool," and then we moved on to the next thing.
Yeah, I'm like, well, do another one. Yeah, do another one.
Yeah, that had to be like years of work. Like,
somebody's sitting around cutting movie clips, having to find audio. We're just talking about it on Dirty Work at like 4:00, and that's it. Yeah,
that's tough.
That's what they got.
That's it. That's what you get.
Okay. I'll ask one quick one on Jonathan Kuminga. I'm
Here
sorry.
we go.
I know, I know, but your former colleague Anthony Slater wrote about it today, and basically saying that the qualifying offer is what Jonathan Kuminga wants to do, and it's going to be pretty much going up until October 1st. So does that mean the Warriors won't be able to do anything, sign Al Horford, D'Anthony Melton, until October 1st once Jonathan Kuminga comes around and signs this qualifying offer?
No, I do think they could sign him. I mean, they could sign him now if they want to. Because that qualifying offer, like, that's already on the cap. So, like, they wouldn't be going – the number they have now, it includes – it's actually bigger than that. So if he signs the qualifying offer, they can do it now. It'll probably just be impactful for what they could do later, like if they have to do another move. They can absolutely sign him now if they want to. If you're the other 3 guys, do you want to hold out just in case there's more money? Or do you just say, all right, lock me in for whatever the vet minimum or whatever the minimum amount that I can get? So I do think at some point it just becomes ridiculous and you got to sign guys. Right? So
yeah,
if they're taking if you do this now and he takes the $8 million, man, there was money there. So how does that work?
Yeah.
You like, hold on. If you like Al Horford, you're like, hold on, man, I could have got some more money. I think it just gets a little tricky that way, but as spots fill up, you also don't want to be in a situation where you can't go anywhere else either. And,
right.
Or it gets even worse elsewhere. So I don't know. This is a tough situation, man. The Warriors just cannot afford for him to take the qualifying offer. So I don't know. The impact might be they might have to raise the price just to get him under a contract, which is going to impact their moves elsewhere because they gave him the number that keeps them below the apron. So if they give him more than that, they have to go over the apron or maybe guarantee a second year and team option a third year. They got to do something. But for them to lose that salary spot would hurt long term.
Do you think they would ever come around to the idea of, up against the wall and they don't want to give him the qualifying offer that they actually would trade him?
Yeah. I think that's probably better than no asset.
Yeah.
If he signs a qualifying offer, he's gone for no asset.
Exactly.
And they get nothing in return. So, maybe what's the Malik Monk and the
unprotected first rounder?
Unprotected first, looks a little bit better.
Yeah.
But of course, if you're the Kings, you're like, it was Malik Monk and unprotected first.
That offer's gone
now. Now it's an unprotected second. It's just they've got to figure out a way to keep a salary slot that way.
Yeah.
It'll be tough not to. So I imagine they got to do something. Or is Kuminga really gonna do this? It sounds good on paper to be a gangster. I'll take the 8 over the 22.
Maybe it'd be pretty ballsy.
That's tough. It would be, man. He really want to go if that's the case.
Yeah.
I'd want to leave and get my money. But man.
That'd be wild. I don't really care until anything happens. Until something happens, I'm like, all right, all right, who cares? This came out over the weekend. Derek asked me about it too, or put it down in our rundown today. Was the last championship run for Steph? Was the gold medal last summer? What do you think?
Nah, once they about to get Giannis, and then they're going another one.
Oh yeah, okay.
You ain't heard?
I can't wait for that.
When's that? Friday? Hopefully by the time you come on with us again, Friday.
Hey man, Monday, baby, Monday. When the dew is new.
That new dew, baby.
Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, best sports writer in the country on the best day of the week, the new dew Monday. Marcus, have a good rest of your week. We'll talk to you Friday, bro.
Yeah. All right, have a good one, homie.
All right, good deal. They're the great Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Somebody checked in on the text line during that interview with Marcus. 510 just says, you guys are out of your minds. Monday and Tuesday are objectively the worst days of the week. Not here on Dirty Work.
No.
Tuesday's the best day of the week.
No, by far, because we'd have the grab bag and we have Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
Yeah.
It's really just because of the segments. Like, yeah, Tuesdays itself, they suck. It's the start of the week.
Well, you're into the week now, and you got a long way till Friday still.
Yeah. I'm like, if we're going like our favorite days of the week just in life, yeah, it's Friday, of course.
Well, it's football season for me now. It's all just a work day now for me. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, like, still, though, you're still a fan. Like, do you still look forward to Monday Night Football and Thursday Night Football a little bit?
Yeah, I look forward to football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like now, Friday is basically, I guess, well, still Friday to you.
Tuesday's the new Friday, baby. That's what we're saying on Dirty Work.
Yeah, but Saturdays for the rest of the preseason are pretty much your Mondays.
Saturdays are your Mondays?
For you and Tim.
In the preseason?
Yeah.
Saturdays are my Sundays.
I guess, yeah.
Sundays are my Saturdays, and Mondays are Mondays. That's the preseason.
That's the life of Adam Copeland.
That's how the preseason operates.
And then when Stanford comes around, Saturdays are just like Tuesdays for you.
Dude. Then it never, ever, ever ends. A lot of Tim. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. A lot of people checking in on our talk about Bruce Bochy.
Yeah.
Somebody said, come on, guys, you haven't read that Kerry Crowley piece saying, at this point over the last decade, the Giants have basically been 500 every year. Need I remind you that the last decade is 2015 till now? They've had 2 playoff appearances. They win in World Series in that time is the point I'm making.
And also you're acting like I'm reading something that Kerry Crowley wrote?
Come on, anything Kerry wrote? Come on, dude's an editor. All right. Well, we got more
We
to
love
come
you,
here.
Kerry.
More to come here from the patio. We stand by. He's texting us, I'm sure. In just a minute.
He is. I'm sure.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We told you we got to get in to some of this Brock Purdy sound. We've been clamoring for it. He was on the Sherman podcast. The Richard Sherman podcast.
The Dick Sherman.
What did he say? Give me a good tease. I've just been saying the same thing over and over.
Oh, Brock Purdy talked about how he feels about being left off of top 10 lists, like Mike Sandoz, and how his relationship is with Kyle Shanahan from a year where he had a down year to hopefully a better season in 2025.
I hope he said, I like playing with a chip on my shoulder, because I love a player with something to prove. We'll talk about it next. We'll let you hear what Brock had to say on the Richard Sherman podcast. Plus, we got a Giants lineup for you. I'll just tease this. I'm not going to tell you what it is, because you saw it yesterday. It's the exact same thing. We'll do it later, only here on the Sports Leader.
Monday, new dues, new beginnings for the Giants. We got 3 games against the Padres at the house. Logan Webb on the hill. Pre-game starts at 5:45, I believe. Tune in right here on the Sports Leader. The Giants, they love Mondays. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. You know what I'm talking about. If we're on the patio at the ballpark, there's one thing I'm looking for, and that's Liv and Moss. Just like my boy at Levi Stadium said to me this Saturday when Tim and I rolled in, walked past him, he was sitting on his little golf cart, and he was like, hey,
Live Moss.
Live Moss.
You should too. Everybody should be living Moss, just like my friend Tim Webb here did with his Mexican pizza this afternoon. Hell, Derek got a new grilled steak burrito. What'd you think about that, Derek?
It was tasty.
You like that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Derek scarfed that thing down. No hot sauce for you, though.
Don't need it.
Don't need it.
$3.
$3.49.
Well, sorry.
It's a good deal on the Taco Bell app. And you're earning points, by the way, when you sign up for Taco Bell Rewards on every purchase made in the app, on a kiosk, or in the drive-thru. Plus, when you join and sign up for the Taco Bell Rewards, which, mind you, is free to do, they're going to hook you up with free food. Taco Bell's simply going to give you a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, which I've had, fantastic, a beefy 5-layer burrito, I've also had that, fantastic, and a soft taco. One of those things will be free when you sign up on the Taco Bell Rewards app. And what's better, by the way, than getting rewarded for eating some of your Taco Bell favorites? Not to mention, you get exclusive insider access and access to limited time offers and drops. You'll be the first to hear about new menu item launches. Derek's already told me about the steak burrito this morning, and then we both scarfed one down. And is there a better place to try some of those new menu items or to pick up your points and your rewards than the Taco Bell Cantina downtown? I think I can see it. I can see it right here. It's steps away from the ballpark, just off 3rd and Townsend. And on your way in, it's a great place to stop by for a snack and a taco like we did. Or maybe you're looking for something to do after the game. Stop by for a cold beer, good food, and your taste buds will thank you. And as Tim Webb, my good friend, always reminds you, don't forget to live Moss.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a dewy Monday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb. We're live at 58 Social for little Giants and Padres tonight at 6:45. We'll get you ready for Giants pregame at 5:45. But let's talk a little 49ers as Brock Purdy, who was placed 14th today in Mike Sando's QB tiers, he caught up with Richard Sherman, I believe over the weekend or before the preseason game, and was on his podcast, and they talked about how Purdy feels about being left off top 10 lists when it comes to quarterbacks.
There's been a lot of lists and all this stuff that comes out about, top 10 quarterbacks. Do you take it as disrespect? I always wondered how you feel about it.
I mean, I've always felt, this underdog kind of story. I mean, that's been my story, man, from high school, college to the NFL. But, we've been able to go and show and prove that what we do here, what I do as a quarterback works. We've won games. We've been to a Super Bowl. Everybody's going to have something to say. That's the nature of the sport, and that's fine. If I were to listen to criticism and everything, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. I still got to go show my teammates that I'm this competitor that you can rely on.
When you rank quarterbacks in the NFL, do you base it off of stats or their ability to win? What's your determining factor?
I go hair first.
Okay, that makes sense.
Then,
so Mahomes every year.
Yeah, then height. No. What do I base my quarterback rankings off of? That's an interesting question. My faith in a team's success has very much to do with the quality of quarterback and the quality of coach.
Yes.
But that's not the same as ranking which quarterbacks you think are the best. I don't really know. It's not. I mean, yes, statistics are important to some degree. It's different than baseball, where it's like in baseball you could put up big numbers in situations that don't matter. In football, there's not really guys who hang big numbers and aren't quality. You. I guess what I'm trying to say is there's not a ton of garbage time points that are scored in football to where you're that changes the course of a player's trajectory. Does that make sense for a quarterback?
No, of course.
You can be, for example, the Niners last year, their numbers would suggest they threw the ball a lot, they put up passing yards and whatnot, because they were losing so many times at the end of games that they had to throw more. But we already knew what Brock was capable of, being that he threw for more yards in 16 games in a season than Joe Montana did, Jeff Garcia did, Steve Young did as a member of the 49ers. So we knew what he was capable of. Guess what I'm looking at, and this is where everybody's scope is going to be different, or their lens on how you grade a QB is going to be different, is does he deliver in situations where he must deliver? Does he score in the red zone? Or what are his passing numbers like in the red zone? And what does he do turnover-wise? When things break down and he does have to make plays, what does he do on off schedule? And that's why you look at all those things, Patrick Mahomes has to be number one.
Yeah, of course.
In terms of ability to operate the offense between the 20s, to do it inside of the 20s, and when a play breaks down, how accurate is he and how big of a playmaker is he? Playmaking ability is a big factor for me. I've never really thought about this in terms of what are my keys to a quarterback's success, but I think that's kind of it. I think it's those 3 to 4 things.
I mean, to me, it's the same thing that Mike Sando has as far as his qualifications for his tier list, is how a quarterback, an individual, basically raises the play of everybody around him.
Well, for example, is there anybody on the list that you would put Brock ahead of? Because right now he's at 14. C.J. Stroud took a step backwards last year.
Yeah.
And I don't even know that step backwards is fair to say, because Brock had I don't want to say a down year, but he wasn't as effective and elite. He also got hurt last year and missed a couple of games.
I'm a big potential guy.
I am too.
I think that C.J.
Stroud's ceiling is probably higher than Brock's.
Absolutely.
I think the same can be said about Jordan Love, probably higher than Brock's.
Yes.
But that's not what the tier is based on.
No, it's not.
The tiers are not based on what do you think his potential is. I do think C.J. Stroud's potential is higher than Brock's. I think the same of Love.
And that's why I would have them higher on a QB list. For Jared Goff, what's Jared Goff again on this list?
Jared Goff's number 8.
Yeah, that's a little too high for me.
I mean, the guy's completion percentage last year was through the roof.
I know, but I think it's predicated a lot by the help of his offensive coordinator. I do think that Jared Goff's going to take a step back this year without Ben Johnson.
See the potential of this season for the Lions. I'm anticipating a step backwards because of Dan Campbell's got to build it again. He's built a culture thing.
Yes.
And Brad, what's our GM's name?
Brad Holmes.
Brad Holmes did an incredible job personnel-wise. Don't forget, they wanted Jared Goff. They knew they were moving off Stafford, and he's the guy they wanted. They found the right place. They wanted Jared Goff.
Yeah.
They wanted to lock him up. They wanted him to be a part of building this. And don't forget, they were 0-10-1 in that first year before they got that win over the Minnesota Vikings.
Yep.
and then quickly turn things around. They did an incredible job with personnel. All of that comes into play in football. I don't want to say I rate Goff below Purdy because of what might happen this year. To this point, he is the better quarterback.
Yes,
but at this point in his point,
Yeah.
but this after he lost the Super Bowl 10-3 to the Patriots, I would have had him. I rated him in my mind much differently. I thought he was a much more system quarterback than I believe now.
The perception I had of Jared Goff, it's totally fair, because the perception I had of Jared Goff for his time with the Rams is it's kind of the same thing with Jimmy Garoppolo, where Jared Goff was definitely more talented than Jimmy Garoppolo, but it felt like Sean McVay was never going to get the best out of him. It always felt like he had to hold his hand.
Felt like he'd already gotten the best out of him.
Exactly.
Like when his first couple of years there with Cooper Kupp, and he brings in Brandon Cooks, right? They had a pretty electric offense those first 2 years, and I thought, boy, this guy was getting kicked to the curb, it felt like, by Jeff Fisher, and really, they did not have the right system in place. They got as much out of Goff, I think, as they thought they could wring out of that rag, and then said, we got to move on. We got to find somebody who can get us over the hump.
Which is the same thing the 49ers did that offseason when they were like, we need to upgrade over Jimmy. And they tried to get that through the draft, and little did they know that it was going to be in the last pick in the draft from Brock Purdy. But I would honestly, 8 is probably a good, or I would probably put Jared Goff lower. And I put him in the same spot as Brock Purdy because, I think both guys are very talented. But I do think it's it's based on the pieces around them. It's based on also the coaches around them as well. I'm not taking anything away from Brock Purdy. I'm not taking anything away from Jared Goff. But I would have to put a lot of these quarterbacks ahead of them because I think they could do it on their own. Where Josh Allen, you take him off the Bills, I don't know what kind of team they are, but he elevates them so much where they could be Super Bowl contenders. Same thing with Joe Burrow. With how putrid they are defensively, he makes them so much better. And obviously they have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, but he elevates the team around him. This doesn't stop you from paying Brock Purdy, but when you take everybody else off the team of Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk and everybody else, is Brock Purdy going to elevate the Carolina Panthers? Probably not. But that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's all about, is he the best possible quarterback that can run Kyle Shanahan's offense? Yes. It's the same thing with a year ago with Ben Johnson. Was Jared Goff the perfect guy to run his offense? Absolutely. So when you ask me, are there quarterbacks that probably should be below Brock Purdy that were above him? I can make the argument that Jalen Hurts should probably be below Brock Purdy.
I could make that argument too, but he's won the Super Bowl and they're never going to do that. So funny, that was the next place I was going to go. Does Jalen Hurts elevate the level of play around his players? I think he does.
It's mixed, though.
But he operates that system to a T.
Yes.
And again, he's a much more running quarterback
and
than
also,
he is a passing quarterback.
The same thing with Brock Purdy and Jared Goff. He has so many pieces in place. He has Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith.
So it's
and
easy
Dallas
to knock
Goedert.
Brock when he loses all of his pieces last year.
Exactly. But I haven't seen Jalen Hurts be that great of a quarterback since, what was that season, 2022, where he was probably an MVP consideration until he got hurt, and then Mahomes ran away with it. I think since then, Jalen Hurts has been really good and deserving of MVP, but not great. Not elevating the play of everybody else around him.
Saquon Barkley carried that
exactly.
team, and then the Super Bowl came and Hurts performed in the game.
It's very similar to Brock, where I think Christian McCaffrey elevates that team.
Agreed.
Saquon does the same thing for the Eagles. It's pretty much their offense is based on running the football. And then everything else is set up perfectly. The play-action game, that's where Brock thrives because the threat of Christian McCaffrey, it wasn't there a year ago. So, yeah, to that point, it's not a perfect system. I agree with Mike Sando, to the extent of this list. But, yeah, I would say that...
it's not even Sando's list. It's how they were voted upon.
Exactly. And you hear a lot of that this offseason where people are like, you're not going to put Jalen Hurts in the top 5? Just because he won the Super Bowl, I'm sorry. He was great in that Super Bowl, but also at the same time, he's set up for success with everybody else around him. It's kind of the same deal with Brock. So I don't think that hurts them. I think they're the perfect guys for those offenses. But compared to the guys that I listed before, the elite guys, the Patrick Mahomes, the Josh Allens, the Joe Burrows, the Lamar Jacksons, those guys are in a different class where I don't think there's anything they can do. I'm talking about Brock Purdy and Jared Goff and Jalen Hurts, to be in the same class, the same tiers as those quarterbacks.
I think the one other thing I would add is that Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. You can learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. We'll talk more about all of this stuff with our guy Matt Mayoko, who joins us at 4:50. Susan Slusser of the Chronicle joins us at 5:15. The Giants and the Padres tonight open a 3-game series. The Giants, losers of what? Their last 3 series at home or 4 series at home?
4. going back to the Dodgers.
Oh,
series.
God, right before the All-Star break?
Yep.
Jesus.
Yeah. And before that, I remember they got swept to the Marlins at home.
Oh, I remember. I was here.
Yep.
I remember that.
Yep.
No.
And if it wasn't for Patrick Bailey's inside the park home run against the Phillies,
come on, dude.
I don't know about that series either.
1-8 in their last 9 home games, and 5 of those came at the hands of the Pirates and the Nats. Do you remember the Giants scored like 12 runs and 8 runs? Back-to-back games, and Melvin's like mixing up the lineup. They got 3 hits yesterday, and Melvin's like, I think we're going to go with this again. I think we're going to run this one out. I think this one sticks.
Yeah,
I like this lineup. This is where I'm like,
man.
dude. And he said the other day, he's like, I tried everything. I'm like, really? Everything, huh? Did you call Hammer?
No.
Then you didn't try everything. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you from the patio, 58 Social. Dude, Head of State. I'll quote that movie to the end of my life.
Great movie.
Love that movie.
I need to give it another watch.
I wonder what it's revving at Rotten Tomatoes.
You know what? Probably not great. I want to say it's probably like 65%.
It probably rates higher than our movie, Dirty Work. Which, by the way, tickets still available for the Alamo Draft House Wednesday night. What's it going off? 9:40, 9:15, something like that.
I believe it's 9:40. Me, you, and Tim will be there.
Mr. KNBR, Jordo's going.
Nice.
So that Jordo's going to be there. Tickets available for the Alamo Draft House. They're playing the recut version, the R-rated recut version of the movie Dirty Work, starring Artie Lang, Norm Macdonald, and we'll be out there. We're hanging out. We're all going
It's
out.
almost
Come
like
join us.
seeing a brand new movie because I've never seen this cut before, and I'm kind of anticipating it to be a little bit better than the original.
It's 2 minutes longer. I don't think it's going to be that much different.
No, but more curse words.
We'll talk more about it on Wednesday
Yeah,
after
yeah.
the day game. I'm really looking more for. I'm looking for more lines from Chevy.
Yes.
I was thinking about this week.
More
What I wanna
Rickles.
see- I need more Rickles and more Chevy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think are the 2 scenes, and maybe more Pops.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Those fancy birth control methods like you kids got. We'll take a quick break. When we come
That's
on
good,
back,
too.
How about this? Guy Haberman joined us last week. He was on the call this weekend on KPIX with Tim Ryan for the 49ers and the Denver Broncos. He had an interesting comment that he made last week to us about Kyle Shanahan's impact. I already saw somebody tweeting or asking the question on Adam Schefter's post about Brendan Ayuk today, saying, is Kyle Shanahan on the hot seat? No.
Absolutely not.
6-11 again. Maybe you start thinking of that, but no. They're in the middle of a rebuild here. Not a rebuild, a retool here.
Yeah.
After just paying their starting quarterback. I think Haberman's comments ring pretty loudly in terms of how Kyle Shanahan is viewed across the football landscape. We'll talk more about that. We'll let you hear what Haberman said. Kyle Shanahan's impact on coaches across the NFL and college sports. We'll do that next from the patio of 58 Social. Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, rolls on the Sports Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Rolls on a... It's today Monday?
Today is Monday.
Monday.
Thrown off. We're not used to being here on a Monday.
The two was out.
We were like, we've been watching the Giants get their ass kicked on Fridays. Let's try Monday out for size. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Giants and the Padres.
Better series on paper.
6:45. First pitch. 5:45 pregame. Yu Darvish and Logan Webb. Kind of a Friday night feel for a matchup, though.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
I mean, how much of this season hangs in the balance for the Giants?
Right now?
In this series.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, quite a bit.
I mean, even sweeping doesn't really... I mean, it improves your chances, but you need a lot more after that.
Again, I need you to sweep and then win like 2 or 3 from the Rays, and I'm like, why would I believe they'd sweep?
And not only that, go to San Diego and probably sweep that series as well.
Yeah, everybody's going, wow, they got so many division games in the final month of the season. I'm like, dude, they don't play bad teams well.
Yeah.
They're 2 games better than Arizona, and they packed it in a month ago.
Yeah, basically we're at the basketball portion of the season right now, where it's Dan Patrick and our guy...
Kenny Mayne,
where they're going through all the possibilities. Like, well, if this happens, and there's a sack race in consecutive Sundays,
a 3-man sack. If all else fails, a 3-man sack race will be held on consecutive Sundays until a champion is crowned. Problem is, I don't think the Giants are going to be in that sack race.
Probably not.
The Giants will be the sack. That's what'll happen. All right, let's Tim just
hey man,
over.
sometimes in life you're the sack.
Sometimes sometimes in life you're the hammer. Sometimes you're the crow. That's a PD joke about KNBR. Sometimes you're the Grand.
Maybe you're the Grand.
Sometimes you're the Copes.
I was waiting for that
as long
one.
as I'm not the holer. Just matter. All right, so Guy Haberman was with us last week. Guy Haberman is on the call, or was on the call this past Saturday, and will be again this Saturday for the Niners and the Las Vegas Raiders.
By the way, I got to say he did a fantastic job. There was one point where they were talking about the grass for the field, and Guy Haberman said it's I think it's Bermuda. And then Tim Ryan's like, whoa, you're doing the groundskeeper bad, man. It's not Bermuda. And the guy's like, I'm pretty sure it is Bermuda.
Was it Bermuda?
Yeah, it was Bermuda. I'm saying to my dad, and my pops goes, pretty sure it is Bermuda.
You were sitting with Greg and Papa said it's. I'm pretty certain I was on Bermuda before anybody was. You don't want to get lost in that triangle, John. I thought he was working a bit like a Caddyshack.
Oh no!
It's a Kentucky Blue, California Sensibilia. Best thing about this, you can play 36 holes out in the afternoon, take it home, get stoned to the bejesus on it at night. It's a great line. So Guy Haberman was on with us last week on Thursday after the joint practices, talking about the impact Kyle Shanahan has had, not just on the 49ers. And I know it's so funny. There's a group of people out there who just don't believe he's the guy. Just don't believe Kyle Shanahan can get it done. That he's too arrogant and he's too predictable and blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
And why is it the Niners compete for NFC championships more than any team in the NFC in the time Kyle Shanahan's been here? The exception of like the Rams.
Yeah.
No. I mean, I know they haven't gotten to the mountaintop yet, but they've come as close as anybody has. And you're in the middle of another dynasty in the Kansas City Chiefs. Unfortunately, you've been the team that's fallen to the Chiefs twice, more than anybody else has in the bowl. Look, everybody has responsibility in these losses. But there's two constants to the level of success the Niners have had since 2017, and that is John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. One is a executive operator, and the other one is the guy who decides what they're doing on the field. And that guy has had as big of an impact as anybody across the sport of football in the last 9 years. So here's what Guy Haberman had to say. Here's a cut from last Thursday. Guy Haberman talking about Kyle Shanahan's impact across football.
I do a lot of college football.
Mm-hmm.
And the benefit, every week we have a meeting on Wednesday and a meeting on Friday with both coaching staffs. And I would say so that's 8 meetings a month. I would say in at least 5 of those meetings, something comes up about the Shanahan offense. Like these guys are all picking stuff, pulling stuff, running stuff. At the college level, there's less teams really running it than you would think.
Mm-hmm.
Like Minnesota, Iowa kind of does it now. They started doing it last year, but they all pay it. I remember a coach came up to me last year. He's like, "You reading Silver's book?" Like they're all and he was like, "I'm into it." Like they're all into it. Like these are the guys who grind the tape.
Mm-hmm.
Like they believe in it. So and I watch it. Like we've seen it. It's just I think it's easy to forget. Kyle had I love this quote he had before the week of you remember the Trey Lance draft? You remember the press conference he gave the week before the draft?
Yeah.
It was one of the great Kyle Shanahan press
Was
conferences.
that the one where you said, I don't know if we're all going to be alive by Monday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everyone was on him because everyone was pre-mad.
Yeah.
Everyone was pre-mad about them.
How could you take
drafting
Mac Jones?
Yeah.
Come on.
Everyone was pre-angry about it.
Yeah.
And he said,
Pre-angry.
there aren't 32 people on the face of the earth that can play quarterback at an acceptable level.
Yeah.
That was the quote. And there certainly are not 32 people on the face of the earth that can really, at a high level, consistently run an NFL team.
I agree 100%. I think that people forget how unique of a play caller Kyle Shanahan is. And I think to add to Guy's point, like the fact that so many people in college football look to Kyle's offense. It's not even just a college football. Go back a year ago, we played this sound on the show. Dan Hurley was on, the head coach of UConn basketball, was on a podcast when J.J. Redick was an engagement farmer, talking about how he looks to Kyle Shanahan's offense, to all of the misdirections, people like off the ball stuff, so many people movement. And that translates to every sport. And I believe the likes of Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay and Matt LaFleur have revolutionized the game where it's not so much a vertical game anymore. It's kind of a horizontal game where you're just dinking and dunking, but you find elaborate ways of all the shifts, all the orbital motions, finding a way to get into the end zone. And it makes the run game unique. It makes the pass game unique. So, like, if we're going to compare, just for a second, just for the fun of it, Kyle Shanahan to Bob Melvin. Kyle Shanahan, where the 49ers were when he took things over, I mean, God, he had a season of Jim Tomsula and Chip Kelly, and that's probably the lowest of the low when it comes to this franchise. Then he comes around, and yes, it took some time. He had to go through, the growing pains of Brian Hoyer and other quarterbacks. But once he found his guy in Jimmy Garoppolo, and they were able to run the scheme the way he wanted it to, it looked great offensively. And I don't think you can change that. Like, you can't find a way to duplicate that in the NFL. Like, it's so easy for fans to say, well, we can't win the big one, so let's just get Shanahan out of there and let's upgrade at the head coach position. Who are you going to upgrade with? I don't think there's an easy way to do that. So getting back to my point, like comparing it, like Kyle Shanahan, the same way that I talked about some of these quarterbacks elevating their teams, Kyle Shanahan elevated this franchise again to respectability, where he got them back to the Super Bowl. And yes, he hasn't won the big one, but damn, he's done everything in his power where they were so close. And in the end, Patrick Mahomes is that good of a quarterback that he ended up winning the Super Bowl twice. Where Bob Melvin is still looking to find a way to get this team back to respectability again. Like, this was supposed to be that season. It was supposed to be where they grow, where they go to the playoffs, maybe go to the NLDS, whatever it might have been. And still they're reverting back to what they were just a season ago, or what they were with Gabe Kapler. So for anyone out there that says, like, yeah, the 49ers are good, but Kyle Shanahan's on the hot seat, I really don't believe, unless they have just an unbelievably bad season where they go 4-13, and then something bad would have to happen where McCaffrey gets hurt or Brock Purdy gets hurt or anything like that. I don't think you can change that just like so willy-nilly to be like, let's upgrade the head coach position. Let's just do this because we're losing. That would be a disservice to your organization going forward. And I think that it's definitely just the fact that that Jed York has just kind of let them do their thing. Let John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan do their thing.
The best owners get out of the way. We heard.
Exactly.
I said this to you before. We heard a lot more from Jed York when things weren't going well for the Niners. When it was when he felt, I think, the need that he had to sort of reclaim public ownership of his team with the Harbaugh era. He got Harbaugh in place, and they went on a run. I mean, they never finished under 500. They turned things around fast, which is what Harbaugh does. He turns organizations and universities around everywhere he goes. It's short-lived. He's not a guy who's going to be there usually for a decade or 12 years or something like that. But he's a guy, if you need to turn things around and you want a short-lived success, he's certainly a guy who can do it. He's also kind of a quarterback whisperer. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
So, I mean, he knows how to pick a staff. Issue is sometimes his message gets stale. But he and Jed York notably and publicly sort of had a bad relationship, right, at the end of that thing. So then he gets a guy in his sort of a yes man and a guy everybody likes in Jim Tomsula, not meant to be a head coach, at least in the NFL. All he's doing, dude, is winning games hand over fist with the – where is it, Tim? With the Rhine Fire? Is that where?
Oh yeah, he was definitely overseas.
He's
winning
in Germany winning
championships with the Rhine Fire.
The Rhine Fire is where the Tony Rhine Fire is where Jim Tomsula was winning titles. The point is, if you're, and I've said this so many times, if your owner is the face of your organization, you do not have a successful organization.
Cowboys.
Dallas Cowboys are a prime example. When George Steinbrenner, for years with the Yankees, they didn't find success. He was the guy. He was the face of that team. Dan Snyder, great example. What's his name with the Knicks?
Dolan.
James Dolan.
James Dolan, yeah.
Terrible. Same sort of thing. And they've turned things around. They've got a new face now in Brunson, and Dolan has kind of gone away a little bit, right? He's not necessarily acting as the face of the team. Jed York, what he's done is he's empowered his staff. He's empowered the guys that he put in place, and he delegated the work. And he also hired them in tandem. He hired Kyle and allowed Kyle to pick his GM, which is sort of a new stylistic thing in the NFL. There are some teams that run it a different way. Right? The Green Bay Packers run it a little bit of a different way. The Patriots in the past had run it a bit of a different way. The fact of the matter is, if you don't have Kyle Shanahan here, you're starting over. It's kind of what it comes down to.
Yeah.
And he's going to find another job immediately. And you might go, here's the other thing, too. Do people believe that Brock Purdy is Brock Purdy without Kyle Shanahan? Because I'm sure there are people who don't like either of them.
Yeah,
and I asked the question, like, well, then who did you like?
You need both.
You liked Jimmy? No, probably. You like Steve Young and Joe? Okay, because you won championships. I get it. But are there people who believe Brock is a system quarterback and believe Kyle Shanahan is not the guy? In that Venn diagram of, like, I don't think Kyle's the guy, and I think Brock is a system quarterback. If you did a Venn diagram, how many people fall in the middle? Who believes both? You can't believe both.
No, you can't believe both.
Brock's not Brock without Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan has finally found somebody to operate his offense to the point of 2 NFC championship games and a Super Bowl appearance.
Right.
Nobody else has done that. So I will never understand the Kyle Shanahan hate. I understand the frustration. You can be frustrated with your coaches, especially when you think you are the best team and should get over the hump and should be at the top. But to say he holds them back, I think is misguided.
No, that's insane. And also, yeah, like to your point, if you got rid of Kyle Shanahan, every other team in football will want him. And a big reason why I am high on the 49ers this season, despite how many question marks they have, is because of Kyle Shanahan. It's because I have faith in him to draw out the scheme. Whoever's out there wide receiver-wise, they're going to be a good offense just because of his ability to be a masterful offensive play caller. I have a ton of faith in him.
Susan Slusser is going to join us at 5:15 talking Giants baseball. We're live from the patio at 58 Social where the Giants are taking on the Padres tonight at 6:45, a 5:45 pregame. We'll have it all for you right here on The Sports Leader. But when we come on back, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, Matt Mayoko, is going to join us. I got it, Tim. Jesus, can I finish what I'm saying?
No.
Mayoko joins us next, and Tim really wants everybody to know that Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new... Damn it, where is it now? Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Eat me, Tim. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. The greatest show in America with the greatest sponsors in America returns next with Matt Mayoko on The Sports Leader.
All right, so what? The Niners kind of got stomped by the Broncos in the preseason game 1. But there were some good takeaways, and nobody is better to give us those takeaways than our boy Matt Mayoko, who's coming on in about 5 minutes on The Sports Leader. Keep it locked in here. We got all your Niners gold mines.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
We do it every week with our buddy Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's going on, Matt? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We're doing okay, man. I was a little alarmed by some more of the injury news that we got today from the 49ers. I mean, Amir Abdullah placed on injured reserve. Unfortunately, Jordan Watkins, who was a guy who you told us last week, you thought, hey, week one, you could be looking at a receiving core that has him as a top 3 receiver, and he made a nice grab in the game on Saturday, that 50-yard reception. He's now out for a month with a high ankle sprain. I mean, I guess I'll open with this, Matt. If you had to pick, what's the deepest position group for the 49ers right now?
The deepest position group for the 49ers. Boy, that's a good question. Right now, currently, I don't know that I could pick one. They all seem very thin, and the wide receiver position has taken a lot of hits. And when you look at where they're going to be week one, there's probably not going to be a Brandon Ayuk, probably not going to be Demarcus Robinson. Juwan Jennings, not sure what's going on with him with the cap/contract. Jordan Watkins was a guy that, when you looked at it, I mean, he was really playing himself into position to be a contributor week one. So, it's not the wide receiver position. I guess here's one for you. It might be offensive line. And the reason I say that is because they have their 5 starters, and I think there are 2 or 3 other guys that are considered, kind of shoe-ins to be backups. When you look at Burford and Zakel and Andre Dillard coming back right now, he was on the PUP list, but he was activated. So, against what anybody probably would say, it's probably the offensive line, because it's not the defensive line. They've had their fair share of injuries. In fact, with Kevin Givens, the pectoral injury that he has, he might miss well into the season. And they have 4 or 5 guys who are sidelined. It's not linebacker, and it's not the defensive backfield. So how about that? That's you caught me off guard with that question, but I'm going to go right now and say it is the offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point there. I mean, I was going to say, Renardo Green is banged up, and they're saying at least another week on him. So I thought maybe DB, but still, even then, it's unproven. So you might be right that it's the offensive line. Okay, so in terms of what we saw on Saturday, and we know how much Kyle Shanahan and so many coaches around the league put more into evaluation throughout these joint practices, and they had one last Thursday with Denver, and they'll have another one this week with the Raiders. But I wonder, like in a game like that on Saturday, where you got a little bit of Mac Jones early on, and then you move into Carter Bradley, who played 2 quarters there in the middle of the game. The quarterback play was so poor in that game, I struggle to find any place where the Niners got any real evaluation of anybody. I mean, Corey Kiner, I know, got to play a bit, and I thought he looked okay. But in terms of the receiving core, which is so banged up already, you didn't really get a look at Russell Gage there. You didn't really get much from Jordan Watkins outside of the early play from Mac Jones. You didn't totally get a look at much going on because they weren't able to pick up a first down really consistently offensively after that opening drive. So what do you think they could take away from that game on the offensive side of the ball? How much harder is it to evaluate when you don't have quality play from the quarterback position?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know that there's much to take away at all anywhere. And you got to realize too is that the 49ers started that game with 33 players who didn't suit up. A lot of them were because they're starters. I mean, they only suited up 3 guys who are in the running for starting positions, really. And so the way this game started was the Denver Broncos, a playoff caliber team, a team that won 10 games last year and did actually make the playoffs. It was their starters. Their offense played 19 snaps. Their starting defense played 12 snaps. They started off going against the 49ers second team offense and the 49ers second team defense. So from that standpoint, from a coaching standpoint, this is going to be counterintuitive to what anybody who watched that game probably thinks, but it was really good work for the 49ers offense led by Mac Jones to drive down and score a touchdown. And then for the defense to play as well as it did against Bo Nix and the Broncos starting offense. Now, once the Broncos went to their second team and the 49ers went to their third team, then it's basically, the Broncos backups against guys who probably won't be on the 49ers this season. So, once the season starts, there's really no such thing as a third string because only 48 players suit up for games. And if you just do the math, 22 starters, and then the backups are, 23 to 44. So it really was a bunch of guys who aren't going to be around or probably won't be on the 53-man roster. The evaluation, though, I think for me took place on the defensive side. A guy like Marquise Siegel looked very good and has put himself in a position, to potentially be a starter. Chase Lucas had a really good showing at nickelback, and they told him a couple hours before kickoff, hey, Upton Stout's out of this game. You're going to play the whole way. And then it was some defensive guys. Tatum Bethune played well at linebacker. Nick Martin did not play well at linebacker. Sebastian Valdez, a defensive lineman, looked good, as did Kalia Davis. So, most of the evaluation, most of the guys, kind of the moving day on Saturday for guys impressing or not impressing, I would say by and large, all that happened on the defensive side of the ball for the 49ers.
Talking to Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line, kind of the good news, bad news today is, bad news obviously is Jordan Watkins out for a month. Good news is Jacob Cowing comes back tomorrow. But given the injuries that have gone on with the wide receiving core, I know that Kyle was asked about this today and you wrote about it. The need possibly to sign another veteran wide receiver, and you and I have talked about this for the majority of the offseason. I know that these names like Amari Cooper and Gabe Davis are probably wanting bigger contracts. But at this point, I mean, the 49ers, like right before the season, can they be really, beggars can't be choosers when it comes to having a good wide receiving core week one? What do you think it would take for them to go in that direction of maybe adding one of those guys?
It honestly might take like a season-ending kind of thing for a top 3 wide receiver. And so, it's really difficult to get a read on what's going on with Juwan Jennings because you even ask, four people inside the building, and 2 of them might say, "Oh, it's all about the calf," and the other 2 might say we think it's all about the contract. So that one's a tough one to read. I would expect him to be out there week 1, but I don't know how that's going to look. Is it going to be with or without a new contract? Brandon Ayuk will miss. I would suspect he'll miss 5 games for sure, and then after that, it's a week-to-week thing, seeing when he'll be able to come back from that ACL. But if you know you're going to have Jennings and you're going to have Ricky Pearsall, and you expect to have Ayuk for half the season or maybe even a little bit more than half the season, then you probably don't go out and sign a wide receiver who's going to command much more than a veteran minimum contract. You're not going to go sign a guy who's asking for $8 million. And Kyle Shanahan said that today. They have to be smart. They have to, they can't panic, or at least the organizational philosophy is now with the wide receivers not to panic. He said, don't do anything that might hurt you, from a cap structure, from a salary structure standpoint this season or into the future. So I don't think they do anything. I think they roll with what they have, knowing also that Jordan Watkins should be back in a month or 6 weeks or whatever the case may be. But, it might be that it doesn't look great. Trust me, right now, if I were to guess what the 49ers wide receiver situation is going to look like week 1, it's not going to be a situation that strikes a whole lot of fear into opposing defenses. Now, after Robinson comes back and after Ayuk comes back, and assuming that everybody's healthy, now it's a workable wide receiving core. But I don't think they're going to go out and sign an Amari Cooper. Here's one to keep an eye on, though. This is one that I think this is very reasonable and logical and rational, is that in New England, there's a lot of competition for the wide receiver positions, and the Patriots have some young guys. I could see Kendrick Bourne shaking free, whether he's somebody that doesn't make the 53-man to open the season, or somebody that the Patriots might dangle out there for a trade possibility. And if that were the case, I think the 49ers would go for that. I think that they know Kendrick Bourne. They know where he'd fit in the system. It wouldn't take much of an acclimation period to get him up here and have him being able to contribute right away. So that would be one to keep an eye on. If, in my mind, if they bring in a veteran, it would be somebody like, or let's just flat out say it, I think it would be Kendrick Bourne. How they acquire him would be the question. But he, to me, would make the most sense.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. We do it weekly. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. I guess the better question for me in terms of the receiving room is, with Juwan Jennings, when is it fair to be concerned about him not being on the field? Is it next Monday after the Raider game, you think?
Well, I don't think with him, he's not like this, this experience, whatever. He's not like a sports car that needs fine tuning and needs to be just in perfect shape. He's kind of a grinder. The way he plays. He's not relying on explosiveness or anything of that nature. He's a big guy who knows how to find openings and zone coverage, and he's big and he's pretty good against man coverage as well. He's got enough experience. He knows the offense. I don't think that he needs a whole lot of practice time. I know he doesn't need any preseason game action to get out there. So I think as long as he's healthy, week one, you could expect to see the same Juwan Jennings as you saw last year when he was playing at a high level. The thing that, is I don't know if troubling is the right word, but the thing that just kind of leaves me not sure of where things stand is this kind of subtext of what's going on. When he, a week before reporting, when, his side puts it out there that he wants a new contract or he's going to request a trade. And then, you start to wonder then, like, oh, when he set out the offseason program, was there contract stuff going on? And then when he, on the first Sunday practice, leaves practice with an apparent calf injury, my thought would be that, yes, he has a calf situation, but maybe he's just not in any big rush to get out there until the contract situation is taken care of. So, both sides have kind of been mum on this, especially when it comes to the contract, where that is. But, Kyle Shanahan has certainly had Juwan Jennings back through this in talking about that the MRI does show some situation with the calf. And that kind of opens up a whole new thing, too. I mean, if you're the 49ers and he's missing practice with something that now kind of seems like a chronic calf injury, then why would the 49ers sign him to an extension and pay him more money if there are such questions about his physical ability at this point?
A couple more minutes with Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line. The rookie defensive tackle, C.J. West and Alfred Collins, didn't really stand out on Saturday night, but given the injuries to Jordan Elliott and Kevin Gibbons, would you guess that those two guys have the inside track to potentially be your week one starters?
I don't know who else at this point. I think that Elliott will be out there. It doesn't sound like it's a real serious back situation, although anytime you hear back, it does sound serious. I would say that at this point, CJ West, the 4th-round pick, is ahead of Alfred Collins. Would it surprise me to see 2 rookies at defensive tackle to open the season? I guess it wouldn't. But I do think that Collins is, he's a step behind, not having the offseason program, just kind of learning how it's done. When you're 6'5", 330 pounds, and you're playing college football, you probably don't have to use a whole lot of technique to get the job done. But when you're in the NFL, size alone isn't going to do it for you. So he's got to learn some things, and I think he has made some strides. CJ West, I think, came to training camp probably in a better position to make an immediate impact. So I don't know how it's going to look for the start of the regular season, but I mean, one thing I can guarantee you is that they are going to play a lot of different defensive linemen. So there's going to be the starters, and maybe those same starters are going to be the finishers. But I would suspect that during the course of a game, a week-to-week proposition, the rotation is going to be ever-changing, and they're going to go with the hot hand. And whoever's playing well will see the most action, and who will get the starts. And they'll have different units out there for their base downs. They'll bring in mostly new guys for pass rush situations, but I think 2 of the constants you would think, and this is a good sign for the 11th overall pick. The 2 guys that I would expect to be out there the majority of both base downs and pass rush situations would be Nick Bosa and Michael Williams. For Williams, base down defensive end, set the edge in the run defense game, and then move inside and rush the passer. So, and then Bosa's going to be out there a lot, or at least certainly the most of any 49ers defensive lineman. So I just think that the defensive line, one of the areas where there's a lot competition, there's a lot for those guys to prove. Can they be an improved run defense? Can they be an improved pass rush defensive line over last season? I'm not so sure at this point, but there's a lot of opportunities for young guys to step in there and get some critical snaps through the course of the season.
Matt Mayoka, the voice you hear, 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. We do it with him every Monday. Matt, great talking to you, man. Great insight. We'll talk to you next week. I'll see you. We'll see you next weekend, but we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good. All right, thanks, gentlemen. Talk
See you,
to
Matt.
soon.
Thanks, Matt. Great stuff, man. Matt Mayoka does a great job. NBC Sports Bay Area. The disrespect of you asking questions and then biting into that slider.
Hey, man, there's only a little bit of time left in the show, and I had to get that slider in there.
Dude, Derek asked Matt a question and then dove into 2 big bites of a carnitas
I listened
slider.
to everything he said.
No, you didn't, dude. You took your headset off and you walked over there.
I didn't walk over anywhere. The food was right here.
You were barely done with the question. You're like, slider.
Dude, the disrespect of somebody chewing in your face while they're trying to talk to you.
I didn't chew in the face. I turned the microphone down. No chewing in the face. No chew.
All right, we'll talk to Susan Slusser next. We'll see how much of Derek's sliders are eaten by the end of that interview.
I won't eat it all.
Susan Slusser of the Chronicle joins us next talking Giants baseball. We're live at 58 Social outside of Oracle Park. Giants and the Padres coming up at 6:45.
Matt understands.
Just delicious.
5:45 pregame. We'll talk to Sluss next on the Sports Leader.
All right, Giants fans, 3-game set against the San Diego Padres tips off tonight. And pregame is about in 30 minutes. So keep it locked in here on the leader, and we will hook you up with that awesome game. Logan Webb and Yu Darvish battling it out at Oracle Park.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work from the patio of 58 Social outside of Oracle Park. The Giants and the Padres coming your way for a 6:45 first pitch. Pregame starts in about 20 minutes at 5:45. We're venturing to connect with Susan Slusser, but she may be in the middle of something here at the ballpark as the Giants get ready to take on the Drays. 1-8 in their last 9 home games. They've lost 4 consecutive home series. They did win two road series in between there, but they haven't won a series at home since before the All-Star break.
Yes. I can't remember. It's the Phillies, I'm assuming, yeah. Because they lost that series against the Dodgers.
Well,
and
you know,
since then, it's been terrible.
You know what tonight looks like?
What's that?
Like a Padre fan takeover.
You already?
You've seen the crowd out here?
A lot of Dre's fans.
I've seen mixed, but
I've seen a lot of brown.
Yeah?
You shouldn't see a mix. That's the problem.
Yeah.
If you're seeing a mix, it means there's a problem.
Well, I know that, but who's to say it's going to be like in the ballpark?
Why would Padre fans be hanging outside of the ballpark at our time at the time our show started at 2:00 if they weren't going to the stadium?
They're going to the stadium, but it still could be overwhelming Giants.
Overwhelming seems like seems ambitious. I think.
Seems like an ask.
Yeah.
Especially because the Padre fans have been showing up like this all year. They were showing up like this last year. The crowds at Petco Park, it's got to be the biggest party in baseball Monday through Thursday for sure. Like when they have a weeknight game, it is rocking at Petco Park. It's kind of what it used to feel like here for the Giants, and what it used to feel like when the Giants went to San Diego. We used to call it AT&T Park South.
Right.
Now this is like Petco North.
No, I mean, it's not good. And I know over the weekend...
Chavez Ravine North now is what it feels like.
And I know over the weekend they had...
It's terrible. I hate saying it, but it's true.
No, I know, but I know over the weekend it was a pretty good turnout for fans and everything.
What, the Nats take over?
No, I mean, Nats fans are going to take over, but... I mean, honestly, at the same time, like, is there a lot for Giants fans to show up for right now? I know it's your team.
Dude, this is what I was saying to you earlier. You know, Giants fans are not excited right now, and they have reason to not be. Buster Posey told you he doesn't believe in this team.
Yeah.
He didn't say that exactly, but he didn't acquire any players that were going to help this year's roster. He traded away players from this year's roster to teams they are literally going up against for playoff contention. The third wildcard team is the New York Mets. Yeah. He traded strengths from his team to the New York Mets. And then he said to you, after the trade deadline, when he didn't acquire talent for this year, and I don't blame him, they went 0-6 on that homestand. As I told you before, the last time the Giants had a homestand that bad, Grover Cleveland was in his second term in 1896. It was right before the McKinley administration. You know what I mean?
Good times.
So, right after the trade deadline, Buster Posey says, "Yeah, good times, thanks."
I remember.
Maybe for some people.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think I was feeling as excited.
It's just the riff.
Also, not so much for McKinley.
I was still looking for my acres and the mule. You know what I mean? Thank you, Tim. No, I was like, nobody. I got to give me some black friends. The Buster Posey comments after the trade deadline were, hey, yeah, we're not out of it completely. They're 4 games out of that third wild card spot with 3 teams ahead of them. He said, hey, stranger things have happened. When your logic or your thought process is, hey, stranger things have happened than going on a playoff run, you're not totally buying into what this team is capable of. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. I want them to be successful. But even now, a sweep of the Padres wouldn't make me all that hopeful because of how far back you are, because you've proven that you're not a consistent baseball team, because there's no roles in the bullpen. They could come out and score 12 runs tonight. We'd be like, hot damn, look at that offense. And then tomorrow come out and give up 17 more hits like they did yesterday, rack up 3 hits. I mean, then you got a situation on Saturday where you're down 1 with the bases loaded. You've got Dom Smith on a 13-game hitting streak, the hottest hitter on your team. And Bob Melvin decides really to go full Gabe Kapler and swap out a lefty for a righty because he wants to get Wilmer Flores in a bat against the lefty. He'd had 4 at-bats all month long. And they get up and they run themselves out of the inning.
Yeah,
so I don't
understand that.
You guys can tell me all you want that Bob Melvin's not the problem. I'm not saying he's the lone problem. I'm saying he's a problem. And when the team has hit a rut and bottomed out in the way that they have, 14-19 since his option was picked up, one of the worst offensive teams in baseball. What the hell is going on in the plaza right here? What is happening?
They're having a party, man.
I don't even know what's going on.
Giants are losing and we're dancing.
That's the biggest boombox I've ever seen in my life.
It's pretty huge.
See that thing?
There's 3 of them.
Those boomboxes are 2.5 feet tall.
Yeah, it's not as bad as when the San Jose State Marching Band was out here, but it's pretty loud.
I'll take the band.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's where I am with the Giants right now. And, I mean, to that end, they got 3 hits yesterday. They're running the exact same lineup out today.
I know. I mean,
who's inspired by this? They could sweep the Padres, and I'd still be like, because you just lost 2 of 3 to the Nats. You lost all 3 to the Pirates. Again, you don't get a pat on the back for going to Pittsburgh and winning 2 or 3 after you got swept by the Bucks.
No. I
You
mean,
got
stranger
swept
things
by the
have happened.
Marlins.
I know.
No, I mean, they're atrocious. They're so far below average. I don't think the record is indicative of how poorly they've played even at 500 because they were so much better. They were a half game out of first going into that Dodger series. They held on to first at one point on June 13th by a half game. That Friday night after Logan Webb pitches at Dodger Stadium, we were like, hell yeah, the Giants could go on a run. Then they acquired Devers 2 days later, and since then, it has been nothing. I think at this point, and you said it earlier well, I'm not saying Bob Melvin has to be fired, but you're running out of reasons that he should be back.
I can't come up with any. I think the only thing I could say is they picked up the option, so the logical thing to think is, yeah, he's going to come back.
Yeah.
But should he? I don't know right now.
Yeah, I don't feel like he should.
When you're giving up 11 hits and you're marching your starter back out there for another inning just to eat innings in a 6-0 game, you're looking at it going, well, we're conceding this to save the bullpen for tomorrow. You're playing the Nationals. You got out hit 17-3. You didn't get a batter past second base. You didn't get one to second base. I don't know about you guys. I kind of was just like, I got to tap out. I got nothing here.
It's brutal. It's brutal to watch.
Christian Koss pitching. Awesome.
Even when things go well, you feel like even tomorrow, somebody on the text line, I lost the text, but they had a pretty good line earlier where they said the Giants feel like a girlfriend who's just playing tug of war with you. Like, she'll dump you on Monday, and then she'll come back on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but then she's going to dump you again on Monday. I'm like, it's just back and forth. So you said it, you were comparing it to my attitude about the Warriors right before they traded for Jimmy Butler, where I said, I don't care. They couldn't score 100. I don't care until you do something different. I don't really care right now.
And you know what? Looking back on it,
until they play 700 baseball for 3 straight weeks. Do that.
Looking back on it, you said that after they beat the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I was mad even after a win.
I know. And it wasn't even that significant because I think Chet Holmgren was out. Regardless, right now, it would take a whole hell of a lot for me to be convinced that the Giants are going in a different direction right now.
Yeah.
I mean, sweeping the Padres here, sweeping the Padres at Petco. As Buster Posey said, crazier things that happen. Yeah, crazy things need to happen in order for me to care about the Giants going forward.
Yeah, they need to play more consistent baseball, and they haven't proven they can do that.
Nope.
We will we'll put a bow on this thing when we come on back. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we didn't connect with Sluss, but we do have Giants pregame coming your way in about 10 minutes, 13 minutes here at 5:45 for a 6:45 first pitch. More to come. Dirty Work rolls on from the patio of 58 Social, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, you can declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group because having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want for the rest of your life, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the people at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid some of the common mistakes that so many people make when they finally get to retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference for you. You can reduce what you owe to the government, and you can keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have already saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group at 866-496-2300. Greg O'Donnell, a great dude. I know him personally, and you can learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300 or learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, that number, 866-496-2300, or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work putting the show to bed for you on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you from the patio of 58 Social, where the Giants are getting ready behind their ace Logan Webb to take on Yu Darvish of the San Diego Padres. Giants lineup is as follows. Did we ever find that basketball sound drop?
No, it's a hard one to find.
It's a hard one to find. It's a random throwaway line from the movie.
What is it again?
Where they're running back out, because in baseball it's just three guys who play. It's like, it's Coop, Airman Cooper, of course, Doug Raymer, and Squeak Little Bitch Scolari. Remember the announcer like Squeak?
Yep.
Little Bitch Scolari. Like announce him that way.
Is it on the back of his jersey too?
Yeah, it might just say Scolari on the back of his.
I swear to God, if you guys rip on me like 15 more times.
He says, you guys rip on me 13 or 14 more times, I'm out of here.
Doug Reamer. Well, you know what? At least I'm on the team. Yeah. On the team. Ah!
It's a throwaway line where it's cutting back to the field of play, and you hear, I think it's Al Michaels or Bob Costa says, and for those of you scoring at home, it's due up this inning. For those scoring at home, it's the same three guys that came up last inning.
Yeah.
Well, the Giants kind of went that route today. They're going with the same lineup they went yesterday. They didn't get a runner past second. They got 3 total hits. They got whooped by the Nationals.
Yesterday was a really tough one.
That was a bad one.
Yeah, it's just. Oof.
I mean, it's hard to say like what's the lowest point in the season, but yesterday felt like a little bit like the nail in the coffin, where it's like.
I just feel like we're beyond that, right? Like.
I mean, yeah,
we're flat nature of losing 6 in a row at home. That's it. Like.
I mean, yes, we're definitely past the lowest point, but like yesterday was like, why would I care? Why would I keep watching? Why would I go on?
I mean, again, to say nail in the coffin, proverbial, not literal, because of course
I know, yeah.
There's no coffin, but because also there's so many games left to play. There's 44 games left?
44 games left.
It's almost a third of the season, which is kind of crazy. So
Yeah.
again, I'm with you, and I'm with Buster, and stranger things have happened. What's just really weird is how they've bottomed out offensively and how the ineffective, inconsistent offense remains to be a problem. And even days where the offense will show up, they have a really hard time putting together good defensive performances. They have a tough time putting together steady pitching performances. They're using so many bullpen arms yet again.
Yeah.
I mean, again, the Friday game is such a good way to look at how this season has gone. They won that game, what was it, 5-0 on Friday?
It's a microcosm of the whole season.
Kai Teng threw great. He got his first big league win. Props to him. Matt Gage is the opener there. Tristan Beck gets the final out. Still, that kid Drew Gilbert doesn't have a hit. He's like 0 for 7 or whatever.
Yes.
Neither here nor there. He's a young player. They do believe he's a guy who can be a big leaguer. And I like the idea of getting a look at some of these guys. But like I told you, my brother texted me on Friday after the game, said, if you'd seen this box score for August back in April, what would you think about the Giants? And I'd think they're probably not a very good team. Because if you have to do that, it's okay to try to get through the rotation once, where you got a guy who needs to skip a start, or you got to go bullpen game, or you got to call somebody up. That's every team in baseball. But the Giants are now what? Since Landon Roop went down with the injury, coming up on what, 3 weeks ago? 3.5 weeks ago?
It would happen right when we were at the ballpark the last time. So, yeah, around that.
So, if you've had to fill the rotation at least one time through for almost a month, and that month is in July and August, as Tim said, the microcosm of the season, you're probably not that good of a team. And I love the way they pitched on Friday. I thought they threw great. You're not trying to cover one ball game right now. They're trying to cover a spot through the rotation, sometimes two, every time out. And when one of those other spots is a guy in Carson Wisenhunt, who you have high hopes for, but you know is going to be erratic and maybe a 4 inning outing, it could be a 5, really not much more than that. You know, you're going to have to cover more innings there too, and a lot of times those are coming 2 within 3 days. You do it with Justin Verlander, where you're like, we got to run him back out there, even though he's getting shellacked, because you don't have the ability to go to the pen. Buster Posey told you where his confidence was in this team when he traded away one of his best late inning relievers to a team that's in front of them for a wild card spot, and then said stranger things have happened when it came to talking about the playoff run. So nail in the coffin, not what I would say, because there's still too many games left, and I do believe in the strange randomness that is baseball. Like, if it were football and there were 4 games left, I'd be like, absolutely not. They're cooked. It's over.
Right.
You know what I mean? We've seen that. Like, when the Niners lost to the Rams last year, even when they lost to Seattle, I was like, there's no way.
Yeah.
I was like, they're cooked. There's no way. And while they were mathematically still alive, I thought, this is nonsensical. There's no... Your brain tells you, and what your eyes tell you about the Giants is that they're done.
Yes.
Right? And this series, while it wouldn't eliminate them, it can all but do that.
Yeah.
And I don't have confidence, even after a sweep, that they would turn around and do something different.
I don't know how you could watch this team over the weekend and be like, they'll figure it out. No. I've seen it too many times this season. I'm just over it.
There's no way.
No.
There's just no way. So I'm going to take a sip of this beer.
Hey, but you know what? I am looking forward to Wednesday, where you, me, and Tim, and the rest of the filth will be at the Alamo Draft House in the Mission to go check out Dirty Work, the movie, the R-rated cut, at $9.40 a night. I think tickets are still available.
Somebody checked in and was like, dude, $9.40 on a weeknight? We're not all on drugs.
Yeah, I know. But you know what? What is it, a Weird Wednesday is what they call it now?
A Weird Wednesday. And again, $9.40. That's the dirty work.
Yeah, exactly.
We got to do the dirty work here. Yeah, $9.40 will be at the Alamo Draft House. Tickets available. Check it out.
I'm looking forward to that.
This is not like a KNBR sanctioned event, by the way.
No.
We just decided we were doing this and started talking about it.
But you know what it is? September 4th, the opening day of the NFL season, we're going to do a redo of the roundtable, like the Giants, and hopefully the Niners season's better than the Giants season.
Whoa, we're not going to Jason Barrett's event?
No, that's not happening.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought we were maybe going to the Barrett event on opening night of the NFL.
Nope, we're not doing that. We're going to Almanac in West Oakland, and we're getting together with Murph and Marcus and Greg Silver and whoever his co-host is at the time, and we will do a 49ers roundtable with the Filth and company.
So we did this similar to the Giants roundtable.
Yes.
We did a Giants roundtable back in April, I guess late March, where we were out at the Presidio Golf Course. This one is going to be held in Oakland. I like that we're hitting different parts of the Bay.
I like it, man.
To give the Filth an opportunity, and just, the leader listeners in general, an opportunity to come and hang out. Like we did our San Jose draft show. I love that. That was a blast.
Oh, at Jack's?
Yeah, Jack's restaurant.
That was a great time.
And then we did just now I pointed out the roundtable for the Giants at the Presidio. And then this one will be in Oakland at Almanac Brewing in Oakland Yeah, have you been to this location?
I have. I went before the Fans Fest for the Ballers / I guess like a FU to the A's.
Yeah.
So went over there. It's a good brewery, and of course we've been to Almanac and Alameda. So hopefully we're back there. But yeah, we're looking forward to
September 4th, 3 o'clock. But 2 o'clock is where Dirty Work will start, and then 3 o'clock the roundtable gets going. All right, we got to put the show to bed here. Giants pregame coming up in just under a minute. You know how we like to end the show with a little note to self. Our guy Jacob Violante back at the studio. Jacob, what you got for me on a note to self?
Note to self, you can say mannequin pussy on the air.
You do, note to self, you can say mannequin pussy on the radio. Tim's favorite band that was at Outside Lands. Yeah,
not bad.
Yeah, I didn't even know that you could. I mean, I actually ran it by Tim in the car the other day.
You didn't run anything by me.
I said, I think I can say mannequin pussy on the air. Who doesn't love?
I don't know if Tim can decide if we can say that or not.
I think it's up to Tim. I don't know if it's up to me.
Yeah.
But I've said it now 4 times, so if I'm not here tomorrow, you guys know why. Derek, what you got?
Note to self, I probably shouldn't eat my sliders during an interview.
Yeah, that was rude. Tim, you got anything?
Real quick, note to self, much love, Andy Stern.
Note to
20
self.
years at the Leader. Last day was last week. Love you, buddy.
For anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. Giants baseball starts right now.
Where's yours?